Gonna step outside. Gonna get real high. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Whoa, yeah, boy. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Ain't got no class. Ain't got no cash.
Oh, yeah, we are back and we are live. And the crowd goes wild.
Yes.
How you feeling today, Cartman?
Oh, I feel outstanding. How about yourself?
Same. Today's feeling good already. Today's feeling good.
Yes.
I had a productive, excuse me, sorry about that. Got some remnants of the pre-show preparation still hanging around. Anyway, we got some stuff done yesterday, and today I'm just feeling better, man. Yeah. Honestly, I was still trying to shake it off. We talked about Wednesday, still a little trying to shake it off, and yeah, man, today I just feel better overall. So
same. You know, yesterday was for me. I have my my treatments on Thursdays, and so I did that, and so it still was like off all night, and then today I woke up and it's like, all right, let's get up. Got to get ready for the show. Go, you know. Magic hand, jazzy hand.
Magic jazzy hands. That is awesome.
Spread them fingers on them jazz hands, boy.
I mean, were you able? I know you're busy. You're a busy guy. Got a lot going on.
Oh,
were you able to check out the basketball?
Oh yeah, actually,
playoff final games last night.
I had to go out and purchase the right streaming format card to be able to. But yeah, I did, and so I got to see game 1. Yeah, I turned off game 2.
Yeah, no, it was weird because you were talking all that good smack.
I did. We won.
Your team won by a basket, a lucky basket.
Aaron Gordon last second. That's how they've won a lot of games this year. But they're winners, you see. But I'll give you this, I'll give you this. I get enough. I sell enough stuff. I get enough money saved. I know what my next card is. It's a rookie auto of Shy.
That's a good call. That guy's gonna.
Shy is. I mean, I think what Shy is the new Ja Morant. I was big on Ja Morant in fact, I have a framed jersey autographed in the back room. All fixed up. Boo. But anyways, he's the new Ja Morant.
I agree. I agree.
That number 2, he's something formidable. On the hardwood, Yeah. So yeah, I mean, hey, I give respect, even though you're still gonna lose. You're gonna lose 1-1.
Yeah.
We're going home at 1-1. We're gonna end up
you're going
2 years
home to lose.
going back
Look,
to Oklahoma.
each game means like a few $1 million to the home team, right? And so because of that, we went ahead and gave y'all one
No,
that you can hang up, and all those boys can now say they won a playoff game, and you got to put millions of dollars back into the Oklahoma City economy. Thank you.
that's not even logical.
Up.
You're not even being logical about this.
No, you're not.
No, here's what's happening. Did you see how they lost game 2? They already know the plan. They already got their one game.
They lost painfully.
No, they did because they didn't care.
Okay.
They were resting game 2 because they don't.
So you're cheering on a team that does not care.
Not game
you're
2.
holding down a team that does not care now. That's what you're doing.
Game two. They rested. They rested.
Mm-hmm.
They played back. Hey,
mm-hmm.
you know, F it. We already got our win. That's all we came for was 1. We don't need to stress ourselves out about trying to get 2.
Hey, you're gonna keep talking that smack, and I'm gonna make a big bet and take something from you, and I don't want to do that. So,
that pillow.
Okay, look. So
I want the pillow of your face.
I want the pillow. Yeah, that was a fan gift, but yeah.
All right, I'm just playing.
I also have a bobblehead of myself. Isn't that funny,
dude? I got a K-pop.
Very nice, very nice. See, my shit was older. This before. See, I was famous before. I was like, when Third Eye Blind was big. That was when I had my run too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My career kind of follows the arc of Third Eye Blind. So, working the clubs, first comedy record out. So. Anyway,
awesome things to think back to, man.
Speaking of the 90s, today is the day before we get too caught up. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring this to the stage because I don't know if you understand what you're about to experience. Okay, you're about to experience. This is the Nooner Show Watch Along Party. What are we doing on Friday afternoon? We're watching. Hopefully you worked a half day. Hopefully you're about out. Hopefully, if not, you're able to kick back, lean back, listen to something fun, watch something fun while you work. You know what I mean? Aloha Friday, as we called it in the islands.
And the boss is gone. He's out to lunch. And on Fridays, he takes that 3-hour lunch and has
golfing. He's on the course, baby.
Yeah.
And it's that time of year. It's May 9th. You know what I'm saying? It is prime golf time.
Yeah,
so
pull it up on your screen in your cubicle.
Absolutely. So real fast, to explain to everybody what we're going to be watching, this is the Cowboys of Moo Mesa cartoon. The Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. COW, C-O-W, being an acronym. They are a group of peacemakers led by Marshall Moo Montana, joined by Dakota Dude and Colorado Kid. They help maintain justice in the frontier territory of Moo Mesa, dealing with ruffians and outlaw gangs that plague the town. The show was an American animated television series created by comic book artist Ryan Brown and aired on ABC's Saturday morning lineup from September 12th, 1992 to December the 4th, 1993, with 2 seasons of 13 episodes each. And then a little footnote, the COW in Cowboy stands for Code of the West, which Marshall Moo Montana often improvises as he goes along. Well,
law is flexible.
And bam, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready?
Now.
Yes.
Before this is over, I'm going to find myself in this cartoon like I did as a kid, and I'm going to choose what character is me.
You can, okay, fair. And shout out to the chat. Super fan in the building. What up? Super fan. And super fan, pick one too. As if we watch along, everybody pick. But Vern, I'm going to pick yours and you pick mine. That's going to be the fun one.
Oh, no.
You don't get to pick yours. I'll pick yours. What do you say?
I can already see. Look at the top right. Look at the top. Yeah, look.
That's the bad guy. Already. That's the bad guy by far, man. We don't know, dude. We ain't down for no bad guys.
Let's go.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nooner Show Friday Theater presents the Cowboys of Moo Mesa, Episode 1. The Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa, Episode 1, Season 1, Bang 'em High.
Comet rays the mesa to the western skies with the sound of 1,000 cattle drives. A chosen few would see the light and fight the wrong with right. Up on the mesa, high above the clouds, there's a world apart from all the rest. On the mesa live the real cowboys, standing up for law and order and living by the code of the West. Cleaning up the territory, keeping evil on its toes. Takes a different breed of ride, rope and crazy road. On the mesa live the real cowboys, standing up for law and order and living by the code of the West. On the mesa.
Bang 'em high.
We're the cowboys of Mesa. We uphold the code of the West. Since the comet done come down,
They are jamming, bro.
Mesa from the ground.
we walk
Your title is
and ride like
Bang,
all the
Bang
rest.
of the West.
We're the cowboys of
Title of
Mesa.
Uh,
I'm the marshal.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, bro?
it's Bang of the West. Did you see that? That's the title of this first episode?
Yeah, bang 'em high. Yeah.
Bang, oh, Bang 'em high. Oh, that's even
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Bang 'em high.
So yeah. And they're introducing themselves. We got the intro coming. This is great. Well, we gotta go back.
That's a beautiful song.
Yes.
We're the cowboys of Mesa. We uphold the code of the West.
That tenor is nice.
Since the comet done come down,
Raise my Mesa from the ground.
we walk, talk, and ride like all the rest. We're the cowboys of Mesa. I'm the marshal that everyone calls Moo. Moo. Name is Colorado. Yeehaw! That's kid to you. That's Dakota over there. Tough as all cow anywhere.
Yep.
On this mesa we call Moo.
These are people.
Going somewhere, boys?
It's Moo! It's Moo, Montana!
Right both times. Colorado, let's teach these boys the ropes.
You betcha, buddy.
That's handy.
Yeah! Go, Dakota! Get him, dude!
Lock 'em up, Dakota.
Three cheers for the Marshal!
Yeehaw! Marshall, Moo, Montana.
You're
There
muted.
ain't a
You're muted.
What do you think so far?
Okay, this is great. This is absolutely great. I love it. Did you notice? Did you notice Moo's pew?
Yes,
Beautiful. I mean,
yes.
it's kind of ironic, right? In a way, and I leave that. I mean, I got
Also,
the
not for nothing, but if you listen to the sound of the gun and the feature, like you don't hear that sound. Like I was like, man, the Foley on that gunshot sound was so legit. Like they
and
downplay that nowadays.
And even look, you can see it right now in the still.
Yeah.
Look at that gold, old
yeah.
6-shooter. Yep.
Mhm.
I also like the strength of Dakota. I think
Yes.
Dakota is a very appealing character. He's like a little He-Man.
He is.
I'm not so sure about Colorado, so just yet. But yeah, I like the direction this is going. Now there was that one scene where the lizards. What the heck happened? They flew up in the air. Horses started running backwards, and then the next thing you see, they're riding the horses.
Correct.
That was a confusing transition for me.
I feel like we're gonna have a lot of those. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if we're looking for absolute common sense continuity, we're gonna come up short. But if we're wanting to enjoy,
the animators might be drunk as they're doing this show.
We're on really good stuff. I love the little. I mean, I think they're coming out hot. You know what I mean?
Oh, like straight out of the gun.
I love it. Yeah, 4 minutes in, you've already had a long, strong intro, an intro song about who your heroes are, and then action and saving, the town in a small way. Already in the first 4 minutes.
Bank robbery already. Whoa.
Yeah.
We didn't even see a plan.
I've got whiplash, ladies and gentlemen.
Action after action after action. Let's go.
Let's go. All right.
Better lock out of the sight of Curious Court.
Lock him up, Dakota.
Yeehaw! Marshall, Moo, Montana. There ain't a better lockout this side of Curious Court.
Thank you, Calf Fine. I appreciate the appreciation, but like it says in the Code of the West, if you get a big head helping people, your hat won't fit. I like that.
Right, Marshall.
Magnificent job.
Maybe we should write down the rules, the cowboy rules of the West, because he just gave us rule number 1.
If you give if your head gets too big helping people, your hat won't fit.
Yeah, that's rule number 1 in their cowboy law.
Right. My problem is I would just say I'll just get a bigger hat then. Like problem solved.
Yeah, go to the store.
Exactly.
Roll up.
Exactly. And aren't we in the Wild West? Wouldn't your hat be like gross if you kept the same one for a really long time? Don't you want to change that out?
I'm wondering where all the poo is, because we got all these cows and all these horses, and the streets are really clean.
He's on the Simpsons.
They got a good street cleaner. He's on top of it.
Something. Yes. So. Yeah. So, okay. First law. If your head gets too big from helping people, your hat won't fit. And then look, he's got a pen and paper. He's writing it down like a studious young man should be. You know what I mean?
Oh.
First of all, also, can I just say how impressed I was that he made a bullet go through a gutter? I mean, that is some next level stuff. Right there.
Yeah, he slows the bullet down and speeds it up,
and has it turn corners.
It's a magic bullet. He's got a Kennedy bullet.
He does. I wonder if Lee Harvey was his great grandson. I don't know.
He's probably raised on his ranch in Russia.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
All right, let's get back into it.
Yes.
Montana, it's always a pleasure to watch a true hero at work.
If you get a big...
Let's get back to that wisdom.
Marshall, Moo, Montana. There ain't a better lockout this side of Curious Court.
Thank you, Calf Fine. I appreciate the appreciation, but like it says in the Code of the West, if you get a big head helping people, your hat won't fit. I like that.
right, Marshall Moo.
Also, doesn't that kind of make him a dick? How he just pulled his hat down and he couldn't get it off, and he was like, "Yeah, listen to me.
Take that. See how tough I am?
Look, relax, Marshall.
I know.
Okay,
Don't be a bully. Yes.
Magnificent job.
take the compliment, ass, and quit fucking with my hat.
Say thank you and walk away.
Exactly. Why do you got to minor assault me? I'm a child. I'm just respecting good deeds.
No. Jeez.
But Montana, it's always a pleasure to watch a true hero at work.
Marshall Moo always gets his horny toad.
Well, it wasn't just me, Mayor Baloney, but all of the cowboys.
Well,
Horny toad baloney, what are we doing here? Where are we going? Something's happening. Horny toad baloney.
What if we stumbled onto something honest? Okay, so let's get that line again.
good job, Montana. It's always a pleasure to watch a true hero at work.
Marshall Moo always gets his horny toad.
Okay, so I think maybe in this setting, the horny toads are the bad guys. That's got to be what it is, right?
There's a lizard and a horny toad. You're right.
Right. Okay. So maybe all the reptiles are represented as the bad guys.
Lizard people.
Yes, like our senators.
Anyway. Well, it wasn't just me, Mayor Baloney, but all of the cowboys.
Well, we're lucky to have such a sterling example of law and order in our...
Remember, you wanted to be this guy.
I know. That's me. That's me right there.
We're lucky to have such a sterling example of law. I do like the fact the good guy's got the blonde hair.
A little tuft.
Yes.
Midst. I had a little nest egg in that bank myself, and thanks to you, it's still safe.
We were just staying true to the code of the West, Mayor. That's our job. Protecting the innocent and good folk of Moo Mesa from those varmints that would perpetrate evil. Sorry, I get riled up just thinking about it.
Me too. I despise a law cow who prevents me from becoming...
Not a lol cow, but a law cow. Nice.
richer. Don't I know it?
Why, terrible.
Holy cow, did you see that gun?
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta see that. It was a whip. We gotta see that one more time.
Yeah, it was like he's lashing. They were lashes.
I despise a law cow who prevents me from becoming richer. Don't I know it?
Why, terrible, my dear sheriff.
Auto whip.
You just gave me one glorious bovine inspiration. Come again, boss? What would you think about seeing Marshall Moo, Montana, blown sky high tomorrow when he picks up his trophy for Law Cow of the Year?
What's the guarantee he'll win?
Has he ever lost?
Good point.
In the meantime, I think the masked bull should pay a little visit to the noon train.
Ooh, the noon train.
Nooner.
The nooner. There goes the nooner. That's the nooner train.
The masked what is it? The masked bull, masked cow is coming to say howdy.
Yeah. He won an award. He always wins. He never loses.
He did win it.
Like the crocodile Homer. Always winning. Really bad.
Hey, bro, I don't know if you know this. Okay. But I'm
how.
here to help. Explosives are really bad for you.
There we go. There is lesson 1 of safety rules inside today's Nooners episode.
Man, Cowboys of Moo Mesa, they could change your life for the better. Episode 1. You know what I mean?
Help me! Help my good little head!
Don't fall for it. It's a trap.
Drop him.
Huh?
Masked bull.
The masked bull.
Yeah.
Okay, so far I'm saying the masked bull is the coolest guy I've seen. I like him the best so far. So far.
I'm in Dakota.
You two, get the nitro.
Yep, nitroglycerin.
You may think nitroglycerin. I think classic VHSs of Monday Night Nitro. But hey, we're different people, you know?
Oh, crap.
Oh, you were right.
You fools. This liquid blows up with the slightest bump. Allow me to demonstrate.
Ooh, don't do that. Oh.
Now you two get that nitro into the wagon. I got me a Marshall to fry.
That's ominous.
That is. That looked like a fake bull. That looked like a lizard bull. Go back. It looks like a lizard bull.
Yeah, but he was wearing a disguise because he was robbing a train, though.
No, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a lizard bull. It's hybrid.
Now you two get that nitro into the wagon.
Right there. Look. Frog face. Frog face. Frog face.
No, it's because he's wearing a thing, right? So his nose.
Bull frog.
For frog
Got
face,
me a Marshall to fry.
horns.
Right? Yeah, bull frog. This is great.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So that's why the noon train's late. It's stranded.
We got us a problem here. The 145's on time. For once.
It's on time? Is that what he said?
Whoa, for once.
We got a problem here. It's on time.
I feel like if it was always late, you would just call it the 2 o'clock and be happy it was early.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I don't.
Disappointing people.
145 will never see the noon train in time to stop.
Yep.
A lot of train moves in that era.
Hey, I can see our house from here, guys. Guys?
Oh, it's the Rockin' Cool Cow. Hey, guys.
Yeah, Colorado. They had
Colorado.
legalized weed probably in '92.
Guys. Am I not here on the? Am I not?
No,
Wait.
we're on horse.
Hey, guys, wait for me.
Wait for me.
We've got a train to save.
They've got a train to save.
They
I
do.
can't. Let's just check in because of the commercial break. I want to make sure. Is your heart okay? Are you? I don't want you to be overstressed. There's a lot of action going on. Look, the 145 that's never on time is about to run into the noon, and Colorado is too busy looking at his house.
Oh, dude, he can see his house from here. So you know, dude, that Colorado is stoned all the time. I guarantee it.
And I know if I had to roll with those other two, I'm stoned all the time, but I get to do what I want. So go figure. You know what?
You're gonna be in Colorado. Ooh,
Asleep at the wheel.
what is it?
The beaver. I think it's the beaver.
I love beaver.
Beavers are
Beaver's woolly.
Hey, where's the brakes on this thing? Oh, don't get up. I'll find them.
Nope, wrong one.
Whoa, dude! Cowabunga!
Hold on to it, dude. It's now. There you go. Right it out.
You know the guy doing voiceover had a great time that day when he went into work. He's like, I'm gonna get paid to do this. Yee-haw, whoa, ow, yeah, woo.
I'm gonna have a pint of whiskey before I go.
I don't blame him.
That was your- He's going off!
Oh no!
No! Colorado. Oda's nasty.
Uh-oh.
Whoa! Whoa! Impressive. Impressive. Good move. Killed the other one.
Looks like you're going to be early. Good work, Dakota. Lives have been saved and schedules have been kept.
So the thrown nitroglycerin hole actually ended up being a good thing.
Well, because
that was the out for the in.
But yes, so if you throw a rock, somehow the rock disappears in that hole that you made.
It kind of went down.
And it becomes a hollow hole, dude. I mean, everybody knows. What are you, not a scientist?
Yeah, and then there is a parallel universe underneath that hole to where the tracks are running parallel underneath the hole as they are above the hole. So we still have tracks to keep that train rolling.
So the train basically went to the Shire and came back to be.
For a second, I thought they were dead.
Right.
When they were in the hole, I thought they died.
Fair.
Or they
That's.
were,
Me too, I thought it was over. I was heartbroken. I was like, what? The
end of the whole series.
Last Cowboy, episode 1, season 1, final ep at the same time, but no.
It's a way to go out.
Magical holes every single time. And what's important is not only were lives saved, but schedules were.
Schedules, yeah, we kept them on schedule, bro.
We got to trade them early.
The neuter never made it. That 145, it's going to be there.
What's going? Looks like you're going to be early.
Early!
Good work, Dakota. Lives have been saved and schedules have been kept.
Lives have been saved and schedules have been killed.
I've said that a few times.
I said never in that order have I said that. Usually one has to sacrifice for the other. You know what I mean? So sure we lost a few people, but we're on time. You know what I mean? Or yeah, we're way late, but everybody's alive. You know, either
America.
way.
That's America. Yeah.
But where's Colorado?
He's dead. Or he's alive.
Oh no!
No.
That was awesome. Where's Colorado? And I just heard you go, he's dead.
Yeah, he fell off the train tracks.
Duh, remember?
High bridge.
He was all high. And...
Yeah, I mean, he did that. Woohoo! I'm on the train.
What you get for train skiing, you dumb stoner?
Now let's see what's coming up in this cloud, though. How did he get out of it?
I don't know, man. What's going on here? Let's.
You're going to be early. Good work, Dakota. Lives have been saved and schedules have been kept.
There's been an hour and a half since you've seen.
But where's Colorado?
Here comes the spirit.
Well, if that
Coffin. Gee, I wonder why.
No.
No explanation needed.
Dakota,
Fine.
you and Colorado follow the wagon tracks. I'll
There
head
it
into town and see what our
Yeah,
Sheriff
cats.
Terrible is up to. Somehow he always
Like cats.
Where is he? Must have died because he fell off like a Cliff River bridge. Where is he? Well, I'm Dusty. Yeah.
I mean, I'm loving the cartoon, absolutely loving it, but there's just dead ends, open gaps everywhere, and there's storylines.
It's the best. I can't figure out if it's the best of the worst or the worst of the best. Either way, it's great.
I know. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it.
Me too.
Everybody should be watching this.
Let's go. Well, yes, let's go.
Knows more about the mass bull than anybody else.
Mass bowl than anybody else.
Well, who does?
Wait a little minute. Just because I said your horse had better manners than you
Oh, it's a
doesn't mean
brothel.
he can sit here neither.
Cow brothel.
Well.
For real. It's a cow brothel.
I can't. It's just like
We got a whorehouse. It's a,
Right.
it's
And
a
it's a
literal whorehouse.
perfectly hot chick. Let's just make her nose and mouth white. You know?
Yeah. Put hooves. Nope. She's got hands on the top, but I'll bet you her bottom's hooves.
Kids will never figure out what this is.
And then we wonder where furries came from.
Only dads on Saturday mornings will know what this is all about.
Yeah. So that's what they were targeting the whole time was dads getting up early and having a cartoon to watch. Oh, get a whorehouse in there.
Get a femcal hybrid that I can.
So now I want to wait and see if we get to see a church.
Yes,
Because
well,
always a church, a bank, a whorehouse.
saloon, sir. Ill repute.
Oh.
House of ill repute.
Oh. That's not what we called them in Deadwood till 1985.
That's
When
fair
it got
enough.
outlawed. It's when it got outlawed.
Isn't it funny though? I will say, like, going on like those family holidays, and you go to like your silver dollar cities and places like that, and it's like Lucky Star Saloon and saloon. You mean alcoholic drug dealing whorehouses? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
We know how to glorify some shit in America, don't we? So
Oh yeah.
we are good at that. So. All right, let's get back
This
into
soul, I want to see what's inside.
Now wait a little minute. Just because I said your horse had better manners than you doesn't mean he can sit here neither. Well,
the horse
look
out.
who's here. Well, howdy, Moo. Looks like you could use yourself a sarsaparilla.
Sit.
Much obliged, Miss Lily.
Well, come on in and wet your whistle.
Come on in and wet your whistle.
Your days are numbered, Marshall.
Who you got to
Don't
drop
tell me
off
there's a
the
2-year-old
campfire?
Say what?
Underage drinking.
Yeah, well, he's just allowed to hang in there. I think that's his mom. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so he's illegitimate.
Yes. Well, I mean,
Oh,
come on now. They did
sad.
not have Plan B back then. So, and I mean the 90s.
You're right. You're right, man. There's just the pull
Can I
out.
help? You catch bad guys now, Marshall Moo? Pretty fast.
You sure are, Cody.
Here he goes
How
again.
about you start by wearing this?
Golly,
Yeehaw!
real deputy star.
Now say there, Cody, how's that long cow of the year floater coming along?
It's gonna be the most rodeoed and float in the parade. You're gonna look good.
I can't give you a daddy, so I'm gonna pawn you off on the town sheriff while
That's
I get
right.
him
Marshall.
sexual favors under the table to allow me to run this illegal establishment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, for real. It's an
With
illegal
children
establishment.
in it.
He's in on it.
Yeah,
They're going to go upstairs at some point.
I mean,
I want
that's
to see him.
you know what I mean. There's no great meal without dessert.
I know, but I just want to see him go
Right?
upstairs because we know what happens.
Not too, Marshall Moo.
Now, how about we let the good folks of Moon Mesa decide who rides the law cow float when they vote, okay?
I still want to move to Moo Mesa. This still seems like an awesome trip.
Yeah, I love that place.
Yeah, but you win every year.
Cody, now there's more streamers and balloons in the stable. So why don't you go out and get them and, well, you could use all you want.
Oh,
Yeah, because I'm good and bald.
Say
I'll
there,
make
you
little
gonna
private
pick
time.
up your award this year, Marshall, or just gonna avoid the whole matter like you usually do?
And her
Well,
breasts.
Lily, like it says in the Code of the West,
She doesn't have
trophies
to
may
utter.
look good on the shelf, but they sure make your eyes look pretty. But they don't make the sagebrush grow.
Oh, let's go
Marshall,
back.
or just
Hey,
gonna
You win
Sagebrush.
every year.
Cody, now there's more streamers and balloons in the stable. So why don't you go out and get them, and well, you could use all you want.
Yeah, because I'm going to need all of them.
Say there, you gonna pick up your award this year, Marshall, or just gonna avoid the whole matter like you usually do?
Well, Lily, like it says in the Code of the West, trophies may look good on the shelf, but they sure make your eyes look pretty. But they don't.
Trophies may look good on the shelf, but they sure make your eyes look pretty. Is number 3 on the Code of the West laws.
No, to be fair, I think he messed up. I think the eyes confused him. We got to get the actual code. I don't want you writing that down as Code of the West if it's not official Code of the West, Cardman. It's important that we get the Code of the West correct. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, this is the loophole, though. These are the loopholes the law throws out. This Card of the West.
Hey, look here, Cardman. I might not know much, but I know how important the Code of the West is. Let's get that straight here.
Gonna pick up your award this year, Marshall, or just gonna avoid the whole matter like you usually do?
Well, Lily, like it says in the Code of the West, trophies may look good on the shelf, but they sure make your eyes look pretty. But they don't make the sagebrush grow.
Trophies may look good on the. Okay, here it goes, Cardman. Trophies may look good on the shelf, but they don't make the sagebrush grow.
What?
I don't.
What?
Can we take that one out? Save the paper and the ink. And also, what kind of a-hole would you be if you get an award? Somebody likes you enough to give you an award, and you go, "Well, might be nice on the shelf, but it don't make my sense." First of all, isn't sagebrush like a desert weed?
Sagebrush. We got sagebrush everywhere out here.
Exactly.
Sagebrush everywhere.
It doesn't. So okay. What other than making sages out of brushes? What does you know what I mean? Like I know what is the why? Who cares? I don't anyway. Look, man.
Sage.
There's a lot you don't understand. That's
Sage.
sagebrush. Oh, very
Sage.
nice.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, it ain't no trophy on a shelf, buddy. Okay.
pretty dull.
Keep that
Pretty
in
dull.
mind.
Pretty dull.
All right.
That saying made no sense whatsoever.
I love this. It's awful, and I did not know it would be this bad, and I did not know that would in turn make it this good because it is so good.
I thought it would be worse.
Fair. You know what? You have to have something there. There has to be a little life in the body, right?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Yeah.
But there should be udders and not boobs.
Read 'em and weep, boys! Come to Papa my...
What's shocking is the amount of adult subject matter already. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
First
that you can
step.
pull out of it.
Yeah. Well, because it's inferred, right? Gambling, drinking, whoring,
And the kid was in there.
thieving. You know what I'm saying? Shooting the whole
Sending
gamut.
the kid off so we can have a drink and go upstairs.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that.
Why don't you go do something, you idiot?
Yeah, take as much as you want. Get out, go.
Yeah, you go now. Cut to gambling. You know what I'm saying?
Good on the shelf, but they sure make your eyes look pretty. But they don't make the sagebrush grow.
But they don't make the sagebrush grow.
I think that's a pubes.
Read 'em and weep, boys! Come to Papa my little chipsters. I trust that little train matter's been taken care of, Sheriff.
All taken care of, Mayor. And soon I'll be able to say the same about Marshall Moo Montana.
Moo Montana.
I wouldn't play those 5 aces, Mayor.
What? Well, how did they get in there? Not in the king. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I have some laws to write. Yes.
Mind if I sit in?
Now the sheriff is gambling.
And they had the crime dog.
Yes.
And the crime dog went running.
Of course.
Naughty things. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I have some laws to write.
What the heck is that on his neck?
Mind if I sit in?
A kerchief.
Crime dog, McGriff.
Just thought you'd like to know We found the stolen nitro, Sheriff.
Nitro? I don't know nothing about any nitro.
Really? I thought since you and the masked bull were so close, you might have heard something about it.
You saying I'm in cahoots with the masked bull?
In 3 words, yes. And one day I'm gonna prove it.
See, that's
Wait.
Wood. That's like a heart, from a heart. He broke out.
Okay, yeah, but yeah. In 3 words, yes. And then you go, okay, well, he's got maybe something else to say because yes is only 1 word. Then he goes, and I'm gonna prove it. So in 3 words is 1 word or 6 words. There's no 3 words. Let's go back. Let's go back, kids. Come on. Let's go back.
Nitro?
Really? I thought since you and the masked bull were so close, you might have heard something about it.
You saying I'm in cahoots with the masked bull?
In 3 words, yes. And one day I'm gonna prove it.
Yeah. That wasn't...
Where was the 3-word phrase?
Why could you not say in 6 words?
Yeah, or
In
in
6
1
words.
word, 6 words. 1 word, yes, and then boom, 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 or wait, where were 3 words in a grouping in which I could tell you in 3 words?
I think he wanted to say in 3 words, go to hell.
Yeah.
Right? But then it turned out to be this whole phrase about blah, 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 blah.
But still, 3 words, yes, I am, maybe. But, like, then you would... Anyway, all right, look, I don't claim to understand how it works in Moo Mesa. I just claim to be a part of Moo Mesa.
I like their fingers on the top, so.
That's fingers on the top of the hands?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, looky. Looky there. Hey, just like I told you. The wagon tracks lead right into Cowtown.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna hog tie the masked bull's hide faster than you can say "Code of the West." Dakota?
Oh, man.
Get your flea-bitten carcasses up.
What?
I told you to watch the nitro, not the backside of your eyelids.
Oh. Don't worry. We're guarding that nitro up something fierce, boss.
I'll take care of the whole thing, you nitro rat.
Whoops. Wrong barn.
Uh-oh.
Child endangerment. Add it to the list.
Here you go.
Everything myself around.
What happened there?
When those do-gooders leave, get...
Whoops.
He just gave up on the chase.
So
Like,
basically, yeah, it sounds like. So the sheriff said he knew where the nitro was, right? And then, yeah, and so the homeboy is coming in to talk to
the
him.
nitro, not the backside of your eyelids.
Don't worry. We're guarding
See, they know where the nitro is. They have it. They're guarding it.
I'll take care of the whole thing, you nitro rat.
Zoinks.
Whoops. Wrong barn.
Everything myself around.
They just gave up on the chase. Screw
They
the kid.
ran off screen, stopped, came right back on screen. Bad.
When those do-gooders leave, get the nitro out of there. But in the meantime, get me that kid, Cody.
Oh,
Sure. We don't even need a reason.
What he said.
Here we go with tunnels.
Hey, open up. Let me in. Come on, let me in. Open
Ballot
up.
and stream.
Mommy and the sheriff are busy.
Yeah.
Mommy-
See? Exactly what we said. Now they didn't go upstairs, but they went to mommy's house.
You know what I mean? Or just they're behind the bar. Or, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. Tied in right in the store.
No.
he's a busy boy. Oh,
Who's there?
fix your dress, you woman of the night. He'll repeat.
She only came in half out.
Yeah. So we took all the nitro,
Oh,
boss.
this is disgusting.
Yeah, we rigged it underneath the log how the air float.
We sure did. So now, when the float hits the slightest bump,
Listen to the struggle.
Kaboomy. Moo burgers all around.
Say what, brother?
Listen to the struggle. Listen
Yeah.
to the struggle.
I like it. In the meantime, what do we get to do with the kid? Well, since you two brilliant fellows were smart enough to spill your plans in front of the brat, I guess you'll have to dispose of him quietly.
Unaliving a child, that's not right.
I know that is wrong. That's what makes him a real bad guy.
We're fixing to dispose of him. No, that's mine.
No way.
Stop it.
Come on, Sheriff.
Grind him up real good.
Grind him up real. Oh, no.
Is that the food source?
This is serious for a kid's show.
Hey, y'all. We haven't seen Calf Pun since yesterday.
Say, any of you fellas seen Cody?
Well, they haven't seen their child since yesterday.
And he's in a mulcher.
But she's just chilling. She's not freaking out.
Yeah.
She's not wandering around the town. No, she's just standing there.
But
Well, I
check
mean, in
out-
case a client comes. You
check
know what
out-
I'm
Dakota knows something's up, right?
right.
But look how stoned Colorado is just looking at her cow boobs.
Well, I mean,
It's what Colorado does.
I'm relating the most to Colorado at this juncture of anybody in the show.
I
I'm just
he's just
I'm proud of it, but you should know that at this
I mean,
point.
he is. He's cool. He's just laid back. He's happy. He's just like, hey, whatever. Somebody got shot. Yeah. Hey. Somebody's in a mulcher. Yeah.
Little kid is missing. Whoa, look at those bibs.
Where'd my friends go? Everybody's gone.
Well, I mean, but look at poor kid's mom. I mean, you know what I mean?
For a cow, she is sexy.
Yeah, but okay.
Not Disney sexy.
But a poor mother. She's no good. She's a bad mother.
Bad mom.
Most sexy moms are not good at the mom part. If you're good at the look, you can have a choice if you're a sexy mom. You can be good at the sexy part or you can be good at the mom part. You know what I mean? But you can't do both.
You don't have to take my word for it.
You know. So, all right. Let's get it. I mean, the kid is missing. It's serious. You know what I mean? So let's go.
We'll find the little fella, Miss Lily. Right, Dakota?
Yeah.
What's that?
Marshall Montana, where are you going, boy? Come on, we've got a Raw Cow of the Year award to give out.
Oh, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cowtown and the annual Mesa Day Parade. Miss Lily, now this award goes to the varmint, a person who did the most to keep the law and order on Moo Mesa. It is with great pleasure that I announce this year's winner, the Raw Cow of the Year, our very own Marshall Moo Montana.
Look at that heart.
Congratulations, Montana.
Oh, thank you kindly, Mayor.
I have a feeling this might very well be your most explosive Mesa Day ever.
Oh, is that a double entendre?
Same grain.
Look at that. And his mom is what?
Let me tell you, folks.
Don't
Don't go into a grain bin, folks.
No.
Because you will be dead. Don't believe this show. You will sink in the grain bin. You won't just sit there and still have for a night.
Are you telling me you can't Scrooge McDuck it like he does with gold coins with grain?
Nope, that's true. I mean, you cannot. Don't do that. It's another safety. This is a hey. I'm bringing you OSHA safety stuff here.
Do not. I love that.
Do not get in a grain bin.
Hey, kids, do not play in grain elevators.
No.
All right. But it looks like he's saved. All right, let's try this again.
Where's the mulching machine? Because it was supposed to mulch him up. Remember?
Hey, look, man. You are getting too heavy for Moo Mesa, bro. Okay.
A heavy situation. Dude, Dakota.
Oh.
There you are. Ain't you a sight for sore eyes?
Hurry! The last bull's gonna blow up Marshall Moo! We gotta save him.
That's a great float.
Where's Mom?
Oh!
Son missing, life in danger in this hoe. And I mean, look, man, seriously?
Ain't you a sight for sore eyes?
Hurry! The last bull's gonna blow up Marshall Moo! We gotta save him.
Oh my word! Oh my word! That's straight up like that's 2 steps from cartoon porn. Her kid is in a grain bin, and she was just with the marshal, and then she goes and jumps on a float when they go to look for a kid. She don't even help.
But and let's not, and not just any float. I want you to see what float she's on right now. Look at what that is. That is a giant half-naked pig in a bathtub style. See the window to make it seem like a bathtub. So it's indoors.
Flashing.
Like
Yay.
you see what I mean? That's why is she on that float promoting that? Card man, explain it to me. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know why. You know what I mean?
Well, because money's rolling. Money's rolling in. You got to, if it's rolling in, ride the float. If it's rolling in, ride it.
She was all like,
Do not come.
please, whatever you do.
Do not come.
But the Moo Mesa Cowboy said,
I'm gonna come.
Like, oh, utter.
we gotta.
There you are. Ain't you a
Looking at
sight
cow.
for sore eyes?
Hurry! The last bull's gonna blow up Marshall Moo! We gotta save him.
This thing, man.
Cow of the year, even though he is a bull.
the leg is moving to attract you, and she's literally like, hey, come see naked bathing women. Like, at the very least, I feel like she's promoting bathing women somewhere.
Yes.
Like,
Bathe us.
with her son missing and life in danger, she's on a float promoting sex.
And then
What's wrong with? And we wonder why kids are so messed up today.
And then
Think
listen
about
to the sound. After they leave the float and they pan right to that window. Listen to the first sound,
The
okay?
last bull's gonna blow up Marshall Moo! We gotta save him.
Why kids in our generation are so messed up. Oh yeah, the breathing.
Blow up Marshall Moo! We gotta save him.
Has it happened, giant balls?
You got it.
All of them just that little.
That's
Yeah.
see, and you being an artist understand none of this is by accident. People think,
No.
oh, this is just how they don't understand each scene, especially stuff this old. It took a long time to create every scene. It took
This is drawn out.
Is this still
This is
drawn
by
out? I was wondering if this was still drawn or if this was computer like, you know,
No.
they could draw it and the computer could move it. Like
Maybe that might be that tech, but yeah, there's a lot of handwork
yes.
in this.
Specifically, that float was made and intentionally that sound Foley was plugged in directly after that. People
That
don't
was so
understand.
great. Oh, okay, what are we gonna do?
Blow up Marshall Moo! We gotta save him.
One more time, and then we'll go. Sorry, guys. One more time. All right, sex float with bad single mother, terrible whore single mother.
Has it happened, giant balls? No!
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Caught him.
Take care of Calf Pint. Me and
Take your kid, please. Will you please take your
Yeah.
damn child?
You
We
watch-
know you're- Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean we've been watching your kid for flipping 4 hours now. After we saved him out of a grain bin. What have you been doing?
You're on a float, whoring yourself in the middle of town while I'm saving your child's life.
And then you throw your child with her on it. Now, he's promoting it too.
Well, I don't know so much. I'm not mad. It's like, take care of your child. Look at you. This whole town should be shaming you right now. I'm just saying. We have to take your child and put it on a float to throw it at you because you're too busy selling sex in the middle of town in a parade while we're saving your kid's life. You can't be bothered.
Yep, that horny cow needs stoned.
Dakota gotta save Moo.
I thought you sorry sacks of fleas took care of that calf. What? Out of my way! Do everything myself around here.
Sure it was.
Broncos.
Moo! Get off the float! It's a trap!
You kids are like,
I think they're disguised. They gotta be disguised.
oh.
Either that or I don't know what it was.
Yeah! Hold on, Moo!
Oh
no!
Wily Coyote it.
The nitro.
They're riding the nitro.
Thank God somehow at the exact same moment the nitro hit the bank and exploded, they were all boarded safely onto a rocket ship. Or something that acted as a rocket. We gotta
It's an acting rocket acting.
The nitro.
The nitro. I thought we were in the old west, the desert, a little bit ago. Like, no, we're in Montana. We're in Montana. That's right.
So much for your plan.
Say what?
I was looking at the landscape
Oh,
because it went from so much dust and dirt to the mountains, but then I remembered, oh, it's Montana. So yeah.
I'm still confused on the rocket ship.
Yeah,
Where did it come from?
Is it a 50-pound barrel?
I don't know if you know this, but Cardman, every bank has a secret rocket ship hidden inside of it. In case something happens, they can all board it safely. So
I knew that.
yes, it's a well-kept secret in the industry.
So much for your plan. Plan? A plan? What? Was there a plan?
Marshall, I think the kind of people in Moo Mesa would like to hear a few words from their favorite log cow.
Oh, come on, Moo. Tell him how you
Get off me, ho! Raise your son. You know what I'm saying?
A plan?
Give her some fun with it.
Marshall, I think the kind of people in Moo Mesa would like to hear a few words from their favorite log cow.
Oh, come on, Moo. Tell him how you feel.
Well,
I told you not to take the horses down there. But no, it's okay, says you. Water's not deep, says you. So what happens? We wind up to our black masks in a raging deluge fighting for our lives.
I think we should make sure these boys get escorted back to jail. What do you think, Dakota?
well,
Run, boys, run. Run.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Cliffhanger. Out of nowhere, cliffhanger. Boom.
oh man, heavy. Oh, let's listen to the outro song for a second. See. Oh, jamming out west. All right. I love the song though. It's a great background track. All right. We did it, baby.
Awesome.
We did our first watch along.
Dude, that was awesome.
I
I
agree.
love that cartoon. There's so much good and bad with it. It is just so perfect.
I love the fact that they blew up the bank, and then the next day they didn't do the part where the next day after they blew up the bank and they had the feds come in and repo everybody's land, and they couldn't get loans or pay off their loans, so the rich federal people and private interests came in and took over Moo Mesa. It was great. So because they blew up the bank.
Moo Mesa, that's the place to be.
It is.
I gotta Google search that. Because I really relate with Moo Mesa. Really good place. A lot of good people. Just a couple bad lizards.
I disagree. I still would like to be there, but I feel like it is a dusty. I mean, think about it. The only woman we've seen in town already has a kid. We don't know who the father is. She's running a brothel bar while pawning the thing off on local law enforcement.
Yeah, well, they're all up in the brothel.
That's
where the other ladies are. They're busy. They're making. That's what I said. She's making money. She's rolling. That's why she had to be on the float. Ignore the kid. Had to be on the float because the promotion's so big. Because she's just rolling. Them cows up in the brothel are. They're getting it.
I don't know about you, but I feel like I need to see more. I feel like we got to come back.
Dude, I know.
Watch some more of this. Where does it go?
This series needs to be completed.
I'm surprised it wasn't bigger. Like, I could see getting greenlit for it.
Why not? I mean,
I could see being so excited because you're like, think about it. We'll have an exclusive line of toys. There's no other cowboy cows, you know what I'm saying, out there. So when we release the Cowboys of Moo Mesa, there's no Star Wars G.I. Joe overlap here. There are only these things exist in their own atmosphere. This is great. They had a great plan. They just couldn't get it to roll for some reason. I don't know what it was. I feel like we might find out. We've got 26 episodes. Let's see here. How many episodes do we have?
It was for a full year that they went.
Leading, let's see here.
It's so
The show was American created, aired ABC Saturday morning lineup. 2 seasons of 13 episodes each. So we've got 26 episodes.
Yes,
we've just discovered the town. Well, I hope there's more ladies in that town. She's got to be exhausted,
But here's the thing that why she's rolling also. That's a 1-kid town. She's
it's a one heifer town. That's why
her girls clean. They're not gonna have them kids. There's no kids getting caught up in all this. She's running a great business, keeping the kid count low.
Running a great business.
She is. In the time, hey, we got to go in the time.
Okay.
With the time. And today, bad. That's bad. Bad in America today, brothel bad. But back then, brothel was bank. That was money. You were rolling straight OG.
True.
That's what she is. She is straight OG. Did you see those boobs? She has power in that town.
Well, I mean, she's the only female. If you're the only female in any town,
the rest
you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Even if you're a single mom prostitute, if you're the only, and you're such a poor mother, you're on a float selling sex while your child is about to die.
I love that part.
Thrown into a grain elevator, and you're like, "Hey, let the cops deal with it. I gotta be on a float in the middle of town while my child is missing, and not just any float, a sex float."
Oh, it was right behind the sheriff float.
Come on, man.
With 2 pistols.
I feel like that's very Nebraska, dude. Like when I think Nebraska, I think
you nailed it. That's Oregon Trail Days.
Awesome.
That's our summer celebration. I know you've heard of Oregon Trail. Everybody's Oregon Trail, but that is actually our summer celebration. Is Oregon Trail Days because the guts of it run right through my backyard.
Very nice.
I mean, so yeah,
very nice.
So it is very Nebraska. I really relate. I think I could run that town. I could be mayor of that. Oh,
I love it.
That town.
Are you saying you could be the mayor of Moo Mesa?
Yes.
we gotta say, whoa, dude, I'm a cow. And you
And you're Colorado.
yeah, I hope.
I mean,
hope.
for real, dude.
Yeah.
Just that. Hey, how's it going? I got a lot of questions for you.
Anyway, man, we got about 3 minutes left. Tell the people what you got coming up, what your plan is this weekend. Might you be doing a live? Might not. What are you thinking?
Actually, I probably will be doing a live this weekend. At some point. Yeah, I will be because
cool.
Today's a good day. Then
hey man, and if you ever want to do a now that we have a show, I was worried this might not be the show. We were gonna have to keep looking. I'm in. I'm all
dude,
in.
I love it.
I'm surprised at how good and bad at the same time it is. Anyway, you ever doing a late night stream? You want to just watch another Moo Mesa? Let me know if I'm available. We'll do it. We'll just go live.
Anytime.
Drop the hat because we're gonna create a playlist of these. My goal is for us to have an episode per episode where you can sit with us forever. You know what I mean? It's an evergreen thing. It's not a current event at all.
No. But what's great is you can look at it and then you can think of 92, but yet you can bring today's sort of things into that cartoon. And man, I had a blast doing that.
Hell yeah. So you're talking about going live, excited about that. Are you still thinking about being on maybe possibly doing a Monday? We'll talk this weekend, but I want you to
I'm down. If I'm down for whatever you say, Mike. I'm in your pocket, bro. I got your back. You know, whatever you say, I'm there. I got just what I do. You know, I'll this weekend I'm starting in on the softball team cards.
Ooh, cool. Oh, so you might do a go live as you design?
I won't do that. I just don't have the setup for it or the room where I do my work because I work on my coffee table and I work in an area that's literally like, yeah, I mean, that's where I do my cutting and everything. So I don't really have room. And then around it's just a ton of cards. It's a mess. People say I have a problem, but I don't have a problem. I just have a way that I make my cards and it's dirty.
Dirty for some. Hey, man, everybody's got their jam. You know what I'm saying? Every creative person has their creative process.
That's right. So mine just looks awkward to people when they walk in my house, but they go over it.
We ain't mad at it.
Nah. They chill and they finally figure it out and they realize, you know, But no, because I have it in the living room. We've got that's right cut. Then I've got here in the Cardman kitchen. This is where I have my setup for us, you know. And those are pretty much my two spots.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, guys, please make sure you go follow the Cardman. Follow him on Instagram. Follow him on Facebook. Follow him on YouTube. He does some amazing go lives. They are awesome. We got to give a shout out to Power Slap Superfan, Don the Superfan, always holding us down, making it worthwhile. Guys, we hope you enjoyed it. Remember, PT Podcast, PT Pod. Check it out. We are dropping all kinds of clips this weekend. Probably no Sunday night show. Don't know. Going to be on hiatus for our Sunday night show for a while. But tomorrow we're going to be doing a mega stream as we do on Saturdays, a big 8-10 hour stream of, different work and content. And then, Monday we'll be back at it. We'll probably take Sunday off this week. But guys, today we're going to be uploading all kinds of clips and daily clips are coming out. Check the Cardman's page. Check Seahawk Comedy. Check PT Pod. All kinds of stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been the first ever Nooner Watch Party. Guys, we appreciate you.
Oh, boy.
yeah, we are back and we are live. Don't short out on me now. Don't die on me now, Super Will. I need you, Super Will. Let's see here. All right, we're good. Okay, so hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PT Pod, the best conversational show on the internet. All the internet. That's right. Don't look. Don't go anywhere else. Just tune in here, share with your friends, watch all of our old shows, look forward to our new shows, and you're good. You need no other shows. So, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of needing no other shows, a lady I just did an amazing show with. You can see her. She's amazing. She's gorgeous. She's ready to make you laugh and to tell you a little bit more about herself. Give it up for Miss Charity Jones.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Heck yeah. Thank you for doing the dang thing. Speaking of doing the dang thing, you killed it last Saturday night in Tulsa. We did a show fresh off of Vegas and 14 other shows. You're doing 100 different things. How's it going? How did that show compare to other shows you've been doing lately? And what's like the state of comedy? You know, I haven't been on the road in a while and you're grinding. So, you know, what's it like right now?
Thank you. It's so fun, but it's also exhausting. Yeah, that was a fun show we did though. That was great. That was the first time I've danced on stage.
The first time ever? Oh.
Well, in a group setting.
Well, I'm glad I was there for that. I'm glad I was there. You know, to mix it up and take apart. Yeah, I love the venue. So, and you're out of Tulsa currently, right?
Yes, I'm currently a resident of Tulsa. Yeah. It is my home base.
And how long have you been there?
It'll be 2 years in July. I'm from Northwest Arkansas. Yeah, moved here almost 2 years ago. So
awesome. Let's see here. So yeah, instead of grilling, feel free to tell us how'd you end up in Tulsa? You know what I mean? Tell a story. This is crazy, but like comedians like to talk normally, but I don't want to.
Well,
I don't
sorry.
Here.
No, my game has been a little off today. I had a long day at work, and then I got in some Facebook drama a little bit. But
I saw that with D.
D. I don't think so.
Mr. Oates.
Oh yeah, I forgot he has two names. Yeah, but you know,
is that the drama you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so.
I thought, oh, Charity, just keep your mouth shut. Why do you say anything? But no, it's fine. You know, it just comes with comedy. We were going to talk about that, right? The pains of comedy.
Yes. Well, I wanted to talk about the whole thing. First things first, I wanted to know, let's see here. Let me share this. I'm making sure everything is shared and everybody is out and doing the thing. So yeah, the Facebook drama. You know, here's the thing. I live in the Facebook drama. I'm actually making strides. You know what I mean? I'm making legit strides to not be involved in the Facebook drama. It doesn't make you happy. It doesn't fix the problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, I've spent days. You know, you understand. I was, you know, very politically active in this last election and stuff like that. And, you know, so, well, it led to some great opportunities. I got to travel. A lot of people I know I've met through that are great folks. But by the same token, you get death threats. Your wife gets death threats. Your, you know, 70-year-old mother gets doxxed on the internet and, you know, threats to, you know, stuff like that. So, you know, it's cute when I see a little Facebook drama. I'm like, y'all have no idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, y'all are cute. Y'all haven't even, you know, because I mean, I live in that Twitter world, or used to. I do still, but I live in that Twitter world where it's like, have you seen Twitter? Have you been on Twitter lately?
No, I haven't been on there at all. Yeah, I'd stay away from the Twitter. I just got a TikTok like 2 weeks ago.
Ooh.
So.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I still don't have a TikTok. I mean, I do. Okay, so I have a TikTok. Huh?
I looked for you. Yeah, you were not there.
I have like an account officially, right? Like, but I don't post or anything to TikTok. I should, everybody's like, dude, you got to go TikTok, and clips are the thing, and investing the time and energy and effort into doing all that. They're like, TikTok is the thing, man. I know people that they've used that as their main growth driver. So
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps telling me too. So I finally caved, and my kids are on there. They use it the most, probably. So, well, except for one of my kids, I have twins. They're 22.
You have 22-year-old twins.
Yes.
I love it.
And one will communicate with me on TikTok, and we send each other things, but the other said that they're not ready. So
To be on TikTok or to have a relationship with you on TikTok?
To have a relationship with me on TikTok, for me to see their TikToks.
That's fair. So you're originally from Northwest Arkansas, NWA, shout out.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I did some comedy out there. You know what I mean? Oh gosh, you know what? I don't know if they like me, so I won't even say their names because let's not. They're like, I like that. I don't have a problem with them, but you just never know in this game. But yeah, I worked with some old schoolers out there, and somebody that I did work with, Luke Perkins. I know is a promoter, I think, still out there. So I did a couple of his shows way back in the day, and worked with a lot of those NWA comics back then. So
yeah,
probably 6-8 years ago. So yeah, man, it's a
Cool.
great place. So so what made you decide to go from Northwest Arkansas to Tulsa? Let's start there.
Okay. Well, there was a combination of factors. I wanted to sell my house and downsize. My kids had moved out, and I basically had just always wanted to move to a city. And Fayetteville's still relatively small. I mean, Northwest Arkansas as a whole has grown a lot, but I was familiar with Tulsa. I've always visited Tulsa throughout growing up, childhood, I guess, or life. And so it's kind of an easy transition, and I can always drive home to see the kids. I go back to Northwest Arkansas probably at least twice a month. So
Nice.
yeah.
Nice. And it is beautiful there. But Tulsa, being in Oklahoma City, it's just not, the landscape just isn't as gorgeous as Tulsa. And, as you get farther that way, man, you get more hills, greenery,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. It's gorgeous up there. So
It is. I miss it a lot, but there's so many things going on in Tulsa all the time.
And
It's
so
a
you
different
wanted,
vibe.
was comedy a part of that decision? Like, were you like, it's going to be easier to pursue comedy in kind of a town that has more going on than Fayetteville, and this is the closest, easiest one? Or had you not thought about doing comedy yet?
Well, it was a subconscious thought, really. I mean, I knew I wanted to get back into it, and I, for some reason, felt like it was easier not knowing anyone, just coming
Right.
in fresh and clean, and just starting with a blank slate. And but no, my main motivation for moving was kind of the real estate market, and I've always just wanted to get out of Fayetteville. I mean, I love it there, but I wanted to experience new things. I love to travel, and I really hope to get to a bigger city. I feel like Tulsa's kind of my transition city, my first step away from home. My dad lives like a mile and a half down one way, and my brother a mile the other way from my old house. So this was my baby step.
No, and that's all. Hey, that's awesome. When I was 20, I went to I moved to Hawaii. So, for about 15 years or so. So yeah, man,
Oh, wow.
I do understand what it is to just kind of need to go. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Sorry, I'm sharing our stuff. Drop in now.
It's okay.
My,
No, I felt like it was totally time for me to start living my dreams,
Heck, well, and the cool part about it is you raised your kids, you made sure they were good, you made sure they were living, you know what I mean? That they were kind of taken care of in a way. And
Yeah.
now you're following your dreams, and I think that's badass. And you said you've been back to doing comedy for about a year.
Yes. Yep, it's been about a year. I started out just, doing the open mics and getting out there and making connections and networking and making friends and showing up and putting in the work and doing classes and reading books and writing jokes,
Comedy
writing terrible
classes are a
jokes.
scam, but just so you know, comedy classes are a street. Okay, so The only reason you would spend the time and the money in a comedy class is if it was connected to a club that you then got to play on a regular basis. Other than that, comedy classes are a scam. Anyway,
well, you could lead that with your opinion is that comedy classes are a scam.
Or just state the fact that comedy classes are a scam.
I don't think so. I felt like I got a lot of
Hey, look, Charity.
You better hear me. I'm gonna be another rapper dancer popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
So the point is, comedy classes are. But anyway, I mean.
Okay, well, I felt like I gained some valuable
quick
information,
question.
but I
How many-
totally went because of.
How many comedy classes did Gilda Radner take? How many comedy classes did
I think the coach.
Whitney Cummings take? How many comedy classes
You would
did...
be surprised at how many of them went through the American Comedy Institute.
Well, yeah, no. Well, yeah, and I'm trying to break that whole thing too. I'm on the other side of it. How many comedy classes did Richard Pryor take or George Carlin? You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, I don't know these answers, Michael.
None!
I'm not a Google machine.
The answer is 0.
I don't feel like you wholeheartedly know that either.
So, hey, no, look, I understand if.
Well,
if
how
it's a
many classes
thing-
have you taken and not felt that were beneficial?
Oh, I don't know, half a dozen.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there. Well, here's the thing. Look, I'm going to say it like this. There's no working comedian teaching a comedy class that you want to be on their level. You usually want to be past their level. Anybody who is a quote unquote working comedian teaching a comedy class and hasn't made it to, full-time agency bookings and full-time touring and a 30-minute special and guest spots on sitcoms or late night shows, if they're not there, which is where you want to be as a comic, then I don't want to learn from you because you can't teach me what I need to know. You know what I mean? If you can't teach me what, a producer is going to say 5 minutes and 30 seconds into a 6-minute set when I'm doing on NBC because you've never been there, what can you really teach me? To tell jokes? I tell jokes. Also, I don't want your style. You know what I mean? I'm not interested in your style. I'm interested in my own. Now, there are basics in the same way. Look, I love music, played guitar for 25 plus years. And yeah, you need to learn chords. You need to learn scales. You need to learn certain things. So when you get with other people, you guys are speaking the same language. And I'm down with that. You know what I mean? Callback, setup, punchline. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Rule of threes, blah, blah, blah. It's important to learn those things, but you can learn those things from working an open mic. However, if you feel like comedy classes are the best way to do that, I'm with you 100%. But there's a point where it's like, okay, once I know the basics, I need to get out there. I need to play my own guitar. I need to create my own style. And I would say comedy more than music, right? Because with music, you literally, everything is just a copy of other stuff. You know what I mean? The hottest song out, one of the hottest songs out right now is that Bruno Mars and that other girl song. And it's like, da, 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 da. I'm like, that's 80s. It's literally 80s music, 80s keys, 80s beats. Comedy, you can't do that. I can't come up and recycle, you know what I mean? David Brenner jokes from his stand-up in the 80s in New York and just start doing them like you can music. And you can't make a living as a cover comic either. Like, oh yeah, no, I'm working the road doing Carlin's bits from 72. That's not, you know what I mean? You got to have your own thing. So sorry, you quit talking on me. I was waiting for you to interrupt, get passionate. Help me. Help me.
You
Help
just
me.
went ahead and ran with it.
Like, you know what I mean? Just like, sorry.
You just asked me on here to sit and look pretty.
Oh, and you're doing a great job. You know what I mean?
Well, thank you.
No, I was
I
just
think,
saying.
Okay, it's my turn. I do think that it does matter at what point you are in your comedy journey. I mean, you do want somebody that's higher in the journey than you or more successful or whatever you want to say. But I mean, I did that. There's nothing wrong with doing it. I went to New York and went to the Comedy Institute, a workshop that was 4 or 5 nights, and then we did perform at Gotham Comedy Club, and that was a huge motivator for also signing up for that workshop. I knew that was where the performance at the end of the week would be. But I felt like we learned a lot. But like you said, I was new to comedy, or still, I'm still pretty new, but and it, and I have worked with a couple people and coaches and things, and like you don't want their style. And sometimes I disagree with them. You know, they give me their advice on a joke, and I think, no, I've tried that joke a couple times, and I like it, and I feel good about it. You know, and so I throw that piece away, or I adjust it and be like, okay, I could clean that up here or do something there, and can kind of take their point of view and mesh it with mine. But I wouldn't say that they're completely worthless. I mean, but you're right. I do want to go to somebody that's higher in the journey than me. And I feel like you have to keep, moving to find that, like keep working with people.
Yeah, and to correct myself and to come down on your side, because that is one thing I always try to do. It's why everybody hates me, because I try to see every side of every argument. It's like I can have opinions on things because I've, looked at the research, and, people are like, "Rah!" And I'm like, yeah, man, look, you know what I'm saying? I look at both sides. Because everybody's wrong and everybody's right. You know what I mean? You are the villain in some people's story, and you're the hero in other people's story. And both times you probably never meant to be either. You know what I mean? You're just trying to do your thing. So looking at it from both sides, something that going to New York and playing that stage and working on Gotham, and with that gives you the one thing you can't buy, and that's confidence. And you are a very confident comic. I love that about you. You're not a dick at all. You're not, you're not snooty. You're not snobbish, but you are very confident in who you are and your ability. And that's inspiring to other comics around you. So, that's important. And if a comedy class helps you get that, I say, hell yeah. You know what I mean? You're like, look, I paid the price. I've done the work. You know what I mean? I went to gritty New York. You know what I mean? I came out of pocket. I busted my ass. And I got on that stage and I got laughs in one of the toughest rooms in America. So I can come back to Tulsa. I can play Dallas. I can, you know what I mean? I can work around.
Yeah. It did help a lot. We got up in front of the class every night and did our sets, and he critiqued us in front of the class, and even just being critiqued like that in front of all of these people you really don't know. There was probably like 12 or 15 in the class, but it did help build your confidence. You had to get thicker and thicker skin, But yeah, by the end of the week, I was like, oh, got this. I'm in New York City,
I'm a New York comic now, baby. That's awesome. That's awesome. So do you have favorite rooms yet? Do you have rooms where you're like, okay, this room kind of feels, because it's hard, right? So like a lot of comics talk about home clubs. You know what I mean? We're getting deep into comedy here. I was trying to get deep into your life. What's your life? We're staying. Look, here's the thing. I don't want you to know.
Move around.
Have I ever been married? Have I ever been divorced? Maybe. Have I ever had sex? Well, I have children, but maybe they were from a test tube. You don't know, Mike, and we're not talking about it. I'm like, okay, my bad. But I'm kidding. But a lot of comics refer to a club as their home club. Really hard nowadays. It's not like that, where you start at a comedy club and then you get passed to be, you know what I mean, the MC, and then you get middle spots, and then you're middling on the weekends, and then they, bump you to headliner on off nights, and then they have sister clubs, and, you go to Dallas, and you go to Kansas City or Wichita, and you work, one-nighters, and, it's just not the way it works anymore. There's 14 different shows going on tonight. Good Lord. I know of at least, in Tulsa and Oklahoma City alone, I know of at least 3 open mics tonight, and I'm not even digging. I'm not looking. If I was digging for open mics and willing to do music or poetry mics, I'm sure there's at least 4 or 5 between the two cities. In Oklahoma, which ain't Austin, ain't LA, ain't New York.
I was saying that last night, that Tulsa's hot for comedy.
Agreed.
It's a hot spot. Yeah. I'm going to an open mic right after this over at
Juju Rashad?
No, Rabbit Hole. Ethan Paul Barton.
I don't even know him.
Oh, he's a cute kid.
I've been out of the game. I've been out of that game so long. You know what I mean?
That he's pretty new.
Yeah, I gotta hit up some open mic. Man, there's nothing an old comic hates more than open mics. Boy, I will tell you what. I can't. How I hate the open mics. Let me tell you the ways. But
I haven't been in a while. It'll be fun to reconnect with everybody and get up there.
They're so
and mess
important.
around.
They're so important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are the grind. They are the mudding. You know what I mean? That you do. They are the hike through the mud that you have to do. I just hate them. So you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm like, Skeeter, you're 19, screaming about how frustrated you are with how the world works and how hard you have it. Shut up, okay? You're a film student. A film student telling me how hard the world is. Stop it. The only laughable thing is that you're here, okay? Stop it. Anyway,
Yeah, sometimes sitting through some of the sets is painful, but
no, it's
you got to do it, like you said. You got to do it. And it's fun hanging out after with everybody.
Right. No, I want to go to the Juju Rashad one. In fact, I'm gonna try to get there next weekend. So
Is that your mama's house?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
So
yeah, I
try to
haven't
come
been to
out.
that one yet.
If you're around next Thursday, try to come out. I also got a guy in from LA and Hawaii that's actually gonna move to Austin, but he's here in OKC for like a month or so. And we're gonna go up there. I want to hit that with him as well. So yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll message me. I'll probably forget, but I'll come out.
Try to get Lynn to go and see if we can get Miss Treese out there. Just everybody, the homies, and support Juju. You know what I mean? He's working hard and talk about Facebook drama.
Oh,
so being my age-ish, it's hard. This is the thing that I think is the hardest is that, we're a generation who went from Nokia cell phones and MySpace, to living on social media. There are people that live, I know streamers that literally stream 6, 7, 8 hours a day. They will go live and, they cover all kinds of topics. But that's the thing. I know guys that are making a good living, but they're like, man, you got to go live 4 hours a day. I'm like, oh my gosh,
that's
I get
insane.
But then you got your Twitter people, your reply guys that live there, and they can make a living. They truly can make a living at it. But I wonder, man, it's like it's just a different world. You know what I mean? The Facebook, this stuff would have never happened in 20
in
years
real life.
ago, say. So yeah, and it really doesn't happen much in real life either. Because these people are all in the same towns, they never confront each other, and that
I know.
I think that's the core difference, right? Where we come from, we have these problems. I'll show up. You know what I mean? We're gonna deal with this.
I mean, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
I'll ask
show
you
up
to
at
sit
your
down and have a
show.
conversation. Like,
Yeah. What are we gonna do?
I'm not gonna throw hands, but we're gonna, we're gonna have a conversation with Miss Jones. Yeah.
So how do you think it's different? Like what?
Well,
I see you
think
do a
it's
great job on
age,
social
for
media.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thanks. I think it's just where we're at in life. Some people are still in painful situations or in painful spots with their self and their mental health, or they haven't learned how to navigate with enough confidence yet to brush things off as fast. I don't know. I think it comes with maturity, though, and age. I wasn't always great at it. I mean, I've been a drama queen for sure.
Well, if there's one thing comedians hate, it's mental health and maturity. We do not do either.
I know. I have to remind myself sometimes, like, okay, remember, this isn't your only world. Like,
yeah. Not only that, but like, this is inherently dysfunctional. You know what I mean? This is inherently a dysfunctional world where the most successful people most of the time are really good at this, but really bad at other things. So understand that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, although I will say, I feel like it's kind of the era of the functional comedian, right? If you look at like Nate Bargatze, Christina Pazicki.
He's going to be in Northwest Arkansas Saturday.
Very
Sorry,
cool.
I cut you off.
No, that's very cool. I love that, and probably sold out already. I bet
his night show there's a 2:30 matinee I was going to maybe go to, but I think I'm going to go to Mayfest in Tulsa. Anyway, I totally squirreled the conversation. It's a festival downtown in Tulsa around Guthrie Green. There's art booths and there's music on the stage. I think for 3 days. There's a beer garden or whatever, and food
See if
trucks.
You can get an in between band spot. That's what we used to do. Seriously, back in the day, that's what we used to do. Nobody does it anymore.
Yeah.
But you go to these arts places like this, you figure out who's doing it, and they're going to have teardown time in between bands. You're like, hey, I'm a local comedian. I can keep it PG. I'd love to come up on stage in between bands, maybe go up, tell everybody how excited I am to be here. maybe mention something if you'd like me to mention it, and do 5-7 minutes of comedy.
Oh, that's a great idea.
They used to let you a lot of times. So,
Yeah.
and I did that a ton here in Norman because there's always bands playing. It's like, hey man, in between, it's like you've got a 20-30 minute setup in between where it's just an empty stage. Let me go up there. Let me tell some jokes. Let me bring up the next band, get people excited, that kind of thing. Tell them to check out the funnel cake stand, whatever you guys want. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Oh heck yeah, I might do that.
I would.
If I don't do it at this festival, I'm going to do it at the next one.
All they can do is say no. All they can
That's
do
right.
is say no. You know what I mean? And you don't got the gig now. So you recently, I didn't get that. Do you have a favorite spot? Do you have a spot that when you walk in, you feel like that's home for you?
That would be Bricktown, Tulsa for me with Bark Entertainment. But I don't know that they love me as much as I love them.
I was going to say, are you a Bark comedian yet? That's the goal,
Not really.
Right?
Not really. I mean, just their open mics. I'm closing their open mic Tuesday next week. And then I've hosted and, closed a couple times. And I did their bringer show. Brought 38 people to their bringer show.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great turnout. I was shocked.
Too bad you couldn't have brought 38 people to our show. But anyway, moving on.
I brought more like 8.
There's one thing Bricktown Comedy Club needs. It's your money. It's struggling comedians that don't need the support. Continue on. I'm kidding. I'm being a
But I do want to be one of their house comedians. I've got a friend that I met in San Antonio at that all-female festival at Upstage Comedy Lounge. Oh gosh, I'm so terrible with names. I should shout her out. But she is a house comedian for the Bark Entertainment in Tacoma. And so I'm hoping to go up there and work with her sometime. So if old Joe in Tulsa doesn't scoop me up, I'm going to go for Tacoma soon.
Are you going to move? Would you move there?
No. It'd be too cold.
I've got some friends close to that area. And in fact, I'm going on a trip to like the Pacific Northwest this summer. It'll be my first, like maybe ever. Well, since I was a child, it'll be my first road trip that's not work. Like going to see in-laws and meet family with we're doing a whole thing, So, and I've never done that. Like you know what I mean? I've always traveled for work, I travel for work, and so, so it'll be interesting. You know what I mean? It'll be interesting. It'll be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to meeting my wife's family. I'm looking forward to doing a regular guy thing, because, at the point you get into your 40s, you're like, maybe I should try to do a regular guy thing. Maybe I should go on a regular vacation and visit family and versus, you know what I mean? Just like, oh, there's a gig, I'll go, and let me see if I can line up another gig on the way back. And I got 2 gigs. Now I got gas money and hot dog money. Yay, I'm going to be famous.
And a free beer. Woo.
Netflix is calling any minute now. So.
Oh, goodness. I had something to say, and I know I can't remember. But
oh, good. No, so Bark Entertainment, man, they're doing it
yeah.
Too. I have friends even in like LA and Hawaii that are like, man, Bark is awesome. How do you get on with them? And I was like, I don't know. I do not know.
They do have some local openers. Trevor Carry-On's opened there several times, and Roscoe opens there. He's working there. So they do have some local people, comics.
Yeah, I got I know a couple of headliners. In fact, I got one that'll be there in a month or two. And last time he came through, the wife was sick with COVID, so there was no way we were going.
Yeah.
And I'll see if I can get a spot. He's usually pretty cool about throwing spots, and then I can just come in and do a spot, and so you know what I mean? I feel like it's not fair, but it's almost better to be like, oh, this headliner who tours, who's been doing comedy for 20 years, has television credits and 5 podcasts and 1 million followers, has me, a guy who lives in the state, on stage opening for him, because the last time I opened for him, I was in New York City and then did Jersey with him. So, you know what I mean? But I get no love locally, but the headliners locally want me to open for them, which means I'm more comic, So
I think that's great. And I don't think it's unfair. I mean, this whole game is networking.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's unfair to local comics. I hate the way it's set up, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but your win's not somebody else's loss necessarily. I wouldn't see it that way.
I agree. I agree with that. It's just you're working hard. You're working hard. You can be hilarious, but a guy at a club doesn't like you. Then you go to New York, or you have a podcast that people like. They think you're funny. You get to work with them, and then these clubs that you've worked at, you've brought people to, you've kissed their ass.
Yeah.
If you will.
Oh, I totally understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I can get gigs out of town way easier than in Tulsa. I mean, I've started to have a little more circulation in Tulsa, but there's still a lot of bookers in Tulsa that have not reached out, I'll say.
Well, I feel like
Yet.
in Tulsa right now,
Yet.
there's a lot of complaint about a certain group not booking people.
Oh,
And well, first of all, I don't even know who that whole damn group is. All I know is that all my friends are on the other side, as usual. You know what I mean? I don't have friends on that side, I think. So maybe I do. I don't know. But I mean, I'm old school. Like, I don't know half the people there anymore. Like, I know Evan because I came up with Evan. You know what I mean? Like Evan did his first 4 or 5 shows we did together practically. Zach Amon, same thing. I go way back with Zach. DeMario, of course. But I go back, Joe and me go way back. I did shows with Velly Bell, who you've heard of, but maybe never met. I did shows with Vel. So, in fact, I got to book Vel on a pretty cool nightclub show. So, you know what I mean? That's how far I go back. So a lot of these newbies that want to, you know what I mean, sling shit and talk this and that, and they're doing, no, thank you. Shauna Blake, I know. You know what I mean? I go way back with. So, but what I was going to say with that, yeah, she's killing it. Love Shauna. What I was going to say to that is, understand they're looking for a certain thing, right? And it's something that you understand once you get in, entertainment on a certain level, is that, like, if you're an actor in LA, you get your SAG card. You can go on 3 auditions a day for extras or stand-ins or, whatever the case may be. But they're looking for a certain thing, and you might show up, and they're just like, no. And you don't talk to the director. It's a director's assistant that's like, hey, sorry, you don't have what we're quite looking for this. And if you have a good agent, they'll not send you on too many of those. But a lot of them are just open calls. You know what I mean? And they're looking for something, and you're not that thing they're looking for. Or maybe you do comedy and they're looking for a certain kind of comedy. I mean, I know for me it was, you don't think like we want you to think, so you are therefore excommunicated. And I was like, fine, I don't want to be a part of anything that would excommunicate me that is artistic. So, I'm fine with that. But I just want to encourage people, if you're not getting booked by certain folks, it's okay, because maybe they're just not, maybe you wouldn't like those gigs. Maybe those gigs wouldn't build your audience and do what you need it to do. And maybe better do a podcast, or maybe better cut up some clips of your last show and put them out. You're going to get 1,000 views versus the 25 people that you're mad you're not getting booked in front of for free on a Tuesday night. Sometimes, I'm not saying always, but there are all these different ways to attack this. You know what I mean? And that's what I want. That's what I'm trying to bring, especially to the people. I appreciate you, Juju, Mystery, there's a bunch. I don't want to name everybody, there's a bunch. But I want to show these cats that it's like, it's not 1997 anymore, where you got to wait on somebody to approve of you, or to like you, to put you on a tour, or to book you. You can do your own thing. You can go viral. You know what I mean? I'm getting, I'm with all of the things I'm doing, I'm getting over 10,000 views a week. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nice.
And so, but that's with everything. You know what I mean? But I'm getting well over 10,000 views a week, including shorts, clips, all social medias. So shout out to our chat, by the way. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. Please make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Follow Charity Jones Comedy. But the point there is, I don't do a lot of stand-up, and it kills me, and I miss it. But it's also maybe helped me more than just doing local stand-up, right? So, what are your thoughts on that? Like, pushing your social media, maybe overworking local scenes, kind of thing. Like, what do you think about that?
Well, to the point that you were saying that sometimes, you just don't fit on that show. And that's exactly right. I mean, there's certain venues I don't really want to do. There's, so yeah, I get that. I definitely want to vibe with the audience and the room, and want to enjoy being at the venue.
Oh, you know what's cool? By the way, my beverage has a green top, and because it's a green screen,
That's why it shows through.
Yes, you can't see it because it's a green. Anyway, sorry.
But no, I love doing comedy out of town, and I feel like I don't know that it's even more of a compliment to get on those shows. I mean, I don't know if that sounds bad, but it's a compliment to me because they're only judging you from your stage presence, your comedy, your video. There is no click. There's no who are you friends with. There's no, you might have a little networking in there, privilege or networking advantage, I should say, if you know somebody that knows somebody and you send them a clip. But that doesn't, that only goes so far. If you're not any good, they're not going to put you on the show just because so and so likes you or, so getting these out of town gigs, I feel like is a big compliment just because they're seeing my video and they're giving me a chance, they're giving me a shot. So I really enjoy doing out of town comedy. And I don't know, you just bring so much energy on a brand new stage every time. And, you get nervous all over again and it's a whole new audience. And like we were talking about the venues, these comedy clubs that people are attending and paying for to laugh, with the intentions of going to a comedy show is such a much easier crowd than something that's, not everybody's there to see the comedy. So
you mean like going to an actual comedy venue to perform comedy versus like a punk rock club or
there's all kinds of places to do comedy. It's not limited to comedy clubs by any
No, it
means.
isn't. Hey, our last show was one of my favorite shows I've done in a very long time. And in fact, I've done 2 comedy clubs. Were my last 2 gigs before this show. And I love that venue as much as the comedy clubs, maybe a little more because it had this vibe, bro. Like,
well, that's a killer venue. I mean, that is a hot venue. It's cute. It's in a, that whole, I hate to call it a compound, but that whole complex or whatever it is just really neat and artsy, and the whole vibe it's just very, very
yeah.
cool
If I
place.
time we do anything there, man, it's the key would be to go down there and hang out, right? So if you're doing a Saturday night show, Thursday, Friday night, you're eating tacos, you're chilling, you know what I mean? Old school with some flyers, you know what I mean? Hey, come see our show, because there's enough people there to support. Excuse me, I think you just got to work it. I think you got to know how to work that vibe. But yeah, that was awesome. And that's what I love about Tulsa, man. It's just such a creative scene like that. I feel like, people are going to find a space and they're going to do cool shit with it. Period. The end. And I feel
Evan was doing comedy at the Barbie Museum there for a while it was on display.
Right.
And that was fun. That was really cool. All the vintage Barbies everywhere and comedy.
Heck yeah. And that actually got some national love. Like people were,
Did
that,
it?
Yeah, that venue got some love, that idea. So
yeah.
I love that. I love that. I want to do what I really want to do is it sounds crazy. I want to do like conference room, like hotel conference rooms. Just dry and crappy, but they're set up to be boring in a way, but they're set up where the only thing that's entertaining is the person speaking, right? The walls are drab. You know what I mean? Like everything is drab. It's like, why would you do comedy here? But then you have people roaring and cracking up, and you have a good space. You have a decent space. If you go to a decent hotel, there'll be a restaurant there and that kind of thing. So you have everything you need, but you take these typically boring spaces and you turn them into something cool and hilarious would be my thought on that. So
yeah,
sort of like
you bring them in.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Have you, and let me ask you that. You did Vegas recently for folks who don't know. What was that like? What were the crowds like? Were they different?
Well, my first show was at To Kill a Little Time. It was a Mexican bar and grill. And so that was actually pretty good. It didn't start until late enough that most people were there for the comedy and not eating fajitas while doing comedy. But that one, there was a lot of comics there. But it was okay. And then the Comedy Rumble at Wise Guys over in the Arts District. That was so fun. I I hate to say, I really don't feel like it was a hard crowd. For one, the wrestling extravaganza was there that week. What's it called? The
WWE,
Yeah.
WrestleMania. Yeah.
WrestleMania. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrestle
Which
extravaganza.
is like a 2-night event. Yeah. So
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, there were fans everywhere and wrestlers. There was some good looking wrestlers walking around Vegas. But but the wrestling fans were a great crowd. They were just ready to have fun.
Hell
you
yeah.
know? Yeah. So
I was
and there
kind of
was a-
jealous. I had a lot of friends there, man. A lot of friends. So I had
Did
to wait.
you?
I have to wait because you can't go to Vegas every weekend or every month,
Yeah.
right? So June, I'll be there in June for International Fight Week. So yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I
Um,
had an opportunity to go back and do a show at the same club, Wise Guys, on May 31st, but I got to take a little break. I've been investing a lot in comedy.
yeah, no, it'll get you there. So yeah. Are you what are you looking to do? Are you looking to like maybe get a booker, an agent? Are you looking to just keep booking gigs, kind of handle it on your own? Are you looking to maybe start a podcast? Like, what are you thinking about doing? What's like your next moves?
Well, I don't know. I'm in a weird state where I'm just kind of taking all of it in right now. I've thought about starting a podcast. I really love being a guest, but you know. And I'm co-hosting a podcast right now this month, so that's given me some experience.
Do tell us about it. Promote.
Yeah. If margaritas could talk about being the chronicles of 40 and over, so living life and our best lives. And
If margaritas could talk, is it on YouTube?
it is on YouTube. Yep, and Spotify. If margaritas could talk, it's with Tracy Lynn, and I've really enjoyed that. We record every Friday in May, so we'll do our next recording tomorrow, and then the episodes drop on Tuesdays. So that's been fun. But yeah, for the future, I don't know. I would like to get into some corporate gigs. I've thought about getting an agent, or I've really considered getting some social media help. If there's anybody out there that wants to be a social media manager or whatever it's called, I don't know the names, but keeping up with this social media side of things is insane.
It is.
It is.
There you go.
Yay.
This is your podcast you do? I love
Yes. Yes, and the co-host all this month.
it. Nice.
So
Nice.
yeah. And I did an episode about a month ago. If you scroll down, I think I'm on there.
From the other side of youth?
Well, that's the one that just released this week. We recorded that last week, so it's only a couple days out.
I love it. I'm going to check it out. I'm excited. That's going to be awesome. So
well, thank you.
I want to see your
Does
setup.
that sound like you? She's gonna do it anyway, Mom.
Oh, you guys are straight audio. Very cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. It sounds interesting. Now I want to do a podcast where we listen to this podcast. Podcastception. You know what I mean? So, but everybody go check that out. That's awesome. I love that. I love
Thank you.
So I think that you are extremely marketable specifically to the demo that you're relating to. Plus, you're funny. For those of you that don't know, she kills on the stage. You're not getting the work you're getting and the bookings you're getting because you're not good, because you're friends with people. You're getting these because, like you were saying, you've earned it, and you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank
fun to
you.
work with. You were the only one, well, because I knew everybody else. I hadn't worked with you yet, but I'd worked with everybody else, and they're all like friends and stuff. But I was a little nervous. I was like, uh-oh, the hitter is coming. You know what I mean? The heat bringer is coming. So I was excited about that because you're known to be a beast lately. So yeah.
Well, thanks. That's so weird for me to hear, but thank you.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going out and you're doing it. You know what I mean? You're not waiting on opportunities.
Yeah.
You're not complaining for lack of opportunities. You're jumping on everything you have. So
Yeah. I feel like there is just no time to wait. I mean, and I don't want to wait on somebody else to do it.
Right.
And but I've never really been that way. I've kind of always been a bulldozer.
You have did you get a degree? Did you go to college?
I did.
You just grow up in the mountains of Arkansas and rode a razor back into town and growling jokes? Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I got married really young. If you want to go all the way back, I got married at 19. I got divorced at 27. I went back to college. I got my master's at 32, I think.
What's your master's in?
I have a master's in science with
Wow.
in speech language pathology. Yes.
The wife is going for the master's, like she just enrolled, and I think it's either that or so. She's a teacher, so public school teacher.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
I think that's something she's doing because, like, so
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to having your master's as a teacher.
that's what I'm saying. That's what she
Yeah.
noticed, and so because
Yeah, good for her. Good
you
for
know,
her.
I do podcasts, so whatever we can do to make her more valuable, let's do that. So
I know if I found a rich man, it would really set my career off.
keep doing the comedy. I would recommend just and we'll get some clips here, but I would recommend Think Clips. It seems to be the main everything I'm studying and learning is the driver for everything else.
Yeah.
To the point, sorry, go ahead.
I get so nervous about putting my material out there, and I get nervous about continuing to use the jokes after I've published them online. But I did I went to a workshop in San Antonio when I was down there for that festival. And the ladies were saying they were bookers and promoters and on the panel. And they were saying, post it all. We look for that stuff. We book based on your social media presence. And a lot of times the fans want to hear what they saw you say online. And they reminded us that, like, famous singers and musicians, that when you spend all that money on a concert ticket and they don't sing your favorite song, you're completely disappointed. And I had never really considered that point of view. Like, instead of, oh, I've seen this joke, that if it's their favorite joke, there's even open micers that I have a favorite joke of theirs. And every time they say it, I still laugh. I still get excited for the punchline, So it was a good reminder that I should start posting, and that even if somebody's heard the joke, if they liked it, they don't care.
Well, and let me make it a little easier, right? Is your material funny, or are you funny and you create material?
Well,
so that's what I'm saying. And I got to get better at it myself. And this is one, like, Goose talking to the gander here. You know what I mean? Preaching to the choir. But what I'm noticing is, man, the drivers are the personality stuff. So not necessarily posting a solid joke of you on stage telling a joke, but when you're in 7-Eleven and you find something ignorant, or you're, at Walmart and there's something silly or funny there, you grab your phone, boom, live to Instagram. Are you guys looking at this? $8.99 for eggs? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're like, if I was 22, I'd have to be selling a bit to get a bit. I'd have to be. You're like, I'll sell eggs to a couple dreaming of a baby to get some egg. I'm not saying that's funny. I'm just saying, it's that kind of everyday thing. And do that when you're in your car and you're rolling through Tulsa traffic, and we're like, oh yeah, this is the Boondocks. All right. Look at this traffic. Express your life and how you feel, and people get to know you. You don't have, every clip you share doesn't have to be gut busting hilarious. It has to be interesting, insightful, right? There's a lot of there are very successful comedians who do podcasts, and there's not a lot of comedy on those podcasts, but they're still making millions of dollars, getting hundreds of thousands of millions of views because they're interesting, right? The number one thing is don't be boring. The number two thing is be interesting. And the number three thing is be funny. Now, you have to have all three. You can't leave any one of them out. But number one, don't be boring. It doesn't matter how funny your material is. If the audience feels like it's nails on a chalkboard to listen to you, doesn't matter. Then secondly, be interesting. Be somebody that's talking about something interesting enough that people want to watch, or at least care enough about what you're talking about that other people get that and vibe. Yeah. And then be funny. So, you're an interesting person. You live an interesting life. You know what I mean? A lot of your cool thoughts. And I think that's the transformation that we got to jump on. Is before it was dropping a tweet, dropping a post on Facebook. And now it literally is going live for 2 minutes, going live for 3 minutes,
Yeah.
telling people about your day. And to the point of, in a lot of the people I work with in my little groups, they're saying it almost doesn't matter that you release the full show. Like, for instance, we're doing an hour-ish, right? It almost isn't as important that I release this full show, and we're live, so it's going to go up and be released. But it's more important that I drop the 4 or 5 clips I'm going to get from the show. They're going to get way more views, way more views. They're going to get way more interaction. More people who are not in my immediate circle and network are going to see them. So I'm reaching out and trying to do growth there. So clips are key. So think about that. Think about your shorts. Think about how you live your life, funny things that could happen. You could be cooking dinner. You could be going to dinner. You know what I mean? So that kind of thing. Are you dating? We would love to see that. Are you on Bumble?
No, I'm not.
I would join a dating site just for comedy. If I were you, I would join a dating site just for comedy. Like, let's see, who are we going out with tonight, people? And just, swipe. And then we get to see who you're going out with tonight. That would be hilarious.
That would be fun. That would be fun because I get some real interesting ones.
I bet.
Yeah.
Especially like if a lot of your interaction are comedy clubs and comedy shows, the men you're interacting with. Right? An interesting bunch, right? So I'm just saying something like that we might love to see. You know what I mean? And it's interesting. And what's cool is you can do it in 2-3 minutes, right? So if you drop 2 or 3 minutes of something and I want to see more of it, well, then you got me. You got me hooked. Then I want to see more of it. Then I'm looking forward to it. So
well, you should get on there and check out my TikTok. I feel like I've been much braver on TikTok just because it's not, it's all strangers, really. I have some friends on there, but it's a lot more open than my Facebook and Instagram, Yeah. And I need to get out of this thought that, like my Instagram's all reels and pictures of comedy. And, my TikTok is just, like you were saying, anything. It's me talking. It's, me making some jokes, me cooking, all the things.
Yeah.
So,
share that over to
maybe
Instagram too.
Maybe I need to diversify my Instagram a little.
Well, and it not to get too nerdy with it, but it has to do with demo, right? And a lot of people on TikTok aren't going to go see comedy shows. One, a lot of them aren't even old enough. And two, they'll do, a lot of that group is like the Tulsa group. You know what I mean? The edgy kids doing the wacky rebel comedy. So, but your Instagram is way more of a comedy age, people that are over 30 that will buy tickets, that, what I mean, that support. And you can see that, like, if you have a couple of touring comics that maybe aren't, the top of the list, but they're touring, maybe they have a show, they do a little thing here and there. They're doing their 100 people at a club a night in different towns in America. So you follow them, they're on that level where if we attain that level, we're great for the rest of our life. Okay, cool. I'm making a couple $100,000. I can play, a couple 100 shows a year. You know what I mean? I have 100,000 people listening to my podcast, which gets me 30-40 grand a year. Great. I'm in. I'm making a living doing what I love. It's hard work, but it's great work. It ain't digging ditches, right? So follow a couple of those people on Instagram, Facebook, that kind of thing, and you'll pay attention to the people that respond. I was at the show last night. I came to the show. It was great. And they'll post a picture of the show, be like, thank you, Tacoma. Thank you, Dallas, whatever. And pay attention to the people that respond and interact on social media from the live event, because that's where you want to be. That's where those people are, right?
Yeah.
So, and for me right now, it's Instagram. So IG is where it's like IG is it's I don't know. To me, it's kind of in the middle. You know what I mean? It's not Facebook.
Yeah.
But it's not TikTok. It's kind of in the middle there. So you get a big enough mixture of both. So, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like IG because you don't have to write. I feel like Facebook, everything's so personal, and everybody wants dialogue, and I can just do pictures on
stupid on Facebook.
I can't even talk. They're sensitive. Their egos are so fragile.
I feel well, to me, it's like, okay, so Facebook is the dumbest, right? And I think it's the dumbest in that everybody feels like it's their house, right? You've been on Facebook the longest. You got the most personal friends there. You know what I mean? Maybe the most local interactions you're gonna get. So it's more like I'm at your house. So you're gonna be a little stankier. You know what I mean? Your feet are gonna be out. So you're not gonna be as, you know what I mean, tight. Instagram is, you want to be pretty. You want to look good. You want to be, you know, quote unquote, attractive to people. And it's not as triggering. The algo is not as triggering. You know what I mean? That kind of thing there. It's not made specifically to engage in, you know, political socio battles. It's more made to be a little cooler, more promotional, a little more fun. But you can get into some substance there. And you have TikTok, which is all kids and candy and yoo-hoo and fun and be wacky. You know what I mean? And then Twitter is you have to be the smartest to engage. It's by far the sharpest, but it is also the ugliest and dangerous and most cutting and brutal. So there you go. You know what I mean? So that's social media, in my opinion. So what do you think? I close? Do you think I'm close there?
Yeah. I don't know about Twitter, but yeah.
Do you not have an account?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I don't blame you.
Facebook and Instagram was plenty, really, but I succumb to the peer pressure.
No, and I hear you. Well, and you know, I do a news show, so I have to. X is where all the, like, you literally, when you follow it more than you would want to, you see that what they're talking about on news tomorrow is breaking on X today, and it is where the news is, like it or not. You know?
Oh, really?
It is. Yeah, it is breaking news. It's the hottest stuff because everybody's right there and they're dropping it on their Twitter. You know what I mean? All the reporters, all the news folks. But once again, it is ugly. I mean, it is. You know what I mean? You go on X and you make a post. It's sun shining today. It's like, you filthy, dirty Nazi piece of shit. You know what I mean? The sun burned innocent people 40 years ago in something, and you're celebrating the sun. Look at you. You're like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Whoa.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah. It's heavy. So, but yeah, but if you can get on there, if you get rolling on there, I mean, that's where it is. If you're hot on it, think about when you watch shows and that kind of thing, it's X. And then when people, if you watch the news and you watch like TMZ and stuff like that, now it's TikTok for entertainment. But Twitter, it's like they said this on Twitter and they said that on Twitter. And if you look on X book, if you look on Facebook and Instagram, some of the hottest posts are X reposts, X screenshots that are reposted. So it's designed, you know, they got it, man. So
yeah. Well, maybe in a couple years.
Like I said, I think for you, man, Instagram is the money spot. I really, really do. Of course, your YouTube. Check out Rumble as well. I like Rumble just because you get paid immediate. Like, you can get into the creator program way quicker than YouTube, and you can start seeing like real legit return on your investment, you know, within 2 or 3 months of being on there, if you build and do your stuff. And that helps. You know what I mean? Seeing a little money for doing the work helps. You know?
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for those days.
Right? Not in stand-up. You know what I mean? Not in stand-up. So as we're coming around here, wow, we're already at almost an hour. So tell me, what are your what do you got coming up? I tried to ask you that 15 minutes ago. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I've got a show in Krebs, Oklahoma on the 16th.
Nice.
Yep, an all-female show. It's gonna be fun.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
And then I'm pretty open. My schedule's pretty open, really. Well, I mean, things just happen by every day. But right now, there's not a whole lot on it. In July 11th, that weekend, I'm going to Michigan, to Drummond Island. It's an ATV park, campground island thing. And they've got a stage and a pizza place. And so I'm going to do some comedy up there. And
awesome.
yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Those
up
are
in
some
the
of the
UP.
funnest gigs. Yeah. Oh, way up there. But it'll
Way
be
up
summer,
there.
so it'll be nice.
Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. Yeah.
You're gonna hit it in the 6 weeks a year. It's livable.
I know. I'm so in love with the UP, but I've only been there when it's nice.
6 weeks a year, man. But That's going to be fun because they love you. You know what I mean? I love those kind of summertime party gigs because it's just fun. You know what I mean?
They'll be ready to have a good time.
Yeah, your stand up is like not such a big deal. You know what I mean? It's like as long as you're having fun with us, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be good for the crowd work. They'll love it.
Heck yeah. And then everybody check out the open mics around Tulsa. You may catch Charity.
Maybe. I'm closing there at Bricktown Tuesday.
And my friend, there you go.
Yeah. They call it headlining, I guess. It seems.
Yeah, you're headlining, baby. I love it.
And my friend Connie from Oklahoma City is going to be there. Do you know Connie? Terrible
comedian.
Names. She is a comedian. She's doing stand up at Bricktown. She and I met at the festival in San Antonio.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, so we connected in San Antonio, and she was from Arkansas, Oklahoma. I can't even talk. I'll just say this: we were going through the pains of comedy earlier, and that San Antonio festival was the hardest I have ever worked in comedy by far.
What kind of schedule did they have you on?
I did a Friday night show, and then I did a Saturday show over for Flash Laughs at the Artisan Distillery Bar. And then I hosted the after party at 11 o'clock at the festival. And then the next day I did the brunch show, and I showed up and was just dead. I mean, I didn't even know if I was going to be able to talk on stage. And I didn't have my face on, and I just took my makeup bag and was like, I'll check in and run and put on some mascara and some lips, you know. And I come in and they were like, oh, can you host? And I was like, oh my God. So I was like, give me just a second. And so I went into the bathroom and I came out and I thought, man, do I take the opportunity? You know, am I going to look back and regret turning it down? Or am I going to look back and think, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I was too tired to do that, you know? And so I thought, okay, I'm going to do it. So I got up there and did it, and then drove, then I had to stay for the whole show, and then drove 9 hours home. Got home at like 3 a.m, I think. Oh my gosh. But I felt like I got my wings for comedy that weekend.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That was hard.
San Antonio is a great town for comedy too, though. It is an awesome town to put your name in. So look at all you're doing. Last question. We'll get you to your open mic. What are you accredited to? There are so many people that have been doing it so much longer than you that don't see the success you see. And and you're, not only building the relationships, you're hilarious, you're great at the craft, you're great at working with the people. Why do you think you've had so much success in such a short period of time?
Because I've done the business side so hard. I mean, I've done a lot of the writing side. I read the books. I've read the Comedy Bible and Mastering Stand-Up and the Funny Muscle or something like that. And, all the books. And that you do gain a little something here and there. Sometimes they're repetitive and, anyway. But the business side, I work on all my social medias. I promote all my shows. I feel like bookers like it when you're actively promoting. I try to sell tickets. I show up on time. I show up 30 minutes before a show. I don't drink or do anything to alter my state before a show so that I can bring my energy. And I think that shows a seriousness about it.
Just a couple hits off the crack pipe to get you in the zone. Other than that.
Well, I mean, sometimes I try it, but I'm just not as good.
I'm kidding, clearly. She does not do crack bookers.
I try to take pictures of everyone that is on a show and show them. I am a little obsessed with the pictures.
Except with me. Totally hurt my feelings. That's okay. Well, I remember, it was funny because literally I was driving back. I was like, I remember there was a time in my life when I had my TV show and I was headlining clubs and I was opening for, big name hitters, that the last thing you would do is hand me the camera and go, you take the picture. It would be like, what? You know what I mean? It'd be like Dave Chappelle and handing him being like, no, Dave, your opener's in me. And I'm like, wow, now I'm the you take the picture guy. Thank you, Charity.
Was that the group pic at the end?
I don't remember. I remember the pain. I don't remember the timeline. Okay?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sometimes you just got to put me in check.
You're like, no, all these comedians that I like, take the picture with me and them. I'm like, I'm on the show too. You're like, don't nobody want to.
We do have some great pictures together, though.
Yes,
we
because
did.
I made you. You're welcome.
Well, I'm the one that suggested having a photographer, and you were like, "No, there's only one person on the stage at a time. We'll all take each other's pictures." And then we all hung out in the green room. We didn't get any pictures of Juju on stage. We got pictures of you on stage, I think.
Yeah,
but
yeah, people did. I was taking a lot of pictures too, so I got a little video of him. So the video was way messed up.
We did
trying to salvage that still. So because the internet at the place and pop. So
yeah,
I got.
Well, my point is that collaborating with everyone, being professional when you're booked. You're smiling at me. You were asking, why I think it's helped or has set me apart a little bit.
I love it.
The just that stuff, just the little things, all the little things combined, I feel like matters. Getting good videos,
Yes.
And editing your videos. I mean, not editing on any of the content, but I'm such a nerd. I like to do the laugh ratio, and so I'll go through the video and tally mark all the laughs, and then I'll do like the minute markers, and then the minutes with the most laughs, I go back and redo a laugh. And so I make sure that my 5-minute clip is, if I have a 15-minute set, that 5 minutes is the most laughed at 5 minutes of the 15.
Yeah.
So just little things like that.
I love that. I think, we just live in a different world. You got to be more curated. You know what I mean? I love what you're doing, and I think you're doing all the right steps. And what I love is you're doing the little things that nobody glorifies, nobody even talks about much in the industry. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're going to tell some jokes, and the right people are going to find you, and you're going to be famous. We make sure you tag a funny punch, and they don't talk about literally making sure your ratios look good when you publish. Little things like that get the attention of people. And I love that you're doing that hard work. That, one of my favorite sayings is, it's a Buddhist saying, but it's big things come from little things. And it's true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The biggest tree comes from a seed, so all big things come from little things. A dream, a small dream in your heart, a stage in front of 12 people, you know what I mean? And then you're doing Netflix and touring. So I love that you're doing the little things to create the big things. And I love the fact that you talk to me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. I was excited to be here. I was excited.
Absolutely. And I'll have everything is up now. Like, as soon as we're done, you can go to the YouTube channel, Michael C. Hall Comedy on Facebook, and I'll pop it on Instagram, and then, of course, on Rumble, PTPOD channel, and we're all there. It's all live, and then we'll be dropping some clips tomorrow. Is usually a clips day, and all. And so we'll have that too. Perfect. And then let's talk about, I don't know, next Thursday I'm going to try, but definitely next Thursday I'm going to try to get there. We'll, load up and do Juju's open mic also. So
all right, I'll meet you there. It will be.
Right. Oh no, I'll come to your house first. You're gonna cook dinner. Did you know? I thought Ellie coffee. Can I get coffee?
Coffee. I've got decaf.
Fair. You're awesome. Everybody, do me a favor. Go check out If Margaritas Could Talk on YouTube. This is Charity's feature show she's on right now. It's hilarious, and it is fun to watch. And we want to thank you so much, Charity Jones, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, your comedian, my comedian. Where is it? Come on now. There she is. This has been PTPOD Presents Charity Jones. Thank you guys so much. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and we are out.
Oh, boy. goes hand in hand. Nice. PBR ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. All you white trash folk who like your smoke, gonna step outside, gonna get real high. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Whoa, yeah, boy. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash. Been on over. You can kiss my white trash. Ain't got no class, ain't got no cash.
Oh, yeah, we are back and we are live. Man, something about that song just gets me going. No matter what kind of day I am having, I hear that song and I'm automatically having a better day. I could be having a great day, it makes it a greater day. I could be having a shit day and it makes it a good day. So thank you for that. Speaking of thanking the man for that, the creator, composer, writer, performer of that song, and co-host to me, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my man, Vern, the card man.
Oh, yeah, boy.
How are you feeling today, sir?
I am very glad to see you.
Hell yeah.
What's going on here? Can't see.
Man, we already getting love, man. Shout out Superfan in the building. Kristen Baker Hadley in the building. We're getting love already. Oh, are you? Is it Scottie Pippen? Has Vern turned into?
No.
Are you giving Jordan the assist?
There ain't no Pippen up in here. That's all MJ.
Yeah, baby.
Boy.
I love it.
Loved him, man. Loved him.
Still do, man. I think he's one of the best to ever do it. You know what I mean? So happy he's still around. And can I tell you something? I wish more athletes were still like him. You know what I mean? Dedicated to the game instead of dedicated to the fame. I'll say it like that.
Yep. I agree. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, since we're talking basketball. Hey, I love the Nuggets, right? I mean, just here. Let me move a little bit. See that little card that I made up? That's an 11 by 17 of a card that I built. Of a 3D.
Oh wow!
It has Jokic on the outside, and then it has a prism frame, and then it has actually the Joker in the back.
I see that. Yes.
Yeah. So since we're talking about basketball, though, I'm gonna tell you that series with Nuggets and Oklahoma City, that Shy Alexander for Oklahoma City. Oh, he's gonna be something I have to deal with.
Man, I literally think they took the L on that first one out for money purposes, get an extra game out of the deal, get everybody who works in Oklahoma City extra money because I mean we're putting Denver down. You know what I'm saying? They're not
You
lasting.
don't have to take my word for it.
It's over. It's over. It ain't a look. You know what I'm saying? We gave him one. You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, so but here, this is where we butt heads. Because remember, I'm like 3 hours from Denver, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm in Broncos. Got the towel right here. Just so you hush your mouth. I'm a Broncos. Upside down because we still suck. And then but we're gonna get better, I think, this year.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Denver's turned into a trash town. It's a trash town. You don't have to root for Denver. They've ruined their own city. You know what I mean? So
I will tell you this. It was before the last 4 years. So
yeah, no, I hear you. No,
it started
and
going
true
down.
story.
It started going down about a decade ago.
Denver, yeah,
Lodo started going downhill. About a decade ago, in my opinion.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Denver.
I'll still stay
one of the
actually.
coolest. Yeah. Yeah, no, a great city. One of the coolest cities in the world. In fact, one of my personal favorite cities of all cities. So
Nuggets. You can have OKC.
No.
Yeah, we can. We're gonna butt heads on that. Yeah.
You get 3 boos for that. You cannot cheer against Oklahoma City in my face, dog. It's not gonna happen. Okay.
You're already down 0-1.
Oh yeah, I'm so worried.
And now you just lost home field.
Bro, I could run up on John Jones and punch him in the face, and everybody could be like, "Oh, you got a good one in." And then he murders me. Then he murders me with like his pinky toe. Like legitimately, I think that man could murder me with
You're
his
one of those.
pinky
You're
toe.
one of those that's like everybody else. You don't give Joker any credit. None of you
Oh,
guys.
no, hey, he's in a look. I'm not saying there are not quality players on that team. It's just that the Thunder, to take anything, dude, the Thunder have led the season. Like, it's not like they're could not. They have been dominant throughout the season, except for that little weird. What was that little break thing they did? Because the NBA is suffering so bad, they're doing that. It was like a mini playoffs, like mid-season champ,
like a mid-season tournament, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it is? Like some weird mid-season tournament.
I think
they're
so
coming up with so many different ways to suck money out of people's pockets.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, they need it because nobody's watching the NBA right now because of all the negative press, man. I mean, the problem is this: if you don't love the sport, they're not attracting new clients, new fans. Because all you really see in the mainstream media are, the 5 or 6 jerk players out of the tens of thousands of people that are affected from, I'm talking the ladies who run the concession stands, you know what I mean? To the people who design the logos and graphics, to the, the outreach people, community outreach, to the player. Anyway, from all of those, guess what? You get 10,000 of anybody's, you're going to probably have 10 to 20 of them that are awful people, right? So that's the thing. They focus on those, 9 to 10 awful people in the mainstream media. And if you don't follow, you don't have a team, you're not really interested in basketball, it just makes it up. But having said that, I will say, in my opinion, it's a much better product than NFL now. Like it's just a better product. It's more fun. You take all the BS out of it and you just want to sit and watch a sporting event, right?
Yeah. I didn't watch any football last year. I didn't even watch the Super Bowl.
But you were in fantasy leagues? Not last year, year before.
I quit. Yep. I was hardcore fantasy from 2011. And then in 2015, I really got into it with the money side, where I'd get into these big leagues, and then I mean, there were punishments if you came in last, and then there was good money. One year I won in 3 different leagues here in Gearing, Nebraska. I won $1,500 for winning 3 leagues.
Wow.
So, and actually that was the year I had 21 teams, and I actually won 13 out of 21 leagues that year.
Good Lord.
Yeah. And I mean, I was doing I mean, that's all I was doing though.
But that's, I mean, there are guys that make like you. Not saying you made a living, but you supplemented your yearly income significantly from that. I bet.
I got a new instrument. You know,
Nice.
I got a new music instrument or something like that.
I think if, facetiously, and I'll use an easy round number, but if you make 50 and you win 1,000 off each league, that bumps you up to 63 for the year. That's you know what I'm saying? That's gangster. That's gangsta.
That is.
Look, my league is, sorry, go ahead.
I was just un poco gangster. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, so I have a shout out to the fan of the show who will remain nameless, who said, you know, you guys can call this show the Wigga and the Wolo. You can rename the show the Wigga and the Wolo.
Okay, so you're the Wigger, right? Now, what's a Wolo? I don't know this. I don't
White
know.
Cholo.
Oh yeah.
See, you didn't deny it. You know what I'm saying?
No.
The Wigga and the Wolo. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was so funny. Someone's like,
Dude,
you can rename your show the Wigga and the Wolo because
I love that vibe that they got from me. Look, how are you getting? I mean, for real, that's crazy.
I love how you're like, oh, Holmes, how are you getting Cholo? I don't even understand this.
I don't get what you're saying.
How could you possibly get Cholo from this?
Give me some respect.
I know.
My house.
¿Qué pasa de idea macholo ese?
Yo
quiero Wolo.
Ole, vato, ole.
So it was a funny thought, and I
Dude,
appreciate
that is funny as heck.
Oh man. Young Vern. Oh, by the way, I gotta say this about the fantasy, and then we can move on. Okay, so I'm going on year 5 in this fantasy league, right? It is a very basic ESPN phone app, $20 to enter, $200 to win, right? But it is solely a matter of pride. For the longest, for 3 of the 4 years this league has been in existence, I'm a founding member. I was the only white guy until last year. They let another white dude in, and he's corny as fuck. But regardless, the thing is, okay, so finally, I finished 5th. No, I finished. Okay, so so I finished the first year. I finished.
Are you gonna sit here and brag?
Second year, I finished
in 5th place.
Wait, let me finish. I finished, and it's a 14-team league. I finished 5th. Then I finished 5th. Then I finished 8th. Right, and then last year I finished 3rd, all because I didn't start Jared Goff. Because everybody was like, start Jordan Love this week. Start Jordan Love this week. The Green Bay Packers are going to be on fire. I started Jordan Love over Jared Goff, and I lost by like 12. And it was the same game where fucking homeboy from the Cardinals, he didn't throw his because I had that tight end. He sat undrafted in our league. Number ended up being the most yards catching tight end in the NFL last year, right? And Cardinals. And that was the one game, and it cost the Cardinals the playoffs. He only had 2 receptions for 20 yards. He was targeted 3 times. 1 reception for like 2 yards. The other 2 receptions for 10 yards apiece. And they lost. And he was targeted 3 times, caught all 3 passes. And I guess homeboy, the quarterback, because I know they have those beefs in the locker room, right? Yep. And I'm sure that beef was like, we don't need you, or I'm going to show we don't need you to get to the playoffs. And it bit. Kyler Murray was crying on the sideline. I'm sitting there going, if you'd have thrown to the number 1 tight end in the NFL that has the most yards. Anyway, I finished 3rd. But if I hadn't, I would have won, because if you paid attention to the points after that, I would have won the whole damn league. So my whole point, I said all that to say this first. I'm so happy to see you, dog. I'm so happy to see you, man. I'm counting on you, okay? I'm going to get in my little $20 league, and I'm going to use you as like my Gandalf as I explore the Shire of fantasy football this year.
Vernstradamus.
Yes.
Vernstradamus is what they would always say.
And here's the deal. If we win, because the thing is, man, okay, so I picked up Jared Goff off the waiver wire. I picked up homeboy, the tight end off the waiver wire. Josh Jacobs, I drafted in like the 5th round because nobody was looking at him. This is one of those, they just pay attention to ESPN leagues. So Point is, I get 200 if I win. I'll cash app you 100. Done.
Right on. But it's your first in fantasy football. It's your first 5 picks that matter, and really within the first 3 weeks, 2 of those are going to be out for the season.
Yeah. Oh, ain't that the truth? Ain't that
So
the truth?
you just got to learn to roll, and you got to look, and you have to actually watch and go look at stats and go look at some third string running backs that are rookies.
Yeah.
And then you see an explosive touchdown 1 week. Well, go get him. You
That's
know?
true.
I mean, you have to be very, very a part of, or you know what I'm saying, what a part of, or in tune with. I always go in tune with, but I mean, it's fantasy football, so but you have to be in the grind of what the actual stats and the players are, and a lot of times, man, you got to let go of veterans in drafts. You know what I'm saying? You got to, like there's a day where Devontae Adams is no longer Devontae Adams, guys. Aaron Rodgers is no longer Aaron Rodgers, guys. Gal.
Homeboy that they picked back up for Dallas. Running back. I can't.
Not Zeke.
Yeah.
You think it's Zeke?
Zeke, because there's a point when he hasn't been Zeke for 3 years.
Oh no. I mean, he's useless.
I was gonna say he's a good, strong second, third down back, 2-yard back.
We're real here.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. Okay. Well,
I yell at the TV. I yell at commentators when they say stupid stuff. I'll say something, and then 30 seconds later, some dummy on TV that's a commentator will say it, and I'll call him an idiot because I said it first. I mean, I get really into it if I do watch it.
That's how I was UFC, bro. That's exact. Yeah.
Well, anything I'm watching, any sport, baseball, football, basketball, especially in the playoffs. I was watching, sadly, hockey.
Hockey is so much fun.
But the Avs, I'm an Avs guy.
Oh, see, I don't even know. Are they?
They got beat out. They got beat out in their round. I think Dallas Stars, or not. I don't think they're Stars anymore, but they used to be. But Dallas beat them. So they're out. So I'm no longer paying attention to the NHL. Now I'm just watching baseball, basketball because of the Nuggets.
Right.
And gonna watch them whoop up on some Oklahoma City.
That is not happening. I want to bet you something. I want to bet you something. I don't know what yet. I'll figure it out. So, because
we'll figure something out.
I want one of your cards, man. I just can't afford them right now. I just want.
Hey guys, everybody. I don't know why everybody thinks my cards are so expensive because they're not. I try to sell my cards.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I try to sell my cards, for $50 to $100. As a piece of art. That's what I try to get. If it's a magnificent piece, and it really is up there, I will go above $100 on a card. I will. I've sold cards before for $250 a piece. A guy ordered 2 specific that he went through my inventory and he found. He wanted them, and I was like, "Yo, I'll 100 a piece." And he goes, "No, these are worth 250 at least." So
Agreed.
He valued my art. At that point, then I could value my art off of reality.
Right.
Actual deals. But I don't do that to everybody, with every card, because not everybody can afford that, and that's ridiculous. I can't expect to get $250 out of every card I build, because every card I build is not the quality that some of the others are. So figure out a way to do like a $40 a card sale, 2 for $75, something like that. And
Maybe
then,
put it together for Christmas. Working it over the summer, and to really, blow up the store for Christmas to 2 for $75 deal, something
yeah,
like that. So
yeah,
starting on Black Friday, that would be hot, dude. I'm
yeah. And
excited now.
I mean, I have a huge, huge inventory of what I built. I've got over 150 cars of my own that I've built inside this home, and then I also collected. I don't think everybody really knows this about me, but I collected my friends who are artists also. I collected their cards. So I have a huge collection in the back of Donnie B collectibles from Fresno, California. Shout out Donnie B. I got a huge collection that's encased in a lighting case, like one that I made. It's most of the stuff that you see behind me everywhere is stuff that I've made or framed or cut or drawn or put together, like taking different pieces of different things and jam them together into one art piece. So really, really, the art I do, there's a word for it, and I can't come up with right now. Something media. It's like a multimedia art where you take different things, and and Andy Warhol did a lot of that.
Yes.
He did a lot of stuff like that. And one of my favorite artists is actually Peter Max. I have 3 Peter Max pieces, 3 of them, and they are amazing because one of them is Lady Liberty. It's the Statue of Liberty head that he does. And then the other one is the 4-star flag, the flag with stars. I think is what it's called, flag with stars. And it's a little American flag that he does different things in the blue area, and it's just beautiful. And it's so thick and textured, his paintings. And then I was on a cruise to Alaska when I was doing these art auctions, right? And then I got this, dude. This thing's going to be worth like 20 grand when he dies. This because it's an oil, excuse me, it's a watercolor that he did, a sketch and a watercolor.
Wow.
And what he has now, that wasn't what he was famous for. He's famous for the vibrant colors like Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
And so this, he incorporated 2 of his different paintings. He has the peace stuff in the corner, and then another corner he has his wife. And then it's just, oh man, so beautiful and so big. And and that's what he started in with Peter Max when he started art. He started in the sketch and watercolor, but that didn't get him anywhere. And then he spent the last like 50 some years doing this oil base and this textured acrylics, oil base and acrylics. And then now he went back to a little bit because he has dementia, and he went back to the sketching. But a feller having dementia that's a really good artist and really famous, like I've said before, just about my own cards, they'll never have the real value, or you never see the real value until I'm dead.
Fair, but let's hope not. Here's the thing, man. Also,
I'm not saying anytime soon.
Right.
Saying,
Something about your cards I was very interested to ask you about, right? It was one of those I just forgot last week.
Yeah.
Do you see an opportunity to get into places you may not have before because of the tariffs? Now, I'm not trying to make any political statement at all. What I'm saying simply and solely, I'm making a manufacturing production shipping statement solely. Say what?
I said, put it in a way so I don't make it political.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so in theory, I know, and forgive me for being so ignorant of your industry. Okay, so be patient with me here, because I'm probably going to even state my thought wrong, if you know what I mean, and you're going to have to correct me from there. So once again, please be patient. However, you got your Topps cards, you got your, you know what I mean? You've got a lot of that stuff. You've got a lot of cheaper imitation stuff, ripping off popular artists and even some artists, underground artists like yourself, coming out of these places. Now, you can go on Amazon and you can get a lot of rip-off stuff or blatant stuff that is still high price that's coming from places that have super high tariffs, sometimes up to doubling the price of that product, right? So that would cause consumers in the United States to slow down on buying that. But their desire to still get great cards, great card art representing the, people that they're fans of, the teams that they're fans of, that desire is still there. Do you see an opportunity for someone like yourself who creates that's going to be maybe a little bit more expensive than cheap crap from China because you are the actual artist? It's not some weird AI 3D printing thing. But do you see an opportunity to maybe get in more stores, or when you go to these shows, there's going to be more desire due to less, there's going to be more demand due to less supply, if you will, and specifically less cheap supply?
You brought up something very interesting there, man.
So how wrong am I? Forgive me, but yeah, I just wondered. I just wanted to ask you about that as a small business owner who's also an artist, because we can talk to plumbers all day, and I love them, and yes, and mechanics and farmers, but I want to talk to somebody whose small business and art totally are the same thing, basically, if you know what I mean. So yes.
Dude, you opened up such a can right there, bro. What a can. Holy cow. Because like all collectors, I'm now just putting some dots and some lines. I'm connecting, and the picture is starting to form a little bit. Remember when I said that I had not ever seen so many people at the card shows? It was very active and very exciting and happy, and everybody was moving things and buying and trading. I never ever put the tariffs into that equation, because one of the best places you could go to get cards on eBay is China, because they have the cards, they have the American stuff. And do you think they care all that much about the football? No. The only thing they care about is baseball, but they get all of them because they have to. If they're storefronts, you have to have a certain amount of football, a certain amount of this product, of that product, of this. And so that's why when they do rips in China, you can actually get some amazing cards for pennies on the dollar compared to here.
Right.
So I noticed that would be why there would be so many. If you add that to the tariffs now with the trade and the mailing, and nothing's moving from China to America, yeah, that's affecting the trade game too, man. In cards, big time. But it's making the hobby become internal, not eternal, internal inside the United States. Amongst all us Americans, we're trading and stuff,
Right. Yeah.
And I think that's rad, and that I think that part's really cool. But we're gonna be missing out on some good cards that are pulled overseas.
Yeah.
For now.
I like the idea that instead of, okay, well, I can go online and buy 4 cards, it's now the cost of those 4 cards from China is the cost of 1 card at a card show. Yeah. So I have to value this card. Now that's going to drive the value of that specific artist's work up. And it's going to make it's going to make that thing more valuable. You know what I mean? It's, it's why, it's why 68 Gibson Les Pauls and 52 Les Pauls are worth, $500,000, because you can't never get that again, ever, So, yeah, man.
Well, that's why I started dating. I started putting the year at least on my cards.
So important to do. Such a good idea. Yeah, man.
Yeah, because like I said, I got a guy here in town that got my first 2 big cards. I mean, he bought he requested the cards, but damn, they're horrible. I look at them now and I'm like, man, you look like a caveman with sticks that was carving them, but he wanted the very first ones, that in a booklet, all of Don Mattingly. But I just thought it was very interesting that, and he owns a big business here in town. So and he's a collector. He is a real collector. I mean, he dropped some.
Real
Yeah, he got
dollars.
some green on. I mean, I can't. I could never keep up with him.
Nice.
But I'm broke. I just have my cards and my stuff that I could trade and deal with and try to up my PC. And here's something for everybody. PC, when it comes to cards or a lot of things, even I'm a guess like Comic Con and different things like that, Star Wars. PC means personal collection. That's your personal collection. Like stuff that you're not gonna let go. Like, unless I'm gonna get a better graded Jordan, I'm not gonna let go of the graded Jordan that I have. Things like that. So, but yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for letting me talk about cards a little bit.
No, I mean, yeah, it's cool and it's interesting, and it's good to know. Also, man, what you're going through is affecting other businesses, small business owners, guys who work for the companies. So I just think it's important, you know what I mean, to learn. And then I love what you do. And then I think about the fact that it's kind of there's two businesses here in a way, or there's multiple. But when it comes to the consumer side, there's two businesses. There's the collector side.
Yep.
Where I'm building a PC, and sometimes, you know what I mean, just like those guys behind me, you know what I mean. Sometimes I have to get rid of that guy and that guy to afford this amazing SG. You know what I mean? But I'm not I'm not going on Marketplace and finding $200 guitars that I can put $20 worth of shine on and sell for 500 and just trying to churn them out with no care or love or real interest, right? I would never do that. But that is a real thing. So and it's a profitable business if you can do it right. I would think it's almost like the stock market in a way.
I'm finding out everything's the stock market.
Which means nothing is the stock market. But no, I'm kidding.
No, I mean it is. It is the cards, art, everything. Everything is a market and it fluctuates up and down.
Yeah.
Going from a time where I'm making $250 per card to a time where I'm making 100 to a time where I got a guy that apologized later on, but was telling me that my cards were worth $20, and that guy didn't get no more cards, and he ain't cents. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, but that, I mean, that's just like no, your face is worth that. That's what's drawing the card value down is your face, your name, not my art. You know,
true. Well, and yeah, well, and yeah, you never know who's gonna be what in that. And I'm thinking of back to when I was a kid, just collecting the fun baseball cards. And I remember when I got a Wade Boggs, and everybody freaked out. And they were like, "Holy crap, a Wade Boggs!" Which I had no idea. And I sold it to a friend for like, yeah, I remember I sold it to a friend for like $4, and I lived it up at 7-Eleven because 30 some years ago at 7-Eleven, $4. You got all the sugar you could,
You guys weren't buying Beckett's.
Beckett.
You guys weren't buying Beckett's.
Nice.
I still got 2 of those. And the Beckett's, what they did here is they would show you the card and the price for every card. I mean, look at that. Every card, Topps, Fleer, or whatever, and we would buy these every 6 months. We would buy them, me and my buddy across the street, and see how we were doing it. Or we would get the Beckett magazine. You remember Beckett magazines?
Yeah.
I still got a few of those. I don't have one right here. I'm not reaching for it. I'm putting this away. But yeah, I mean that's marked 1988. That's the Beckett from 1988 catalog, and the one before it's 1987. So
I feel like we just got out of a DeLorean. You know what I'm saying,
dude? If you were to come to this house, bro, you would just be having flashbacks all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nostalgia everywhere. I'm looking at a Frogger video game right now, right in front of me. Pac-Man, little mini video game, Nintendo. I even got Oregon Trail right here. Anybody wants to go out and get some dysentery, we can go do that. You know, at my football game here. This is classic, man.
Hell yeah! Holy crap! I remember that.
Yeah. This is where it all started, man. This was the best. You know,
Yes, yes, it was.
I mean, absolutely the best. Let's see if it goes. Oh, I think batteries might be dead, but like you see there,
Hell yeah.
yeah, you can see the red lights moving around. Yeah, and it would keep scoring. You'd score touchdowns and you jog back and forth, you know. But you never really knew where you were. You know, that's what these new ones though. Up here, they do have these new retros. They do have, but back in the day, they didn't.
No.
They just had a score. You didn't know how many times. You didn't know what yard line you're on. You just knew it was 1st and 10, 2nd and 8, 3rd and 30. You know, that's all you knew. And then you had just went until you got a touchdown.
But that's all you needed. That's
Yeah.
all you needed back then. You didn't
Back
need all that
then,
extra stuff.
This was a cell phone, man.
Yes.
I mean, I could. This is all I needed. Thank you. You know.
Bro, to speak to that, I forgot. I was watching some silly thing, you know, just doing the kind of the random streaming service bingo where you're just like, oh, that maybe looks interesting, and you pop it on for a minute while you're doing other things. I'm always doing other things, right? Like, you know, it sounds like I watch TV. I don't sit and watch TV. I'll cruise something and put it on. A lot of times, not to be that guy, but because maybe a writer or a producer or an actor in the show is somebody I know or a friend of a friend, and I'm always happy when they get work. You know what I mean? I really am.
Yeah.
Just because getting a TV show is a great deal for a stand-up, especially if you're a stand-up over 30 and you want to get off the road eventually, and you don't want to be 60 booking, you don't want to be 60 booking airport hotels, you know, playing for, 12 people at midnight on a Thursday. You'd like to be with your grandchildren retired. You love it when they get a sitcom because they can, if it goes well, they can make enough money to retire.
Yeah.
But long story short, too late. I was watching this one show and it had this retro scene and it was like comedy, like a sitcom. And the retro scene was supposed to have taken place in like 83. Like at the bottom, it said 1983. And they had huge cell phones. And I thought it was hilarious because I was like, they didn't have those in 83. Like, cell phones are such a key part of society when kids do things because it was like high school kids making a sketch of retro shit. When they conceive of they can't conceive of a world without cell phones. Yeah. They just think they were the big walkie-talkie style cell phones. They don't understand that wasn't even a thing. We didn't even have giant cell phones back then.
I had a pager, bro. I had a pager.
Oh yeah, but I had the blue pager with the gold chain inside. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I just had that black one with the case that snipped in. Just boop boop. Oh, I gotta find a phone, bro. I gotta make a call. Hey man, think your mom will let me use your phone? Make a call.
Yeah.
Ain't about drugs, is it? No man, it's my mom.
Or hold on, I gotta go to that weird thing over there you kids know nothing about. It's you put quarters in it and then you dial a number. It's called a payphone. They don't exist anymore, dude. Like at all, man. So and what's funny is if you see somebody on a payphone right now, you know they are literally up to illegal activity. If ever you're driving by anywhere, and it's always in the hood, they don't have cell phones in good neighborhoods. But when you're in the hood and you're driving by somebody and they're talking on an actual payphone, you know there is crime taking place on that cell phone or on that payphone.
What's taking place of the payphone is the burner.
Oh yeah. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't?
Yeah, no, not at all. No, I don't have any idea what that is. Wouldn't know. Couldn't even know. Even if you told me, I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
This hillbilly's so smart. I know so much.
I have no idea what a burner phone is. Have no idea. Prepaid. So the thing
sorry, prepaid.
Yeah, well, and because I mean, basically, you can run a phone off Wi-Fi now, especially if you get a. You know what? We're gonna be. You know what? It's fine. So Anyway, man, what else? See, man, see. Although I am so legal and boring. Like literally, the state prosecutor could come stay in my spare bedroom for a week and be like, "Good God, you're boring." It's like you just sit on your computer and work, go to the gym, cook dinner sometime, a couple times a week. You're boring. I'm like, yeah, I'm actually very boring. So
Keep him out. Stay out, bro.
yeah,
he ain't staying here.
yeah, no, that's fair. No, they ain't staying here either.
He ain't welcome here.
Yeah, that's fair.
In my house. In my house.
No, they're not welcome. No, fuck the state. No, no one's ever welcome in my home. And I am legally allowed to use all force to keep them out of my home. So remember that if you want to get
threatened. If you feel threatened.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel threatened.
Dude, I got a litany of threats, dude. Let's just say at the PD of the city I live in, there is more than one complaint filed, if you will.
So you report
threats made to my life, my well-being.
Do you report? I know we've talked about this over the phone a couple times. But
yeah.
Do you report?
Excuse me, every single time. It's very important to do that. And I'll tell you why. Because, you know what? You're going to call the cops and be like, somebody said mean things to me on the internet. Go get them, Dano. No, you're not going to do that. What you do tell them is, and I recommend anyone who's dealing with threats over the internet, especially from strangers, you file a report and you let them know. I will defend myself to the fullest extent of the law if these people harass me. I now feel threatened. You can see there have been threats made on my life. You can see I've told them I will contact the police. They've said contact the police. I'll do time for this. Bop, bop, bop. And I won't get too deep into it. But they definitely have said they are aware of the consequences of the violence they are willing to commit, and they are still willing to commit that violence. I want this all on record. Yeah. So in case anything happens, I don't get hemmed up. Because I know what will, in fact, happen. And what I feel bad about is it's going to be way worse for them than it ever would be for me. See, the fun part about that is I live this life. I have lived this life. You know what I mean? I'm in a comfortably defended place. We'll just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Also, I live in a state where, if you enter my property and I tell you to leave and you do not, I am allowed with whatever force I have at my legal, within my arm's length, to get you out of my house or to stop you from doing whatever aggression I feel like you may be causing. So long story short, the police know that if any of these people mess with me and something bad happens, I have been threatened by them. And so I am well within my right to immediately upon sight defend myself, if that makes sense.
And then on that same sort of note, with the concealed carry permit, they actually give you like the rules and the lists and exactly what to say. Like if a situation like that happens, if somebody breaks in your home, and or comes after you in your home or on your property, and you have to defend yourself,
or in public.
There's a whole list, or public. I mean, man, public anymore.
Because the thing is, if you're living under the threat, you don't have to
about it.
Yeah. If you're living under a threat and you've already made it known to local authorities you have been threatened, and you're living under a threat, then you don't have to prove you felt threatened at the point of contact, if that makes sense.
But your local authorities have to actually work.
Well, yeah. Well, let's look. I'm telling you from someone who has been threatened heavily multiple times. The best thing to do is let your local authorities know that you have been threatened and show them all the threats that have been made towards you. So if you see that person out, if that person shows up anywhere near your home and you react as if you are threatened, you don't have to prove you felt threatened. That burden in court is no longer upon you.
Yep, it's on their record.
Because you have filed a literal police report and you've asked them to stop and they've refused. So whatever happens to them if they get within your comfortable space of not feeling threatened is now on them. They're now responsible.
Well, for being threatened, you're a lucky feller. You you got the support of the law enforcement there, and that's good. That's a good thing.
Don't deal with them much. I'll be honest. You know how it is.
No. You don't.
I don't want to get into it, but let's just say that the reason you have a right to remain silent is because anything you say can and will be used against you, and I will leave it at that.
We're gonna use it against you, bro. You say diddy, and we're gonna use that against you. I mean, whatever you say. Cauliflower. Oh, all of a sudden he said cauliflower. I mean,
Hey man, I'll never forget. I was working at a car dealership. This was almost 10 years ago, and I just got it. I was like my 6th day at a car dealership, and I had my first seizure, and I had never had seizures before.
Oh.
But I'm like out on the thing. There's like 4 of us that they hired, and we're in our little training stance, and we're in our little polo shirts that say Ford on them, the blue polos and the khakis. And we're standing there. And, I remember the last thing I remember is standing there with the 3 other guys. And I remember waking up in the back of an ambulance, right? And because I'd never had a seizure before, I didn't know what the hell was going on. And there's 2 cops in the back of the ambulance with me. They had searched my car. For some reason, they had searched all through my car. They had searched my trunk. They had searched my pockets, my wallet, went through everything because I may have been on drugs, which how being on drugs gives you a legal right to search my personal property, I don't know. And you don't have proof I was on drugs, but because I had a medical emergency, you were able to violate my private and personal rights. Now, because it was my first seizure and it was a good 2 weeks before I'd even restored kind of me, you know what I mean? I didn't follow up. And at this point, I wouldn't follow up because, it was small, nothing, developed from it. And there's no reason to, kick a beehive. But that's police for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a medical emergency, they will use that as an excuse to violate your personal rights. Period. The end. And what are you going to do? You're going to go to court over them illegally searching your car when you had a seizure? You think a judge is going to hang around to hear that case? No. So, you know what I mean?
The police showed up. The police showed up when the ambulance and everybody else did it when you got.
I guess. Like I said, man, all I remember is standing there. And the next thing I remember is waking up in an ambulance, the back of an ambulance. What happened? And I remember a guy going, "Looks like you had a seizure." And I remember I was so out of it, and I just couldn't believe it because I had never had seizures. And here I am, later in life, you know what I mean? Over 38, and I was like, I was tripping. I was tripping, man. And I was like, what? Are you kidding? No, I don't have seizures. I've never had seizures. And at the time I was 6 months sober, right? So, I was 6 months sober, living cleaner. You know what I mean? Going to the gym, getting up early, dude, just living that life, man. And, not eat, keto diet, practically, I ate some pasta here and there. But like the worst thing I did was pasta and, a little herb, which is medicine. And I recommend it if you need it. Yeah. However, I woke up in the back of an ambulance with cops talking to me. "Do you do drugs?" I was like, "No, I'm 6 months sober, man. I go to AA meetings and stuff." You're like, "Oh." And they were like, "What?" And the med tech guy was like, "Looks like you had a seizure, a grand mal seizure." And then I went in, did the scene things, and they're like, "Yeah, welcome to it. You have seizures now. Yay. Medication for the rest of your life, player. Yay." So.
And how are you feeling?
Up and down. This was a hard week, brother. This was Here's the thing. Long story short, dear God, you're making me preach, man. I don't want to go on these rants, dude, like you're not even here. So, but anyway, I'll if you ever, you should enlist on the BetterHelp website as a therapist, bro. You know what I mean? Where it's just like they pay you randomly and you just make yourself available for chats like this. Anyway, no, long story short, man, I was over medicated for a long time, and I think we talked a little bit about it. Yeah. Melodian. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I was over medicated for a long time. The great thing is, man, when I cut my medication about in half, it changed my life. Been feeling a lot better. This week has been tough. Want to get into it a little bit with you, see how your week's been. 50 minutes into the show. But for me, this week has been tough. And and I'll tell you, man, it's I've had some interpersonal static with a friend. This show I put a lot of work into. And that's okay. But you know, and then a very good friend of mine that has a huge show, 100,000 followers. Looks like that thing just went to shit too. Him and his co-host just blew up.
2 of them, right?
Yeah. So,
And I think I feel it. I think I know.
and I've just been feeling off, man, to the point of like I've taken extra medication because I felt seizure E. They call it haloing.
Good stress,
Stress
is the main
seizure
fuel
brain.
and the main green button if you have anything that affects your what am I thinking of? It fights your immune system.
Yeah.
You know, stress in your immune system. If you have a weak immune system, which I'm sure you do, Mr. Weak Immune System, just like me, right? Crohn's is an immune
Yeah.
thing. I mean, it goes
blocker.
directly to it. It sucks it all out. You know, all your white blood cells, all that stuff gets it imbalanced, and so you know, it's just all that stress, man. You know, and it's causing you to have those feelings. I got to tell you, I'm feeling your stress. I felt your stress in time. I could say. Is that fair?
Yeah. No. Yes. I'm listening. Yes.
Yeah. You know, the other, I know my thoughts on the other. Yeah, I think you do too. You know, that's something I think that just has to, shoot, dude, that's just something that has to be snipped.
Well, and you know, it kind of is, man. It's.
I mean,
I wanted to act. Oh, sorry,
look what it's doing to it. Look what it's doing to you.
Well, and that's the thing. It kind of is done. We get, you know, we'll get into the gory details maybe off air, but
yeah,
or maybe on air. But I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like this, and I think you may recently have been. I was thinking about a lot of our conversations, and it was for lack of a better way to say it, you got a message from God. And I know that sounds, and once again, for lack of a better way to say it, but for me, it's a message from God, and that I do pray. You know what I mean? You know, that kind of thing. But you kind of get a message, and God doesn't necessarily come down and say a message. What he does, yes, he's a black man who wants.
You said God. You said God.
There.
There you go.
That's not Eric Clapton. Anyway, kidding. Not even that good, but Clapton as God was a thing. So, I mean, he's good. Don't get me wrong. Let's not even get into that. But anyway, the point is,
let his boy down.
God sends you folks, man. God sends you people, right? One of my favorite sayings is the old one about, you know, there's a flood coming, and there's a devout Christian man who prays, and there's a flood coming. And they knock on his door, the flood rescue, and they're like, get in this van and come with us. A flood's coming. It's going to wash out your house. He's like, no, God's got me. Now, then flood waters rise. A boat comes, no longer able to get a car. They come to a second-story window. They're like, get in this boat. Get out of here. You're going to drown. He's like, no, God's got me. Then finally, he's up on his roof. A helicopter comes and is like, get in this helicopter right now or you're going to drown. And then finally he says, no, God's got me, and drowns. He gets to heaven. He looks at God and he says, God, I thought you got me. And God looks at him and goes, I sent you a rescue, a boat, and a helicopter. What more could I have done? I felt like I was the guy in the flood. Okay. I felt like I was the guy where God sent me the boat. God sent me the helicopter. And I said, God, I'm going to lean on my own understanding. I'm going to work this out in a way that benefits everybody in the best way. Bop. I'll figure it out. I can do it. I know I've got a clear message from you that I can trust, from the people I love and trust in my life. And it resounds and it's right. But you know what? Let me put all that aside, because let me just you know what I mean, a little bit, and work it out cool. And because of that, it went real negative. It blew up. It got ugly. And I think that's my fault. Now, I didn't call names. I didn't get called names. I didn't do any of that. But I think it's because I didn't do what I was supposed to do, and I didn't do the hard part at the right time. I didn't respectfully listen to God and the boat and the helicopter and get out of the flood until I got flooded. So, yeah, man. What do you think about that? And that's the truth, man. Let me give myself a little for being a dummy. So, anyway. But you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
I do, and I know, and I understand. I understand the feelings. I mean, it doesn't feel. It hurts. It ain't cool. And here's the thing. This week has been a different week. I don't think
you muted yourself, brother. Still mute. Still mute. You're still muted, brother. Brother, you're still muted. You are still muted. We can't hear you. Hold on. We can't hear you. No. Try again. Still muted. Look at your thing. It says muted. Try to touch the top again if you can hear me. Try to hit that top mute button on your microphone again. On your mic, the top. See, it says you're unmuted, but I still can't hear you. Let me see something. Give me a second here. All right, guys, we are working out a little bit of technical difficulty, and that's okay. It happens. It's no bigs. We're working it out right now. Checking the live stream on the phone. Not hearing the card man just yet. And that's all right. He's going to jump out, I bet, and come back in, and that's all gangster. And that's all gravy, and that's all good. How are you guys this week? You want to send a shout out to everybody in the chat. Superfan, Amy, Kristen, Bob. Shout out Bob Jones in the chat. Shout out to everyone doing it large and doing it live. I love this show, and I love the fact you guys tune in. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. Please like, share, and subscribe, whether you're listening on YouTube, whether you're listening on Rumble, whether you're checking us out on Facebook. Hit the like button. Drop us a chat. I see we've got a few people listening. Not anybody really chatting, and that's okay. Probably a lot of you are at work. A lot of you are trying to get it done. You're on that grind, on that hustle. So, and we love that. So, want to send a shout out to everyone trying to make it happen. Want to send a shout out to everyone trying to make it work. I think that's my man, and he's back in at the stage. Okay, we don't have.
Why don't I have video?
We have your audio, baby.
Yeah, why don't I have video? Do I need to unplug it? What the heck?
We're having fun, and that's the most important part. We're having fun, y'all. Fun times.
Word.
Fun times is what it's all about. Fun times.
On.
Okay. If you can hear me, you have put yourself on mute. Oh, yeah.
Just right now, I accidentally hit mute.
There you are. Okay, awesome.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the camera, though.
Wacky times. Hold on. Let me see if I can find something here.
Let me see here. I got something. Vern's unlock my S20. Yeah. Unlock it.
Yeah, because I see a little lock logo.
Yeah, I do too. Get off me.
Get off me, man.
Get off me, system. Manage devices. Let's see here. Oh, man. Go ahead, keep talking.
What cool image can I share? I'm just talking. You know what? Let's go check out the Iron Chin. Let's see here. He always has good Instagram stories. So looks like that's some rugby. I love rugby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think rugby is a fun sport. I don't watch it enough. You know what I mean? But I do love rugby.
Yeah.
So while we're letting you work that out, man, we're going to check out a little bit of fun rugby action here. This is going to be fun. You know what I mean? This is going to be Action City. This is going to be great. So shout out. This is the Iron Chin, James Siekman, ranked number 4 in the heavyweights of the Power Slap division. Great dude. And he also has fire Instagram. Shell should share this. When it gets to the States, sign me up. So this looks like one of the new combat sports out there. Boom. Oh, look at that. That's awesome. Called running.
Dang.
So basically it's running backs, just doing the running backs thing. I got to watch the full reel. All right, let's check this out.
Nigga know me when it comes to this beef, I'll post when you sleep to the next Sunday. I cut off his limb,
Nice.
I'm so deep in these streets that I can't even sleep, trying to see how to eat to the next morning. Then I get up and get it like Steve Harvey. Get that bread extra.
Love it. I love it.
Nice.
That looks awesome. I like it.
This is
People who want to see you win will help you win. Remember that. I love that. I love that. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, or should be, is lifting others up.
Agreed. We're checking out some slap news. Boom. Encouraging you to follow their insiders page. That's okay. There's a little Luke, Lethal Strike. Simon's there. Shout out to the boy. Let's see what he's saying. Got him watching cartoons.
See, I like that idea that you sent me.
I made a pancake for somebody before on the grill. You're not really supposed to.
I don't even know what the heck is going on there, man.
He's making some good stuff, though. I've been.
Yeah, no, I love his content. No, he is doing great with content. He is killing it with content.
Here. Let me go up here. I'm still trying to fix this. I'm gonna
The
get
cool
it.
thing is there's no more lock. It's just a dark screen, but that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's all right.
Not really.
Let me see if I can do something here. Hold on. Oh man.
I need to disconnect this camera though and just make it the computer camera if I could.
You disconnect the camera. I mean, you can do whatever you need on this side, dog.
I mean, I think if I disconnect this camera, I should be able to go to my.
Okay, so I should be able to go to my settings.
You have switched mics. You literally just switched mics somehow. I can tell you that.
Oh, because did it go to the computer mic?
Yeah, it sounds better. Like you sound more like a studio mic now.
Oh, then it wasn't. Oh, wow. Huh. Audio camera is black. Touch up my appearance. How can you? It's black.
I see a red door and I want it painted black.
I've got an OBS virtual camera.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so where you see that,
Yeah.
right, you should be able to click that and a drop down box appear. And then it should, okay, you selected the OBS. That's the default. You're not using OBS. You're using a computer cam.
Well, now that I did that, I went to OBS because I thought that might help this camera. Now that we're here,
that's fine. Can you pop your camera through OBS though?
I can go into the OBS studio I have, but I don't think that's going to help us, is it?
Well, it will, because what you got to do is just dial the camera in where OBS is using your current camera, and if it is, that's the camera we'll be seeing. So we will be seeing you.
Okay. So yeah, my OBS is up. It's got the camera working. So now let me go out of OBS, right?
Not sure.
Me neither. But I'm gonna try it since it's on. Because we got the blue light on. It just went off.
I think what I would try to do is close OBS now. Where you have the camera option, are you still with me? Are you there? No, I think I lost him. Like he's still in, but there's no audio or video, and that's okay. All kinds of stuff going down. All kinds of stuff going down, 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 and we're having fun with it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Let's
This is why Kendama is some of the coolest game that you can ever play.
Let's pull up some Anthony Blackburn. Babyface power slap to everybody else. And he's into Kendama. It's a fun sport sweeping the nation. Let's check this out.
Look at this. His first time ever playing the game, and he did pull-up candlestick.
Neon Ninja, baby.
Pull-up candlestick.
One shot.
Pull-up candlestick. Neon Ninja.
Or are you going to do it without spinning it? That would be crazy if you did that first try. Mm.
I thought you were just like,
hey, we want to bring you out to a event in 3 weeks. I was like, all right, I'm in.
Yes!
Love it.
Day 2. Let's go get some breakfast.
Cheers. Happy birthday, lightweight champ of Power Slap, Real Deal Robert Trujillo. Everybody go by his page. Show him some love. Let's see what else we got. We got some good stuff going on. I shared that as well. Oh, that's me. He shared my stuff. Let's go back there. Thank you so much. Shout out Knuckles. Shout out Knuckles. MMA fighter, boxer, badass, wonderful dude, great father. Chasing the dream, baby. You know what I mean? I think that's why he reshared it. Because that's how we live. You know what I'm saying? That's how we live right there. Bro, you're fine. You just need an impossible sequence of events to play out in perfect order against all odds, and you will be fine. You know what I'm saying? That's how we do it. Vern, if you can hear me, come back, brother. Come back. So I am just holding that for now, you know what I'm saying? And we are doing that. That is crazy. I love that. Shout out Vern. Shout out Vern for making it happen. You know what I mean? And we are making it happen. And how's your week been? Good, I hope. I hope your week's been good, y'all. I hope your week's been nice. Hope you're doing great things. Hope you're changing the world in your own very special way, because that's really what it's all about. So that's really what it's all about. Yeah, man, I had a crazy week. I, came in definitely loaded. Want to talk more about it, and we're gonna do that. So, what we're just waiting on right now is our partner to get back in, and we're gonna be rocking. You know what I mean? So we're gonna be rocking that. So while we do that, guys. Want to get your opinion on something. We're thinking about doing some watch-alongs with some fun, silly stuff. You know what I mean? And, you know what I mean? What we want to do is maybe look into doing some retro TV, some old stuff, right? Got some old Batman and Robins. Got some, silly like The Lost Missile from 1958 and The Invasion of the Star Creatures, which was great. I watched some of that, and it was a lot of fun. So we want to do some watch-alongs, have a little fun like that, do that kind of thing there. We think it'll be great, and we think you'll enjoy it too. So that's the plan. Let us know what you think about it. They're short, they're fun, So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. And while we wait, I'm going to pull up one of these right now. This is, let's see here. This is Batman and Robin. Season 1, Episode 2, Tunnel of Terror. And this is from 1958. Check this out. George Plimpton wrote this.
Batman and Robin learn from a radio broadcast that an attempt will be made to steal some diamonds from a cargo plane. Flying the plane, they outdistance another which pursues them, but are forced to Earth by the stolen remote control machine.
Yeah, these stones are the real thing. Jimmy, tell headquarters it's okay.
Plane 1 calling headquarters. Plane 1 calling headquarters.
Come in, Plane 1.
We have the diamonds.
Splendid. We won't keep Batman waiting any longer.
What do we do now?
We get those diamonds back.
Hurry up, you guys. That blast will bring the police.
Shove off. Let's get out of here quick.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, Vern, you missed it. Dude, listen.
What I miss?
Hold on,
What
bro.
I miss?
Okay, so
Uh-oh.
basically, Batman and Robin got the lowdown on a diamond theft, a huge diamond theft, right? And they outpaced the criminals in their own plane. It's not the Bat plane yet, because this is from 52. However,
okay.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They outpaced the criminals in an airplane, and now they are, now there's some wacky action going on. Lots of music. What's crazy is if you think about it, this music back then was all made by an actual orchestra. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, in a pit. I mean, a lot of times they were in those big. They had a staged pit, where so they could be there and play.
That's
sometimes.
so cool, man. Yeah, man. That's why the music was such a big deal back then.
A good name to remember. We may be closer to recovering Hamill's stolen invention than we think.
How many Robins did they have?
Check out that old plane. I want that plane, bro.
Dude, they are up in the sky. Look at them. Look at that. That's the graphics. They're actually flying. That's a real plane. No. That looks like Rat Man.
See anything? Something that looked like this.
Look like what?
The package of diamonds. Or a reasonable facsimile. Hold the fort, Robin. Wish me luck.
He's pulling the old switcheroo.
Ooh.
Careful.
What
This is where
kind of
Indiana
door
Jones
is
got it
that?
from.
What kind, is it a sailor? Is it a sailor ship? Like you gotta step up and over through every door. That's awesome. Ooh, slick. You're slick, bro.
Zoinks?
Seeing you.
Wake up, Cholo. Go get him.
Just dreaming, I guess. For a minute, I got an idea
Yeah,
I didn't
Cary
have the
Grant.
diamonds.
Of course, I'm not going to open the package and check on it. Why would I do that?
No. Come on in. Come in smooth. Come in smooth. Put her down. Put her down. Easy, 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 easy.
Woo, what an action shot from 1958.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Look at the nose on that bird. Ooh, like a streamlined camper.
You take care of the plane. We're expected at headquarters. Okay.
Headquarters.
What's
There
up,
were a lot of
gangster?
headquarters back then, if you noticed. A lot of headquarters.
Yeah, mafia gangster right there. That's Italian. Matzo balls.
Oh, this suspense. Will Batman and Robin ever get out?
Dude, how are they gonna? They're stranded. They're on an island, right? Was that an island or is that just another part of land? And they just run home.
I don't know if that's relevant to
What was that? I don't know, but I'm gonna find out.
Uh-oh.
Don't get
Trouble
your butt
with the
whooped.
maintenance crew.
Don't get the pow and the wham and the bam out.
I think this is pre the wow and the power. I think we have
Is
to
it?
bring the wow.
Somebody's been in here. The exit door's unlocked.
Zoink?
Go out and take a look. Right.
No, it didn't take much, did it, back then?
Yeah.
Didn't take much.
Ah!
Ooh. That one connected. That one connected. Get up and cut.
That was before Hollywood unions. Where you could really punch the dude.
Take off your mask. It'll be cooler. I mean, it won't be as hot.
Okay, I think we've done enough of that for today. That's not what today is about, but it was fun. It's always a fun
Good
little.
stuff, too, since I messed up my camera, and yeah, we got to figure it out though. A little bit. I mean,
You
'cause
look-
now I'm on my computer camera now.
You look better than ever.
Oh,
And we can see, actually, it's clear. I
know
can
it.
see the background. We can see the badass Jalen Hurts. We can see
Well, the other
stuff
one
on the
was
wall.
blurry compared to this.
Yeah, you look better. It's clearer.
Cool.
Better like catching that white beard. You know what I'm saying? We love it. We love it.
Nice.
So yeah, no, I was telling the folks there we're thinking about doing some watch-alongs. Also, not to put you on the spot, you could just tell me maybe. But if you're down, I'd love to do a Friday nooner with you. As we had talked about, man, I'm trying to get us going. At
We have
least.
to keep it to an hour and a half this week though. Like only till 1:30.
Okay, yeah, about 10 minutes. We call it.
Oh, yeah. 10 minutes is an hour and a half to us, isn't it?
Be 128. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Let's do something Friday.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. You got stuff today? Absolutely, man.
No, I ain't got stuff today. I ain't got shiz. Just this.
Fair enough. Absolutely. And what do you think about doing some watch-alongs? Let me bring that to you.
I love it. But it's got to be like, we got to find like the old cartoons. You know.
Sure.
Like with Wile E. Coyote, Roadrunner.
Well, we have to do the
Yosemite
public.
Sam.
We have to do the public domain stuff. So we're going to be doing the Dollar Tree, like Bob Coyote and Steve Runner, Street Runner, and Bob.
Oh,
Coyote.
we can't show those?
No, we can't show anything that is still copy. We have to use public domain stuff that's so old, it's now in the public domain, or that knockoff
Well,
stuff
then,
that they
what
released.
about the Disney, the old Disney stuff like Steamboat
No.
Willie?
If it says Disney, we can't show it.
I probably can't even say that. I probably should have said Dickney.
We can say Disney. We cannot show any of
no,
their
Disney.
copyrighted profit stuff.
Dickney.
Disney is like the worst, and now that they own like all the Star Wars properties and stuff like that, by far, because Disney's in freaking everything, right? And they own all the record companies, so they own all this music now. So like anything, dude, that and this, I will get a copyright hit for that. Now I can dispute it and it'll be fine, but I
She
will get a
drowned.
copyright hit for that because Disney owns that, dude.
She drowned.
I know in crack, but regardless.
Hey, what a way to go though, right? Ooh, drowning crack. Hey, what's
But
up?
let me show you some Dollar Tree. And look, man, I grew up in the Dollar Tree.
I'm gonna go shopping then too. I'm going shopping too then.
Hell yeah. The trees he makes. I'm Dollar Treeses. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
yeah.
I am Dollar Treeses. So what I wanted to show you was, wow, this channel has this, man. I'm loving this channel. But look here, we have Cowboys of the Wild West, COW Boys of Moo Mesa. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And we can start at season 1, Ep 1 here. And look at how wacky.
They're all cows.
They're cowboys. See, it's
Got cows and steers. Got a vulture down there.
how did this show not take
Somebody's got to have a pig nose. There's got to be a pig nose in there.
She's pig nose-ish. She might be the piglet.
Cowboys of Moo Mesa.
I'm just saying how that wasn't a smashing hit. I can't tell you, but I'm thinking fun stuff like that. You know what I mean? This is why I love Rumble, because it's where all this stuff goes to die. I do want to watch Invasion of the Star Creatures with you, though. I feel like that might inspire you.
Invasion. Have you already watched it though?
No, I watched. I just was like cruising.
I can see it's halfway through. You watched half of it.
No, I didn't. I did the thing where I and then of course I watched some of Gulliver's Travels because that was one of the first big books I read as a little kid. So
yeah.
But no, man, I didn't watch. I'm like fast forwarding.
The Lost Missile, bro.
Yes.
What's that?
Let's see here.
Because
unidentified missile
about that in the news and stuff. They've talked about that.
Yes.
Losing missiles and losing warheads.
See, this is when Canada and the U.S. teamed up.
Ooh, what a team!
Robert Loggia. Robert,
show what they can do together. Maybe
see, this is what I do, right? So you just cruise through, right?
It's called Due Line, Distant Early Warning Line.
Oh yeah, baby.
We're watching that.
Okay, yes.
We're watching that.
Dick Tracy. Yeah, man. So there's all kinds of fun
cartoons. Oh, Captain America is black and white. What the heck?
Season 1, Ep 1.
Oh, I bet it's only one season long. They got cut. They had to have. I think that might be a route. Because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those.
Yeah, and they're only 15 minutes long a piece.
I think we should check one out.
Ooh, okay. Look at that. This is 1943 Batman, which is even older than the other Batman we were watching.
Wait. Go back to that screenshot there of it. Ooh, look at her face. Look at where her face is. Yeah.
She's so happy. Oh, Batman.
That's pretty close. I wonder if Batman pushed her there or if she was actually just sitting there.
I think he saved her. He's just untied her from the dastardly villain. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Let's see
what happened.
Come to the country that will soon be a colony of our expanding
Ooh,
empire.
that's a good accent for something.
One side.
Soviet colony of my expanding empire. We got to hear that guy again. That was
look at all these different.
Yeah,
look at all these
get the top off.
cultures.
There's that orchestral music.
Oh no!
Oh, it's like a zombie robot.
Yeah, he was dead. I know he was. Oh no!
Brave son of heaven is under hypnotic influence, or what is commonly known as state of animated suspension. I have
state of animated suspension.
Brought him back to consciousness. He may only come to life for a few moments, but long enough to divulge the information he has been entrusted with.
We've seen that in movies before, where they bring him back just for that split second to get that information.
Welcome to the country that will soon be a colony of our expanding empire.
Expanding empire.
Bansai, Prince Daka. I have important message from Tokyo. Secure Lockwood Plain with no secret motor. Fly to Pelican Island for rendezvous with submarine. Further information in here.
Ooh, secret button.
Ooh, holy! That's all I had left. Secret button he got off though.
He is very happy to die.
He is very happy to die. See, we're gonna have fun, dude. I was thinking Fridays would be our watch-alongs.
Yep.
I was thinking, if you're down, when you're down, no pressure,
Yeah,
no
I'm down
punch.
with it, man. I'm down with it. Yeah. We
The
need to go a little
goal-
earlier than noon.
The
Like
goal,
11:30.
the goal sooner rather than later.
Oh, that's not the nooner show. It has to be noon.
It doesn't have to be noon.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because we can do the nooner watch-alongs, right?
Ooh,
Which would be a different, you know what I mean? A different play. It's like Diet Pepsi. So
Yep.
anyway, here's okay. So my goal sooner rather than later is to do 3 shows a week.
Let's go.
You know, and you know, within the next 30 days, couple weeks, we do a Monday show. And a Monday show, you know what I mean? We try to, you know, just kind of focus on maybe what's going on, but more from our point of view, encourage people to have a great week. Then we do our Wednesday show, give the people a break, do what we do here, white trash, esoteric.
Word.
And then Friday, we do a fun watch along. And then if we decide, hey, hell, it's Thursday night and we have insomnia and it's midnight, you know what? We're going to do a watch along.
Yeah.
We might do that because the cool part about it is, baby, you can watch this whenever you want. Do you have YouTube? Do you have Instagram? Do you have Facebook? Do you have Rumble? Because if you do, you can watch this on Christmas morning as a gift to your family if you like. No problem.
Yeah. I mean, for real. I mean, just a real clip. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. See there? Just come to us.
Yes, we got it. So anyway, tell me about your week. Man. Hey, man, I got a bone to pick with Vern. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Vern.
I'm gonna be another rapper dancer, popping off with the mouth, but shit, I shouldn't have said.
Okay, so here's
Desert Eagle.
That's a fun toy gun YouTube. Toy gun YouTube.
It is.
Toy gun YouTube. Monetization purposes. Toy gun. Toy pew pew. Anyway.
It is. It was shooting rubber bullets everywhere.
I'm trying to get us paid, dog. But anyway, so last week I was like, you know, do you plan on going live this week? Can we find you? Like, nah, man, I'm gonna take a break. And then boom, I look and I see I missed 2 go lives from you last week. And I was like, and it's not like I don't follow you, bro. It's just that, like, when you hit your go lives, usually I might be doing something else, and you know my shit is just flooded. You know what I mean? I have 4 people waiting on me to get back to them literally right now. You know what I'm saying? So, like, unless I kind of know, it's hard for me to catch. But you did 2 go lives. Tell me about those. What'd you do? Was it fun? Talk to us about that because we want the people to tune in. You know?
Yeah, I just on my go lives, I just really break cards, go through them, talk about them. If I've done an art card and you know, show it. I mean, I've got enough in the inventory though. I got to slow down, and I mean with the move, you know, I'm moving.
Are you officially moving? I know you had spoken about that.
Yeah, I'm selling. Well, I'm selling the house. We're getting
That's
it
a legit
ready.
thing now.
Yes, it is. This house is gonna go by. It's too big. Too big. I'm one guy. I'm 51. 5 bedroom upstairs, downstairs, 2 kitchens, 2 laundry rooms. You know, it's the basement's a complete. It could be an apartment. You know, and then out back is just this huge building with a loft, a 2-car garage, and it's got 2-car attached garage. This 5-bedroom home. It's in this really nice, school district, elementary school district. So there's no. I mean, it's just not. It's too much. I need a 1 or 2 bedroom, 1 level, 1 laundry room, 1 bathroom. You know, I don't need anything. I mean, I take a carport for my pickup. I don't even need a garage. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna minimize. Then buy smaller, sell big. I mean, this house is 5-bedroom home with a loft out back and stuff. It's fairly valuable, desired around here.
Where are you thinking about moving?
I don't know until I have the money.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how I'm playing this.
No,
that's
and that's
exactly how I mean, you know, I don't know where I'm gonna go. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how I'm gonna live. I'll just have a wad of cash and the stuff that I kept and be like, all right, what you gonna do now, fool?
Vegas. I say we wait till you get that lot of cash and we go to Vegas, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, we'll go. Fuck
it. We were We started, and we'll either be rich or poor when we end.
Yeah, we'll
Shakes
go.
with the rent.
We'll go.
I'm kidding. I'm being.
I'm not. I mean, I think we should go. I think
Yeah,
it'd be fun. I know it's spendy, but I mean, I think it'd be fun if we went as the Nooner Show.
Oh,
I
hell
think
yeah,
that
man.
would be cool.
So, man, word. And I love that you know what I'm saying, thinking about moving somewhere. I don't know where you'd want to move. I have no idea. I don't want to make any suggestions either, man.
Oh, Mulberry.
Not every
Elementary
place is
School.
great. So, you know what I mean? So,
Mulberry, is that where your wife teaches? Where's your wife teach?
More. 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 Like
Okay.
more or less.
Mulberry is where my best friend and
Okay.
his family.
That's actually a nice sub. That's a nice subdivision suburb.
Yes.
That's like a suburb of a suburb.
Because my buddy was close. He wanted to be a golf pro, and he lived in Colorado. And oh man, we would play a pro course, and he was good. He could hit the ball 370 yards,
right,
360 yards, consistent, and he didn't call it on a draw, call it on a slide. He was just really good. But yeah, he lives there, and that's got a pretty good golf team. I understand that little school.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so his boy made the golf team, so that was cool. But yeah, that's where they are. They're in the Mulberry area of Oklahoma.
Nice. There's downtown stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just saying, hey man, I don't want to tell you where to go, dog. You know what I mean? Just as you're thinking.
No,
you know what I mean?
I'm an open book, man. I go anywhere but California.
That's fair.
Or Seattle. I won't go to Seattle. I'd go to Coeur d'Alene before I'd go to Seattle.
Well, don't say Coeur d'Alene. My wife will lose her. We're going on a huge. Okay, so this will be interesting, man. I'm going on. So maybe for the first time in 20 years, I'm going on a road trip not tied to work. Like I'm not doing shows. I'm not managing somebody else's tour. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm not. You know what I'm not doing any of that, which is weird. But I'm doing the freaking family thing. In August, we're literally her family is all on the West Coast. And we're driving, man. We're driving to Idaho. And then from Idaho, we're going to Oregon. And then we're going to go down to California to see like all of her like uncles, brothers, sisters, all that. Yeah, man. I'm excited about it. And it's going to be interesting because for the first time, I will be traveling in so long without having work attached to it. You know what I mean?
Dude, are you going to even know what to do?
No. It's kind of weird. It's between us, man, it sounds a little like I'm gonna feel like, what am I doing? I'm just hanging out. You know what I mean? I should be hitting the local club for open mics, or I should be going and checking out the downtown local comedy club, and you know what I mean, making friends and giving them my socials. And it's like, no, I'm doing a straight family thing. I'm gonna enjoy mountains and rivers. Yeah.
I know everybody. That's where it was. That's where it used to be, but. I can't stand California. It's just me. But I'm a Nebraskan. I mean, what Nebraskan can't stand California? There's not a one. I guarantee it. They're taking our land. They're taking our jobs. I mean, that's Nebraska.
Not a not a huge fan of California, but I will take it over the Northeast Coast any day of the week. Like you want to make my life hell.
Over Rhode Island and all that.
Boston, Rhode Island, New York City. Oh my God. No, thank you.
It's hard, man. It's fast.
Anything north of Tennessee. Anything north of Tennessee and east of Pennsylvania. Anything north of Tennessee and east of Pennsylvania, you can have it. No, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't care for Pennsylvania when I was up there because I went to Manhattan after 9/11.
Right.
So I didn't care for Pennsylvania very much. I don't care for Illinois all that much. Hey, I'll just shoot it out. I'll just be straight out about it. Hey, sorry everybody if you're a fan. I don't like Illinois. I mean, whatever. Plenty of people don't like Nebraskans. Yeah, that's fair. But
can you blame them?
Nope. Nope. I'm on that wagon. I'm with it.
Nebraskans are like Oklahomans without the color. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we don't get a tan.
I meant verbally, but yes.
No, we don't. Look at me. I go outside. I ain't tan. I got I go outside with my dog all the time. White as a ghost. White as my beard.
So you did a couple of go lives. Are you planning on doing any more this week? Would be the question.
You know, they're so random. I don't know. I have to be in the right mood.
Right. See, and this is what I know about you, and I appreciate about
Wednesdays.
When I was like, man, I asked him last week if he was planning on doing any go live, so I could at least like drop in the chat. And then I wake up and I see that you did go live, the night before. And I was like, but see, that's an artist, man. That's like asking an artist, are you going to paint a picture today? What would you do that? Because he doesn't even know. He can't answer you that because he doesn't know. So
you know what? That's what makes people really mad at me.
Well, that's dumb. Why would they be angry at you for that?
It doesn't upset people because I mean I can't give them a commitment. I can't give them an answer. And when that's all people want is an answer and you can't give it to them, then you're just being honest. They don't believe
and
you.
Sometimes people have to accept no answer is the answer.
Yeah.
That I don't know is the answer. Now, maybe that's not the answer you want, but it's the only answer I can give you.
Yeah.
And you're either dealing with me on a business transaction level and you are angry and you have a right to demand customer service on some level or split this relationship, or you're dealing with me on a friend level and you understand that if I say I don't know and you know me, doesn't mean I'm trying to screw you over or hurt you or disrespect you in any way. It just means that I don't have what you need, the information you need right now. And as soon as I do, I'm going to hit you up. I'm going to get with you. But I just don't have it right now.
And I agree with you, but I've actually lost relationships because of all this. Because there is only so much a human can take. I mean, I understand that. I don't blame them for that because they've taken enough. They've heard it enough. They've had to deal with it enough. So some of my friends that have left me because of that same reason, that things that just went on here, I don't blame them because I understand that's a big burden to have to carry, is my brain. Even as a friend, even if they're looking out for me so much, it gets so gosh darn annoying for them. And I step in their shoes, and I'd be like, man, I'd knock this dude out a long time ago. When I'm standing in their shoes looking at me. So, yeah. That brain thing ain't no prize. And dude, they understand. It's just that it's annoying as heck.
Yeah.
You've had to deal with it a couple of times. Deal with it during the show sometimes.
I think for me, it's okay because I've dealt with artists my whole life. I am one. I was that dude. I've been the dude that cost people money and time because I was being the artist. And I'm also the dude it's cost me money and time because I've been dealing with loneliness as well. So, sorry, not loneliness. I'm reading something else. I've been dealing with artists as well. So I understand the artist brain. And I understand that it's one of those things, man. It's real tricky, right? Because
that's why I have my treatments.
What I find, what I find is the most effective is to be able to separate the art from the social. Because, and I know I did this for so long, we get those two things mixed up where they become one and the same. And it's important, like, okay, I have a podcast. My podcast isn't my music or my stand-up. It's really not. Now, if I can work some aspects of my music and my stand-up into this, awesome. And this is an extremely creative medium. And it challenges you on many levels. People have no idea what we're doing. Yeah. And that's cool. And we dig it. As long as we're putting out a good product, that's the key, right? So, the thing there is, I just, how do I say it? Sorry, man. You're the only person that makes me challenge my brain.
Well, bring it. Just tell me what you guys.
But just dealing with being an artist myself and stuff, it's like, man, there's so much reward, and it's so rewarding to have something that is consistent, and it helps you with everything else in your life. Now, that doesn't have to. And now, the cool part about it is when it's not a strain on your art. Meaning, if I had to come on here 3 times a week and do 30 minutes of stand-up, I would hate stand-up comedy. You know what I'm saying? If I had to come on here and play 30 minutes of guitar 3 times a week, I would end up hating that. I don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, or if I had to come on here and show you 3 hours of writing a week of comedy or production I'm doing, that would be miserable. But because this is a completely different thing and a skill set and something that I've been able to be consistent at, I find some pride in that, man. You know what I mean? And then you get the reputation for being the podcast guy. You do the podcasts.
Yeah.
And you didn't start out with that intention, but you know, you have people hitting you up going, "Hey man, will you help me do a podcast or promote my stuff or help me produce and show me the ropes on this stuff?" And it makes you feel good because you know you're contributing, man. And that what you're doing is good enough for other people to like you, awesome people like you to be involved. So I understand the artist mindset. You know
But
what I mean? So
I like the fact that everything that's happened here has been just organic as hell.
Yes.
So organic, you know, this podcast and what we're doing. You know, it just kind of came out of nowhere and is just white trash, Wolo and Wigger.
Exactly. Well, and quite honestly, brother, I knew, man, you a rigid thing would not excite you. You have to be motivated to do something with some excitement in your heart. There has to be some heart and soul in it. And if this was broke down, like we're going to start out with these 15 minutes and then we're going to go on to these, blah, blah, blah. You would not be motivated. It wouldn't be what it is. It wouldn't be that gumbo. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, little sauce here, a little seasoning here, a little spice there. It's delicious. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be that. So
if y'all can't tell, we don't game plan anything. We don't get a hold of each other beforehand. I mean, I see my phone and it's like 3 minutes till noon and it says, "Hey, just checking in, make sure we're still on for the day." And I noticed that was sent like 2 hours ago. And so I hit like, "Yeah, let's go, get it on," you know, and so then we fire up, you know, that's just being normal dudes.
heck yeah. I did try to call you Friday, but then I saw you were going
You
live and
did.
stuff. So yeah.
You did, and then I fell asleep, and then
No
I went
worries.
live. But
No
no,
worries.
there's. Did you do what that thing that I said about like Google Earth? Did I say
Which thing? Oh, where you're at?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
I thought we did it on the show, but yeah.
Yeah, Amazon bought that plot right behind that building.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Oh yeah, the wedding building is now going to be obstructed by a Amazon building.
Wow.
Which completely takes the view of that monument that's so historic and completely wipes it out from all the businesses down that street because Amazon's taking over. They bought the land for $350,000. Slid the city a cool $6.5 million because we're not a big city. We're a city of 7,000 people.
Oh wow. Wow. Yeah. So 6 million in a city of 7,000 people is a
Yeah, they're like oink 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 oink. Thank you, Bezos. Thank you. But yeah, so I'd call it Karmazon.
fair. Very fair.
Yeah, that's an inside thing between him and me,
Right.
between Mike and me. But yeah, I mean, maybe someday it won't be. Maybe someday it'll be a public thing. Who knows? But it doesn't need to be here. You know, this is fun. this thing's about fun. You know, and we've gotten pretty heavy the last couple shows, you know, into some stuff. But you know, let's get back to what you were saying originally.
I was asking you about your week.
How hard this week has been. How hard this week has been. What kind of week this has been. And I think it's been that kind of week for almost every person. It's just that there's been a weird, just a weird thing in the air everywhere in the world. I mean, when all of a sudden middle of the night, I'm still up, everybody's asleep, but India and Pakistan are bombing each other.
That's a good point. You know, I've kind of stepped.
People are sleeping.
I lived the news for a very long time, and I've kind of stepped back. I know it's going on. I see news reports that India and Pakistan are at conflict.
That one's pretty big. Pay attention to though. That India against Pakistan. That one's pretty it's very brittle. You know, that whole land section can just be gone because of the rulers and because of their abilities. So that's going on in the world. And I mean, there's just so much negative in the world.
Yeah.
You know, that it's just turning, and it's in the air, and it's in the frequencies, and you know, I think half these spiritual things that are going on and that people think are spiritual or lights or whatever, you know, I think they're trying to help absorb some of that negativity. You know, I think that some of that might be just a cause of negativity,
Right.
the negative energy. You know, so I think it has been. It's been a tough. I think it's here. I would put this word on this week for probably a lot of people. They probably felt some depression throughout this week. A lot of people, because of the way that vibrations and frequencies were. That's what I was feeling and tasting and smelling, was the more the depression side of life, as opposed to like angry or anything like that. I feel like the depression was the heaviest emotion on this week.
I agree.
Not to bring it down or anything, but to be
No,
real.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, but that's I think that's the main focus for the feeling of the week that we just went through, and it'll change. But I do believe that the source was depression for everyone, because we live in a world with such negativity and hate that it just sort of ends up causing depression.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, even though you know there's nothing to be depressed about. You
Yeah,
know,
well,
really, in that day, I mean, everything's good. You got a roof, you got a wall, you got the things you love, you know, and you're still breathing in and out. So, you know, I mean, yeah, it's depressing because that's a feeling and that's a chemical. That's a chemical. Depression is a chemical going through your body, you know, exuded from your brain. Um, and, you know, yeah, you always say, oh, choose happy, choose happy. Well, guess what? Even if you choose happy, you can be depressed at times.
that's true. That's true. Well, and it's because depression is, I truly believe depression is a sickness, and it's very hard. This is something I wanted to pull up. I was reading Men's Health, and basically, it says Britain, but it's men's loneliness. And this just came out. As social isolation is now regarded as a major public health issue, one with global reach and tragic ramifications. But what can be done about it? And Men's Health spoke to people trying to break this cycle. A lot of this, I think, is left over from COVID. You know, people withdrew, crushing loneliness. They stay to themselves, especially men. The silent struggle of modern isolation. I like this one. I'm a failed musician in my early 40s. Know a little bit about that. My years of stomping on stages of the toilet circuit venues with my bandmates are largely behind me. And just, you know, speaking to people like this, retiree 75, you know, and working in some of the fields I've worked in, especially working with senior citizens. A lot of them are very lonely too. So it's all of us. And depression feeds on loneliness and negativity. Now, here's the worst part about depression. Imagine if you're feeling depressed. And this is to everyone out there. I know Vern already knows, but imagine you're feeling depressed. And you look around and you have amazing people that love you surrounding you. And this is how bad the disease is. You only feel worse. They say, count your blessings, have gratitude. And when you count your blessings and you have gratitude, it only makes you feel worse. Why? Why, you say? Because you're so damn depressed and you hate yourself so bad that you love people so much and you think to yourself, I am just a fucking drag on these people. Pardon my language, but seriously. You think to yourself, everyone in my life that loves me is a beautiful, amazing, patient, long-suffering, caring human who does not deserve the burden of me. And if I took myself out, if I called it a day, these people would hurt for a brief period of time, but they could move on and have a better life. And so you're told to focus on the people that love you and focus on them telling you they love you and they want you to be happy and they're there for you, and they are. They truly are. And that's one of those brutal, disgusting, awful, ugly tricks depression plays on your head. Instead of seeing the light through the actual light sources, that light makes you feel more depressed because it shines the light on how insignificant you feel or how worthless you feel, how no desire to have life you feel, and how you're hurting those people, man. And it can kill you. It can fucking kill you, and it kills your soul. And it's awful. It feels awful. And I don't wish it on my worst enemy. I have people I really genuinely do not like on this planet. And I do not wish that on any of them, because it is a torture and a pain and a hell that you would trade any amount of physical pain, because you can't rip this out of you. You know what I mean? You can't, there's no shock that takes it out of you. And that's when a lot of times you reach for drugs or alcohol. And that's how you manage it. And then your brain gets used to that dopamine as the therapy. And, you know, so I want you to know that's a lie. Depression is a lie. And I understand it's a sickness. But sometimes all you can do is hold on. And if you can hold on, hold on. Hold on to the planet with your fingernails when you feel like it's spinning out of control, but stay with us because it will get better, and I promise.
So, you know, the thing is you know, not a lot of people know. I mean, we don't get this talk about like this subject very often. But, you know, what I say is, as a human, you have to learn to be alone but not lonely. You know, there's just some things in life where, yo, bro, you gotta ball up and be alone. But it's on you not to be lonely. You know, that's why that article, like for you, I mean, and for the majority, we got a rare dude on the other end that's sitting here on this mic. You know, that has nobody, that has no family, zero. In fact, I have the opposite. I have straight enemies. You know, so there's different lifestyles, and there are some people, you know, I do struggle. Like if they were in my situation, they wouldn't be able to handle it. They wouldn't, you know. I mean, it's very unique, and so, you know, I don't have family to lean on. That's why this podcast. That's why I love this podcast so much and having this opportunity, because at least once a week, I get to hang out with Mike, and I get to talk with Mike.
Well, it's gonna be more than that. I'm putting you to work.
I know, but I mean, but for real, I mean, that's what this has done for me, dude. You know, it gives me another thing to be positive about during the week, to be alone but not lonely.
Well, and I think like most artists, and we might be similar, I love alone time, right? I hate being lonely. There's a big one of those is almost inspirational and motivational, and you're like, nobody's bothered me. They're all living their lives. I can create in my bubble, and it'll be awesome. You know what I mean? I'm vibing. But then there's lonely, and that's a different animal.
Yeah, it is. You know, and there's a lot of people. The majority of people deal with that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an easy monster to get over. You know, and you're not hey, yo, maybe you're not all right if you're able to get over it. You know, maybe I'm not all right because I'm able to get over it. You
Well,
know what I'm
maybe all
saying?
right isn't the goal, you know? Or what is all right? You know what I mean? All right is a subjective.
All right, it's a perspective of
Yeah.
other people.
Yeah,
You know,
maybe
my perspective of me is fine.
I think of the Darwin theory or the ekpyrotic theory that Darwin, not evolution, but the ekpyrotic is it's not the strongest or the fastest that survive. It's the most adaptable. Right? So you're not the strongest. And in fact, what we find is most of the time the strongest die out because they need so much resources to maintain. And this is just on, on a scientific level. It's the most adaptable. It's the people that can go from one extreme to another and still continue to move forward. And sometimes I feel like maybe we are just anomalies and perfect examples of the ekpyrotic theory, my brother. Because despite it all, because you have to adapt to be who you are, you've had to adapt. You've had to adapt. Think about who you were at 20. Think about the last 30 or so years and how you've had to change and how many times you've had to change to get by, just to get by, much less to succeed and do your art, right?
Oh, my word. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that's crazy is, I mean, even if I were to stop the cards art right now, I succeeded. My card art, look where it went. People were buying it. People are buying it. People get an autograph. People want it. You know, even if I were to stop now, there'd be enough out there, and then I'd sell my inventory that it would be, and it will be, a legacy. You know, so that, I mean, that's another positive thing about my alone life, we'll call it, you know, or lone wolf life, whatever you want to say. But I don't feel like I'm unhealthy for it. You know, I feel I'm unhealthy because I have Crohn's disease. I feel I'm unhealthy because, you know, I have PTSD. I feel I'm unhealthy because I had COVID 5 times and I had 3 vaccinations and I had 2 strokes. And, you know, that I think makes me sick. But I just don't think that, you know, all these other things do. You know, just the way you think, the way you want to be, just because it's different, that don't make you sick. Crohn's, that makes you sick. COVID, vaccine, PTSD, all that makes you sick. Yeah. But you know, then you said all that stuff, you group it all in one, all that stuff, to make it all one, then set it aside. Keep going. Make it all one. Even though you're transferring and you're evolving and you're making yourself different, you know, take all the bad, just group it into one. And, you know, it's going to keep happening. Bad's going to keep happening. But you just got to keep on that good trail. So
And it's crazy, man, because, you know, on the other side, people who are into you and what you do, we don't see you as that. And secondly, you have me. You may feel like you have no one, you have me.
Yeah. I got people. I mean, you know, Dawn and then you and then Kylie, and I got the 2 girls here.
Yes.
I think I'm weighing pretty heavy on them, though. You know, they do a lot for me. They do a lot for me.
And they want to.
They do.
And don't take that blessing away from them. That's their blessing. I know if I lived in your town and I got to hang out with you once a week and help you out a little bit, that would be such a blessing. I would look forward to it and I would be happy to do it. So don't take that blessing away by making it about how you feel about it.
Well, let's see if you get a comment from Lex or a D, a Deanna at any time. We'll see if you get about that statement there, because if we're wrong, Lex will definitely let us know we're wrong.
And that's fair.
I know. That's why I love them. That's why I love them. They just straight. They tell you. So now, if they got a problem, they'll pop in and be like, "Hey, no, you have him. You come down here. You deal with him for a week."
But that sounds like family. I'm sure my wife would say the same stuff. She
And
loves
that's
me
how
to
I
death.
feel about them. That's how I feel about them.
She would be like, "Oh, issues I have with my husband. let me bring
Yeah,
the list.
there's a scroll.
Exactly. You think it's a little piece of paper? It's just like a
Yeah.
roll. Oh,
You think it's a post-it note? It's a biblical scroll that rolls out like 8 feet onto the floor.
But she loves me to death.
Yeah,
So
she does.
I don't know what's wrong with her, but I'll take it. Nobody make her wise to the game.
Hey, but we also got to remember, hey, Apollo, hey, come here, boy, come here, come on, come here, come up here. Let's see if they can see you. Come here, come up here, come up here, come up here, come here, come on, boy, come here, jump up here. They want to see you.
We can kind of see. We love it.
I just want to show you though that this guy is the best guy ever.
Heck yeah.
There he is. Let's move that mic.
Yeah, buddy. Apollo.
Yeah, Apollo. What's up, boy? Come here. Come here.
Apollo.
We want to see you.
Who's a good boy? Apollo's a good boy.
Yeah. So I got Apollo, and he is like seriously the best dog I've had 7 dogs, and unless we count hunting dogs when I was a kid, and then I've had like 20, but 7 dogs, and then this one's been the absolute best.
Yeah.
The way he behaves, he helps me. I can lean on him if I need to, like actually lean on him to help me get up or stand up if I need it. He's really smart too, and he knows colors. It's just I'm not alone. So I just have a little odd family. That's all. My family's just a little odd. My dog.
That's the
my
best kind.
friends and Lex and D and Mike. And, whoever someday we can make friends with along here on this.
Can I be honest about that too? While we're just on the side quest here, most people I know who grow up deep in their family and they live with and without their family and they're full adults and it's all just family are awful people. Most of them are awful. I'm sorry. It's true. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean it, but
You better kill me. I'm gonna be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
I don't know if you've seen The Righteous Gemstones. You know what I'm saying? But if you haven't, I'm gonna make sure you get those links and you can watch it, no problem. But
Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's brilliant on levels. It's just freaking brilliant. But it's about a religious family, like a super mega rich multi-millionaire religious family, and it's got a great cast in it, and it's just so funny.
The drama and the bullshit. I mean, just yeah, and unnecessary.
Yeah.
Well,
and the thing is, you don't
that's where
develop.
name calling was originated with families. I believe.
Yeah, I agree. Well, and that's the thing. You don't develop skills to deal with other people who aren't blood related to you. You know what I mean? You don't learn to appreciate people on a level of who they are and how they've come into your life willingly, and you've come into their life willingly, and you know what I mean? And it's it's like, oh, I was born near you, and you were born near me, and so we, it's just I don't. Some folks and families are great, but I find wealth families where who they are and their identity and their money and everything is tied up within this family thing. They're terrible people. I find many times they are terrible people. I've coming from being a bastard who never met my father, no brothers or sisters, just me and my mom in Section 8 1-bedroom apartment growing up. Most people I know connected to money and families and wealth, all interconnected and intertwined, are terrible people. Yes, I said it. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to take my word for it.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? In your experience?
I actually have personal experience with that.
Okay.
I have a real, true personal experience with that.
Am I way off here? Have I just had some bad personal anecdotal experiences, or do you think I'm right, or do you think I lean?
No, in my situation, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
My situation, absolutely right. Where money takes control of the narrative.
Yeah.
No matter what the factual narrative is, the money always takes over the truth. And what else I've learned. I did learn. I have an understanding. I won't say that I know because I'm a male. I can never know. But I have an understanding personally of why women don't go forward. I went forward for a woman, for a girl, and I've been nothing but ostracized, cast out, threatened. I got the letters, texts. You know. But yeah, I mean, the thing is it's so just, it's so weird how I call it bizarro world. And that's actually what started me in the cutting for slap was all that stuff. I had to find something, man. Yeah. I had to find something. But that it is weird how money and money then turns into power, and power has influence, and then no matter what the person that's actually telling it the truth or has told the truth has said, no matter what they say, then they make into a lie. And they've got the following and the influence in the local area in order to make the lies the truth. And so that's another reason why, it's really good to be able to learn to live alone and not be lonely. Because you can't trust people. They'll turn on you. I'm sorry, man. I know we're about love, and I like to carry that message, but that wasn't what this was about, this group. Okay? This group that they call a family, it was never a family. Never. And I figured that after my dad died. Yeah. I learned that 4 years ago, and 4 years ago, 2 days ago. Cinco de Mayo. That was so that was part of the reason I was a little squirrely this week. Because that's the anniversary of when he left. So it's been a hard week for everybody. Sure. Me too. You guys. I think that was just the week, everybody. When we made it through, but we're all here. We're still going, still plugging, still getting cotton mouth.
Downhill from here. Great UFC this weekend. Power Slap 13 was announced. Now it's still 6 years away. I'm kidding. It's May 27th or June.
They did put a date on it.
June 27th. Yeah, International Fight Week. They're gonna put it.
Oh, they are gonna do that.
Dana's got to show that loss. So
1 second. I gotta get a drink.
Well, okay.
Hey, good boy, buddy, good boy.
Well, my man gets his drink. We are about to wrap.
Strawberry sun-kissed. Heck yeah, let's get a sun-kissed. Woo.
Sun-kissed.
Back. What up?
We are about to wrap, right? Because you said an hour and a half, and we're 2 hours and 8 minutes in. And
Who said an hour and a half?
I thought you said hour and a half.
That would be Friday.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
We're chill.
Plus, like once I go over 2 hours, my AI won't do clips, and so it's a lot harder to do.
Oh, damn, we are over 2 hours.
Oh, no worries. I love it, man. Man, because this is the show, like everything else that happens in the week, man, I want to bring it to this show. And I want this show to be the most honest show that we do for the people that listen. You know what I mean? Because, loneliness is an epidemic. Men's mental and physical health is an epidemic.
Depression.
And nobody's covering it. Nobody's really covering it. There are a lot more searches than places to go. Yeah. And, the top 5,000 podcasts, less than 3% of coverage is about men's health, future, all of that stuff. That's why, shout out, by the way, Luke Simons, Cutting Like Diamonds is in the chat. Shout out. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. But he focuses on health, and that's a lot of what we do, and why I realize I love Power Slap, because it is a camaraderie. You know what I mean? Or I love the slap fighters themselves. I love these guys because they're all rejects. Most of them are fucking rejects, just like me and you, man. You know what I mean? If they could do other things, they would do it. When you're on a stage slapping another man, believing this is the way to achieve all your dreams in life, you are an outsider of regular, normal society. You know?
Power Slap's a gateway drug. It is. It's a stepping stool.
It is.
It is. I think, in fact, especially with Luke, Luke's so young, and he's explosive, and he's strong, and even his personality it's different than everybody else's.
Yeah.
But when he can take a shot, I watched him take those 3 before he gave his 1, and that was one of the most impressive fights I've ever seen in any league.
And since then, he's just been on a roll. The boy was born to be a slap fight champion, power slap champ. He just, you look at certain dudes and you're like, oh, they're supposed to do this thing here. This is what they do. Clearly, they excel at this on a level that no one else does, And
well, he's a nice guy, but he has that, he's got that thing in him. That thing where he can get mean real quick.
You got that dog in him. And that's the thing. Dudes like him who spend their life being patient and kind, trying to be a good man of God, trying to help their communities, they take shit too. You know what I'm saying? They just pray and are peaceful men. But if you give them an opportunity to slap it out, I mean, they love it. So
yeah. And he does. I mean, his hand size, his length, his swing, his power. I just think he's destined. I think Dakota McGregor. I think he's another one that is really phenomenal. To go the amount he went with Trujillo, because I know Robert Trujillo, and he's very strong, very good.
Happy birthday, Robert Trujillo,
It
today.
is his birthday today. That's right. Happy birthday, Robert. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Robert. You better kill me.
Yeah.
A lot of buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a great dude. I'm glad he finally got a belt for his contributions.
Yes, I mean,
speaking of being recognized. So
yeah, he you know how much that dude coached?
He spent a long time in the division. Yeah, man. So we had a lot of fun. If you didn't see it last night, I recommend everybody tune in. Cardman was there with us in the chat, but we made up our fantasy matches for Power Slap 13, as they have not announced any yet. And so that was fun to break that down, man, and just, break down undercard matches, championship matches. Now, are there going to be 4 title matches on the card? Probably not, but it was fun. It was fun to dream. You know what I mean? So
it'd be a good way to go out.
Bird, the card man said it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, man.
I have my own opinions. I just think,
as a friend of mine on another podcast said earlier this week, every corporation, every major multi-million or even multi-billion at this point corporation has to have lost leaders. That's why Coke keeps coming out with, Squirt and, all of this stuff. Why? Because it loses money. Ergo, you don't have to pay taxes on it. Ergo, you save money by having a business. Yeah, you have a business operating at a loss, and you don't have to pay taxes, and then you write off other taxes on that business if you know what you're doing. And so you could spend facetiously, you could spend $50 million on Power Slap if you're making $2 billion, and instead of paying, $400 million in taxes on $2 billion, you invest $50-60 million into Power Slap. You get $10-20 million in sponsorship. You still operate at a $30 million loss. You get to write $30 million off, and you have a business. So just saying.
Probably rating off more than that.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you know, I look. I am nobody's accountant. Okay, that's all. I'm just saying. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that if you want something to be a loss leader to help you financially with your taxes, I don't know. You know what I'm
Very
saying?
simple.
You do little things like on the website where you have the rankings. You have 2 number 3s, and you have 8 top 10. You have 8 guys listed in the top 10.
And when's the last time some of these ranked people have ever even fought?
Okay, and past that, why, if you go to the Power Slap website, you go to the Power Slap Twitter, you go to the Power Slap Instagram, there is still no flyer or announcement for 13. It's on Slap News, and the Nevada State Athletic Commission announced it, but the Power Slap organization has not posted anything anywhere. What? That is weird. Now, and here's the thing. If you were talking about Billy Bob's Promotions, you know what I mean? If you're talking about, Goofus Promotions out of, backwoods Louisiana, I could see their shitty promoters do stupid things all the time. You were talking about the number 1 fastest growing, highest profitable sport on the planet. And this is an offshoot of that. So the guys running that sport know how to run this stuff, right? They know how to do this.
They should. They should. But what have I been telling you since we started talking?
Now, if it's a pump and dump, it makes sense. You put the least amount of effort into it. You know what I mean? You put the least amount in while you extract.
But you go out one big time. You go out last one big time on Fight Week, International Fight Week. You go big. You do all the championship matches. And then you just never have another Power Slap fight event.
Or you sell it to
sell it to Saudi Arabia.
You sell it to a crypto company looking to have their own tax write-off. You maintain you maintain a percentage of controlling stock, so you can throw your name around
to
to
49%. You get the 49, they get the 51.
Exactly. Now let's look and see if that guy has any other deals like that. Oh, wait.
Boxing.
He does. So now we're just talking shit, man. Now we've scooted all the way into the talking shit part of the show.
I love it. I'm not talking shit. I'm talking my opinion.
Hey, man.
If it seems like shit, we'll wait and see.
All I'm doing is lining up plausible scenarios in which would explain why Power Slap as a whole doesn't do as good at updating their website as a basic comedy club that sells chicken wings to get by. Okay, that's what I'm saying. When it's the international sport with 1 billion views called Power Slap, and you have side dudes and the State Athletic Commission announcing your events before you do, and days later, you still don't even have a basic flyer up.
Well, but here's the thing about Power Slap. I will say this. I won't name names, but we know who runs it. We know who does all of it. They are very poor about making their bouts and making them known and making them in a good time.
Right.
Some of the bouts aren't even known till 2 or 3 days before Power Slap even happens. And then some of them get broke down and get changed the day up.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of it's pretty. It's fun to look at. I like going. I'll probably go again, even though I like talking shit. It'll be more fun next time going. I'm talking shit now.
Well, I mean, if we crew up. But just so you know, everybody says the number 1 source for Power Slap news info updates is their Instagram, of their Twitter, Instagram website. Here is where you go. They love Instagram the most. Okay, cool. Whatever. I'm not here to argue what outlet you use. I just want the information as soon as possible, right?
Yeah.
So, boom, here's Power Slap. Latest post was, it was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, happy birthday to.
Yeah, happy
But then
birthday to
before
True
that,
Leo.
it's the prelims.
Oh. And then this post was, well, see, now I'm there. But here's the problem. They're making these posts, right?
That's prelims. Yep. That's prelims from PS 12 or
Yeah.
15, 12.
But nothing about 13. Nothing. Nowhere is 13 promoted. And then I'm wondering, is it really going, right? Because then, of course, you go to Slap News and boom, June 27th. And that's confirmed by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Not UFC, not Dana White, not Power Slap. Nevada State Athletic Commission released the information. Where are the slap fighters? How long did it take to put this together? 5 minutes? You know what I mean? If you have the Power Slap templates, you know what I'm talking about, graphic design. If you have the templates, all you have to do is type Power Slap 13, June 27th, Fountain Blue, Las Vegas. Put it out. That's it. Because they have
screenshot it and then clip it down and put it on your own page. You know what I mean? It ain't that hard.
I know, yeah. All you got to do is, just crop out the Slap News or just put Power Slap logo over that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do, Power Slap. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I just find that weird, man. If we had Mike and Vern's Slap Fight Championships, whatever, Mike and Vern's Power Slap Initiative, whatever, and we had for 2 months, we had announced a show in Florida, wasn't happening. We had then said we were moving into Dallas, didn't happen. Then said we were probably going to be in Dubai, didn't happen. So then finally, the State Athletic Commission. Yeah, exactly. And the State Athletic Commission, which this was supposed to be 14. If you remember, this was supposed to be 14.
Yeah.
So, also another thing, I don't know if you noticed, but last week on the show, I don't know if you noticed this, but if you followed the show, I'm not going to drop names, but I'm going to say this. We had on Power Slap Time confirmed via a couple of different sources that there was a 4th season being filmed of the, Road to the Title Power Slap Season 4. Confirmed. This was like a month ago, and I can go back and show you the clips, right? Confirmed Power Slap Season 4 is being filmed as we speak. Yes. And I was like, so we can confirm this by people in Vegas very close to these guys. Yes. Last week we go on our show, and it's just, no, you were mistaken. There's no filming. There's no film. There's no show being
They were here
done.
for training. They were here for training.
Yeah, this was just like a call out to certain people to see who might be available for a show. What the hell, dog? I was born at night. I was not born last night. You know what I'm saying? You cannot tell me. You can't come on my show and tell me officially something is happening, and then a month later come on my show and be like, nah, dog, nah. Be like, no. And it's like, wait. But you said yes. And in fact, if I go back to your interviews, I swear there's interviews with fighters on your page saying that they're there filming this show. I swear. I got to go back and look, but.
And then you get. I'm not gonna give my sources. A lot of laughing was going on.
Am I allowed to be like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, am I allowed to be bewildered by that, bro?
I like it. No, I've warned you. Hey, dog, look. I told you that bear was going to bite you. You know what I'm saying? I told you he was going to eat a chunk of your ass. I don't know what to tell you. You're over here complaining about having a chunk of your ass missing. What I tell you. No, I'm not mad about it. I definitely think that's how I am. That's how I am, though.
No, I appreciate it. Hey, man, that's our Midwestern wisdom right there.
Yeah, I mean.
No, and hey, man, I'm not saying I don't think anybody misled me or
No,
lied
I
to
don't
me
think anybody's
initially.
bad.
I
don't
think
think
things
anybody's
changed, and instead of giving me an actual story on why they changed or what they changed, it was just, no.
No, I haven't been feeling too good lately. I took a bath today. I'm just saying.
I see you.
I don't. I mean, if we're gonna talk about depression during our show and stuff, I get that, but I don't get that other stuff.
Yeah, no, I was just making a silly. That was a side quest I just brought up.
I know. I'll go at it. Give a fuck.
I'm just like, okay, so here's the thing. Because I just find it interesting. You know what I mean? Because if something is confirmed and you drop it on your little news show, what you consider to be a semi-news show,
which was pretty much right after PS12.
Yeah. Yes. And
After
it was
the
like
handshake.
locked in, next show in Miami, filming season 4. Because I remember we had a whole conversation because I go back to dailies. When they have season 4, I do daily, 6, 10, 15-minute updates because all those boys are posting on their socials what they can. They can't share everything. But there's so much cool information. I'll jump on for 15 or 20 minutes daily and do a Power Slap Time update. So I was getting geared up to do that again. I'm like, okay, when do I start doing that? Because legitimately, it's a chunk of time out of my life and new graphics, and you understand. Yeah. And so I'm like getting geared up to do a daily show on Power Slap season 4, Road to the Title. And they're like, yeah, nah, stupid. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah. I talked about, I know we had this conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm on drugs, but not those drugs.
I think that was the first one. That was the one right before I came on, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the one that you guys did right before you had me on. And yeah, I watched that and I got the same. That's the vibe I got.
So I wonder what happened there. There's a story there. There is a reason that people thought something was being filmed. Something you don't accidentally film a season of a TV show. I know enough about filming.
Yeah. Let's think about something here. Did Power Slap announce that back then? Or Slap News? Did Slap News announce it also? Or just Terry?
We can go back and check, but with the internet, they can delete stuff. Let me see.
But I don't remember ever seeing Slap News posting anything about Power Slap 13. Maybe questions of when it's going to be, but I don't remember them saying anything about it going down. The series.
Yeah, fighters were talking about it.
On Slap News?
Not on Slap. Well, I don't.
See, that's what I'm getting at.
I don't watch a lot of their content. The people whose content I do watch, where they interview fighters, yeah, man. Several
I'm going to conspiracy here.
Yeah.
I'm going to conspiracy here, okay? Because if let's say something was whispered to a podcaster a night he got to meet somebody, wanted some inside info, and something was just whispered to him. What if it was just complete bullshit? What was whispered to him?
That's true.
Just to make him feel good, just to get,
Yeah,
and then go to Slap News and instantly announce that Slap News is now your official news reporter for Power Slap, and you're going to start doing more things for them and with them in order to help their show get bigger and better. That's all going on at the same flipping time, bro.
Yep. Yeah.
Throw somebody off the scent and give somebody else the meat.
I see that. I did not think like that, but I see that.
I have a conspiracy on it. That's just because my cousin's an ass. My cousin D. Ain't
see here. I'm looking.
I don't make no friends.
That's why I don't make no friends. No, I'm looking. I'm
Oh,
looking
bet you my
here.
story would pan out like a son of a gun. Probably a bunch of gold in the bottom of that pan.
And it makes sense too, because
Right?
yeah.
Makes him feel good. You know, you're not gonna see somebody very often. You know, you're not gonna do their podcast. You're not gonna do any. He's not. Dan ain't gonna do nobody's podcast.
Right.
He ain't gonna do. He ain't gonna do Slap Fight or Slap News. He's not gonna do Beyond the Slap. He's not gonna do the Nooner Show or the Hot News Power Slap Fight Night that you do on Tuesdays. You know, he's just not. He won't.
Yeah.
He'll go on Snoop Dogg's. He'll go on Justin Bieber's.
I'm not gonna pull up the page because this is a friend.
Yeah. Got you.
But it does say interview. Let's see. I'll try to edit it as I read it. With new Power Slap competitors coming into Las Vegas tomorrow, interview with blank about his potential debut in Power Slap, asking questions like, what would he bring if he was in season 4 of Road to the Title? Who's the coolest person he met at 12? And if you got the call from Erica, among the leading topics. So you'd have to watch that interview, but I'm not getting into that. Let's see here. Yeah, man, there's let's see here. There's info out there, man. There are and if nothing else, there's just my show. I'm gonna go back and I'll just pull my own show with the clip where I'm like, so we can confirm. And it was, yes, can confirm it's going on now. And I was like, that's awesome because I'm going to get back to my dailies. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
you
this
were
is not.
You were pumped, bro.
Hey, man, I just had a source that got the wrong info, and that's okay. Or, maybe
he
like
got
most things would
misleading.
change.
Maybe misleading info. I wouldn't even say wrong. I would say maybe he was people were trusting and people can get misleading info.
Agree. Hey, man, it's think about being like a war correspondent, right?
Yep.
And you're going to press with "We are going to war." And you get off the phone with your source at the White House that says that we are declaring war on this country at this time. And then the prime minister of that country calls, gets word of it. You know what I mean? Fingers on the button. And right before the button gets pressed, the phone rings. And the man of the other country is like, let's talk. Calm down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then everything goes to press saying war has started and you look like an idiot.
Yep.
So the breaking news of this stuff is tricky, man.
As you tell another podcast, they are your new podcast.
Yeah, well, I don't. You get a lot of love, dog. You get a lot of from everybody I talk to. You get a lot of love. Also,
Who does?
Just everybody loves you, man. Just on social, you know what I mean. And everybody thinks you're great, man. A lot of people love you. They support your work. They share our show. You know what I mean? You get a lot of love, dog.
I appreciate it, but I talk the truth, man. I mean, whatever it is, if it loses a friend, it loses a friend. If it loses a follower, it loses a follower. But what I see, what I've been through, what I've been around, what I do, I'll just speak it right. I just speak it straight. That's all. And I mean, that's what people don't like sometimes.
And that's okay. And that's okay.
I just thought something really cool.
Yes.
The three in charge of Power Slap. DEF, Dana, Erica, and Frank. DEF. Right in a row. Alphabet. What the hell? That's some Illuminati shit. What's going
on? that yes. Well, all I know
I had
is
to lighten it up a little bit there, Red.
No, that's true. And all I know is you're not doing a great job. Honestly. I mean,
the communication.
If I was hired as a consultant to come into Power Slap to make it profitable, the very first thing I would do is fix their social media outreach, fix their relationship with their own fighters. You know what I mean? And instead of trying to get social media influencers to show up for one fight that they don't care about, You know what I mean? I would search because there's a lot of folks like us.
Yeah.
I would search out the people who come out of pocket and have a true love for this sport. And if they're putting in the work and the effort and the time to make a show, I'd back them and support them, understanding that's the best advertising I can. I cannot buy that advertising. I can't buy other people producing, writing, being consistent. You know what I mean? Following. I can't buy that. These people have to love it. So let me just support the love of the sport. It's like they did UFC, and it worked.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
Yeah. No, I still love the sport. I love the guys. I love the fighters. I think it's great. I mean, I absolutely love the sport.
Man, I worry about the fighters, bro. If we're just, you know,
CTE, straight up CTE.
Yeah, well, no, not, that's volunteer. That's fine, man. I mean, if it's like, hey, a little CETE to not have to get a shitty day job and to follow my dreams. There's people that do way worse than getting a little CTE to follow their dreams.
Yeah.
Just
PTSD
ask
from
people
the
that were,
railroad.
Diddy parties. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, my PTSD from the railroad's it's way worse than that CTE.
Yeah, man. What I actually worry about though is, I mean,
future.
You know, yeah, I worry about it in that, I mean, it's if the guy running it and the guy funding it is not taking it as seriously as you are for a career. And the problem is there's not a lot of options. You can be a great MMA fighter. They shut down UFC. You have at least 10 great options to go make maybe even more money. You know, as a MMA fighter or boxer, kickboxer.
There's all types of leagues that you can go fight in and make money.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, especially if you're only making $2,000 or $3,000 a night anyway.
Right, but and that's the thing. Slap fights just isn't on that level yet.
Yeah.
And this is the biggest stage a lot of these guys are going to get, and I just want it to keep rolling. So they can turn it into a legit career on some level, whether it be merchandise, whether it be people like you know who's doing it the smartest is when KLE and Wesley Drain did that little kind of tour together.
Right after the fight, and they went down to Branson.
Yeah, they went to New York too. So
Yep.
That's brilliant. Like, you know, Blackburn doesn't have a podcast, but he posts so much. Same thing with Luke. They post so much, you know, you hope like UFC fighters, they can spin that because they have legit fans and people who like them no matter what they're doing. So, you know, you want them to be able to make all their money, maximize their revenue streams, as we say. So,
yep. And I'm sure that got them more followers and increased. And I'll bet they got a couple sponsorships out of that. That was a really smart move.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, no power slap talk. I'm sorry about that. We will see you Friday. What time are you thinking Friday, Vern?
What, you just want to go 11:30?
11:30 your time. That would be 12:30 my time. Sure, no problem.
Yeah. Or we can go 11, whatever you want to do. We can go 11, 11:30, whatever you want to do.
You want to go earlier then? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, so that way we can do what we want to do. Not because I got the cleaning lady coming Friday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
At like 1:30.
At 1:30. Okay, yeah. So we need to be done by 1:30 your time.
Yeah. On Friday. That's where we got confused earlier today.
Rock and roll, baby. We will. Rock and roll. We will. Right now it's what is it? 4:30?
Is it
your time?
It is 2:39 my time.
You're an hour earlier. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, rock on. Oh, you're making me get up early. Dude, you keep jamming that thing. I'm going to pull a guitar down and we'll start jamming. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I run out of air, though, because I smoke.
Fair enough. That's why you have a melodian. It doesn't take a lot. You know what I mean?
Don't take much. And it's light. Don't hurt my back.
Believe it or not, man, I was in a band called Cyrus B. Posse, and it was a reggae funk band, and the lead singer played a melodian, and he did reggae dubstep with the melodian. So he'd have it hooked up and be like, nah, you know, that cool reggae dub stuff. Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you got me and Max on that Max and Vern CD. There's a couple of songs that are reggae-ish that Max would do. So yeah, it's cool. I need to send you a gift package, bro.
Yeah, I know. I definitely want to come visit soon. By the way, guys, we haven't got it yet. Even if it's super fan, we Need you to name Vern's favorite team. Send us a message. Drop it in the chat. Leave a comment under the screen. Let us know Vern's favorite college football team. That's right.
It has to be named on here though, on one of these sites that the podcast.
Yes. It has to be named on the podcast on one of the sites. Leave it in the comments and you will win a prize. You will win a CD that is badass that you can upload to your computer and then share around the world. And that's the key. That's what you want to do because that's what makes you cool.
That's right. We got all kinds of giveaways coming too. As we get more and more followers, hit certain numbers, we'll up the prizes.
Up the jam. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. And we are doing great. So it's a blessing. We're on the right path. We're on the right track. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you.
And let's see here. That's going to be, let's see here. 11:30 your time is 10:30 a.m. my time. So we will do coffee and a watch along.
I think you're wrong, son.
Well, if it's
12:30, you're an hour ahead of me.
Yes, I'm an hour ahead. Sorry, that will be 12:30 my time. My bad. 12:30 my time, 11:30 your time, 12:30 Central, 11:30 Mountain, 10:30 Western.
That's right.
Tune in. We still haven't decided what do you want to do? Do you want to do one of those classic awful cartoons?
Let's try that bull moose cowboy.
Oh, the cowboy cards. Yeah, the Cowboys or something.
What that thing is all about.
Oh yeah, that because it looks.
I mean,
here's the
you
thing,
got
man.
all your different style bulls, and then you got steers. So you got some with balls, some without balls. And then you got look like a couple pig faces in there running around, and maybe there might be one human in there. I don't know. But yeah, that looked pretty weird.
I love those offshoot cartoons, man, because I grew up with offshoot everything.
Yep.
Other kids had Nockies. I had fastbacks. Okay.
Crow wings.
You know what I'm saying? Other kids had G.I. Joes. I had awesome Army Warriors. Okay.
They came in a bag. The big bag with the green warriors.
Well, not quite those. They were basically rip-off G.I. Joes. Just like I was in Ollie's the other day. If you don't have an Ollie's near you guys, pray you get one. Ollie's are great. They're kind of like Big Lots, for lack of a better term, if you know what that is.
We do have an Amazon coming.
So, but anyway, they had Carly's basically, right? And they were still like $20 a piece. So it was a Barbie, but it was called Carly, right? And they had like a little car for her that was like a bug instead of a Corvette. And they had like Kent. And my wife and me were like, and I was like, yeah, I was like, see, that was the toys I would have got if I was a girl growing up. But I had the G.I. Joe knockoffs like that. And instead of Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars, I had like,
those really
rocking cars.
Yeah. Yes, bro. Yep.
So
Ben
I grew
Franklin.
up. I grew up with those off-brand things, and so I want to watch some off-brand cartoons and have some fun with that too.
Right on, man. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tune in Friday for the cartoon watch along. This has been the Nooner Show, Ep 4. We only went 2 hours 45 minutes. Not bad this time.
Not bad. Word up. Let's go.
Guys, thank you so much. Tomorrow night, PTPOD on the same channel. We appreciate you. Please like, share, and subscribe. We need you. We depend on you. Thank you so much. Have a great week. We will see you Friday.
Oh, boy.
picture of a naked neck Turkin and a picture of Michael May naked wouldn't be too different. I don't know what a naked neck Turkin is, but I know.
I'm telling you right
I know
now.
what a man who looks like he's been dead for 3 days jerking is.
He said, naked neck Turkin, I got a little chub. Hey, super fan, how are you doing? How's your world going, man? We miss you. You're big, sexy. What's going on?
Doing good, buddy. Just got home from work, so.
Oh,
dirty.
God.
Dirty like a hardworking man is. Absolutely.
That's right. We got confirmation of Power Slap 13 this week we did, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, guys, let's jump right into it because we got a lot to talk about finally. Oh, my gosh. Finally, guys, we got it. We got confirmation. It's happening. It's going down. Let me pull this up right here. And bam! What is that, ladies and gentlemen? That is Power Slap 13, June 22nd, 27th. Excuse me. Fountain Blue, Las Vegas. Now, this also, for those of you that don't know, coincides with Vern White is in the building too. I'm so sorry. I missed you, brother. Vern in the building. Amy in the building.
Vern.
Woo! Shout out to the fam. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Pew, pew. For all of you. So anyway, guys.
Well, you know, Vern. What do you say, Vern?
Don't know. This coincides with International Fight Week. I think it's brilliant. I guess we're just not going to talk about the fact that this was supposed to be Power Slap 14, and what I mean? We're going literally 3 months without one. What does everybody think about that? I want to throw that to the team. What do y'all think?
It'll actually be like 4 months, a little over 4 months, almost 5 months between events. This one will be.
Yeah. Well.
But you know what? I don't really think I do think the delay is kind of a little weird, but I also understand these cats don't get a lot of breaks in between, and I kind of get it just for the athletes. As a spectator, it's kind of a bummer, but I get it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, hey, man, I think getting it where you can get it and when you can get it is good.
Yeah.
Not going to complain too much because, when you're starving, you take what you can get, and I'm glad it's going down. And I think it's great that it's going to be an International Fight Week, and I'll tell you why. And I would like, to throw it to Superfan after this, is that, you have all of those UFC fans and all of those fighters. You have the best of the best. You have the legends. The guys that don't even fight anymore, but may get more, social media love and stuff than guys that are on the roster. And all those guys are going to be at, the fights. They're going to be making friends with the fighters, giving those guys a chance, to rub elbows with those guys. And in addition to that, man, some people don't talk about that we will is, it gives them a chance to meet sponsors. And if you're a Power Slap fighter out there, pay attention during International Fight Week. Because there are brands out there that are interested in sponsoring up-and-coming fighters. Clearly, they're there. Get those phone numbers, get those business cards, build those relationships.
And this is Vegas. It's not a small. I'm not saying anything bad about like Reno or fucking Dubai, which is a huge market, but this is Vegas. You know what I mean? This is, and Vegas is pretty much the sports capital of the fucking world.
What do you think, Superfan? What are your thoughts on that?
Last year, Power Slap 8 was during International Fight Week 2, and it was amazing. There's so many fighters out there and stuff. So
yeah, where was it last year though?
Vegas.
Vegas.
I believe it. Yeah, Vegas at Fontainebleau. It would have been.
Yeah, always. Because International Fight Week is always in Vegas, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. You know. I'm sorry. I'm over talking. I'm sorry.
No, just saying International Fight Week's in Vegas, dog. No worries.
Well, you know what gets me about this, and I've really been thinking about this, is UFC started as the Ultimate Fighting Championships, which was just no holds barred. I don't know if you are as old as I am, but it was just anything went, and it was really just a no holds barred thing, and it developed into the UFC. and it took Dana White to really kind of meld it into the UFC. And the thing is I think a lot of people are thinking about slap fighting kind of like they thought about the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Oh, it's just people just fucking each other up and all this stuff. But I think now that Dana White's got involved in all this other stuff, and Vegas is involved in Dubai, I say this with every fiber of my being. I actually think it can become something that is a more respected sport in this country. And that's just how I feel about it, because I've been watching a lot of the old fighting documentaries, especially since this new movie is coming out, the Smashing Machine, which is about Ultimate Fighting Champion back in the day. And it's really got me thinking about this grassroots movement that's working with slap fighting. And I do think it does have those same kind of roots, that it's not getting any respect. It's getting kind of like, okay, these guys are just slapping each other. Who gives a shit?
Word. So, hey, if you guys will direct your screen right now, check this out, right? So we appreciate you, Michael, man. Love your opinions. Superfan, can you see the screen right now?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you see what I am looking at here? Okay.
Yes, I do.
So let me pull us down so you can see everybody. Okay. So here's the thing: you're booked on a plane, and you have to sit in the middle seat. And these are the slap fighters that you have to sit in the middle seat. Who are you picking?
I'm gonna have to tell you, like I already commented on that. I don't think there is a bad seat on that plane.
If you say anything but B, you're gay. Okay. Maybe G. G is acceptable. B is clear, or you're gay. Shut up, you're gay. Okay, that's all I gotta say. All right.
Well, it's really easy. Who am I sitting next to? The least bad one.
B and G, man. That's B is clearly the number one option. G is the second option. And there's no really maybe H, because
H
would be fun. H would be a fun ass seat.
That's what I was thinking. H could be interesting.
Yeah, but right. So H is acceptable, but if B is not top of your list, or G, I would accept G. But if B or G is not top of your list, you're gay. Period. The end. You know what I'm saying?
That was the highest of the bunch, but I don't know.
So who would you pick? Like, seriously, gun to your head, who are you gonna pick?
I have to pick B if we had that.
Yeah!
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Michael Mann, who's your pick?
Who's ever the least fat? I'm gonna go with G.
G.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, you know what? Yeah, no, I think B would be the lighter of the two. But I ain't mad at you, dog. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at you. You know what I mean? Let me give you. Yes. You know what I'm saying?
No one's sitting next to the Wild Hawaiian. No one's sitting next to. Oh, they will, but they will be sitting in the on the armrest next to the.
I would say what's funny about A is if you understand how big those dudes are.
Yes.
Like, neither one of those dudes could probably fit in a 3-seat row. Yeah, well, now because Crazy Hawaiian's lost all that weight. Did you see his video?
Have you seen the new picture of him today?
Yeah, not today. I saw last weekend. He was punching a bag. Right, he was doing bag work.
Yep,
and
the
he
Joker,
looked good, man.
Joker took a picture today with him, and I tell you what, you just could not even realize who he is.
Yep. So you're still there. What do you not see, Michael Mann? It should be me and you on screen.
Hello?
Dude, we can see you. We can hear you. We can see you.
Okay, I got you. I thought I lost you for a second.
Anyway.
Okay.
Man, tonight's running smooth. Tonight's not on me, baby. I got that production locked in. Okay, so let's get back to the lead story. Anyway, shout out to Slap News because that was fun. But I thought it was also kind of stupid because, I mean,
I didn't know. Did he just drop off, or what happened to him?
Superfan?
No, I'm here.
Superfan's here.
Oh, there you are. I thought you just dropped off. I was like, oh wow. I
No, I'm here.
apologize. Hmm.
Okay, so let's get back into it. So, who are you calling? Who are you predicting? We're gonna go dream matches. We're gonna go fun matches. We're gonna just, you know what I'm saying, throw it out there for fun. And we're gonna start, with anything you want to see. What's overdue? Who's overdue? You know what I mean? Because I have my picks, I have my thoughts. I want to lead with the smartest guy.
I
when it
really
comes to
think we're gonna
power.
see. I
Yeah.
think we're gonna see the Wolverine come back. Wolverine. I think we're gonna really see a match from him.
Okay, rock on. And we know a guy who knows a guy who's pretty tight with him. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna we might work our sources to see if we can confirm that soon. So yeah.
I also think we'll see
Oh shit.
DeBell possibly defend his title.
It's time. He's gone the longest. Well, they put out that meme recently.
He just defended it in December.
Yeah. So
against.
Oh yeah,
Dorian.
no, he's the longest. Who's gone the longest without defending their title though? I thought it was him.
As of right now, I would have to say Dumpling.
No, because Dumpling just fought. I thought no,
In
were just,
Saudi
that was like the
Arabia.
second to last match. Yeah, that wasn't.
That was back in January.
Right. So if Damien fought in December,
because Wolverine fought over in Saudi Arabia too.
Yeah.
And then
hold on,
Brandon,
I'm gonna look that up.
Brandon would have won in December, right? No, February.
Let's see here. I'm looking it up.
February, he would have won that title. So yeah. So DeBell would have been the longest.
Let's see here. Yeah, so championship reign. I got the reigns right here, right? So yeah, he's had the longest reign at 674, but that's not when he defended his belt. I swear he's gone the longest without a title defense, right?
It'd be him and Babyface because it'd be December.
Yeah.
So both of them, that's when they defended theirs. Last was in December. So
see, and I'm calling for some reason. I'm feeling Babyface in the more than anyone else as far as championship matches go. I feel like he's like, you know what I mean? Like, if you follow him, you know what I mean? He's not come out and said it, but man, the old saying, if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. Exactly. You know what I mean? And even here, if you look at his comment 5 weeks ago, coming up on a year, let's go. So I think if you asked him, you know what I mean? And drop him a question, ask him. But I think if you asked him, he would say, I am ready. If they call me, sorry, go ahead. Go.
Last year, June is when he won his title, so it made total sense.
I think if they called him and said, hey, man, you ready to defend that title? He'd be like, hell yeah. You know what I mean? He'd be like, I was hoping you'd ask. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, yeah, man. So this is a little outdated by about a month.
Mm-hmm.
So we just add, because no one's fought, we just add a month onto this, really. But yeah, man. Yeah, this was March 28th, and it's May. So, roughly a month and a week. So, yeah. So I think, man, could you imagine if we had a triple run? We had, you know what I'm saying, Babyface, we had Wolverine, and we had the Bell all defending their titles? That'd would be badass.
That'd be badass. We could also see 4 title matches possibly even. So who knows?
You're talking about the Butcher, huh? Are you talking about the Butcher, Doc?
No, because the Butcher can't. It could be Robert.
Yeah, Trujillo might. Yeah.
Or Dumpling. They might fly Dumpling over here to defend his. Who knows?
Right. I see that. Yeah. Believe it or not, man, I believe Dumpling has kind of earned a little time off.
Exactly.
Oh, yes, he has.
But as of right now, there's no storyline, so it could be anybody.
Right. I see that.
Well, it's also, man, I get what you're saying. So I digress.
We got like a month and a half right now before events. So
yeah.
It just
well, man, and here's a couple of what I want to also talk about a little bit are the because as with any sport, our title holders are going to be featured. We're going to get plenty of footage, You know what I'm saying? And the fact
yeah.
that we're, close to the sport, we're going to get a lot of that. Now, what I want to kind of go over is our other guys. I want to go over like 4, 5, 6, 3 to 5, right? Because those are hella matches, because those are the dudes that are hungry. You know what I mean? They're like, I am one match away. So starting out with down here with my man Trujillo, shout out, they finally put him and this on the website. So you've got Boisfort, McGregor, Montoya, Isaac Gunther. I think Riley Montoya makes the most sense. What are you guys thinking?
I think Montoya would make total sense.
Yeah. Michael Mann?
Yes, sir.
What are you thinking? Sorry, I don't know what you're doing.
I'm sorry. I had someone just texted me, and I was sending a dick pic. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We were talking about a fight, right?
Yes, we are.
I'm very sorry. I am an asshole. My bad. I'm so used to you ignoring me. Why did you actually?
Anyway, you know what, man? Anyway, we're moving on there. So I agree that I would like to see if it's a championship match, it's going to be Riley Montoya, I think, because Dakota just fought, needs a little time off. I believe Dakota needs a couple more matches before they throw him up. And honestly, man, I feel like this is. Woo! You know what? This is gonna be one of those.
You better kill me. I'm gonna be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
But I just feel like this is kind of a soft division for Robert right now. I don't think the top 3, 4 guys. Riley, I think, is close, and Riley deserves it. Slap Shady. Plus, he's so dang marketable. You know what I mean? You want him to win for the sport.
And look at that win he got last time.
Oh, yeah, he came through. Oh, yeah. He came through. Absolutely, you can tell he's been working. But the top 2, man, I don't know, man. I feel like Robert is just such a beast, and he's an OG, and he was a coach. So, like, he just knows this better than these guys. Boisfort's been around. I just think Slap Shady is the guy. I think they should put him up. Other than that, I would like to see McGregor against a Gunter, maybe a Shockey. We need to pull some of these guys who are a little bit lower down up. Now that there is a belt, now that this is kind of our first opportunity to start building this division, maybe promote a number 1 contenders match. You know what I mean? I don't know, something like that. So, but I would like to, I think Dakota, if he wants to fight, has earned a spot. Boisfort has earned a spot. I would rather see them not go for the championship. I think it would be a more watchable and more fun and possibly more competitive match if it was Riley and Robert. What do you?
I'd like to see Shockey and McGregor go.
Oh yeah, that would be beast. That would be beast because McGregor's beast, man. It's just that's what I hate is when you take that L because I just feel like that fight was a little early for him. I said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like because he's popular and he's hot, they put him out there a little early. And I believe he should have had at least 2 more matches under his belt to really understand just everything about the, you know what I mean? Exactly. And I think he will be a champ, no diggity. But this is a tricky. This sport is so much more technical than people give it credit for. People don't understand how accurate. I mean, you have to be baseball player hitting a fastball accurate to really be somebody in this sport, man. For real. So
yeah. That is absolutely true, and a lot that is something that people don't think about, and it is very much a very baseball accurate when you talk about that, because we've all seen that slap where it's just, and it's a giant guy that just misses, and it's not even. It is a matter of inches. It's all about the technique and how you fight, and it's a training thing, and it's something I've grown to respect.
Absolutely, man. So moving on, I want to address a couple of specifics here because we will get into the champs, and as the fights get closer, I mean, we got to run. We got well over a month. We got a month and a half, a little bit longer before this fight goes on, so we're gonna have plenty of time to cover the headliner matches, the belt matches, all of that. So before we get carried away in the weeks coming into that, I want to talk about, let's go number 4s across the board. You know what I'm saying? Number 4, we have, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. There's You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know. That's. Are you serious, guys? Are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Please tell me you're looking at this right here. Please tell me you see this.
I got bad eyes. It looks like blue smudge after blue smudge. Please tell me.
Okay. So for those of you that can't see it here, and I'm gonna see if I can. You know what I'm saying? Zoom in on the piece. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Okay, so for those of you that can see it now, I want to divert your attention to this column to your far right. Number 1, Joshua Boisvert. Number 2, Dakota McGregor. Number 3, Riley Montoya. Number 6, Isaac Gutner. Number 7, wait, what? Now, maybe my counter's broken. Maybe I am not the man that you hire to count things. Maybe I'm not an accountant. You know what I'm saying? But I swear to God that we're missing a couple of numbers between 1 and 10. Public education, but I'm just saying. I swear between 3 and 6, there's more numbers. You know what I'm saying? Help me out.
1, 2, 3, 12. What does that say? 1, 2, 3.
827 minor.
No, I see that now. Hold on a second. Hold on. That's
number 3, Riley Montoya. Number 6, Isaac Gutner. So if I'm trying to look at the 4s and the 5s, I don't get to. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
But you don't have to take my word
just
for it.
because that's. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. No, that's. Well, I think that's because you made Jesus mad. That's the only
daily. But I need the man. I need the smartest man on this show to help me. Help me, super fan. Help me. What are we doing? Doing?
Yeah, this doesn't make sense.
I think someone was having a good time when he went to do this.
Yeah, I mean, who is doing this? And
wouldn't that just bump to the top 8 then? Wouldn't there just be a top 8? Or did he leave a couple guys off the list?
I think they're just doing a top 8 with that one.
Well, yeah, okay, fair, but they shouldn't have a 9 or 10.
No, not at all.
It's like let me give my top favorite women. And I only gave 1.5. And then I just talked about.
Can we find Isaac Gutner somewhere in this world, Gunther? Let's find Isaac and apologize to him. Shout out everybody watching the show. Find Isaac, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, what have you, and just let him know. Sorry, dog. Yeah, we believe you're number 4. You're number 4 in our hearts. You know what I'm saying? You're number 4 in our hearts, Isaac. You know what I mean?
Is this on the slap? Is this on? What website did you get this from, first off?
The official Power Slap website. You know what I'm saying? I swear.
I'm gonna be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
What are they doing? Anyway.
All right. I you know what? I cannot defend that. I wanted to defend it. I thought maybe it was a subsidiary that was maybe commentating, but if that's the official, that someone needs to be fired for that. That's just not. It makes sense.
Like, let's move on because I don't want to have to take extra. I don't want to have to take extra antacid medicine tonight. You know what I'm saying?
You pointed out, but I make it look. I'm like, oh, dude, that is unacceptable.
I like how Superfan will not participate in the tomfoolery or the shenanigans.
Oh,
he's like, if you want straight ahead good commentary, if you want thoughts about Power Slap, I'm in. If you want to just fart on the microphone the way you two idiots do, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Superfan, come on. You know what I mean? Have fun with us. We're retarded. We know this.
Got you, buddy.
That's just not good reporting. That's just not good reporting.
That's not quality reporting.
Not at all. Not at all. That definitely needs some fixing.
Oh, can I tell you something cool about the welterweight baby faces division? Can I show you something cool about it? Can I show you? Okay, so in the lightweight division, you only have 8. But in the welterweight division, you have 11. We have 2 number 4.
2 number 4. Okay. I mean, I tell you, Sesame Street starts with. I'm telling you right.
They're making up for the lightweight there.
Yeah, there you go. They've got a backfill. I like it. They've got a backfill. You know
exactly.
Oh, dude. And you know what? I hate this. This really kind of pisses me off. I'm like, I'm sorry, but if I was the head of a multi-million, and I'm sorry, Slap Fight is a multi-million-dollar corporation. They fucking are. They work in Dubai. They work in Vegas. They work in Reno. They work everywhere. They cannot fucking do a lineup without who the fuck are they employing? That's all I want to know.
Here's the thing, man. It's not like the Power Slap crew has a really high reputation for being, thinkers. You know what I mean? It's not like there's anybody involved in Power Slap that people are asking
I
draft legislation for the future. You know what I mean? It's not like there's anybody in Power Slap that they're like, quick, we need a doctor. There's no doctor. Get the guy who does the Power Slap rankings. You know what I mean? That's not happening. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. That's not happening. So, let me finish. So the best we can do is get the basics right. Power Slap, if you're listening, the best we can do is get the basics right. So when folks come to your page to see who the top 10 ranked fighters are, let's not have 8 or 11. Let's have, and I'm gonna blow your mind here. Let's have 10. You know what I'm saying? Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? They were like, Mike, with all that knowledge,
do not come.
You've got knowledge.
Do not come.
And I said,
I'm gonna come.
yes, I am. You know what I'm saying? So, and the crowd knows why.
That's my impression of them putting together the rankings. I did 2 number 4s, 4 make 2, 2 make 1, 1 4, 1 7 9.
Michael, man, you shouldn't really be bashing anybody for like making mistakes.
No, fuck
their
no,
entire
fuck
life.
you,
But
no.
anyway, moving on. So here's the thing. All right, Cole Young, Andrew Fields. Now, if I was Cole Young or Andrew Fields, let's drop it on him. If you're Cole Young or Andrew Fields, right now, you need to jump on your Instagram, take this screenshot, and you demand you get a match on the 27th, right? Who's the real number 4? You know what I mean? Battle for 4, baby. You know what I mean? Fordham is freedom. You know what I'm saying? Fordham is freedom.
And that'd be an awesome match to see.
Yep.
I'm ranked number 4 in the world. There's only 3 of us.
Turn somebody else's silliness into your cash money. You know what I mean? Let them know. Let them know. I would, look, I'm Cole Young and I'm the real number 4. Or I'm Andrew Fields and I'm number 4. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Cole Young, Andrew Fields, you call him, you let him know it's what you want. You put it together.
Well, you know what the problem is it messes up the betting world, because there is a betting world that bets on this shit. Someone should be fired for messing it up that bad. For messing it up that bad, someone should be fired.
Here's the thing about middleweight is that we can go ahead and just say that's a typo because we know Godfrey is number 4. So, that's just a typo. We can breathe. You know what I mean? We can take a moment. You know what I mean? We can relax. We can be thankful that we finally found a rankings list top 10 that makes sense that we can work through. Right, guys? So this is clearly the Butcher is number 1. I did not know this, but Keali'i Kanakoa and the Butcher are not buddies. They do not like each other in real life. So I am excited about that because I believe Keali'i has the chops to get, at least a number one contenders match very soon. From what I heard, he actually was on a live stream today saying that he's not officially booked for anything, but if he gets the call to go fight, he will be there. Who knows? I don't know if Brandon is fighting this time or anything like that. I just found out that there's some real heat there, and that would be, I think, a great match. What are you guys' thoughts?
Do you have any dish on what the heat's about? Is it just professional, or
They just don't like each other. All I know is that when they refer to each other, they have little hate nicknames. Them little hate nicknames. So, like, he calls, I forgot what he called him, but it's the Butcher, and he was calling him like the Bitcher or something like that. So he just, and it was one of those, you could tell he doesn't like him, right? Because it was mentioned in passing, right? So it wasn't like, hey, I'm gonna cut a promo on you. Yeah. Fuck you, dog. Bop, bop, bop. I'm gonna call you the Bitcher. You like that? No, it was like, so anyway, da 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 da, and the Bitcher, da 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 da. So like that's where he lives. You know what I'm saying? That's where he lives when it comes to the Butcher. So hold on, Mike. So Superfan, you know the Butcher. So what do you know about this, and what are your thoughts on that?
I think it'd be a good match, but I think the Chiefs got at least another match or two to prove that he deserves it.
A little
I think you got Wes in front of Mana in front of him, and I believe Luke is in front of him. So and then you got Isaiah, so that could even be a trilogy there. So I think could he get it? Oh yeah, he definitely could. But I think they're gonna at least make him have one more match.
Yeah. You got John Davis and Isaiah. So
I was told that the Butcher was out for 6 months for his broken nose when he broke it going against Isaiah. So.
Oh wow! See, I did not know that.
If true, he wouldn't be able to come back until August.
Sure. And that's fine. Let's not push it. You know what I mean? He's earned every minute off that he deserves, man. So
he did. We got to remember that John had that long time off, and it kind of hurt him really bad.
Yeah, man. So maybe we bring sorry, go ahead.
I think having long time off like that for any of these fighters is awful. Because it's break. They want to fight, so they get these big long breaks, and they put them on there, and they get knocked out or whatnot. And if they would just let them fight more, they wouldn't. I don't think we'd have as many knockouts.
For sure, absolutely, I agree. Well, and also the quality of the product and the quality of the health of the fighter come into play there as well.
Exactly.
It sounds crazy, but the more you fight, kind of the healthier and safer it is. You know what I mean? I remember, I don't know if you remember, Keali fighting his first match. I want to say his first. It might have been his second match during season 3 of Power Slap, right? The house. And it was a dude that came in, and you could tell this dude was just not, he looked like me. He's just an everyday guy. He was not, like in the gym. He wasn't training. And he slapped him, and the dude had a different reaction. The dude just had a different reaction than even guys who get knocked out and slap fighters. You know what I mean? It was this, like, I've never felt this kind of pain before because he hadn't been slapped around, and he was so new to it, And it was just a different thing altogether, man. So, yeah, man, I think, it's, I lost my train of thought. I had a point there. Damn it. I had a point. And I was thinking about that match and how disturbing it was to watch that. Oh, the health of the fighters. So what people don't understand is that if you stay in training and you stay healthy and you stay working, not only does being in condition help you when you get slapped, but you have the less knockouts. You're able to take the stuff better. And it makes the quality of the product better, in my opinion, as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. So, Cole Young, Andrew Fields, let's watch that match. Keali and a number one contenders against John Davis, maybe?
That'd be great.
Or Isaiah. Isaiah, well, yeah, no, we got to let Isaiah sit one out.
Yeah,
and I mean, I got to be honest. I want to see that Darren Godfrey Keali match because Darren is the only guy with a win over Keali in the whole division, right?
Exactly. That would be awesome to see.
That's what I want to see, dude. Okay, and you know what? Because I mean, they're both number 3, so it's as you can clearly see. No, it would be Darren Godfrey 4, but I think that would be a match that would be fair enough to call. I feel bad for John Davis. He deserves his spot too, but that would be a great number one contenders. I would market it as a number one contenders, and I would do that there. So yeah, man. Then we got the Wolverine. You know what I'm saying? Holler. Wolverine. Michael Mann, where you at? You put yourself on mute. I did not mute you. Are you there?
Yeah, put myself on mute. Yeah.
I was gonna say I did not mute you, dog.
No,
you got
I
so
muted
mad when I muted you before, and then you put yourself on mute.
Yes, I did. I did it this time because I was farting really loudly, and I didn't think you needed to hear it.
Bro, if you fart really loudly next time and mute it, dude, I will be so hurt. I'm gonna write you up. I'm gonna send you to HR. We need the farts. We need the loud farts. Right, super fan.
Exactly.
All right. So what? All right. So what's up? What's up? What's going on? We're talking about.
I expect you. I don't hear you. Like I'm doing the thing, and I don't hear you, and I'm like, I want your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Taylor Lee versus Darren Godfrey. What do you think, dog? Do you think that's a fair? Even though they're both ranked 3 and 4, not 1 and 2, do you think that's fair for a number one contenders match?
I tell you what, I've looked at this really, really carefully, and I have. I really kind of lean toward Godfrey, not for any in particular reason. It's just, he's just more physically. He looks like he could take him. I don't think. I think it probably go to a decision because it's one of those things where I don't think it's a clear decision. I don't think like when I looked at someone like the crazy Hawaiian when I go, yeah, he's gonna knock him out. Period. That's not what I see. What I see is something that's gonna be a little bit more judge oriented on that. And that's just how I look at it. So that's just what I'm looking at. I think it's more gonna be a style over power, if that makes sense.
Hey, technique. That's an important point. Is that technique? And generating that power through proper technique is really starting to come into play in the power slap more so than just power.
There's a lot of things that happen here, and me and you have talked about this with just people who if you look at them, you think, oh, they're obviously gonna win, but then they have a technique problem where maybe they just happen to club in the slightest way that takes that 1 point away. That is the difference between a win and a loss.
Heck yeah.
And clubbing is the worst thing because it's one of those things that I don't think I've ever seen a fighter intentionally club. But it just happens. Sometimes these guys are just, and women, are just their hands are the size of baseball mitts, and it really does take technique. It takes technique to be able to do a strike that is legal and devastating.
For sure.
That's where it is, and that's when these fighters that we're talking about now, which I think are very close, and I think their power levels on the same level. I think it's just going to come down to technique and who has actually put the time in, and that's where that's where it gets really. That's where you really have to pay attention to the fighter and how they've been. And even then, we've talked about this when we talked about the last fight, the heavyweight fight. I forget it was the crazy Hawaiian.
And I want to get into that, bro, but we're tight on time, and I really want to finish our idea of our card and get those other divisions. I love talking about that division. But while we got Superfan and we're rocking it out. So basically, long story short, we want to see the champ Trujillo fight Riley Montoya in the lightweight division. And that would be a beast match. Then, of course, we want to see the champ babyface Anthony Blackburn fight the man listed right now, Aziel Rodriguez. You know what I'm saying? That'll be a beast match right there.
I think that would be the best match right there to make for the welterweight.
I think that should be the headliner match because good God, you know what I'm saying? That's some fire, bro. Just the quality. As Michael Mann was just talking about, getting deep into it, just the quality of fighter, the quality, the experience, the focus. Good Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be just a match to see, man. And then like knowing Azael coming back, you know what I mean? And Anthony just, with his super reign, like, dude, I can't even. I'm gonna stop right now. Let's just make it happen, Power Slap. No diggity, no doubt. And then, like we said, man, Keali'i versus Darren on a rematch for number 1 contenders. Dream card keeping on rolling. As my man, who might have an inside scoop, might not, but he's dropping his feels, his knowledge. The super fan who knows all, sees all, says to us, I think Wolverine is coming back for a title defense, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, he said he's coming out of retirement for.
Yep. So who's he fighting though?
I feel his best opponent would be Russell.
Here's the thing about it, man. And he called him out, right? Is that who he called out?
Yeah.
That's who he called out. Yeah. So let's just call that then, because Ron's gonna get what Ron wants. Ron deserves what Ron wants. And if Ron says, "Hey, Russell, show up," and let me slap you in your face, then Russell needs to show up, get that paycheck, and get slapped in his face.
When you think of the top 3, you got Vern Cathy, who he just beat.
Yeah.
There's Russell, who he hasn't faced, and there's Turpin, who has had a heck of a time trying to make way. And
hey, man, look, as you know, I mean, okay, so first of all, I love Vern. I think Vern needs to call it. I think Vern has had a great run in Power Slap. But you know what I mean? It's like Aaron Rodgers, man. You've had a great run, brother, but it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just time for you to call it. In my opinion.
It's your time, it's your time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's no need for him to take any more abuse. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He's only gonna. Here's the thing: he's either gonna get the championship belt, or he's only gonna slide down farther and have to claw and fight harder. And now prize fighting. If you want to like do a fun match of Vern versus Terp. That'll be a fun match. That's the only reason I see Terp. Terp is a clown. He is my by far least favorite person to ever step on the Power Slap stage. I can't stand him. He doesn't respect the sport. He doesn't respect the other fighters. I don't like him. I wish he was gone. 3 is trash. The idea that man is ranked 3rd when all these other people, especially number 4, you want to get into it? Number 4, a man who lives it, eats, sleeps, breathes and shits it. Number 4, a man who, if you told him drop 30 pounds and show up on June 27th, he would. If you told him to gain 20 pounds, he would. And he would show up on weight, ready to knock a motherfucker out. Number 4, Luke Simons. And you want to put Austin Turpin, who hasn't fought in 2 years, who fucking can't put beer down long enough to take it seriously, above him, man? Get out of here with that shit. Please, get out of here with that. Luke is way better than Austin on just about every level of this game. And I would like to see them just because I want Luke to get that paycheck. I really want Luke to get that paycheck. And yeah, Terp pulls views. Terp gets clicks. So let's put Luke against Terp if he can't get the championship match, which he will not right now. And that's okay. I know Luke is unhappy about it. Hang in there.
It'd be a great match to see him and Turpin, though. So
yeah, man, be a prize fighter for one fight, Luke. Be a prize fighter, bust his jaw wide open, make him regret ever stepping on a Power Slap stage, put him to bed. We will retire him. I guarantee you Luke Simons will retire Austin Turpin if they have a match. He will hit him so hard, and he will hurt him so bad, he will make him regret ever bothering the legit athletes who walk onto the Power Slap stage. That's my word. That's what I said, and I mean it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think it'd be a great match to see. I know Turpin a little different than you do. You know, I've been out there with these guys for all these events and stuff. And but no, you're right. You know, he does have a problem with making weight and all this other stuff, and it's really affected his career. And it's made a lot of people look totally the opposite of him. You know, he had a big following. Now I feel like he's losing his following due to his missing the way and all this, that, and the other. And to do this, you need to be a professional and be on weight.
Agreed. Babyface Power Slap has joined the chat. Ah! Shout out to Babyface in the building. I hope you didn't miss it. We was talking all about you, but we got to move on. We got to move on, brother. But thank you so much. Oh my gosh, man, he's tuning in. So that's badass, man. Stoked to see that. So yeah, man. So we're talking Ron versus Russell, and then I would love to see a prize fight of Luke versus Austin. That's a moneymaker, and that's a way to retire Austin Turpin and never have to think about him again. And then all these other hard workers from Cody all the way on up, and the other brothers not ranked will get moved up a spot and a chance to make their money and make their name. So, yes. Then we got the Bell. Who's the Bell going up against?
I think the Bell, his next opponent's going to be crazy.
Really?
I do.
Okay.
Crazy is down to weight now to where, look at Azell. He didn't have to have no fights to potentially get a title match. So
yeah, but Aziel's earned it though. Like he's earned it on. You know what I'm saying? He's
totally
earned it already.
That,
though.
but look at the Hawaiian. He only lost once in that super heavyweight, and his whole goal was to come down and to get that belt from DeBell. So
yeah.
Could they possibly give him a title match straight off the bat? Yeah, they could. If not, it would be tough. Just had a match against Dorian.
Yeah.
Seekman just, he missed his last match, but possibility he might have a match for a title. Pono, possibly.
Yeah, I might have heard. I will not confirm nor deny, but there might be a rumor bubble floating around that Pono is officially booked for Power Slap 13. So, might be. And maybe not. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know.
You better tell me. I'm going to be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth, but shit, I shouldn't have said.
So, yeah. So, who's he fighting? I don't know, but it sounds like he's officially booked. So, yeah.
So, yeah, he could even have a match against Dorian for a number one contender. Who knows?
I think Dorian needs a little time off. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been going hard. I'd like to see him take a break and come back. We need him. He's so important to the sport, but I don't want him to, you know what I mean? I don't want him to get beat up too bad before he gets to, really make that run,
Exactly.
So, look, man, I'm going to go out on a limb. Let me just talk about this real fast. Because as you know, we love Pono. We'd love to see Pono fight. Pono has some issues, you know what I mean, with some other fighters. So that would be interesting to see how they get on, there. And what was it? It was Wes and Pono that have some real heat right now.
Yeah.
If you guys check it out, Wes and Pono have like a grudge match going on. I think that would be an amazing contenders match right there. And keep that heat, keep that fire that those guys have created. Create a number one contenders against who? The man everybody's hiding from. The man everybody's scared of. Let's talk about number 4 for just a second. James Seek and Destroy, Seek Money, Seek Monster, James Seekman. Okay? I'm telling you guys. You know what I'm saying? He's like number 4 over here. Luke, I scoped these guys out quick, and I'm telling you, man, that dude is special. People are sleeping on him. I know he had a hard time, had some health issues. You know what I mean? Had a hard time getting medically cleared for his last match, but I'm pretty sure he's ready to go. If you follow his socials, he's ready to go. He's ready to rock. And I think let's go ahead. If we want to, do that thing where we give the champ a feeder for the next match. So we build up this division by making a hot grudge match, number one contenders match between Wes and James. So that's the hot number one contenders match. But, Wes and Pono, Wes and Pono is our number one contenders grudge match because they already got that heat. And that's a hell of a fight, belt or no. And we know whoever wins that goes on to face the winner of James versus DeBell. And I think that would be a hell of a two-fight heavyweight matchup on that card. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that'd be a great match. I think Nate Bernard could be mixed in there somewhere too.
Yeah, Nasty Nate is awesome. I just want to give these other guys a shot. You know what I mean? Well, but he deserves his stuff too, man. I'm telling you, the heavyweights are stacked, brother. Heavyweights
They
are
are.
stacked. You
And
know
we
what I'm
haven't
saying?
seen a lot of the heavyweights lately, so I think we need to
Yeah.
give them some action.
And that's the thing. If you put a number one contenders and a heavyweight match on the same card, knowing that these mofos know whoever wins this match is going to fight the winner of this match, and the dude knows whoever I win. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be heat.
Exactly.
And then they could ask about it. They could build it. You know, and I just think that's something. You know what I mean? And then we put, you know, Dorian against Nate. You know, and that's
Exactly.
right there, and it's perfect. And we give them a little time. You know what I mean? So we
Yes.
build up this division. Is what I'd like to see. Also, I'm telling you, man, I think people are scared of Sig Monster. I think they're scared of the Sig Money. I don't think that there's too many folks that he's not going to be able to beat. And I honestly think that if he goes up against, you know, the Bell for the belt, he will be the one fighting the number one contenders between Pono and West. That's right. I just called it. So anyway, that's my call. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. And then finally, super heavyweights. Are we going to see a super heavyweight match, or are we just so booked up with these other cats, man? What are you thinking?
I think if we get a super heavyweight, we probably won't get a title match. Maybe, but I'm not thinking we would. I think we'll get a number one contender, possibly.
Yeah, and hey, yeah, man, probably maybe a what do you call it? A prelim or two, man.
Yeah.
I'm down, man. Let it rest for a little bit.
See,
You know what
I
I'm
kind
saying?
of wish they'd get some of these unranked people some matches too. You know, just to move the rankings around some.
That's fair. That's fair. Because as we've seen, man, this is what I love about this sport, man. Any given day, you know what I'm saying? Any given stage, any given opportunity, cats can come out of nowhere and just kill it, crush it. So,
Yeah, they could put those on like the prelims or whatnot. Because like the last time we went to the prelims, me and the champ and the wife and Vern, and I tell you what, man, that was awesome. The prelims were so. You know, there wasn't a lot of people there, so it was a kind of an empty place, but the matches were amazing.
Heck yeah, man. No, and that's the funnest thing about prelims, bro, that people don't know is that you get to see some bad dudes, and you know some of them will hold belts one day, or at least be fighting for them. And you get to meet them, you get to hang out with them, you know, you get to know them early, man. It's gangster. It's gangster.
Exactly. And then
So-
the women too, they had a lot of women's matches too, so.
Yeah, man, and that's you know what, dude? That's something because you know what, bro? Good. See, you know what I mean? Everybody. Thank the super fan, ladies and gentlemen. Give the super fan some cues. Thank you, super fan. You're right. We haven't even mentioned the ladies. You know they're gonna have a ladies match.
Well,
There's
at least
got to
two
be a
of 'em.
ladies match.
At least two of them we'll see.
You think there'll be at least two of them?
Yeah, prelim and card.
Card. Yeah,
you know
man.
what I'm saying? So you hearing about Jackie going down to 135, so
Jackie Cataline, yes.
that's possibly maybe could see her, you know. I think we need to give Paige a little break for a while. You know, you have Gina, you know, and you have all these other girls too, you know, Michael, Michelle, all of them. So
Yeah, and once again, I think a key to Power Slap. I think these ladies are going to be a key to Power Slap because the product, the entertainment, the value is every bit as high. Just like, you know, ladies MMA. You watch ladies MMA and I keep saying, man, it's just such a beast. There's no drop off in quality, you know, and yeah, so
it's kind of like WWE. There's always the men, you know, back in WWF. Well, now they got anymore. It's just as many women matches as men matches in the wrestling, if not more. So
absolutely, and you know, once again, it takes a little while sometimes for everything to catch up, and you know, all things being even. But everything is even and badass right now in this sport. I'm excited about that. So
I think by the end of the year we'll probably see women's championship belts coming. So
oh yeah, man, that would be beast. And they're talking about being in Oklahoma and in the year. I would love to see the first women's championship match here. Now I know Paige is taking some time off because she's got that bare knuckle fight coming up.
Exactly.
So yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Of course, she's number one contender there. Michael Mann, thoughts? What are your final thoughts, Michael Mann? Talk to me.
I know you guys. Yeah, I've been ignored all the show, so I'm just like, all right, yeah, I agree with everything you guys said.
I think we're gonna see at least 2, 3, 4 title matches. So I think it's something to really watch on to see what we do get as those matches.
I'm Doc for Back to the Future. That's you, Vern. That's you, Carman. Anyway, sorry, I'm just checking the chats here. You know what I mean? So anyway, I agree. So let's just call it here, and then we'll let Superfan call the ladies match. But we're talking about Robert Trujillo fighting Riley Montoya for the first ever light heavyweight championship defense match. Then, of course, we're talking about the champ, the man himself, the champion, babyface Blackburn fighting Azael. He's earned it, Rodriguez, for the championship there. And then we're going to move on to we're still up in the air except for number 4, Cole Young versus number 4, Andrew Fields. That's the prelim. That's the other match in this category we want to see. Number 4 for number 4. Freedom equals freedom. We want to see it happen.
I think that'd be a great match. Yes,
absolutely. I think it'd be a great match too. I absolutely agree, 100%. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Then we got the rematch. I know they don't want a rematch, I don't think, but I would love to see KLEE versus Darren Godfrey. I think that would be a beast match. We want to see that match. Number 1 contenders match for who gets to go on, possibly fight. Then we'll have John Davis and Keonis maybe in the next one, because these boys are on the rise. Number 3 versus number 4. We'll have these guys do a number 1 contenders, getting ready to face the Butcher himself. Then we got some pretty good word that the Wolverine himself, if we had to go into Vegas and make a bet, if we're laying odds, is probably going to be defending, coming out of retirement to defend the light heavyweight championship. He's called Russell. He's called for Russell. Is Russell going to show up? You know what I'm saying? Is Russell going to cheese out? Or is Russell going to, show up? You know what I'm saying? Be a man. Is Russell going to go get it? That's going to be that championship match. That would be a
I don't
match.
see Russell backing out on that one. I think that's a great opportunity for him.
Yeah, I think he's got to be a man and show up.
And I really think if we get that match, that could be that could be a 5-rounder match. Like both them guys are tough. Unless Wolverine does like he did last time and just smokes him with that hand like he did Vern, that's the only possibility that there could be a knockout.
I agree. The reason I think of a knockout is just because both of them contain so much power. And you can only take, you know what I'm saying? You can only take
so much.
Yeah, like as a human, no matter how bad you are, you can only take so many bops until you're you know what I mean? Your brain gives up. So
exactly,
that's the only reason I think there would be a knockout, just because Ron brings that power. And
but you also got to remember there's that chance of that foul that happened too. So
that's true. And that would give. And also the thing about Wolverine is that, he comes from, that Fight Slap Championship League. So he's used to 9, 10, 11, 12 rounds sometimes.
Exactly.
So 5 rounds will not disturb him. 5 rounds will not shake him.
No,
that's if I wanted a kiss, I'd have called your mother. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I think these training camps are helping these guys out too, that they're doing score, and even like they have been. I think them are helping a lot of them fighters out.
For sure. Absolutely. And to keep it rolling, then we blew their minds. Michael Mann blew their minds. He's talking about we're gonna have basically Pono Pao. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have Pono Pao take on Wes Mina in a grudge match, a number 1 contenders grudge match, which I think would be as interesting or draw as many eyes as a championship match possibly could. So they're going to have a number 1 contenders grudge match, but on the same damn card. Let's go ahead and let's have Damian DeBell defend his title against the man everybody's afraid of, everybody's ducking James the Seek Monster, Seek Money, Seek and Destroy Seekman. I think that would be a hell of a match just to defend that belt, just to remind everybody that he's still there, and just for James to get that real shot, and then also to build the heavyweight division, knowing that we have a number one contenders on the very same card. You know what I mean?
I actually flew from Vegas to Chicago with James, and a really cool guy he was.
Yeah, man, and he's huge, right? He's built like a tree stump. That's what I keep saying.
Yeah.
You can't hurt a tree. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Michael, and then finally, super fan, and then we'll get Michael Mann's thoughts on our dream card here. Michael Mann, what are your thoughts on super fan, ladies match? Give us the one ladies match you feel, and I understand the most confident might be 30%, right, at this point because it's early. But what do you feel like is the most confident?
I feel like we're gonna see some newbies this time. Definitely some UFC fighters we could see. Every time there's an event, there seems like there's more UFC women coming in and in. So I think whatever match we see is gonna involve a UFC fighter.
Michael Mann, what are your thoughts?
Same as his. I don't know, dude. I've had a really rough night. I'm not. You know what? As far as the females cards it goes, I don't have enough information to give a good call. I'm gonna have to go with you guys' thing. That's all I gotta say.
Right, awesome. Yeah. And what do you think about the number one contenders?
Number one contenders. I do have my own thoughts on that. I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to keep it to myself until next week, and I will give you my thoughts then. I'm going to keep it to myself just for about a week, just because I don't want to look like a fool. I do have thoughts about it, and this stuff is very subjective. It goes down to, just personal preference and also style. So I'm really going to keep it to myself until next Tuesday. We have a show next Tuesday at 8 p.m. And I will give you my answer, and I will live and die by it. And that's just how I see about it. That's just how I feel about it. Okay, guys?
We love it. And right before we get out of here, we got to give a shout out to our partners over at Beyond the Slap. Guys, thank you so much, Terry and team. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. They just released a great interview 11 hours ago with the Butcher Man. He's cranked out the material in the past couple of hours, in the past 24. Go ahead.
Mike, there's that picture of Ryan and Crazy there and show how much weight he's lost.
Yeah, look. Oh, there it is. Wow. See, he just released that. Like when we started, he just released that. Wow.
Yeah, that happened right before we got on here. I seen that. And that there tells me he's ready for heavyweight title match. Like, look at him. The man is fucking amazing looking.
That's beautiful. Shout out.
That's even like Ryan. I know he's had a couple of rough matches, but I really think he deserves another match. I really feel like he does have a win in him, that he can go out there and prove that what he's got. The man's always in the gym, it seems like, and stuff. So I'd really like to see Ryan get another chance.
I love that. And yeah, he's definitely deserved that chance. He definitely worked for that chance. And he physically shows it. So yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. Yeah, you were absolutely right.
Hell to the yeah. I love to see people doing better. And I like to think in some way that maybe Power Slap helped encourage him to be better, man, because I know a lot of times in life you have to have a win in another category to maybe have a win for yourself personally. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's just kind of how that works. You know what I mean? So had that picture right here. It's Bryce Jones, who we haven't heard from in a while. As a super fan of Michael Mann, we're talking about these unranked guys. Now, that's what I love about Michael Mann. He's like, I want to know about the guys you don't know about. And I love that. And that's interesting. And it can be hard. A lot of times it's guesswork, or we're just going to their Instagrams and social, because it's not like UFC where there's like 24-hour, channels covering it right now. So it is a lot of work. It is a lot of digging. But man, that's why we love what our friends over at Beyond the Slap are doing right now. So there's an interview with Bryce Jones. He just posted as well. And
I
he's
think
blowing it up.
I think Cody Ogg, Big Bird there, he deserves a match too.
Yeah, I agree. This is
Raymond,
a South African one. Sorry, go ahead. Go.
And Raymond MMA, I think he kind of deserves a match too. So we'll see what they do with these guys.
For sure, man. I love how it's Bryce Jones, boom, overlooked in rankings.
Yeah.
That's fair, man. Let's get him in there. And it's hard, man. What he's in heavyweight. Is he heavyweight? Or is he super heavy?
I think he's heavyweight.
See, that's the problem right now, man. And I mean that with all love and respect, and he deserves every good thing. But we just went over it, man. Look how stacked the heavyweight division is right now.
But that's where we should be having them bottom 5 through 10 fight these unranked guys to shake up the rankings some to get those guys into the ranking possibly,
Absolutely, man. It's just so stacked. I mean, it's the only division where I genuinely believe that you can put on, well, save for Luke and Turk. But other than that, it's the only division where you can put on a number one contenders match that would be every bit as much of a draw because of those fighters and the quality of those fighters as you could a championship match.
Exactly.
And that's a hard division when you're unranked, because those guys aren't gonna give number 7 and number 8 just anything. They know their value at this point. So
exactly.
But Bryce, you hang in there, brother. Bryce, we're cheering for you. We're rooting for you. And once again, thank you so much to Beyond the Slap for what they're doing there. And Michael Mann, tell us what you got coming up, brother. Closing thoughts as we wrap up.
I'm still working on stuff. You can look me up on Michael Mann at CMDY, short for comedy, on X. Other than that, I have a new pickleball league I just started up. Other than that, that's about it. But hey, I love you guys, and thank you for letting me hang out with you. I love every second of it, and thank you.
Superfan, talk to us. Thank you, brother. That was a quick, sharp one. I'm so used to you rambling. I like it when you're curt, when you're tight.
Yeah, tight.
Just like that sweet booty hole. But anyway, let's not get into what we do to stay warm. Where's the comedy, Michael Mann? You're the comedy. You're the funny.
I've tried. I tried. Are you there, Superfan?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sorry. You're just a voice in the distance, like the masturbatory sound in my mind.
Nothing wrong with that.
Wow, yeah, no, unless you're in my mind. In your mind, all I hear is, "Oh, I'm almost there." Okay. So, all right. So let's start. I want to tell you right now. I love the sound of your voice.
Wait, back up real fast. Wait, Michael Mann, I'm so sorry, but I need you to back up.
What? What?
I'm trying. I need a second. I'm trying. You said all you heard in your mind was, "I'm almost there." Now, wait, was that you saying that, or was that Superfan saying that?
That's exactly what I said.
No, I know. But who was saying it in your mind? Was it him or you saying it in your mind?
I'm sorry. Every time in my mind, I always hear, "I'm almost there." It's always my own voice.
Okay, fair.
It's always my own voice. But I gotta tell you, Superfan, there's 3 things I love about you. Superfan, I gotta tell you, there's 3 things I love about you. First off is your knowledge of the sport. Second off is your compassion to the sport. Third off is I always picture you naked.
No, man.
That's it.
That's that one.
And that's it. Now, I tell you what. don't ruin my imagination. In my imagination, you're this Greek god. No, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I am.
He's more of a mountain man who shockingly doesn't have a huge big
I am
beard.
totally straight, but I just see you as this Roman god sitting on his throne with his giant staff going, "Let me talk to you of slap fight."
So yeah, super fan. Why don't you have a big Wolverine style beard?
Yeah, just
I don't have a big Wolverine style beard, but I got a beard.
Well, just as Michael Mann was saying to like the image, as he's saying, I feel like you'd have like a Thor beard with that shit. You know what I mean? Is that
I'm telling you, this is all masturbatory things. So I just keep going. I'm getting it.
You saw the beaver skull. You saw Michael Mann, right?
Now I gotta tell you right now. The thing is there's women all over the world right now who haven't seen you. All they hear is your voice. And I'm telling you right now, law of average, there's at least 700 women that just go, "Oh, I love that."
Oh,
okay. That's law of average.
Law of average. Law of average, ladies and gentlemen. He's a scientist.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
That's what I'm saying. But you don't have to take.
I gotta tell you right now. You have a bunch of lady followers. Yeah, there might be 16. There might be 174. But there were more than you had. And that makes you a sexual god. Oh my God. I think I just made his day.
Oh shit.
No harm in taking what you can get, when you can get, and where you can get. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Power Slap time. 13 is out. It will be at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, June 27th during International Fight Week. It's going to be epic. We have just dropped our dream card. Shout out to you for listening because as we say, you always get the cues because this is your show, as you know. And remember, as we always say, if you can't slap it, it ain't worth slapping. And we are, oh boy. We are back and we are live. You already know what time it is. It's PTPOD time and we are back. This is PTPOD. You know, you say, Mike, you got a lot of damn shows. You're right, I do. We cover everything. We do all kinds of stuff. You like Power Slap? We got you. You like current events? We got you. However, you like good interviews with up-and-coming stars, people you can say, I started following this guy way back when, and now he's got his Netflix special, and now he charges $100 a ticket. Where'd he go? Oh, my God, where'd he go? He was sitting in my green room, and then he just disappeared. Billy, where did you go? Let's see here. All right. We are doing it. We are doing it live. I'm literally in the middle of introducing the guest, and I look, and he's gone. What the heck? Let me check on that. Give me one quick second here and check on that. Give me one moment. Here. So how are you? How are you guys doing? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody doing it large and doing it live and doing it well. I don't know what happened. My man just disappeared on me, and that's okay. That's all right. We're going to put it together, and we're going to get it got a message. No, that is from someone else. Let's see here. All right. Gonna try to find him. So that's what we're gonna do. And we are looking here. So that's fun and fun times. You know what I mean? Fun times, fun action. What it's all about is fun. So we are going to find Billy Sherman. Where did he go? I don't know. I've never had a guest sitting there, and in less than 60 seconds, he disappears. So we are going to try to find out what happened there. Oh, yeah, we are back, guys. Little technical difficulties, but we don't let that stop us. My man is so busy. He's got so much going on. He's on the road right now going to his next gig because he's so famous. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Billy Sherman.
What's up, everybody?
You get all the pew-pews, my brother.
Oh,
How are you doing, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing good, dude. I gotta hold my phone. My phone literally blew up. That's how awesome this show is. That my phone actually exploded in a million pieces.
You are hot, baby. You are hot.
I'm hot.
You got it going on. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'm just glad you're back. I'm like, I have never had that happen. Where I have somebody in the green room. I'm like, give me 2 minutes and you'll be live. And in the 2 minutes, he's gone. He's just gone. You know.
So you froze. I saw your face. You froze. And I was like, okay, Michael, what's going on? And I was talking for a minute. And then, so I said, all right, let's just hard restart on the phone. And then my phone was, it overheated. So I was like, man, okay, we're here now.
Fun times, man. You got to get better, man. What kind of Nokia do you have? You got that flip phone from the 90s?
I got it, dude.
What are you rocking, bro?
I got a Pixel. I got a Pixel 2.
A Google Pixel 2. Okay. Yeah, man. No, that phone was hot back in 2013. I love it, man. You know, I didn't even know Google still made phones. I didn't even know Google still made phones, dog. So talk to me.
Yep.
So for those
They
of you
got a Google Pixel 9.
Nice. And clearly it's great. So anyway, what an advertisement for it. God, he's just sitting here. So you are in Austin right now. Is that correct currently?
That is correct. I am living in Austin, Texas. I moved here in September of last year.
And you've been making big waves, man. You've been doing it large. You already got your little comedy crew. For those that don't know, a little background. I knew this man for over 10 years, 15 years. We started out, he started doing comedy with us in Hawaii. I knew his father. His father was a great comedian, Billy Sherman Sr. Still is, maybe? But anyway.
He's a little retired, yeah.
Yeah, he's still killing it. I hope, living his good life. You know what I mean?
Killing it in that nursing home.
Oh, I bet he's the talk of the town in the nursing home. I bet he kills it out there. So, yeah, man, I bet he's killing it out there. So, for those that don't know, man, you recently did Kill Tony. How was that experience? There you are. For those that don't know,
I'm sorry, I lost.
I said, I bet your dad's killing it in the nursing home.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I remember the Fox Force 5. I wanted to bring that up. You remember that was your crew back in the day, the Fox
original.
Force 5. And that was the original crew. And you and James Monet were like my stand-up comedy uncles. I couldn't have asked for more.
Shout out to James. You know, we still talk all the time. In fact, he was on my Power Slab show recently. We still talk probably at least
okay.
more. Yeah, man, we keep in touch. He's doing big things. He's headlining the Ice House in Pasadena next weekend, I'm pretty sure. Or he might have just...
Okay.
So, yeah, man, he's doing it too. You know, he's just, you know, it's hard in Hawaii. You know what I mean? It's not like here where it's like, I'm in Texas. I get a gig in Arkansas. I can get in my car and drive to Arkansas. You know what I mean? You get a gig outside of Hawaii. You're like, well, I'm going to need $500 just to get there. You know what I mean? So, but, you know, because he's doing TV and movies and blow it up, it's easier for him. But us poor dudes, us working stiffs, you know what I'm saying? So,
it's tough. It's hard.
Yeah, man. So, okay, so you were telling me a little bit about how you moved from Hawaii and you went like all over the place, but you went originally to Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yeah. I did a lot of traveling. I wanted to see more of what comedy had to offer. And, you know, I knew that it was a whole world outside of myself. So I knew I had to go to New York City. I had to see the real, you know, the really rough late night comedy, open mic comedy. Like, I wanted to do that. Pay the $10, $15 just to do an open mic. Like, I was encouraged at a young age to do it. And then I did stand-up comedy there. I did stand-up comedy in LA. I did some stand-up comedy in Bangkok, Thailand. That was crazy. And I just found out that, you know, it almost doesn't matter where you are doing stand-up as long as you're doing the stand-up. That's really the main thing. I got in my head, I used to think, well, if I'm not in a big city, I'm really not doing anything with my comedy. It's like, no, that's not true. You can come to Austin. There's over 1,000 comedians all competing for stage time, like right now. You know,
well, Austin is the new LA. I mean, people are literally moving all over the country. Shout out, and James will give me props. Literally about a year ago, we were having this conversation, and I was like, man, and he was like, LA this and LA that. I'm like, LA ain't nothing no more, dude. Everybody's going to Austin. You know, that is where it is. That is where the action is. That's where people are moving, you know, and because you can get the most stage time. In addition to that, there's so many comics, you know, and that's something that people don't talk about. Is that you know, you go to a club, and most clubs are struggling if they're going to book a comedy show, right? If it's not a comedy club. And they're going to give you a chance, and you're going to put on a show. But talent, you have guys that are going to be good enough to hold the 15 minutes you're asking them to hold to where it doesn't look bad on the venue. You know what I mean? So that's the great thing about Austin is that you have that. You have in spades. You know what I mean? You have that. So that's awesome. You have all the talent you need. Like I said, man, I'm telling you, to get money, man, you should look at like Georgetown. You know what I mean? 40, 50 miles outside of Austin. you have the talent to take there. You guys could jump in the car. You can get paid real money versus, waiting in line. Just my thought.
Yeah.
Just my thought, man.
No,
So,
I agree. I haven't had the ability to recently in the last couple of weeks just because I was sick. But dude, as soon as I get off, like I'm starting to feel a little bit better. As soon as I start get on, I'm planning on hitting the road, doing more shows. There's also San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas. These all have respectable scenes to them. San Antonio was actually very, very nice scene. It's a small supporting scene, but all of Texas, man. And it's crazy. It's been like adrenaline for my social media. I've blown up to 1,000 views, which some people that might be small. Some people that might be just getting your start, but I got literally 1,000 followers on my Instagram in under 4 or 5 months.
Nice.
So it's very possible to build your brand out here.
It is, and not only build your brand, but get those opportunities. I think that's a lot of why they.
Yes.
I think that's a lot of why people move is just to have those opportunities. You know what I mean? And to get there and to do that. And that's what you've done, man. Just so much respect for you, bro, because so many people don't do it. There's a million excuses not to go. And man, like I know the living is hard. You know what I mean? You're not living easy. You're not rich, so you're literally doing this for comedy, and it's hard to make money in comedy in the beginning. So, shout out to you. How do you feel, man? Like, how have you developed as a comedian? How would you say you've developed?
I have my own special style on how I do comedy now. Before I would always have the how do I do this, or how do I tell this joke, or how do I do that thing? And now I more or less know the direction that I want to take things. But I'll say when I was younger, a lot of it was just going and doing like the shock humor. And I've kind of petered out from that. I think I've matured from it a little bit. I don't just go for the easiest punchline,
Right.
I go for something that's a little bit more, nuanced, a little bit more character to it. And I know when I was starting out 17, I was like, what's the most fucked up thing I can say? It's like, I don't always have to say that fucked up thing, Like I've got fans coming over. I've got fans coming over on my show over here.
See, they know Billy Sherman. They know
They're
it's Sherman
freaking
Take
out.
Comedy. I know you're badass, Billy Sherman, because I gave you that name when you started.
You want to see
But
this is my number one fan right here. This is my number one fan.
What the fuck is that?
Say
fuck is
hi.
this
You are live on the PT podcast.
Fuck!
So, okay, just a backstory. It's a good friend of mine, and they're just visiting to cook us some food. So that was what that was. I'm sorry if that was chaotic.
No, that was great. That was
Condition,
awesome,
but-
man. Have her come back. What's her name? Bring her on. Let's
That's
talk.
Keisha. That's Keisha. Oh, she's scared now. Now she ran in the
Oh,
house.
come on. Tell Keisha she looked cute. Tell her to come on.
She is a cutie. She has a love series podcast. If you want to check that out, she likes to talk
Really?
about love. Yeah.
Great. What's
Or the lack of love.
got to do?
What's love
got to do with it? You know what I'm saying? But that's awesome. Tell Keisha we'd love to talk to her sometime.
Oh, yeah.
So I love the fact that she got nervous. That's hilarious. So but she got nervous. So okay, so you've traveled around, you've done New York and LA, right?
Yep.
Which town is better compared to Austin? Well, let me ask you this. New York, LA, Austin. Right now, Austin, the newest, but definitely the 3 comedy hubs in the world. That you kind of got to get love from one of those places to move on in your career. Where you at least got to have people in those cities notice you for you to really go and get out of the indie scene if that's what you're looking to do. So what would you say is like, what do you like better of the 3?
So what I love about Austin is it has such an old school approach to what stand-up comedy used to be. And it doesn't believe in comics paying for stage time. Whereas the other 2 scenes, you pay for stage time. And not only do you pay for stage time, you pay to perform in front of no one or comics.
Wow.
And that's tough. That's tough in New York. That's tough in LA, So you have to pay for stage time out there. The old school rule is, hey, you're a comic, you don't pay anything. You just go up and you do your time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I love that. I personally love that. I wish everything was old school, and I don't think we should charge comics for stage time. I just don't think that's appropriate, you know. But with the other scenes like New York, I mean, every night you have a show. I mean, every night we have a show here in Austin too, but every night there's something going on at Gotham or Broadway Comedy Club or Greenwich Village. There's always something going on, right? So it's worth it to mention that New York still has prestige. I don't know what LA is like anymore because it's been years, and I don't have too many friends out in LA. I've got a lot of buddies out in New York. Um, and then but here's the thing about Austin that I love too. It's so easily accessible. All of the stages, all of the mics, all of the venues, Mike shows that you've been to. Creek in the Cave. You were telling me you've been to Creek in the Cave. You probably every mic I've been to, you've done a show at or done something at. So,
back in the day, yeah.
Right. But there's still the spots. Creek in the Cave is an excellent spot. It's an excellent spot for comedy. We got Shakespeare's Pub, which is right there next to Mothership. If you can get on Mothership, we've got the open mic there every Monday at 7.
Okay.
There's a lot of opportunities.
Gotta ask as a as a basic butt fan, as a basic ass. People talk about how amazing the Mothership is. So is it truly that amazing compared to the other clubs?
Oh, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. Because Mothership is a great club, and I've had the privilege of performing at the Fat Man Room, and that's a good room. That's a hot room for comedy. It's just built perfectly for it. I've also performed at Broadway Comedy Club, and I've performed at other clubs, in LA and stuff. And it's really hard to have the comparison. I'd say like a club like the Improv is so well known out there in Los Angeles or San Francisco, right? I definitely would say the Mothership is, if not the best, one of the best clubs you could possibly perform in. I also think Vulcan Gas Company is also a really good club as well here in Austin. So, and there's not too many people talk about Vulcan, but I've been to Vulcan and I'm like, that's a really good room. It's a hot room. Everybody wants to laugh,
It's getting hate on the internet. So whenever the woke comedians give hate to something, you know what I mean? I'm in. I'm in, baby. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So
it's funny. It's the opposite here in Texas because I noticed there's like these speakeasy woke rooms.
Oh yeah.
It's so because you would think it would be the other way around. Like, oh, I'm not allowed to say these words. It's like, oh no, actually, we're gonna talk about Kamala Harris or whatever. They're gonna do their woke room, and so the woke rooms have become like the speakeasy, inclusive place. But I like all intrusive comedy. You know what I mean? I like crazy stuff, So, but yeah, man. I mean, I think Mothership. To answer your question, man, Mothership is still a very, very good club. One of the best clubs, and honestly, even getting on for Tony and that whole experience was fucking great, man. I loved it.
Do you get passed once you get on for Tony, or do you still have to keep working the club scene there?
I mean, you getting passed for Tony is a special thing, and you really have to be truly remarkable, or Tony just sees something in you that will get you to that next level, right? And I think I see a lot of guys. They get on Tony, they get a golden ticket. That's a really sweet spot to be in. Or they get on Tony and then they get regularly, and it's like, man, now you have to work even harder. Trigger warning, baby. Oh, I like it. I didn't even see that.
Vulcan Gas Company, trigger warning. The only safe space is the exit, May 2nd, 10 p.m., right? It looks awesome, right?
Yeah.
And then this dude deleted yesterday per request, uploading today because I'm blocked it. It's still funny. And the dude is saying basically there was a shitty thing to put my flyer in Bad Comedy Flyers, but they're a bunch of assholes in this thing anyway. So shitting on comedians for promoting their shows. That's how you get there. So because Vulcan, yeah, it's kind of rude. And he was like, I didn't know it was yours. I wouldn't have done it. Didn't mean to hurt anyone's feelings. Yeah, but you run this site. But anyway, He says again, it's because it's the Vulcan. Yeah, I took it down. The page is funny. Definitely didn't mean to throw shade on you. But the Vulcan. So they hate the Vulcan. Woke comics hate the Vulcan. So I'm in for that. You know what I'm saying? Always. There you are. You're back.
Yeah. Am I getting in and out again?
You're back. You're back. I was just showing you that the Vulcan was getting hate. And I don't understand because the Vulcan has been known for a decade to really help comedians, launch comedians. They provide opportunities when the clubs don't. You know what I mean? Is there still an Austin Comedy Club, or did that go away because of all the other rooms out there?
No Austin Comedy Club, but I did meet a guy recently, and his name's Sir Randall, and he has the official title to the Austin Comedy. That is the name of the actual place. It's called The Austin Comedy. And I guess he owns the domain to that. So
nice.
Interesting.
Nice.
But
yeah, I'm sure somebody owns the Austin Comedy Club.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a great club. But also other guys come in, bigger clubs. It's competition, baby. That's what this whole game is about. You know what I mean? So do you headline? Do you feature? What do you do the most right now?
I'm actually going to be headlining on May at Shakespeare's. So I'm back again.
You're coming in and out on us,
honest to
baby.
God, damn. I might have to do the laptop.
It's all good, man. We're wrapping up. We won't be on too much longer. We only got about 10 minutes. I want to show this real fast. I'm going to show a video of your stuff.
For Billy Sherman, everybody. Here we go. Billy Sherman.
What's up, everybody? Yeah. So I'm Puerto Rican, Portuguese, Native American, Middle Eastern, Italian, and Jewish.
You remind me of your dad. Dude.
And if I was a woman, I would look exactly the same. I'm Puerto Rican and Jewish, which means I'm expensive garbage. So, yeah, stuff being Puerto Rican and Jewish. Puerto Ricans are known for two things. They know how to dance and stab people. So please laugh at these jokes. I was driving down the street the other day and I saw a sign that said, "Drive like your kids live here." So I drove away. Actually, I don't remember what I was doing because I was wasted. So, yeah. My mom told me that if my son pees on me, it means that he loves me. So I figured I'd show my dad some love. And now I can't go back to the cemetery.
I know he loves that
Billy
joke.
Sherman.
I know he loves that joke.
How long you been on stand-up, Billy?
About 10 plus years.
One day.
All right, so that is a sample of you on Kill Tony. Awesome shit, man. Congratulations. That's badass. So, yeah. And he's frozen right now, and that's okay. He is frozen. Locked up. Rocked up. So, I think we're going to call it for now. We're going to book him when he has a better signal, better connection. We're going to book him, and you got to come back, Billy. We'll plan it. In fact, we'll set up a time where we know you have an hour and you are in a solid spot, not moving and grooving from gig to gig. Thank you so much for joining us, though. And guys, thank you so much for joining us. Let me give you Yeah, this has been the PT Pod with Billy Sherman. We're going to come back and do a better interview, a longer interview. We're going to get into it, but we wanted to show you that he's hot. He's doing it. If you're in Austin, go see him do some comedy. Guys, this has been the PT Pod presents Billy Sherman. Thank you guys so much, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Oh, boy.
about the videos. Only a small number have. It's like they're afraid to even talk about the videos, talk about me. It happened with Joe Rogan, actually. In fact, like all the debunkers got in touch with him, got inside his head. In fact, he's friends with a lot of these UFO community people who I've now realized, if I'm right, they're all pretty much big frauds trying to push this whole alien thing. And turns out free energy was on the table and they've been hiding it. So I think they got in his head and they, this is what they do. Because podcasters tell me every time I say I'm going on XYZ show, they'll say, I get a message from saying, I got these emails from these people saying, you're a horrible person. Don't platform this person. If you platform this person, you're going to look bad, whatever. So like, that's how I think they kind of get at you. And they kind of, try to make sure that your message doesn't get out there. Just like you said. And there's one thing I want to say is that, thank you to Kurt Metzger, who I think you know very well. Seen on
Shout
your
out
show
to Kurt
many times.
Metzger.
He direct messaged me earlier about this, said that he was actually going to bat for me with Joe Rogan. I saw the clip where he went to bat for me. He said the exact same thing I would have said to Joe, which is like the debunkers did the same thing that CNN does to Joe, where they changes the tone on his
skin
face
tone,
and make
yeah.
him look sick during COVID.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And Kurt brought it up and
That's what
Joe
they
didn't
do to
really
you,
get it.
man.
And I'm going, that's what they're doing. Is they're doing like a little magician trick, sleight of hand, and be like, oh, look, it looks exactly the same.
Now, the interesting thing about what he's saying there about how they do that interesting little sleight of hand is that Joe Rogan said on his latest podcast that he'll be sitting there interviewing somebody, right? And he'll get a text from a friend of his that will say specifically, don't believe a word that guy's saying. He's in on these meetings. He's literally in on the meetings about UFOs or about this government conspiracy or whatever with the government, and he's telling you something completely different. Well, live on your show. Do not believe the hype. Guys, we're having some internet issues. I'm watching my internet go in and out. Thank you for hanging in there if you're feeling the latency. I am sorry about that. We are working on it, but we're getting it done. So anyway, we're just making it happen. You better kill me. I'm going to be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said. Oh, yeah. So we're going to keep it rolling here. And then finally, man, well, there was one more thing I wanted to show you over here on X that this has to do with the similar stuff. And this is the guy that basically exposed 9/11. And yeah, I want to share this. Absolutely. Let's see here. Are we back? We rolling? Oh, yeah. We're doing good. Guys, thank you so much. Make sure that you drop a like. Please drop a like. And then drop a share. And then please subscribe. We appreciate it. We depend on it. We live on it. If you think any of this is any good, it's free. It doesn't take you more than 60 seconds to like, share, and subscribe. And it means all the world to us. So genuinely, thank you for everyone that does it. It means a whole lot. Without those likes, shares, and subscribes, we don't get to do what we do. So we appreciate it, and thank you so much. And we are going to keep it rolling right here. This is something I just wanted to show you guys. This is the king of all 9/11 whistleblowers right here. The king of all 9/11 whistleblowers. And he went off. Wall Street Apes posted about it. I thought it was amazing, and I wanted to share it with you guys. It's a short clip. But basically, before we get into it real fast, Wall Street Apes himself says, if you aren't as angry as Kurt Weldon is about the people in our intelligence agencies making millions with their own private companies profiting, off wars they're involved in and starting, you should be. Now, this nice gentleman loses it, and this is great. So let's check this out.
There are good people in the agency, but there are scumbags that work in our agencies. And I know them, and they're making money. They're $1 million people, and their million companies are going to be exposed if it's the last thing I do. And you'll see the ties around the world to the $1 million intel people who've made money off the backs of young American kids who have died in wars while they make money. And I'll give you example after example of that. In Russia, in Ukraine, around the world, in Libya. That's what's wrong. And until we understand that, it's not going to stop.
Yeah, man, he was not feeling them there.
There are good people.
Fine. There are scumbags in the agency, and they're making millions, guys, and that's what we're dealing with. And we need to be careful, man. And I love the fire. I love the fire from a guy like that. I love the fact that an older guy who's been screwed over and the world is stacked against him. I love the fact that he's coming out and he's coming out strong. I appreciate that. So I see that the video stopped, but here we are. Are we back? Are we back on Rumble? Yes. Are we back? Looks like we are back. Let me check on that. Let's see here. Are we back? Like I said, our internet is tripping tonight. I don't know what's going on with that. Thank you guys so much. We're working on it. Please stay and be patient with this. Yes, we are back. Awesome. So in about a minute, sorry about that. A little latency there. We're working it out. Once again, I'm usually set up for a completely different setup, and we're doing something a little different tonight. So it's working a little different. And that's what you do. You work around. You know what I'm saying? You work around. So let me pull this up too, man. We like to end with a little comedy. We're going to call it. I don't think my partner's going to make it tonight. So let's see here. Yo. So let's see here. So about to wrap. I'm going to send him another text. About to wrap. And let's see here. Let's see here. So about to wrap. Jump in if you can. Shout out DJ Protocol. All right. So anyway, we're keeping it rolling here. Anyway, you know, we like to end on comedy. Comedy is fun. Comedy is awesome. We are working this out. You know what? I have a goal, man. Trying to switch to this Rumble Studio has been real tricky. I think I have it close, but we have a couple of we've had a couple of lockups. But then again, I'm seeing my internet latency, and I pay for the nice internet, so I don't know what's going on there. But we're figuring it out, guys. We are figuring it out. And thank you so much to everybody hanging in there. So if you guys have been watching the draft, it is crazy. The big deal is Dylan Gabriel went before Shedeur Sanders. And that is huge. That is a big deal there. As everybody thought Shedeur would go at least by the third round, and he didn't even go in the second day. It is crazy. You know, a lot of people are saying it's because, you know, basically when you draft Shedeur, you bring a family with you. You're going to have Dion there. Now, Dion's amazing, and even the president weighed in on it, saying that Shedeur should have gone a lot quicker. He found a home. For those of you that are worried about it, he found a home. He's with the Browns now. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he is with the Cleveland Browns, and he's happy about that. And there is a lot of drama going on with the NFL draft drama. And we're talking about it, and we got into it. So basically, there's that. Going to be a lot of football players. What I'm interested in and what I really want to focus on, and for all you football fans that pay attention to, let's go ahead and think about this and keep this in mind as the football season starts. Okay? And that is that you have to think about the fact that we are now entering into the NIL era. What is that NIL era? It's when the best of the best in college get paid more to stay in college for a year or two than they may be able to get going into the draft. And so now they come out of college. Now, have they prepared better NFL football players? Are we going to see a higher level of NFL sport? Is it going to be a better thing now? I don't know. Or is it going to be worse? Is it going to be that these guys are beat up? They've taken their injuries. The best hot couple of years of their life, they spent in college. You know, there are a lot of guys that it takes a little while. It takes a little while to get them going. It takes a little while to grow and develop. And then there are some guys that are great young. You know what I mean? That's a big deal. So we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are happy. A lot of people are mad. You know what I mean? So this is what I wanted to pull up here. This is a great one. This is from Reply AZ. Said the NFL owners are acting like mean girls, throwing shade at Shedeur Sanders. This draft drama's got fans buzzing about the collision and unfair play. As a mom, I spot the click behavior a mile away. Time to fess up, owners. She is salty because in her heart, she wanted Shedeur to go. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a little funny. In her heart, she wanted Shedeur to go. So, yeah. Let's see here. Colin Rugg is making it a racial thing because race grifters gonna race grift, and that's just how that is. But I wanted to show this one. This one is interesting. So Miami Sports is saying that they feel like this whole draft was a mess, and I don't know if I disagree. And we got to ask ourselves, you know what I mean? Is the mess the whole point? That's why this draft has gotten a lot more pub. You know what I mean? That's why this draft seems to be way more at the forefront of social media. I mean, I can remember drafts before and you didn't sit around and watch them. You may watch the first day or the first couple of hours of the first day. You know what I mean? And you're like, for some stuff. And then you're like, for other stuff. But at the end of the day, it wasn't that big of a deal. You got fools acting like this is the Super Bowl. You got fools acting like this is the biggest thing ever. And I think that's a little silly. I just think that's a little silly there. It's not that crazy. It's not that big of a deal there. Let's see here. So, Miami Sports is saying the 2025 NFL draft has to be the worst ever. Nothing but unnecessary drama. Better players going undrafted, and I think we can all agree that some really good players did not go in the draft the order that we thought they should have gone in. Humiliation on Shedeur, which, yeah, but I don't know if it was humiliation so much as maybe we don't gas people up. You know what I mean? Maybe we don't go, oh, he's going to do this, and he's going to, you don't know. At the end of the day, you simply don't know. So respect that and go, it should be, and I expect it to be. But if he doesn't, teams have reasons. Everybody forgets. You know why? Because nobody runs $1 billion company, especially something as fickle and as hard to win in as the NFL. You don't run that stuff, Miami Sports. So you don't know why they picked or didn't pick Shedeur. That's something we're interested in, but you don't know why. First round pick, Cam Ward, great story, but was brushed under the rug. Once again, heartbreaking. Cam Ward is a hero in every sense of the word. Shout out to my boy Rashad, who loves the Ward there. And then the team owner seemed clueless on picks. It's just a whole mess. And it could be. And in a lot of ways, it looks like that. But I'm going to tell you what I think. I personally think here that basically, long story short, the people don't understand. It used to always be all about the draft, and now it's not. The money's gotten so crazy. The money's gotten so high. The money's gotten so costly that basically you just can't. You know what I mean? Shedeur Sanders is, mentioned every time a player was drafted. And, everybody thinks that that's the thing there. Oh, by the way, he quit his rap career. You know what I mean? He quit his rap career, thankfully. So, anyway, I just think it's funny because these teams are billion-dollar operations. A lot of them have who they want. To develop a quarterback might take a lot longer just to learn the system. It's very high-level stuff. And it might take them a little bit longer to figure all that out, dial it all in, work it all out. However, they're just saying everybody should do what we think they should do, or they're wrong, and they're not wrong. Now, I do believe that Shedeur's family, Shedeur's dad may have hurt him in the draft, but overall it's going to help him. And I'll tell you why. It's because Deion laid out what you were getting when you drafted him. So you don't want to go to a team that's going to fight that. You want to go to a team that says, this is what we're getting and this is what we want. Much better to enter into that situation with everybody at the table understanding. And I'm sure you'd agree. Versus people going in going, okay, well, we want him, but we don't really want his dad. But his dad said he's part of the package deal, and we're all together, and we're going to have to fight all that. Then Shedeur's not going to be happy. Deion's not going to be happy, and the team will not be happy. And ultimately, you, the fan, will not be happy. So make sure he's in a place where he can be happy, make his 20, 30, 40, 50 mil, and everybody walks away happy and enjoy your NFL. And guys, I hope you've enjoyed tonight. The last thing I wanted to do, man, they all over Instagram, and I love them. The last thing I wanted to do, though, is I wanted to send a very special shout out and a thank you to Miss Treese Gordon. She is amazing. We had a great show last night in Tulsa. It was simply awesome. We just had a great time. It was a lot of fun. Even though she put up a group pic without me in it, and that's hurtful, but that's okay. That's okay. I ain't mad at you. Wanted to show you they dance. They offered me to dance, but I was like, nah, I ain't dancing because, I can't dance that well. But everybody was dancing, and this was a lot of people at the show, and it was a lot of fun. I was working on the video while everybody else got to dance. And then once again, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be dancing. You know what I mean? So Stars was amazing. Stars was wonderful. And let's see here. We're going to share this, and I'm going to show you. Shout out to everybody on the stage. That's going to be Miss Treese. That's going to be Charity. That's going to be Joe Moffitt. That's going to be Juju Rashad. And that's going to be the lovely Lynn Kay. They were dancing. Let's check this video out as we go out. Get it. This was our venue. It was awesome. It was a hell of a lot of fun. There goes Kitty. They got the dance down and everything. Those girls. Let's see here. I just wanted to thank them all. And then, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give y'all one more picture or two of the event before we go out. Just because it was awesome, man. Because it was, what am I doing over here? I don't need to be doing that. Let me go back here. I got to be a better producer, but I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. You know what I'm saying? We are building, and we got a lot going on. Let's see here. Boom, and we're pulling it up. This right here is one of my favorite pictures anyone's ever taken of me, ever at a live show. I love it. I appreciate it. This was awesome. It's my new profile pic. I appreciate the love and the support. You know what I mean? This was me doing a bit. I don't even know which bit I was doing. I think I was doing my just want to get to bed bit. Ladies take a lot longer to go to bed, and you don't realize that till you get married. But, yeah, this was a great picture. It was a great venue. As you can see, man, it was one of those old warehouse vibe venues. And, Amy says it's so you. This is one of those old warehouse vibey venues that they've redone and restored. It's called Wampa, the Black Box Theater in Tulsa, historic district. Love what they're doing there. So happy to be able to be a part. I'll be honest. I was happy to be a part. Thank you, Miss Trice. Or excuse me, Miss Treese. I got that wrong. My bad. And guys, make sure you check all of this stuff out because it's really fun and we do a lot of it. We do a lot of fun stuff. We're always working. Juju's got his Wednesday night shows. I'm going to head up to Tulsa and check some of that out. You know I are. You know I am. You know I will. So now I just want to go through and show you a couple of other projects and stuff we got going on. I'm very excited about. Basically, right here is one. And this is every Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, and Noon Mountain, 11 West Coast. And this is called The Nooner Show. It's with me and a great dude, Vern White. He's an artist. He's a musician. He's a card guy. That goes on every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Central. Make sure you tune in. Check it out. We'd like to be right in the middle of the week to give you that break, to give you that mind break. We go a little deeper. It's a little more esoteric. We discuss kind of the theory of things. We start out with basic everyday things and talk about maybe how they affect the spiritual side of things. We love him. It's a great show, guys. I really hope you can check it out. It's the newest addition to the family of shows. And, we're really proud of it. We're doing a good job there. And we're getting great response, like an amazing level of response. So that's Wednesdays at noon. And then, as you guys know, if you don't already know, we want you to know. We need you to know. It's actually important that you, in fact, do know that every Tuesday night at 8 Central, we're going to share this even. There it goes. Let's see here. There it is. And go. And let's see here. At the stage. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, something that's taken on a lot of its own love, a lot of its own life, a lot of its own fire, and that is the Power Slap Time Show. And we want to thank you so much for that because that is awesome. And we are doing it large and doing it live. Now, that's going to be on the Power Slap Time channel every Tuesday. That's every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. East. Guys, we want you to check it out. Tune in. We hope you like it. We hope you love it. So that is, once again, Power Slap time. Pew, 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 pew. That's with my boy Michael Manamy, and we go over Power Slap. What is Power Slap, you ask? And that's fair. That's a fair ask. What is Power Slap? Well, Power Slap is slap fights. You know what I'm saying? Power Slap is Dana White's newest endeavor, where he's taken the best Power Slap fighters and he's put them on a stage and given them opportunity. Now, I love it because these are everyday real dudes doing the everyday real thing, everything they can to make it happen. And we love it. And you guys should go follow everything Power Slap. But most importantly, Power Slap Time, my show, every Tuesday night on Rumble. So once again, we have Sunday night, Rumble on Rumble right here, as you know. Then, as you know, we have Tuesday night, Power Slap Time. And then Wednesday, the Nooner Show. And then finally, because we got a lot of shows, guys, Thursday is the PTPOD Show. We just wrapped up an amazing and awesome run, a 3-week run with Miss Treese herself, who I was just showing you. And we got some good stuff coming up. The thing Thursday night coming up, I have a guest from Kill Tony out of Austin, Texas, a hilarious comedian, making it happen, doing it live and doing it large. His name is Billy Sherman, and he's going to be doing it. So, you know, we're proud of what we're doing here. We're doing a lot. Let me just pull this up for you so you can see it. Here's the channel, guys. Please go like and subscribe. That's PTPOD, Rumble/PTPOD. And as you can see here, we've got the Nooner Show. We have the Stars Under the Stars PTPOD Show. Now, to kind of break it down, Rumble on Rumble, as you know, this is our news, current events, crown jewel show. Then we have the PTPOD Show. That's going to be my deeper interview show. Then we have the Nooner Esoteric Show. And then, of course, the Power Slap Time fun show about Power Slap Time. 4 days a week we're here, and we're dropping clips all the time. Please go follow PTPOD, or you can follow me at Seahawk Comedy on Instagram and X. And guys, I want to thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a great night. We miss you, Pro, and should be back next Sunday. We'll see. We will talk to you soon. God bless you. This has been Rumble on Rumble number 67, Epstein, you Tuesday night, or Power Slap Time. Bye-bye.
Oh, boy.
Restoring the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Restoring the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. That's number one. Number two, dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. Individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty.
a seat, and hot damn, what an amazing crowd this is, you guys. I got to be honest. I was going to wear a much nicer jacket, but they put tariffs on my designer. Yeah, it turns out this whole trade war was just a plot by Trump to make me stop dressing like an overweight figure skater. But I got news for you, Big Don. My wife's been trying the same thing for years, so bring it on. What I was trying to say was welcome to Fox News Saturday Night. There you go. Love it. Love it. So Piers Morgan is on the show along with a very hot panel, and we need it because the country is really worked up this week, okay? Did you guys see Alec Baldwin posted a video saying we're on the verge of a civil war? Like, please. He's just looking for an excuse for the next time he shoots somebody. What? I thought it was a civil war, bro. I didn't know. Take a look at this ridiculous clip.
Watching this show really reminded me of how we are in a very similar state now, in a pre-Civil War culture, in a pre-Civil War environment.
Yo, where's his wife to cut him off when you need her?
Oh, yeah, it's Rumble on Rumble. We are doing it large and we are doing it live, y'all. We are excited to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am one of your hosts, Fresh Mike, and right now we are just making sure everything looks and sounds wonderful. Why? Because we love you, and that's the most important part, is to make sure everything looks and sounds wonderful. As you can imagine. Give me 1 second here. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage now. One of the best to do it. My co-host, the man, the myth, the legend. You know him, you love him. Get up for DJ Protocol. What up, big dog?
What's happening? What up, though? Man, I'm tired as fuck. My dog Fuego in the building. What up, Fuego? I see a goon 2023, man. I fucks with the goons, bro. I fucks with the goons. I fucks with the smart goons. Smart goons are the ones. Shouts out to all the smart goons in the building. What's popping, man? Can you hear me? Are you there? Am I in the show? I'm all alone in the show. I don't know where my partner went. There he is.
Go, dog. Oh, yeah. We just wanted to give you a second, man. You ain't been on in a while and we missed you. We wanted to give you a minute. We wanted to give you a second. I also wanted to make sure that everything was going well everywhere else because, you know, we just having some fun and things are twitchy a little bit. So, yeah, man. Boom. We are all back. Fuego! We missed you. I know you've been away, but we were worried, man. Fuego, I need an emergency contact number for you, dog. We don't see you. We get legit.
Yeah, man. We don't see you, man. We got to make sure you're good.
You know what I'm saying. So, yeah. All right. So we are doing it. I am excited. Let's waste no time. Is it okay if we bring the man up?
Hey, man, look, man, my homie in the building. I got to get back in the chat, man. I've been so freaking busy, man. I don't, man, please, man. I don't know, but I'm coming back.
Right. You're making it happen. We're doing it, and we're doing it well, and we're doing it large, and we're doing it live. And that's the coolest and most important part about everything there. So
I think that requires a no Diddy after that statement.
No Diddy. You know what I mean? Or I'm going to be another rapper dead for popping off at the mouth with shit I shouldn't have said.
Yeah, you should have said that because doing it large. Whew,
no, see, you're too young. Okay, living large, doing it large, that used to be a legit thing. In fact, Biggie said all about it. You know what I mean? We're living large, we're doing it large, we're doing it live.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That used to be like a party chant. You know what I mean? That's how we live. We live large. If we're doing it large, we're doing it how we live because we live large because we live life. You know what I mean? Also, like another one I was going to say that no one says anymore that I really appreciated back in the day was weak, right? So you replace the word mad with the word weak. It's like, look at him getting weak, dog. Ooh, he was weak. And it reminds you that when you get mad, you know what I'm saying? It's easy to display signs of weakness. So I'm going to quit rambling here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you do that.
$10 says you're rolling the blunt. What I hear is a grinder, but it's all good. You know, I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Right? So anyway, ladies,
I will not confirm or deny.
you know what I mean? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage right now, all the way from New Jersey. You know him. You love him. His show is huge. Let's be honest. He's got like 3 shows. They're all huge. He's huge. Things are large. Things are live with him. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, from 2 Mics Live in the Brick City podcast, your friend, our friend, Mr. Michael Calderation.
You give me way too credit. First off, in the name of Biggie Smalls.
It's the Pew Pew Wars, man. It's the Pew Pew Wars.
In the name of Biggie Smalls, fuck all you hoes.
Fuck all you. Get a grip, motherfucker.
Let's just start off like that. Fuck all you hoes. That's all I gotta say. And hey, man, you give me way too much credit. Yeah, our show does very well. But you know what it is, bro? We're trying to build a team, and it's a bunch of like-minded people like this that can disagree and can speak civilly. And it's one of the reasons why I love you guys. I love listening to you. I love being in the chat and just throwing stuff at Pro and you. And dude, listen, man, we're building a team here, and I fucking love it. Let's go. Fuck all you hoes.
Yeah, fuck all them hoes.
All you hoes. Get a grip, motherfucker. That's
you know what I'm saying?
That's probably my favorite Biggie bar. Period.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. That's a great song, though, man. Juicy's just a great song. You know, it's one of them things that's timeless, right? There's Tupac. I like to think that we grew up in the greatest generation ever.
Right.
Like I'm a 1979, born in 1979. We grew up in the best time to be alive. You know, because when we grew up, there was no bullshit, man. It was real. And now I feel like bullshit upon bullshit's being thrown upon us. You know, and it's really cool to be 45, you know, and having kids and seeing the world and analyzing the world. It's fucking awesome.
It is, man. And not only that, but man, things are changing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Things are changing at such a rapid rate. That's something that it's interesting. I want to get both of your takes being fathers. It's interesting, man, because I'm not. Thank God it's today. And, you know, in such a you know, rapid changing world out there with so much going on, you know, it's one of those that, you know, being a father's got to be interesting. You guys are facing challenges that no other fathers ever have, and y'all got, you know, kids to deal with, and y'all got all the other problems that I got. And I think I got problems, but I ain't got kids to feed, so I ain't got that many problems really. So, like, what do you feel are maybe some new challenges y'all deal with now?
Man, I don't even know where to start, bro. Because this shit's crazy. Like, first of all, like,
as far as none that I claim, you know what I'm saying? None that I claim.
You got kids running around somewhere. Is that what we're saying? Like, you know, there's a lot of fresh Mikeys running around and shit.
There's trailer parks all around here. There's trailer parks all over the deep south with mixed babies wondering who their daddy is.
They're just running around going pew 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 pew.
Right. Oh man. Some challenges. So I don't like I don't like social media, right? I don't like the turn that it has taken because again, we had a little bit of social media, at least I did, because I'm probably the youngest in the room at 36, which is still pretty old, but still.
I'm 27. I don't know. I just had a birthday, y'all.
Okay.
Thursday was my birthday.
Am I the oldest motherfucker here? How am I the oldest and the best looking? That ain't right.
I'm not. I'm older than you, I think. So true story.
Hey man, I lived a hard life. I
I'm
lived a
45.
very, very hard life. So, you know, when you're young as hell and you're freaking building houses with your uncle and them, and oh my God, I still hear it in my dream. Give me some mortar, give me some bricks, give me some mortar, give me some bricks, bring me some 2x4s.
I'm a mason contractor.
Oh God, man.
Son, I know all about what you're talking about. I was carrying 150-pound panels when I was 145 pounds at 18 years old, on
real,
these poor
man.
foundations. I know exactly what you're talking about. Why do you think I have some density? Why do
Hey,
you think I
man.
have some density right
I
now?
see it. I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
Man.
But you're in the Georgia heat, bro. I'm in like the Jersey humidity. It's a different story altogether.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's that Georgia heat, that Georgia humidity. It's just crazy, son. It's just pure crazy. Brief intermission. Hey, look, guys, I swing a big wrench. Fuego, you got a big wrench too.
Yep.
Use that motherfucker.
Yep.
That being said, yeah, man, social media is a beast, bro. I don't like, we had it, like, you know, we had MySpace, and we had Black Planet, and we had, you know, the Yahoo chat rooms and stuff, but it wasn't what it is now. Like, now these kids just, man, okay, what did we have? We had the top 8 or the top 4, then the top 8 friends, right? And like, people will be devastated when they got removed from the top friends, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't nothing like it is now. Like, if a person gets, you know, bullied online, or somebody says something about them online, they're out there committing suicide and stuff. You got people who are out here doing it. Like, we had Do It for the Vine, but it was funny. Do it for the Vine. I ain't gonna do it. Do it for the Vine. I ain't gonna do it. Like, it was funny. Now it's like these people literally live to get whatever validation they can from social media. And if they don't get that validation, like, they feel lost. Some of them are killing themselves to get validation. Like, I just watched some kids the other day. Like, these broads are literally drinking a bottle of Patron. Of all liquor you could be drinking while you're driving, you're turning up a bottle of Patron, and you're driving in, it was some type of Dodge. I don't know what kind of, I just saw Dodge on the steering wheel, and they were doing 116 on the dash. And that was the last video they ever posted on social media, on Snapchat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's that scares me, like that social media push, that social media influence that our kids are becoming a part of. And it's not that we're even, you know, allowing our kids to do it. It's who they're in school with that is doing the crazy shit. It's their peers, man. So above all, you know, that's bothering me the most. I'm really not worried about the whole, like, although I am worried, I don't bother with the whole, you know, boys in girl sports situation, because, like, thank God, I don't think I'll have to deal with it. And I think by the time that my daughter becomes of age to be dealing with that, I think all of that should be smacked the fuck out. Either that, or we're going to have aliens in school, so that it really won't matter.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you know, I don't disagree with that. Real life connections aren't there anymore. That's what I value about both of you guys. This is why I was excited to get both of you guys on, actually, because hold on, I got something weird happening here with my stuff.
Wait, how does your
So,
message?
but what I wanted to say is the reason I was excited to get both of you guys on is because you both are very active in your local community. Both of you spend a lot of time. You guys are, you know, both spend a lot of time working. You know, you both have podcasts that have a lot of local politics based. You both attend local community meetings, whether it be for the school board, PTA, you know what I mean, city council. You guys are both involved in that, and so few people are. And you guys at the core have the exact same freaking message, and that is, if you don't get involved locally, you don't really have any right to talk about anything nationally, because you don't know what's really going on, because you don't understand how the wheels of this government work. You know, you're kind of a Facebook bitch. Pardon me. But the fact that both of you, you know, come from that, and you guys put the, because it's not easy, and it doesn't pay you, and it doesn't make you famous, and it doesn't really help you, you know, on any level other than your community. And you have to make a sacrifice to be involved and do those types of things, man. So, you know, from that angle, just let's just jump in, you know, from that point of view, from you guys coming from similar places, but probably having some different points of view. I want to get to the hot topic of the day, of course, and that's tariffs. What are you guys thinking about these tariffs? You know, what's going on with these? What are you guys thinking about these?
Well, Mike, let's do this really quick. Let me give you like 30 seconds. You asked the first question about challenges to parenting. So just to give everybody, put everybody in perspective, I have a 20-year-old, a 17-year-old, and I have a newborn on the way.
Right.
What my 20-year-old and the 17-year-old went through and what my newborn's going to be going through are two totally different things, right? But I think the similarity that's involved is the lies that are told to these kids and the lies that are coming at them from every angle, TikTok, from your schools, that's what we are fighting. We're fighting truth and we're fighting lies. Right. And you know, the thing that I think that joins all of us is the fact that we finally, I think what Trump did was he exposed that we're really being lied to on a massive scale. And now how could combat against that? And it's like little simple things, like nothing for nothing, but my first two kids, I gave them all the vaccines. I was that guy. Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's the best thing, right? And now all of a sudden I'm looking at this going, wait a second, why am I giving a Hep B shot to a fucking newborn when it is a sexually transmitted or drug-induced vaccine, right? Mm-hmm. Now I'm asking a lot more questions. And there's so many differences that are right now versus 20 years ago. And I love, like, social media can be such a good thing, but it can be such a bad thing at the exact same time. But now the transition into tariffs, you know, I'm going to make a real quick statement and then we can fucking confound about it, right? One of the problems that I hear in politics is this. Everybody that's against tariffs seem to be for taxing American business.
Right.
And one of the things that I struggle with is I hear, like, why do you want to tax American corporations but not foreign corporations? Because everybody that's against taxing foreign corporations right now are for taxing American corporations. And the reasoning they're using is they're saying, well, you know what? If we tax these people overseas, it's going to reflect, and the Americans are just going to pay for it. But we need to tax American businesses, and Americans are going to be better off for it. You can't have the same thing going on at the same exact time. Either taxing these people costs us, and taxing those people cost us. You feel what I'm saying? We either tax everybody less, or we tax the foreign people more. I'm for taxing Americans way less. And if you want access to our incredible market, pay for it.
Right.
And you know what? There's other countries like Saudi Arabia and all these places. They take their oil revenue and they make it to where they don't have to pay taxes. They don't have any of these bullshit things. They have free health care because their system works to where they're using their resources for their people. We're not doing that. And what Doge has exposed is we have so much disgusting waste and abuse by the people that we elect to put there because we think they're doing our best interest, but they're really actors paid to tell us what we want to hear.
That's true.
Big facts.
I absolutely agree.
Tariffs. Fuck the other side. You know what I'm saying? If they want to goddamn, if they want to goddamn go send shit over here, first of all, it's the things that we could be producing here, that we should be producing here, that we're not producing here. Should be this is the incentive to, maybe we should go ahead and just build these businesses here in America. We don't have to worry about it anymore. I mean, we got the guy who is Mr. Cut Regulation, right? In his first term, for every new regulation that I put in, I'm gonna cut 2, right? And then it ends up equaling like 2.5, maybe 3 regulations for every new one that he puts in. So yes, cut the regulations, put in something new that's more modern, allow us to build. And that's what bothers me with all of these other countries is we're operating on an infrastructure that came into play during America's Industrial Revolution, right?
Right.
All these other countries, they're operating on an infrastructure, these up and coming, right? These BRICS nations, they're currently building their infrastructure. They're using 2030 technology in their infrastructure while we're operating on 1910, 1920, maybe a 1940 infrastructure. This is a problem. This is a major problem. We need to bring the shit that we need back home. We need, as my brother shouts out to Royal, man, the best motherfucking steel worker that I know. You know what I'm saying? When I say steel worker, I mean he's got them heating that shit up and molding and bending and doing all kind of dope
Oh, he
shit.
does welding and stuff?
Yeah, he does welding and stuff.
Ah.
Man. Yeah. So we
I
need
want to make a
steel back
guitar.
here.
So anyway.
No, that we need steel made here. We need more wood plants here. You know what I'm saying? We need to be manufacturing our medicines. Truly, we need to get away from big pharma medicine, and we need to get back into and being holistic. You know, that was one of my favorite things about Trump's first term is that, like, the man was very loud spoken and being holistic before he got in office. And then he kind of just quieted it up, and he didn't say it out front, but it was like, yeah, I believe in the right to try. Right to try is where you should be. If you're terminally ill, you should have the right to try. Newsflash, every living person in America is terminally ill because we're all living to die. Like, it's the man is the man tells you about loopholes. Yeah, I used the tax loopholes. Yeah, because her people did it. If you don't want me to use it, get rid of the loopholes, right? So he's telling you right on your face how to do it and how to get through it. That's the easiest way to turn us holistic. And now he's just balls out with it. Yeah, I'm going to put out RFK Jr. Yeah, Mr. Holistic. You go ahead and you do your thing. And yeah, man, I think these tariffs, man, getting back to the tariffs can get us back to where we need to be if done properly. I got a big ass mosquito. Bitch, you gonna die when you come back down. He just flew just right past my monitor and straight up like, oh, okay, good. I'm gonna get you.
You know what the ignorance is, Pro?
What's that?
The ignorance is the way everything's framed, right? So let's just take tariffs, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You have free trade, you have fair trade, but you have China that tariffs us at 35, 45, 55, 65%, depending on what it is, and we tariff them at 2%. But China steals our IP, our intellectual property.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're able to do is they're able to steal American product. They're able to produce it for a fraction of the price. They're able to ship it over here because our tariffs are so low. And they're able to make incredible amounts of money. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars that Nancy Pelosi herself was saying was costing American jobs. So was Bernie Sanders. So was Barack Obama talking about reciprocal tariffs. These people have all said this is costing American jobs. The one person who does anything about it is Donald Trump. But here's the disgusting part that pisses me off about you motherfucking Americans. You're so quick to buy from Amazon. You're so quick to buy from fucking Walmart. But you just, like, let's just take handbags. And I said this on my show. You take a real American company that makes handbags. You won't spend $300 on their handbag. But at the same time, you're going to ask that American company to pay $25, $30 an hour. You should pay a living wage. All these American companies have all these fucking standards on them. But you Americans want cheap shit. So what you do is you go, hey, China, give me slave labor and produce my American product that I really want cheaper. But you don't demand that the Chinese company pay their people a living wage. No, they could pay a slave wage. But Americans want to be on their fucking high horse, and we want to act like we give a shit about people. You don't care about people, because if you cared about people, you wouldn't want cheap shit from China. You wouldn't care about your prices being raised from Walmart, because they used to be about American companies, but now all of a sudden they can get their shit from China and they can sell it to you at a cheap price. You want your garbage. You want to put all the standards and all the regulation and all the burden on American companies, but you don't want to put that burden on these foreign companies. And when somebody finally comes in and does what they say they're going to do, like all the other presidents, Donald Trump actually says, you know what, we're tariffing these people, fuck them. Everyone loses their mind. And it's everyone on the left, because his approval rating actually went up. But what is going to happen is what Vietnam already did, what China, what Canada's already starting to do. They're already starting to back themselves up. They realize that they have been taking advantage of America for a really long time. And finally, we have a president. Let's just put aside the fact that we had a president that didn't even know where he was, that needed neon tape on the floor for 4 years. Let's just take that and shelve it. Now we actually have a president that is starting to try to put America first. And it's amazing the people that used to fight for the same things that Trump did being against it. I've said this from day one, and I'm sorry to be long-winded. If Donald Trump ran as a Democrat with the same exact principles, the same policies, everything the same, he'd be loved by everybody on the left, and he'd be hated by everybody that's wearing a MAGA hat right now.
Yep.
And it's the fucking truth.
Big facts. Big facts. I played Friday night. I had a quick hit show, and I played this based MAGA alternate universe version of Nancy Pelosi, who looked good and was speaking our language, man. I'm talking about all these other countries are taking advantage of America, and we need to put something on the president's desk that's going to take care of these tariffs. And look at how they're charging us versus what we're charging them. And look how much money they make off of America. And it's like, holy shit, boy, this is MAGA Pelosi. This is an alternate universe here. What is going on?
They're all the same. Don't you realize these people have played every side of all of this game forever? This is why I say they're nothing but actors. Everybody, Joe Biden has voted for more war than Putin, but I'm supposed to hate Putin. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we have people that have been involved in every like Joe Biden has really overseen $37 trillion in debt. But he's the guy I'm supposed to trust? The guy that has been in there for 4 years is the problem, but not the people that have overseen all of our problems for 50 years. That put us in a position that we've
But
been
you don't
here.
have to take my word for it.
Freaking facts speak for themselves, man. Like,
see, when you do good on this show, you get drops. You know what I'm
It's the
saying?
fucking ignorance of it, bro. It's the straight up ignorance of it. But what I love, the liberals are you guys know this. I am an equal opportunity fucking offender, man. The right is just as bad as the fucking left, right? But the left doesn't.
I actually
understand.
wanted to get into that later, but yeah. Please go on, man.
But the left doesn't understand that their people supported everything that Trump is saying. Everything you've been for, right? You guys have played every side of the coin. And it's both sides. You know, Lindsey Graham has supported every fucking position. Nancy Pelosi has supported every fucking position. These people know what to say when to say it. And the real ignorance is you people. It's me, it's Fresh Mike, it's Protocol who buy into it. Now, us three don't buy into it. It's the people that are out there that just want to hear the echo chamber, that just want to, they want to be told their happy little fucking lies.
Yeah.
And it's those type of people that, it's really 89% of the country that you could lie to. And it's 30% believe one way, 36% believe the other way. And the rest are kind of in the middle, man. And the truth of the matter is 80% really can be swayed through propaganda.
100% agreed. And I think that's the concern I'm seeing now, man. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I want to stay on tariffs, and it'll flow right into it, though. And that is the hands-off movement that we witnessed this weekend. And I don't know, man, like, is this a precursor to another summer of love? Because it ain't going to go down like it went down last time. And the problem there is that it's going to get a lot uglier. I think they had the element of surprise on their side last time. And as we know, if you, watch, it's a story that's been told over and over, but it's still relevant. And that is that, there were, a bunch of Antifa members during the Summer of Love that had surrounded a dude's house and they were trying to burn it down. And he calls the police and they said, "Sir, the city is under attack. What would you have us do?" Then there was another story that they went to, and this was an Asian dude but I guess the Asian dude had fired somebody and they said he was racist or phobic or whatever. And they went to this guy's house and he brandished a gun in his second-story window and he pulled a gun like, yeah, there's maybe 40 of you with torches, but I have a gun. Then they came to his home and arrested him for showing a gun outside of his own home. And that's not even including like the dude that was wearing a MAGA hat that was literally shot in the face by a white dude that had a BLM tattoo conveniently on his neck. So, you know, conveniently. So anyway, you know, that is literally the Patriot Front for the left. And I'm not trying to cape up for the left, but that is the Patriot Front for the left, is that whole far left.
I won't even say they're the Patriot Front, because like Patriot Front are some bullshit. They're really just there just to like scare people just by their existence of being there, because they aren't doing shit. I don't think that
Antifa's hurting people for their cause.
That's what I was about to say. You see, that's where I'm going, is that at least Antifa is really willing to like go there and do something. Like, I don't see a worse Summer of Love. And here's why I say I don't see a worse Summer of Love.
Right.
Just this week, right? Mr. Super, I keep my guns and my Second Amendment and America and Mr. Brandon Tatum, Mr. Big buff Brandon Tatum, right?
Oh,
Who you would think, you know what I'm saying? Oh, if a motherfucker run up on me, bitch, I'm going to hell and back. They can jump me if they want to, but I'm taking one of them with me. Like, this is the energy that one would think comes from a one Brandon Tatum. And you would think that he's smart. I think he's been a police officer. Maybe, I know he was a police officer. I don't know if he was in the military or not. I don't really know about that. But he was in some type of armed government situation, right?
Yeah.
He's on a college campus, and Black Bloc Antifa, the motherfuckers with the umbrellas, literally marched on him from his six. You know, we're the main people who's like, I got your six. Hey, marched up on his six, right? And took his tit, and there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Now, did he run up on them and like push? Am I taking that from him right there? Because he did that. But even though he did that, what happened?
It's always a white man getting in the way of a good fight. Sorry.
Look,
unless you
and
got
guess
Dana White.
what?
That's why Dana White gets to come to the barbecue. You know what I'm saying?
And this, but again, the police, right? Who are the right? Right? They are part of the right. The right, back the blue, support your local police officers. That's us, right? The same ones who, it's going to be uglier this year because we have a Trump in office, because Republicans are taking over. They literally just allowed their Republican mouthpiece to get trampled over and their shit snatched, and they didn't do nothing but walk towards them and look at them like the property is damaged. All that shit is destroyed. They interrupted everything they had going on, and
Cops
they didn't stop them.
Cops are in a no-win situation, though, bro. Cops are in a no fucking win situation anymore, because you don't know every random cop. Every cop that I know, I do a lot of work for them. I have a lot of friends that are cops, and I'm in New Jersey, communist states of New Jersey. Okay, these cops could get fired for no reason whatsoever. If they get accused of being racist, they could get fired for it.
Really?
Let me tell you something. They could get rid of these guys. These guys are on their when I tell you, they don't even want to get out of their cars half the damn time. And it depends on the area that you're in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really bad on these cops, and they're going to be the ones that wear it. It's not the politicians that put the police officers in these situations to where they can't act. Mm-hmm. It's them acting that will be the problem. It's the same thing. It's like in the school system, right? If a teacher comes to a parent and says, "Hey, I think your son might be trans," and then they tell the parent, and the parent tells the kid, and the kid kills themselves, the teacher is held responsible. But if the teacher just shuts the fuck up, they're not held liable for anything, right? And that's the problem we have with our cops right now. Our cops right now cannot do their jobs. And if they just shut the fuck up and they don't do anything and they watch this shit take place, They will have their pension. They will have their job. They have their livelihood. These people have kids. These people have wives. These people have husbands. They don't want their livelihood at risk. And we put all the onus on the cop instead of the onus on the politician making the rules that the cop has to abide by. That's the problem. We don't put the focus where it needs to be. Everyone looks at the cops. They say, hey, the cops aren't doing anything. What are the politicians saying above them? That is going to dictate what the cops are fucking doing.
Correct. And in
And that's
saying that,
it.
right? Like, so in saying it, because you're right, but I don't know, like, have you
There's
have
no
you ever
buts.
like have you ever no? There's a reason why I'm saying this, right? I'm
Yeah.
saying this as an event planner, promoter, college DJ. Okay, that in an area, if I say, hey, I'm about to throw a party and it's going to feature the Savannah State students in Savannah, I have places that will tell me, nah, I'm good. You can't do that here.
Mhm.
All right. Or, okay, because I'm me, right? So I could get to a point where I got that gift for gab. I've turned some places into some amazing things that originally was never supposed to happen just because of what they know from dealing with the Savannah State students and how raucous that party can get, right? They will work with you like, no, you can't do that this way, but you can do it this way, and we'll work with you, right, in order to make sure it's a safe situation. And you have, because we really can't turn you down from having your event, but what we can do is help you make sure that this is a win-win situation for all, right? So in this instance, and that's why I'm saying, like, the police, and this is on a college campus, like, I'm flying over this shit. This is me. I'm big brain. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get little brain shit, but then I look at it all. Like, they're here. You know who Turning Point is. You know who Brandon Tatum. I should hope you are college university type leader where you're going to look into who you're having on your campus, and then you're going to make sure proper provisions are there. I mean, obviously you put some sort of provisions because the police were already there, which means that 9 times out of 10 the police were on the payroll to be out there to protect, right, this from happening, because they already knew that on this campus these people are here, all this is going on, but we do have conservatives, so we can't really leave them out of the mix, right? Let's put you in a better situation. Let's get you over in front of the student union on a sidewall where we have, dude, I'm a fucking Proud Boy. All right. When I went to when they had a fucking trans LGBT day of unity in the city square downtown, and we got word of it and we decided to go, we were there to say one thing because it was a family event. And the dude who was putting it on was a sicko pedo. All right. But he's this LGBT. He's having this family day of rainbow shit. Kids invited. Our message was simple. I don't give a fuck what you do as an adult, but you're not going to bring this and put kids and make kids a part of this. So we're on the opposite side of the street, and we were saying simple thing as 18 plus gets rid of us. Okay? 18 plus gets rid of us. We out here to let you know we don't agree with this, and whatever we have to do legally to make sure this is taken care of, which eventually he was taken care of because the police looked into some shit and was like, oh damn, and snatched his ass up. All right. But us going there, and we don't know who it was, don't know. Somebody was amongst the ranks. There definitely was feds among us. All right. They told them. And when we got to Columbus, the motherfuckers swarmed on us. Motherfuckers was all on top of the buildings, it was four-wheelers and all. And we're just a bunch of men. None of us were strapped. We were just men, fathers, going out, just We're out there. We're buying drinks. We went to a bar. They kicked us out of a fucking bar. All right. They can plan and set up things that they want to do to stop it from happening. It's just a matter of will they do it?
That's your government.
Or why they're not doing it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what bothered me about it. I don't think we're going to have a harder one. I don't think we're going to have a bigger resistance, right? Because majority of them, again, as you were saying about the cops not wanting to do those jobs, those people are leaving the force, which is opening up the door for all of their people to join the force, right? One major thing that I say in Savannah, like, oh, we don't have a good police interrelations with the community. These people are retired military, They're not from Savannah. They're getting on the police force. Okay, well then go join the police force. If you actually go and join and put yourself, because they're under, not only do they have positions for you to fill, they have the they need more. They don't even have the basic number to take care of the city.
People
So get on the force.
Bro, people are the problem.
People are the problem.
No matter what. So in my area, insurance rates are going up. Car insurance rates are going up. You want to know why? Because people drive like shit. People are the problem. No matter how you want to look at it, we bring all this shit on ourselves.
That's true.
So you want to talk about getting involved and all this stuff? How about just stop? How about live the way you actually want to live? How about make yourself the best version of yourself that you possibly be? Everyone wants to talk about these grandiose fucking problems. Every single one of our problems are solved if you get your shit together. Not me, not Fresh Mike, not Protocol. You, motherfucker, get your shit together. You know why? Because if you get your shit together and I have my shit together and Fresh Mike has his shit together and Protocol has his shit together, the world gets better. But what happens is it's not what's going on. We want everybody else. We want to make excuses for everybody else. We want everybody else to solve our problems for us. We want the schools to raise our kids. We want YouTube to raise our fucking kids. And we are in a situation here now where we live, where it's like, when the hell are parents going to get involved in a real way to make a big difference in what we're doing, right? Because we have so many things on this planet, bro, that are just dividing us. And where everyone's so full of shit, it drives me fucking crazy. From race to politics to everything. It's all fucking religion. It's all belief. And it bothers the shit out of me. And it keeps people like me and you and everybody else, it keeps us fighting each other while these people up top, and they know how to manipulate human beings. Controlling humans has been the most original thing from the planet. Every religion on the planet has been controlling people.
Hey, man, hold up.
I'm on your bumper.
Man, my man is on a bumper, bro.
I'm just saying. It's all about motherfucking control.
Mike. But Mike said,
I'm going to come.
I'm great at sex, bro. I come every time. But I'm being serious, right? It's like, dude, we're in a situation where everything is a fucking lie and everybody's believing in lies. And it's one of these things that it really bothers me, right? Because no matter what it is, from left to right, to black to white, to trans or this, we're operating in a world where we're on polar opposites. And when you have polar opposites, they cannot get along. Democrats and Republicans are completely left and right. It's not left and right. The majority of us are right the fuck here, right? I always say race is a bullshit construct because we're all right the fuck here. Me, you, we're all the same people. 99% of us are the same people. We're trying to do the same exact things. But you know what happens is they're able to label us, and they're able to make us believe in labels that we don't even fucking understand. Right? I ask everybody all the time. I go like this when it comes to race, because race fucking pisses me off. And I love you, Pro, and I listen to you guys all the time, and you see me commenting, right? But race is one of these things where it's a social construct where people don't even understand what they identify as. And what I mean by that is this. I never identified as white. I was Italian growing up. I'm from New Jersey. We were fucking Italian. What do you? It was like pride growing up. Going, I'm 100% Italian. I'm fucking. You know what I'm saying? I'm 100% Italian. I never identified as white. And somewhere around Barack Obama, I became white. And then the problem was I started defending all white causes. I started acting white. And then I looked at myself and said, what the fuck is white? I tried to define it.
Yeah.
I said, now I'm a very analytical. You guys watch me on the show. I mean, maybe if you do watch me, I'm a very philosophical, analytical guy. I may come off as Columbo, as a high Mason, but that's just, I'm playing you that way, right? But
I'm freaking philosophical over here.
I try to operationally define things. And then I said, can I operationally define it? Operational definition is a very specific definition. I said, can I define what white is and what white culture is? And I couldn't do it because, you know, when you look at what is defined white, you have Italian, you have German, you have Irish, you have Scottish, you have are you telling me that every single person that's deemed white is exactly the same with the exact same culture? No.
Nope.
And then I go, okay, so can I define black? And I couldn't do it without all the racial stereotypes, watermelon and fucking grape juice.
But
you know what I'm saying?
So earlier you mentioned, right? We got people's religions, the government, everybody who's been moving to control people and this social construct, right? We all know, like, I'm so glad you say that. I only use the terms black because that's what they have, at least in my area. I'm from a Jim Crow area, you know what I'm saying? Like, to where it was literally like you was black. They erased in the ethnicity, right? And what you mentioned was a nationality and the ethnicity, right? And being Italian. That's a whole, the actual subset. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Italian's black, by the way.
It is. Like,
can I be honest with you? I don't know how we were gifted fucking whiteness, but I'm gonna tell you a true story really quick, bro. I went to my wife started a new job. We got invited to a celebration of a 1-year anniversary of a wedding, and it was one of her black friends. And I use these in quotations because I don't believe it.
We walk in. One thing we know over here, right? When you're saying, like, you're with us, so when you say it, it's not in the right wing grifter spear. It's go ahead.
I walk in.
We
I
don't
walk
think
into
you
this.
truly hate black people. It's fine.
I walk into this party, right? And when I tell you, my wife is a beautiful, beautiful blonde woman, just fucking smoking hot. But she stood out like an iPhone fucking flashlight. I mean, let's face facts. She was glowing. And it was funny because all of Teresa's aunts and uncles, it was their job to get my wife on the dance floor. They had to do it, right? But they thought I was like Puerto Rican or some shit because you know the percolator?
Yeah,
I can fucking dance. So the percolator comes on. I said, hey, can I still do the percolator? So I start, it's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. And I start fucking ripping out the percolator. They didn't even think I was white because they thought I was Puerto Rican. Italian could be Mexican. My wife thought Italian was black and Mexican mixed because she's from fucking North Carolina. She don't know nothing.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, so when I was at this party, I felt more at home there than I did 2 weeks earlier when I went to my wife's friend's 40th birthday party, and it was all like uptight white motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And once again, white.
Right.
And it was the people where it was like the percolator was 100% not played, and I'm a percolator. I'm a percolator. So what am I? What am I? Like, and that's what bothers me about about all of this, man. We are so much the same. We are so similar. But what they want to do is they want to paint us in corners. Pro, they want you being black and they want me being white. And no, can you do me a favor, Pro? Can I ask you a very serious question?
What's up?
Can I ask you? I've asked so many people this question. What the fuck is black and what is black culture? I'm not sure it's a question that could be answered, and I'm not expecting you to answer it.
Yeah, it's not one of those let me
I don't want you to put you on the spot, but it's one of these things where it's like, you know what my problem is people that are identifying as white don't even know what white is. And people that are identifying as black do not even know what black is.
The country did it to us. They gave
yes.
it to us. This came in the census, right? And it happened for reasons. You know what I mean? But first of all, like, first thing they did was they took an extreme obvious by eyesight, right? We know raised up in, we learned our colors. We learned what black is. We learned what white is. We learned what red is. We learned what blue is. We learned what yellow is. We learned what green is. We learned what orange is, purple, brown, so forth, so on, right? So they're like, all right, well, anything that's absent of darkness, we're going to call it white. And anything with extreme darkness, we're going to call it black, right?
But what was the connotations behind it?
So now that we can
people
go
the people that created the white and the black, white was correct, black was wrong. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, definitely agree. Definitely agree. That's just like white is the light, black is the darkness. You know what I'm saying? Like
so one of the things that bothers me, Pro, and maybe I ask a lot of people this question, and I'm gonna come off like fucking such an asshole asking this, but it's the truth. And I'm a person that asks very true questions. Why do black people identify as something that was given to them by white racists?
Because when we do go to identify as anything else, they get demonized. Right,
but you're demonized regardless, right? Because
you're right. So what I'm saying in that is right. It's like we're demonized as black, but at least that's the one they recognized. It's bad, but it's the
bad.
We right now. So I tell it I'm a Geechee, right? I'm a Geechee from Savannah, Georgia. I'm the Geechee conservative, right? I eat the fuck out some rice. It's fish Fridays around this piece. You know what I'm saying? We eat collard greens. We grow like I'm a Geechee. That's who I am, right? I understand that there are ethnic connections to the continent. I'm just going to say the continent of Africa. There are different things that we do that are from just the different areas because we had a lot of people who were on the eastern seaboard, which is opposite of Africa. So if they travel over here, whether they travel through the slave ship or they traveled on the ships on their own or whatever, they came from that way, So there's a whole mixture of that. A lot of us practice Kwanzaa, right? Just so, even though it's a younger thing, right? It was started in the 60s, but it was still connections and lineage and links back to Africa. We know that. Whenever blacks, especially or African American dark skins, I'm just saying that I look. How long
what
has
is
it
black?
been black?
Could you define what black is for me?
I
don't want to cut you off, right?
But
like
there's no true definition of what.
So I've asked scholars this question. I've asked scholars this question, and what their response is. And I don't mean to cut you off. I want to. I really want to dive into this because in all the shows that I've done, I've spoke to people that are educated in African American studies and the whole nine yards, right? And I asked them what exactly is black, and what the consensus is, and I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not saying this is true. What I'm saying is what I've been told is people that are from Africa that have gone to America, they are blacks. They're not African American because even like people like it's weird because if you're African and you come here, it's almost like Americanized Africans almost. It's tough to understand. That's why I'm asking the question. What exactly is it?
But that's honestly, that's what it is. That's why I say black was a title that came into play in the 1800s.
Yes.
Okay. In the 1800s. We were here arguably before the settlers. And a lot like if you really look into history, you'll find like throughout the United States, there were different tribes of Indians, there were different tribes of natives, and they all look different.
There was 3,000 black Americans owning 12,500 black slaves.
Yeah.
When you put it that way.
But see that now that's what they got rid of. They got rid of. So that's what I'm saying. In the when they brought this race construct into play, right?
Race construct. I love how you put that.
Yes. And that's why I said like I'll relate to it as black because I know the layman's who are watching it, that's what they think. Right, that's what they identify as because that's what they've been taught.
Why do you identify as black though?
Because that's what they've been taught. If you look at your ID,
why do you identify from a racist point of view?
We're not identifying it from a racist point of view. We're identifying it based on just the label itself. Just when I say just the label, take out your ID card and tell me what it.
You said black is bad though, right?
I don't.
No. But we agreed earlier that that the racists that were in charge,
that's what they said.
They made white good and they made black bad. It was a social construct. So the thing that I struggle with is this.
It was a teaching. So in saying that, I want to answer that. It was a teaching.
Hold on, hear me out real quick. This is what I struggle with. The term black was created by racists. It was created by white racists. And it was given to people to demean them. And the word Nigger was created to hold on. Hear me completely out. It was created to completely demean people. And what I struggle with is why a certain group of people pushes the idea of black when it's demeaning and it was racist and it was pushed on and it was created by the people that were the most racist. Because let's face facts, 99% of Americans did not own slaves. 1 or 2% did, right? So these terms were created by the most powerful and the most racist. And they created these social constructs that people identify as, and they're identifying in the way the racists want them to identify as. And I can't understand how it works. And it keeps people like me and you fighting each other.
I'm not good. Look, you're not even a.
But not me and you. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand. But wait,
it keeps blacks and whites over here when we're all the same people. We're just being conditioned to be against each other. And that's the part that I struggle to understand with this race argument.
The race car plays, okay, let's take this back. When they put that definition, that's what they said it was to be. That wasn't necessarily what actually played out. That was what they said it was to be. And either people fell into the trap of believing that's what it was to be, or they just lived on, and then people will be like, oh shit, that's really just some bullshit. All right. So again, I see if naked eye, just because of the teachings, right? Water is wet, fire is hot, red is red, black is black, blue is blue. Because of the teachings, this is what I see as far as just the basic 1 + 1 is 2, and you can't tell me nothing else is what it is, right? But now telling me, oh, black is evil, black is bad, black people are this. Well, to me, that is you telling me 1 + 1 is 5.
But
when my actualities in truth is that no, these are good. Case in point, during the same time that white is good, black is bad, black people are evil, the same time this race shit was put into play, you still had white parents, white mothers who birthed child who had a black nanny who their white child was sucking on that black woman's nipple. You feel me? So even though they said and they were telling them that black is bad, this, that, and the third, these people lived and learned, wait a minute. No, that's not necessarily true, right? You had a lot of slave owners. I'm from the South, so I can say that the slave owners weren't all evil slave owners cracking whips, having forced, horrible, laborious conditions, right? You had slave owners just because of the laws and the construct of what was happening. And there were some people who were buying into the evil, negative connotation. So then in turn, they were out here killing black folk, hanging black folk, XYZ, just saying the black folk as of what they had as laws and how they were living at the time. To where you had owners, who would actually, I'm going to purchase you and put you in slavery, but you're not actually a slave. You're a family member. I'm just doing this to protect you because of the laws that are on the books and the way that people are acting and the way that people are moving. That's why in a lot of places, like you're Italian, you're from the New Jersey, New York area, right? So I'm sure that, well, I don't know. I'm sure I can only guess that there was a lot of mix, because you already told me, like, hey, look, we're black. You know, we got some kind of like so there was some mix.
I got flavor, bro. I got fucking flavor. You see the color?
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Sexy
You
as
had
a motherfucker.
friends. You had people, you know what I'm saying, from the melanated side of the world, right? The deeper melanated, the African descendant people, right, who were your friends, and y'all didn't live in the construct or the belief of what was America, that, oh yeah, well, if you're black, and again, we only say that because 2020, I did the census, okay? I was actually a census taker. I walked door to door taking census from people, and we had to ask the question of the census, hey, are you white? Are you black? Are you?
That's the fucking problem.
That's the
fucking problem, because no one knows who the fuck white or black is.
So now, but when you went now, I will say, once you asked, are you white? Are you black? Are you non-white Mexican? Right? When you checked off those first ones, then it went into, are you Italian? Are you Swedish? Are you, like, you had this whole list? And again,
but black is one thing.
No, it's not.
Black is one. Yeah, it is, because now you have people that are from the Dominican Republic that are black. You have people that are from fucking Haiti that are black.
When it got
black encompasses a whole fucking thing, bro.
No, in the census. Just like white, when it asked, are you Swedish? Are you this? Are you that? It was the same thing over again.
And it's all bad.
No, what I'm saying is, because we can talk about white and black status, which is a whole different, which is the bad, as you're stating, that whole situation of status, or we can talk about how they blended and twisted race, ethnicity, and this whole color classification that they have on the census. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when I'm speaking, it's the overhead, but you have the small brain people and the small understanding people and the big understand. I can talk to you about other ethnicities and other cultures and true nationality, and that's the whole point of, like, you born in America, well, you're an American, right? Now you're bringing the whole nationality play. It's like, it's different plays, but it's like, which understanding of it and which lane do you see, and and which way are you moving? I don't operate in the low brain space of black is evil, or in my case, what a lot of people would say, black is beautiful and white is evil. You know what I'm saying? Because you have people who believe that just off of what they're seeing, just off of what I come from people, right? A community of people who will not look a white person in the eye, right? Because they were taught down here, right, in the South, if you do that, that is a sign of disrespect, and you may end up dead. This is things that they were it's not right. But
can I run to the bathroom real quick?
What's up?
Absolutely.
Can I just run to the bathroom?
I want to jump in and get a word in.
I've been drinking all day. Get a word in, Mike. Take me out real quick. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Absolutely. And it's just because, I didn't honestly have nothing. Bro, that was powerful, and I love, letting you work. I'm getting text messages over here saying he's trying to tell Pro about his blackness, LOL. And it's like, no, and I think I understand where he's coming. It's important we have these conversations. What the question I want to ask is, okay, the common ground I see here is the fact that there was basically a coordinated effort to label black as bad. And that's not a good thing. And then it's but my question is, if we agree to that, but you don't really have a choice on a census, or you don't really have a choice on a driver's license or a job application, then what do you do? Right? Like, what is the other option, or what should we do? How should we redo it within the federal government and all, documents, you know what I mean, from taxes to census to job applications? What should we do? And for both of you, and I just want to present these questions because I think there's more common ground here. You know what I mean?
You either own it. You either own it, because that is what, as you said, this is what is given to you. What else do you have? It's on your fucking driver's license. It's on your business application. It's on your job application. It's they're asking you it everywhere. Okay, they're asking you it even on your tests. When you was in fucking school and you took tests to get, they asked you what is your fucking race on fucking tests in school. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
no, absolutely.
When the motherfuckers are out here, you know what I'm saying, look out for a white suspect, look out for a black suspect. Yeah, I got a white male here, blonde hair, blue eyes, or yeah, I got, like, this is the shit. They're using it. So either we wipe them from using it and put out what's actually supposed to be there,
right?
Or fuck it. This until we can get rid of it. This is where we are, and we have to fucking own it as best as we can. And there's a lot of us now who are just like, fuck it, we're going to own it. And it is a different culture. Of course, the culture is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, black music isn't white music. You know what I'm saying? The Percolator is not Kenny Chesney. Okay, it's like it's just not the same. Goddamn, Luke Combs is not Luther Vandross. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no. Slash is not Michael Jackson. You know what I mean?
Not,
Fair enough.
He's not. So
and the funny thing is, I'm saying Michael Jackson is black music, which is even kind of, like, he's pop. He's not.
But guess
really
what though?
Black music. So.
Guess what though? That's where he started, right? And what will be labeled as black music? If we remember, I mean, let's think about it. Have you've seen? Come on, man. You're in the entertainment, so I know you've seen the 5 Heartbeats.
Oh, of course.
I know you saw the Temptation movie, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you see all of these when these melanated black artists were on the rise. You had these radio stations who were like, not gonna play that black music. You know what I'm saying? You had Elvis. They were like, oh, he's around here doing the black dance. We're not going to have him gyrating. We're only going to show him from, you know what I'm saying, the torso.
Elvis is white as fuck doing black shit.
Yeah, he was, but but he hung with the real ones. You know.
Can I ask you, can I be real, everybody, for a second? Like, one of the things that I think is the biggest detriment to society is the word "your" and whatever follows it. So it's you're black, so, or you're white, so, right? Because, the truth of the matter is, if you're a white kid or you're a black kid in my town, Brick Township, New Jersey, you have really the same exact shot at going anywhere you want. The only difference is what's held back in your mind. So if you're told constantly you're black, so you have to be a certain way because the world's against you, you're going to be creating so many people that have animosity to the world that they don't even realize that they shouldn't have. Right? No, there's no white person on the planet that's saying you're white, therefore you're disadvantaged. And because of that, you don't have white people that are thinking of themselves in a negative way. The words "you're black" are the biggest fucking problem that we face, because we agreed earlier that black, for whatever fucking stupid, retarded reason, means negative. And it means negative, and it was designed that way by racists. Right? And now we have people that are identifying that are calling themselves that. Every time the N-word is uttered in any form, it's a negative connotation. It's all negative. It means nothing but negative shit. There's no other way you could frame the N-word, whether you end it with an A or end it with an R, that means positive things. So it troubles me when people identify as negative. And in doing so, it creates a group of people like me, that when you label me, when you force, you're white, you're fucking white. Fucking believe it, you're fucking white. And I don't know what white even means, but I know it's better than black. You're creating people that are better than other people.
So,
and when you do that,
words, I would say it's not the word itself. I see where you're going, but I just want to I want to add a little bit more seasoning so you'll understand, right? Because what you're saying, I just want to make sure it's not the words, right? It's the actions. Somebody may tell someone that, and they never experience it, and then they're going to be like, "Wait a minute, I don't know. They lied to me."
The meaning behind it, bro.
No.
The meaning behind it. That's all I'm saying. The meaning behind black and white.
They
formulate the meaning behind it, and people believe in the meaning behind it. And we shouldn't be believing in the meaning behind it, because black and white are the same exact thing. There's nobody black. There's nobody white. We want to formulate teams. We're part of a tribe. This is part of something I call toxic tribalism, where you have to be a part of a team. And because you're a part of that team, you will make excuses for that team, and you defend that team. It's the same thing I did when white was thrusted on me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I became white, and then I defended whiteness, and I didn't even know what the fuck I was defending, right? It's the same people. We just had a story where a student grabbed a kid's backpack and another kid stabbed him. Happened to be a white kid and a black kid, right? But because that black kid stabbed a white kid, everybody on the black side, I'm not saying everybody, sorry, excuse me, a lot of people that are on my page on the black side immediately went to defense on the black kid.
Did you not see what was happening? Did you not see what was happening?
What was happening?
The fucking white grifters went bananas. Are you fucking serious? Like, niggas was just looking at it like niggas get stabbed or niggas get shot every day, B. Like that's what we were looking at. Niggas get shot every day, B. Like, I'm sorry it happened to a kid, but that shit happens to kids. My schools literally just had Stanley Cups banned because they're the fucking new brass knuckles.
Think about what you're saying, bro.
So,
think about what you're saying,
the white
bro.
grifters
Think about what you're saying, bro.
Huh?
Think about what you're saying.
No, I know what I'm saying. I'm not saying
what you're
it's right.
saying is this shit happens every day, so it just should happen. Shit shouldn't happen.
I'm not saying that it just should happen. That's not my statement at all.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm against that shit.
I think completely. The point is that it's a grifty situation.
It's a grifty situation.
The problem is we have teams, and we get on teams.
It's the actions of people. Like, if it never happened and you don't experience it, then it's some bullshit. But the moment that you experience it, or gives the illusion of you truly just experienced it, then that's what gives it validity to a person. My first girlfriend in life was a fucking white girl. I'm from the suburbs initially, okay? My fucking first girlfriend was a white girl in middle school, bro. And I didn't give a fuck that she was white or none of that. She was a cool ass person. People were having boyfriends and girlfriends. That was my fucking girlfriend. I had a situation happen at the school. Somebody, I won some candy for answering a question from the goddamn teacher. Somebody stole my candy. All right. When I realized my candy was missing, I said I had a mechanical pencil. I was a mechanical pencil freak. I didn't like regular pencils. I wanted mechanical pencils. And you know what? A mechanical pencil, you pump the lead out the top of the pencil, right? That's what the mechanical pencil. I picked up my pencil and said, hey, when I find out who took my candy, I'm going to pump your ass full of lead. And literally was talking about my mechanic. This is true story. You can ask my parents. They will tell you that this story, this actions and events happened in my life. All right. That was the situation. I got suspended for terroristic threats. Right. And had to goddamn leave school. Now, that was my choice for saying that, but somebody stole from me. And it was a FAFO situation as a middle schooler. All right. When me and my dad left school and he asked about the candy, because the principal was like, oh, he wasn't supposed to have candy in school anyway, and this, that, and the third. My dad found out that the teacher gave it to me, and that man said that shit. My pops busted U-turn and took his ass right back to the goddamn school. All right? Took his ass back to the school, hollered at the principal. It was at that moment where the principal was like, well, you're right, I understand, but maybe it's best for him not to be at this school. And then he turned over a folder of statements from my girlfriend at the time, we're in middle school, girlfriend, her friends, going to the counselor, Mike, the fucking middle school counselor, talking to the counselor about understanding, and my friend has a boyfriend that is black, and we don't know how to deal with this. This is early fucking 2000s, Mike. I didn't know about racism, didn't care about a motherfucking racism, Mike. I had a white girlfriend. I didn't give a fuck, okay? But her friends, who I had no conversations with, didn't have to deal with, we weren't calling each other's phones back and forth. I was talking to my girlfriend. But they're going to the counselor about their friend having a black boyfriend. All right. And the black principal at the time telling my parents, yeah, this is going on. These people done did this. He ain't never had no interactions with them or nothing, but they're just coming and they're talking to the counselor about how, he has a girlfriend and it's white and we don't know how to deal with it or this, that, and the third. So maybe it's just best that if you have another place for him to go to school, maybe it's just best that you have him go to school there. This is my fucking living. And I left that school from the middle school in which I lived in the suburbs and went to the school that was in the hood, which was the middle school that I graduated from, that eventually I ended up being over at the feeder high school a year later after another situation happened, right, in the school system. And it ended up in ultimately being, oh, well, there's two rival rap gangs beefing in the school, and we don't want this to end up into another Biggie Pac situation. And niggas was only fighting over some bitches. But the white principal, right, made it, the looking at it, the white principal made it some black rap beef bullshit to a room full of black parents and said, if you have another, maybe it's maybe if you got another school for them to go to, maybe that'd be best. I seen it. I never let it stop me. Some of my best friends still to this day is people who aren't as dark as me, because to me, it's not about what I see you as your color. It's not about it's where are you as a soul? Are you a good person or are you a shitty person? And I won't deal with shitty people because I just don't want to deal with shitty people on any side, white, black, Asian, or whatever. But I will understand that there are some people who do operate and believe in that system. I don't want to live in it, but I know it exists. And I know that I'm going to may possibly run into it at some point, and I'll deal with it accordingly. But right now, me personally, I just want good people who are out to leave a good mark and do our actual responsibilities as citizens and as parents. You feel me? When it gets brought to me as some kind of racial bullshit, I'm not going to look at everything initially as some racist shit. However, if something happens and it's a racial, two races, two ethnicities, two colors against each other, and I find out the motherfucker says, die honky before they shoot a white person, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm going to be like, yeah, bro, that's some
everything's racist,
bullshit.
bro. Everything's fucking racist. Everything's fucking racist.
Everything is
the disgusting part about this whole thing is when you watch the situation happen where you had a black kid bring a knife to a fucking to a school event and stab a kid in the heart,
That's wrong.
What you immediately no, that's exactly what happened.
I know that's what I'm saying. No. I'm saying that is wrong. I'm not saying that is something that should be. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. But what you watched happen was this. If you were on the black team, you immediately said, "Oh, well, the kid grabbed his backpack," and you immediately made excuses for why the kid stabbed him.
And I don't agree with the stabbing.
No, and I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do, but you've seen that out there, right? You've seen the fact that you have the black team and you have the white team. And there's people on the white team that would defend anything that the white people do, and there's people on the black team that defend anything that the black people do. And what I'm saying is your teams are horseshit because we're all the same people. But what you're watching is when a kid stabs another kid in the chest, there's ways you could report it. If it was just teen stabs teen in the chest, you think of it one way, right? But if it was a white kid stabbing a black kid, it would have been racist white kid stabs black kid in the chest, and you thought about it the entire in a totally different fucking way. But the way it was responded here was, yeah, a kid got stabbed at a high school football game, and because it was a black kid stabbing a white kid, it doesn't fit any narrative. The news doesn't play it. It's not on 24/7 nationwide news, and the reason why something like this should be on the news because. You know what? Whether it's black on black crime or white on black crime or black on white crime or white on black crime, can we just all admit that we have a serious violence problem? And no matter what it is, no matter what color you are, if you're a fucking human being, you're pissed. And for whatever reason, you're pissed off. And we have a lot of violent humans that are on this planet. Why can't we address that? Stop looking at it as black and white because you know what we're doing? We're creating a lot of animosity between people that don't need to be there. We are all the fucking same. How about we start respecting each other for being the same and addressing the problem? And we definitely have a violence problem. We have a mental health problem, but nobody wants to talk about it.
I think it's because America's just a violent place, man. Like they could, like it was.
It is.
It was.
I don't
it was
think
a
it
social.
is.
No. What I'm saying. What I'm saying
really
is
not, bro. We're very fucking safe. It's pockets of violence.
I'm not talking about where we live. America is a violent place. The corporation, the same people who started the race separations, right? Again, that is you don't see that as a violent situation. White is good, black is evil, and anything in between should be a fight. That is evil. And they're the one. And though no.
Why do people believe in evil though? You identify in evil. If you identify as black, what you're saying is you identify as evil.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not there.
But it kind of is, bro. Right? Like what I'm saying is,
I'm not.
If you identify as black and you admit that black has bad connotations to it given to you by white racists.
Water.
Why would you want to identify that way?
Should I never drink water because people drown in water?
No, you should identify as an American human being. Not a color. Because color is a spectrum and it's horseshit.
Look, I know my nationality is American, and you can never take that away from me.
Yeah.
But again, like I told you, there are different levels to this shit. There's ethnicities. There are multinational people. There are first generation Americans who are attached to their parents' home. That's multinationality homes right there.
Does black mean good?
It's different. Yes. Yes.
Celebrate that then. Why isn't that celebrated?
Who doesn't?
I agree with you. I grew up loving black people. This is the crazy part about this, bro. I love Michael Jordan. I love Barry Sanders. I love fucking Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Nobody is saying that it isn't celebrated. We do
it
celebrate.
Isn't though. It's not.
Yes, it is.
Protocol. It's
look,
not.
You got to look.
It's not.
You need to come around more. You need to come around more. Maybe you should add me on Facebook. Maybe you should add me on Facebook.
Can I be honest with you?
But what I'm saying, because
you are a great representative of what black should be.
But again,
and what humans should be. Sorry, what humans should be. You're a great representative. Listen, stop for a second. Stop for a second, bro. What I'm saying is, it pains me that word, you're this so. It pigeonholes people. It stops people's potential. I hate it. I hate the negative connotations that come that were given from the racist fucking people that we're fighting against. All of us are.
We're doing that,
right?
and that's what I'm saying.
But a lot of people that identify as black, they identify as the worst parts of the black race. No, listen to me for a second. And you know this for true. You know this is true. There's a large part of the black community that identifies as the worst part of what the most racist people wanted to portray blacks as. They identify as that.
Majority?
I wouldn't say majority. No, I say there is a section of black people that identify as the part of black that was deemed horrible by the racists.
So I'm asking you, is this the majority or is this a small number? But it's compared to the majority minority. Is it a small number of a minority?
Do you want me to be honest? Do you want me to be honest with you? Or do you want me to lie to you?
I'm asking.
I think 89% of black people were lied to in their lives, and they're told and they believe that black is bad deep down in their soul. And I believe that you guys believe that black, you have so much pride in being black, but in your own identity, black means bad things.
No.
And I don't understand why you believe
let me educate
in a white racist connotation of what black is. You guys are such wonderful fucking people.
Let me educate you.
We've idolized you. Hold on, stop. Everybody is idolized black people for everybody.
I'm done stopping, Mike. I'm done stopping.
No, but I'm just saying,
I understand what you're saying,
unbelievable.
but I want you to know that there's a larger majority of us that do believe that we're great and do believe that we fuck. I'm letting
that's how you
know
fucking should be.
Right. And that's what we do, and that is how we operate. But
why is it you're black, so you're negative?
I'm telling you right now. Just listen for a second. Right? If we were just allowed to just live, right, and not have whatever come see how in the fuck we are just living, and don't make up a story, because all you see is the made up stories of the shit that they want you to see. But just come enjoy us live, and you will see, damn, the fuck is they talk about? Remember I said when you experience, it shows different than what you've been told. It's the same shit. You are told, right, the negative, yeah, they always shooting, or they always killing, or they ain't this, or all of them are they're just not going to be anything in life. No, that's not true. There are a lot of people who go for being awesome, but again, they just happen to run into an experience that'd be like, damn, maybe it is true. And you have some people like, okay, I'm going to fall into this, which is a small majority, and the rest of them, they just move forward and go right ahead. Like, it's there. So many of us just fucking live and just do awesome shit, and some of it is underground and some of it is fucking in the forefront. But if it ain't red, then it can't. If it don't bleed, it don't lead. It ain't lead. It don't lead if it ain't red, right? So they want people to be riled up. The fear porn. That's the stuff that sells.
Yes.
That's the stuff that moves them. That's what they do. But if we just break up, because they're going to say whatever the fuck they want to say. But if you go and you live it and you see it as a different experience, eventually that will break, because nobody will be buying into the whole stereotypes. Like I said, the black community, like at first, they were uber fucking quiet, right? When the stabbing happened, they were uber fucking quiet outside of, damn, that's fucked up. That happened at a motherfucking school event. You know what I'm saying? That's why they supposed to have
full defense mode.
Then it went
full defense mode.
That's what I'm saying, because they gave them something to defend against, and that was
because it was part of a black team.
No, it wasn't
black
a black
team, white team.
But we didn't start. That's what I'm telling you. I didn't see the racial shit come into play until the Matt Walshes of the world who else went ham? Steven Crowder, so like that.
All those fucking assholes.
All of them went full blown. See, black is violent. Da 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 da. Like they went hardcore, and then the black folk. Then the black folk.
Why do black people tell their? So you said something that was so important, and it needs to be. This needs to be flushed out, Pro. You said these 3 words that were fucking amazing.
Yes.
You ready? Hold on. You were told. And what happens is people believe what they're fucking told. Right? And I heard something. It was like white people aren't taught to worry about black people. But black people are always taught to worry about white people. You're told that you are lower.
And now they're
told that you're diminished. No, I'm being serious. And it's
No,
one
I'm
of
being
these things
serious
that
too. Look
drives
at the
me
screen.
fucking crazy. Because you know what? You have this type of kid. You have this kid. And if you believe what's said about him, he had a 3.7 GPA, right? Let's just take what he said. Let's just take what's said about him. He had a 3.7 GPA. He was a track star. He was a really good fucking athlete. What possessed him to bring a knife to a school event and stab another kid, no matter what happened? Not walk away, not run away. What possessed him? We should be focused on what got this child to the point where he stabbed, and his first instinct was to stab.
Agreed.
It wasn't to run away. His first instinct was to stab. I don't care what color you are. This kid looks like a kid that has so much fucking potential.
He was like a track star. Yeah,
it
man.
kills me.
Yeah, he
kills
on
me.
paper before this killing.
On paper, he's a stud.
On paper, he was the quintessential kid you want your kid to fucking be.
So shouldn't we? Shouldn't we be saying, hold the fuck on?
Yes.
We have a kid that has a 3.7 fucking GPA. That's a stud fucking track athlete, and he's stabbing somebody.
Yep.
What the fuck happened? It's not the kid who grabbed his fucking backpack. That kid's not the fucking problem. What the fuck is the real fucking problem here? Sorry if I'm getting crazy, but dude, why are we asking the real questions?
But that was the questions that were being asked from some people. What the
nobody asked that shit. Nobody asked that question.
Nobody major was asking this question. But
nobody.
Because there were some of us in conversations, in comments, like we hadn't had a big full-on block to talk about it because Friday, like I said, Friday I had a short show.
Fucking facts.
You know what I'm saying? Friday I had a short show, and me and Mike said that we will talk about this tonight before he even said, hey, Calderise wants to come on. You know what I'm saying? But what the fuck? Because what this kid did was extreme FAFO. Extreme fuck around and found out. He jumped levels. He didn't step up.
What kid though? What kid are we talking about that fuck around and find out?
Let me just throw this out there, is that, and I agree, it's extreme FAFO. But here's the thing, is that if you're a white conservative, all you get all day on your Twitter feed, all you get all day on your Facebook is watch out for scary, dark guys. You know what I mean? There's black people around every corner waiting to jump out and attack you, that hate you, and blah, blah, blah. And if you are on the left, and if you are a black person, from what I can see now, I'm not a black person, but there is a lot of fear mongering. Donald Trump is about to, put y'all back in chains, as Joe Biden himself said. And so,
literally, bro.
Yeah, so you got kids out there. You got a black kid surrounded by white kids. I'm not justifying anything. Hang in there with me. Don't interrupt and freak out. But you got a black kid who has been fed constantly. Hitler is running the country now. Whites are out here to literally put you back in fields. The bitch literally said they're trying to put you back in the fields, right? And so you got him brain screwed, right, in his head. And so then when he gets attacked, he doesn't have the ability to speak to other human beings, and he doesn't see white kids as just other kids. He sees them as people serving the Fuhrer that are going to put him in the fields or lock him in chains, so he freaks the fuck out. If we're just asking questions, that's something I see. That's something I see right now is make white people hate black people, which is that's why I pulled this up, because what you guys were talking about, the entire argument is encapsulated in one tweet. You have a fat white neckbeard, conservative one, by the way, very popular conservative one, but you have that neckbeard internet dude who hangs out in his basement and has turned it into $1 million, good for him, going, hey, GoFundMe, how is this still up? You told us when you took down Kyle Rittenhouse fundraiser that you don't allow them for people accused of violent crimes. Or is that just for what? White people. So there goes a race grifter right there. Then you have the other grifters throwing the GoFundMe up, which I seriously doubt is going to benefit this kid. And it's probably going for some Democratic protest somewhere, quite honestly. If we dug into it, we'd probably find that out anyway. So literally in this one tweet, you have the entire, you know what I mean, grift held up there. And
For
once
both
again, you
sides.
guys are both like, nobody's asking questions. And I'm like,
fresh.
If I didn't know black people, I would be scared of black people if all I did was sit in all day and
Dude.
watch the news.
Dude, okay,
fresh.
Mike, I'm gonna let
Fresh.
you, Mike. So as he's talking about black conservatives being fed, being fearful of black people, right? Do you know? Have you heard the story about me and a particular person clutching their pearls at the White House? Are you familiar with that story with me?
I believe I heard that story. Yeah.
Yeah, Candace Owens clutched her pearls on me, and I was a nigga in a suit and a tie and standing on the right outside of Trump's house next to the truck.
I wouldn't say
No,
you're a
I'm
nigga,
no,
bro.
I'm saying
hate
that
that
jokingly
word.
because no, look, that is how I said that for a reason. It was very tongue in cheek because that's how that was how she responded to me. Okay,
Candace Owens is a little white chick.
But bro, listen, okay, bro, check me out.
Can we be honest?
Check me out. Check
Bro,
me out.
There's a lot of black girls out there that are fucking appropriating white chicks.
No, listen, okay, and I agree. But what I'm saying is because of stories that she believes, right, that she's been told, me telling her, hey, Miss Owens, I just want to say, you know what I'm saying, what's up? My name is, I lost my first Twitter account, my account that I had from 2008 when Twitter first started, bro. I lost that account in 2019 defending Candace Owens when T.I. did that bullshit at the motherfucking Revolt Summit when it was her, Killer Mike, T.I., and a couple other people were on stage, right? And T.I. did some fuckery. And I was on, and I approached him.
He looked like like such an asshole.
Yeah, bro. Look, and for me to look, I am a Tip fan, okay? Urban Legend was an album that was on consistent repeat for me, okay? I am also a fan of Need for Speed, video games, Fast and Furious type shit. I bought Need for Speed Underground and fucking lost my shit when 24s was on the goddamn soundtrack list. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of my favorite games. So like for me to have to get in my element, right, as another Georgia boy to T.I. because of how he approached that woman, you know what I'm saying, regardless of how you feel about her politically, for you to call yourself the king of the South, and when a woman is speaking, you interrupt this woman and you make a mockery of the conversation, and you're of such high nobility as a king, nigga, that's fuck shit. And I'm gonna let you know that's fuck shit. I lost my Twitter for telling that to him, all right? And I was like, huh?
Can we define what fuck shit is?
Man, you know what fuck shit is when you see fuck shit.
Also,
I love some fuck
Elder
shit.
Reese, you're saying
I
the
can
black
fuck
is
some
bad.
shit.
I just wanted to give you this pushback. You understand, to us good white Southern boys, you East Coast Italians that own construction companies are bad guys too. You know what I mean? Come on. Look,
let me tell you something.
You big thug Guido. Look at Tulsa King. Have you seen the show Tulsa King? It's
And
a
look,
show about an
and
asshole
listen,
like you.
and man,
coming to
Freddie, my nigga.
Sopranos,
You know what
you
I'm
all
saying?
you motherfuckers know Sopranos. I get it. Listen,
Yes.
I'm kidding.
so
I just know
you know
I
what's
had loaded in the barrel. Come on.
You know what's very funny is so I'm an Italian from New Jersey, obviously, right? Yeah, it's and fucking.
Hey man, did
it's
you
a-
wake
it's
up
a
this morning
glowing.
and get yourself a gun? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had chicken cutlets for fucking breakfast, right? You know what I'm saying? And meatballs and sausages for fucking lunch. And that's actually a true story.
I feel like you say that's some good fucking bread at least 2 or 3 times a week.
But it's funny because when I moved, when I went to school in North Carolina, I was pulled over by the same 3 cops twice a fucking week, bro. It was on rotation, and it's no bullshit. And I was going 37 and 35, and they saw New Jersey plates and they pulled me over, and it was every fucking time. Yes, sir. I was going 35. No, sir. Blah, blah, blah. And it was every fucking week going to school, and they made me late to class every fucking week. And it was because Sopranos was going on, and I was looked at as a New Jersey fucking gangster. And it's truth, but you know, and when I bring that up, it's like I always bring it up in defense of like, well, you know, when other people say, "Oh, I'm pulled over because of my color," I was like, "Well, what the fuck was I pulled over for?"
Your color, you got a nigga treatment. We call that the nigga treatment.
Exactly, but this is my point, right? So, like, how the fuck am I deemed a certain color? Because I felt like I was getting a fucking treatment of you know.
So let me.
It's funny because colored is bad, but people of color is okay. You know what I'm saying? If I add 3 different fucking words, I could say color, but I can't say colored. Some horseshit.
You, my friend, I just need you to understand this, right? If you being around the hood, being around a bunch of what society has deemed by what we see through our eyes as black people, you would be just another nigga in the crew. Just like you said,
Don't you understand something? I was. How did fucking Italians become white, bro?
Look, you know who did that?
I'm Italian.
You know who did that? The quartering did that. Okay, people like the quartering did that, right?
Yeah, but can I ask you a serious question? Can I ask you a serious question?
What's up?
Answer me very seriously. If Hitler gave you your nationality and your ideology, would you accept it?
Oh, no.
You would. So why the fuck are you accepting everything else?
I don't.
Evil motherfuckers created race. Evil motherfuckers created race.
Can I let you know something? You asked me a question, and I don't want to go deep into that question. I do not want to get into that subject tonight. But what I will say is that when we have conversations about like serious people, right? Serious people, the serious people who are, I don't give a fuck about a check or none of that. The serious people, when we talk about reparations, we talk about repairing, that is a section of that repairing, right? Getting rid of this, just breaking us down and clumping us into this black, you know what I'm saying, situation that you have in a census, but allowing us to tell you what our nationality is, what our ethnicity is, and we deem and say, just like motherfucking Chinese can come over to this motherfucker and they identify as nationality of Chinese and they get connections to all they consulate and they're even have a point where they got a fucking police fucking force operating in this motherfucker taking care of them, and all of them are in communications and just like they have that, just like that is there. We should be able.
China's a country, though, bro.
China is a country.
But what fucking country is black?
No. We're Americans. We're not saying that we're not. That's what I'm saying.
But you're not Americans. You're black. That's the point.
About,
like, so if you're Americans, be American.
That we are.
But that's the point.
We
so
are.
be American.
We are.
There's no country black. There's Chinese. There's fucking Indian. Right, you know what I'm saying? So I what I'm saying is, bro, I want to get to a point where we're beyond.
I hear you.
Didn't I just say that I'm a Geechee? I told you I'm a Geechee American.
I fucking love it, dude.
Okay,
We're Americans. We're fucking Americans. Let's celebrate that.
Guys, let me ask you one question. Where was the fortune cookie invented?
USA, baby.
No, it's India.
Exactly. Okay. No, United States of America.
Hello, my friend.
Cookie.
You have a
wait. Let me
cookie
explain
for
why.
yourself.
My friend. No, but let me explain why. By the way, that wouldn't be Chinese anyway. But regardless,
it was
let me
Indian.
explain something to you. There is a cool thing in this country that I love that I think we shouldn't run away from, but especially us on the right should embrace, and that is the American ethnoculture that you don't get anywhere else in the world. Because Chinese folks came here, black folks came here, or were born and raised here, but created their own culture. What hell, man? Look, man, there is a white Southern culture that we all know of. You know what I mean? Come on now. You know, there's a Northeastern white Southern culture, Italian
Black
culture.
Southern culture and white Southern culture are the same fucking thing. You all love great fried chicken, and fried chicken in South Carolina is totally different than in New Jersey. Trust me, I know. We have great pizza and no good fried chicken. This is what I'm saying, Fresh Mike, dude. You hit it on the fucking head. We are the same people. We're the
agree.
same fucking people.
I agree,
and you know
but
what the problem is?
there's a reason I love that I can go to a
being
Peruvian
separated.
restaurant. I can go to a Peruvian restaurant on Monday, a Vietnamese restaurant on Tuesday, a Mexican restaurant on Wednesday, you know, and have fried chicken on Thursday and steak on Friday. And you can't do that you legit cannot do that everywhere else in the world. If people travel, they understand. That's kind of what makes America awesome, though. So there's nothing wrong with owning that. That's part of. There's a lot of other things. I think
you're fucking
the
nailed it,
ability
bro. You nailed
to
it.
assist in, you know, and the fact that we have a system set up to build your own business and to be free to do what you want to do to a certain extent. I know we can get into that, but still, at the end of the day, if I chose right now to go out and set up a little table, you know what I mean, outside of a shop downtown Oklahoma City, and they said, yeah, you can set up your table and sell your little baked cookies, I could do that. And if they were good enough, I could, you know, become the next whoever cookie guy. You know what I mean? Famous Amos, whatever. Anyway, point is, and there I go, you know, being a culture vulture again, my bad. But anyway, I didn't mean it like that. But you know what I'm saying, Chips Ahoy guy. Anyway, that's a joke. Come on, Calder Reese. Anyway, oh, you're the only funny guy. I see how it is. You don't know.
What?
I'm kidding. But I'm just saying that's what I love about
No,
this
I was with
country.
you, bro. You were fucking
So,
rolling.
I don't think there's a problem. Like, I want to go to an Italian fest, and you guys go, hey, here's what we brought over that we mix with stuff indigenous here that creates the American Italian experience, right? I want to go.
But what
to,
is American
I
Italian?
want to go
right?
to I want to go to a Black culture fest, and they go, here is things we've taken from other parts of the world where we're also indigenous from.
But Mike,
just like I go to just like we go to a German fest and we have sauerkraut and we have schnitzel.
But it's not German.
Right?
That shit's not German. This is the fucking problem.
What
We've
am I
come to
missing
America. This is where everybody's going wrong.
Okay.
Italian's not Italian. What we say in America, right? So for example, in Italy, they don't call it mozzarella. They call it mozzarella. Right? But in New York and New Jersey, it's mozzarella. Right? They don't call it money god.
It's not scallopini, it's scallopine. I want some mozzarella, my scallopine.
Exactly. They don't call it money god. It's manigotti, right?
It's not
they
the Illuminati,
say
it's the
things
Illuminati.
different. American Italian is not fucking Italian. Brooklyn Italian is not Italian.
No,
we call it gravy. They call it sauce. There's not a word for gravy in Italian. There's a word for sauce. But American Italians call it gravy. Why? Because it came over here and it became American. It's American. American Italian, American Black, American German. It's not fucking German. It came here, it changed, and became American German. We're all Americans. This is the fucking part that everyone is missing. It comes here and it becomes American. And then you become the American version of your nationality. And it's all fucking American.
Yes, but that's the cool part about it is that it's American thing, American Italian, American.
Yeah,
Black, American,
but it ain't
Native,
Italian.
You know,
and
what I
it
mean?
ain't Black. It's not African. It's not fucking anything else, bro. It's American. And when we all get that in our heads, where we're not any. The greatest thing about America and the worst thing about America is we are filled with diversity. But diversity it's like a pro and con, right? Because you have so many people that think they're different, but they're really the same. So when you think you're different, you're going to act different, but you're not different.
Oh, hey,
and
man.
you're going to fight like you're different.
Pro will be the
but you're
first
not.
to tell you. Pro will be the first to tell you, one, I have spent years trying to unwigga myself. And then two, because, you know, I
Jigga Slim Shady.
But there are literally millions of white people who identify more with what would be considered and I don't want to set you off here, man. I'm lighting a dynamite stick just saying this word. But there are millions of white folks out there that identify more with Black culture. Sorry, Mike. Then you know what I mean.
But that's
than
me,
white
though,
culture.
bro.
They grew
But
up.
that's
Yeah,
me.
too. No, you can go to I took my wife to where I grew up. Boarded up windows in the apartment complex. Not a white person to be seen. You know what I mean?
But why are all the people I looked up to fucking black?
So it was so weird when I had to grow out
They're
of
not.
that and learn.
They're not black. They're American,
They're
right?
Americans. Thank you. Barry Sanders, Michael Jordan, they're fucking Americans. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
No. Look, I'm not saying that I don't understand you, because I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm just saying I only half agree because I believe in the other half too. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay,
like,
Mike, let me ask you a question.
We're
question
taking
your identity.
ownership. We're taking ownership of both. You know what I'm saying? We're taking ownership of both, which is that is our right to take ownership of both. Like I'm not going to. It's like not because I never said like I don't believe in fuck America as a country and its ordeals. No, I believe in the founding fucking documents and what this country is supposed to be established as far as we the fucking people being here. I understand that we're a melting pot and that we are people who have agreements, you know what I'm saying, to be unionized in a certain situation, but we identify the rules as being the rules. We just want to live that way. This whole it being taken over and turned into we are not the country we were founded to be. We are nowhere near the country we were founded to be. This is a corporation that has been turned and manipulated for the better part of hundreds of years for the rich class, the racist rich class, right? They took control of it and they've been turning it and using it a very, very long time in their particular way. Now we're to the point it's like, all right, look, you done said all this. You got years and years and years of construction and building this. We want to tear it down. We are all fine in tearing it down. But
no, we're not.
Look, there are things that we're taking ownership of, like the fucking fortune cookie. American made, American situation, the fucking Chinese people who can barely speak a lick of motherfucking English, right? The motherfuckers who done started the Chinese shop. Everything motherfucking Chinese, but the motherfucking fortune cookie is a motherfucking staple to be thrown in the bag. And that ain't they shit. That's American shit. But you know what they did? Oh, yeah? Y'all gonna call this Chinese? And y'all go, all right, fine, bitch. We gonna go ahead and corner the market and we gonna have all these shits and we gonna take owner. This ain't our shit. But since you decided you was gonna create this shit in our name, bitch, thank you. This is mine. And we will throw this in every fucking bag. You will enjoy your chopped chicken. Chopped chicken, shrimp, rat legs with a smile, and you're gonna open your fortune cookie and you might play the numbers on the back of this piece of paper. And you know what? Maybe these few words that we scribble onto this piece of paper may actually be something that is happening with it's a possibility, the way that the universe works. Who knows? Because I'll be the first to tell you, I didn't open a couple of fortune cookies in my life where that shit on that paper was like, ooh, shit, nigga. Goddamn, this shit, so like it's happened, and it's that again, it is that experience that gives somebody belief in the fortune cookies, right? Somebody done took, man, that piece of paper, man, America just created, they scribble shit, put it in the cookie that's out the goddamn gone press machine. That shit's paste anyway. But there's gonna be some fortunes in this thing. You gonna like it because the old Chinese wisdom man, he folded this dough and turned it perfectly for this wisdom to be just for you when you get it. And somebody would never get him, like, man, that's some bullshit. And then it hit. It's like, oh, I do believe. And now all this shit is pasted in some different cut papers that then printed off the machine on goddamn random. But the Chinese then took control of it and cornered the market with their food. Where else you go and get a fortune cookie after your meal? The Chinese.
That over. You know what I'm saying?
They took it. It ain't theirs. America created. They took it. They cornered the market, and goddamn, it is what it is. And that's
you know
how
I become Chinese.
How you become Chinese?
I smoke a lot of weed, bro.
You goddamn right.
Yeah. I get that green medicine in my ass. That's how I
Better,
turn Chinese.
man. Listen, that's another thing. Again, that's another conversation. But the same corporation, these same racist motherfuckers, won't even let us have. How you gonna arrest us for a motherfucking plant, nigga? It's a goddamn plant. It's a tomato. It's a piece of lettuce.
You know how? you know how they're able to do it. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
And it comes full circle to what we're talking about tonight. They keep people like us fighting amongst ourselves, so they're able to make stupid ass fucking laws like New Jersey, my state, my dumb ass state. They're focused on bird feeders. They're banning bird feeders in the state. Yes, bird feeders. You know, things that feed fucking birds. That's what they're worried about. You feel where I'm going, right? And it's all because they're able to keep us distracted. They're able to keep us at me and you. They're able to keep us talking about, like, you know, Chinese and fucking this and black and they are so good at keeping me and you focused on each other and not focused on the horse shit that they are doing. I don't care who you are, what color you are. You can be yellow. You can be whatever you are. I don't care. They're fucking you. You're getting fucked. White people, black people, we've been fucked forever. We've been fucked together. No one gets it. They are screwing us. But, you know, we're focused on color. We're focused on tan. We're focused on your shade of wheat. We're all the same shade of wheat. I got news for you. That's it. We're the same motherfucking family. So, are we going to keep letting these fucking people dictate our lives? Or we, me, you, Protocol, and everybody in fucking Georgia and everybody in New Jersey, are we going to start realizing that we are the same people? Fuck these other people. They're trying to keep us separate. We are together. And when we get together and we stop acting like we're two different groups of people, do you have any idea how great our country is going to be? Do we have any idea how much power we have? I don't know if we do.
It's true. I personally think Trump winning is a good display of that, by the way.
No,
it can be if used properly. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
As
Fuck yeah.
Mike was saying, bro.
Where you at?
Like we actually have to come together. Like, and I don't look, bro. I don't give a fuck. Again, are you a good person? Are you a shitty person? I don't give a fuck about your skin color. It's really, are you a good person or are you a shitty person? And then we go forward from there. Like, it is what it is. If the question comes up, I'll tell somebody, look, no, or but they white. Well, look. Your belief in that is that. My belief is this. And I'm telling you that this side is, maybe you need to shake that shit that you're on, right? And just move forward. Just deal with the person accordingly. And when you deal with the person accordingly, then you'll find out. And then you can say whether they're a shitty person or they're not a shitty person. And if you happen to add extra to it, whatever. I think it sucks, but it's your prerogative. Did you come to the agreement that they are a shitty person? And you don't want to fuck with them. Now, if you find out they're a shitty person and you continue to fuck with them and do shady shit with this shitty person, then that makes you in turn a shitty person. And then I don't want to be around you as a shitty person. I want the people who are like, yo, let's just fucking build. Let's just go for it. But it's a numbers game, baby. They're winning because of the fucking numbers game, baby. So like, we have to come together and say that, no, we don't agree with this. All right. Fine, band together and move forward. Look, bro, I don't eat beef and I don't eat pork, which puts me at crazy situations when it comes to eating. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm going to a person's house to eat, I let them know, hey, I don't consume beef and pork. So if that's a problem with you, what you have for that particular dinner, if I can't have something specially prepared or brought in, well, then look, whenever you have this on the menu, then I will join you. And because I don't want to be disrespectful and not partake in dinner with you, and it's something that I don't eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't expect the person to be like, motherfucker, I cook for you. It's a motherfucking steak, and you gonna turn down my food, bitch? I don't eat beef. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't eat beef. So, like, are you gonna like try and force me to eat beef? Or like, it's okay for us not to partake in certain things. Just understand that it's okay. It doesn't make me bad. It doesn't make you bad. When that is concerned. Now, if you own a far end of a spectrum of some other shit, like there are certain lines that are drawn, and I don't deal with people who touch kids and do certain things of that nature. Like, you will never see me take up for them. That's something that I don't partake in. And not only do I not partake in, I don't agree with anybody who partakes in it. I'm not gonna just let you live. I'm about to be on your fucking bumper. I'm on your bumper. Because that is something that disagree with. And but there are people here, you know what I'm saying, just in because that's where I see, and that's the problem with our country. Again, I'm one of those people who stand on that side of our country has gotten to a point when it comes to just our local officials. We'll put in people and allow people who think that it's okay for little kids to have access to a book, you know what I'm saying, that's talking about all types of, first of all, it's adult content, you know what I'm saying? And you talking about sucking, fucking, licking, eating bugs, that is adult content, right? When you're making it as cartoon and you're trying to feed it to elementary kids of all ages, I draw a line. I'm one of those people who will draw the line, and I'm going to kick ass. But there are people who are in elected positions that think that is okay, right? Because there are other people, other parents, moms, ones who are going and voting for them that think that it is okay, right? We have to come together and be like, yo, that's the shit that we have to focus on. And it's us by the numbers. And again, we can't be separated by the color of the person. Like, no, are they talking my ideology, right? Are they talking what? I don't give a fuck. You don't eat beef, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not finna let that stop me from voting for you to be the person that's sitting on that goddamn on school board to make sure that there's a vote against the shit that I don't want my kid to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
For the
the thing
record,
that I have worked past long ago and do my best to get other people to work past. But that's what this machine, those evil, rich, racist people that started this fuck shit, they have used their propaganda, social engineering mechanism machine of what's the old man? Is it Siegfried Roy? Is that his name? The buddy with the psychology that look I think that's his name. I think it's like
Sigmund Freud. Yeah, Sigmund Freud.
yeah, something like that. I know it's Sigmund Freud and it's Freud, some bullshit. Anyway, the motherfucker studied this shit, and they took this study and turned marketing and everything that they do, the way that they control people, the same part of the mind that makes people want to pay millions of dollars for a Super Bowl commercial because they know that all the people who are watching are 9 times out of 10 going to partake in whatever product that they just push to them that's within reach, right? Like, they do that shit for a reason because they have learned how to socially engineer the people. Those same people are the ones who have us pitted against each other. We just, as regular folk, just have to be like, hey, look, I don't care about that. Are you a shitty person or not? We're going to build. I'm going to vote for you. We're neighbors. It is all of that. And we may live different and we may eat different things or whatever, but we're still neighbors that believe in the same. I want to have the neighbors around me that believe in the same shit. If a motherfucker do move on the block talking about they trans and kids, we own some Game of Thrones walking old girl down the street yelling shame, throwing shit at her. You understand? Like, that's what we're on with anybody who is of a horrible thought. But outside of that, we need to address bigger problems. We need to address the problems that is of humanity. Fucking jet streams, and these metals and shit they dropping on our asses, got us coughing and shit, ruining our fucking water, turning our plants and our food and fucking GMO created lab bullshit that's not nutritious for us at all. Like, all of that shit needs to go. Let us handle our own shit. Don't be starting laws where I can't have a bird feeder, or I can't have fucking chickens in my yard for fresh eggs, or I can't have a garden bigger than fucking 3x3. Like, no, all of this shit got to fucking go. Let me live. Let my kids be great. Let all the rest of my offspring be great. Stop fucking taxing me. Tax the motherfuckers from overseas that want to send their shit over here. The shit that I need to have for me as a person, let me create. let me build. If I decide I want to take that risk of opening that factory, let me do that. Don't tax me into oblivion, right? If I decide that I want to have 100 fucking acres and own a fucking plant 30 miles down the road, and my workers, for compensation, you want me to have a livable wage? All right, cool. I've built motherfucking houses, all right? And my workers, they don't have a house. I have enough housing slotted for the amount of people that work here versus over here. They'll live. And if they save money and they want to build, you say they need a living wage. Okay, well, they're making money and I got somewhere for them to stay. And once they've achieved enough money and they want to move and buy their own shit, by all means, handle your fucking business. But you said I need to provide a living wage. This is what I'm doing. I want my people good. I want great productions. Fuck it. Don't tell me I can't do it. And I think that's where we are as a country, where they will tell us that we can't fucking do it. And that's the shit that I want to get past. Don't tell me that I can't do it. I'm not hurting anybody. Let me do it. Get your greedy hands out my motherfucking pocket. Sit your rich ass down. This is a country and a government. We the people. This is what the fuck we say. Living like this. Take that. No Diddy.
Mike?
I was waiting on you, bro. I like.
No, man. You're the guest. I want you guys to talk. So I'm pretty much in agreement with all that. You know what I mean? With all of that, I'm absolutely in agreement with. I feel like, you know, one of my favorite sayings is there are no racists when the levees break. And, you know, that's just the truth. And I feel like if and I think, Mike, I think you speak to this so much to the point of you piss off both sides. And that's how we know you're telling the truth, you know, is that you're like, hey, the levees are breaking and we really don't have time to fight over really stupid shit because we're going to turn around and look how far it's gone in 20 years. Think about the 90s. You know what I mean? Think about the fact that Barack Obama ran on deporting and, you know what I'm saying, and ending war. And now he deported. Okay, so.
And
Donald
reciprocal
Trump,
tariffs. And
yes,
reciprocal tariffs.
And cutting the government back. There's whole videos of him going, now we know it's going to be you know, a little bit of pain, you know, a period of adjustment, but we've got to get this under control. And tariffs is the way to do it. And we've got to root out fraud in the government, you know, and honestly, what he was saying made sense. Like you were saying earlier, everything that Trump is doing now, if he was a Democrat, they'd love. And that's absolutely the case. And it made sense because especially if he was trying to pass the ACA, which he did, but you can't have fraud and the ACA. But, you know, we've proven you can. You just drive the country into debt. But I understand what he was talking about, and it made sense. Even if you disagree with it, it made sense, right? Like, we can fight it. I'm not saying it was a good thing necessarily, but it made sense. And now that Republicans are doing it, it's the dumbest bullshit. Just like the whole term hands off. Hands off what? Fraud? Hands off what? The billionaires' access to money that you don't get? Also, something I want to talk about, or that we kind of breezed past, was the fact that now is the best time in the world for poor people or lower middle class people to buy into the stock market. What people don't understand.
3 fucking words, 9 fucking letters. The best rule that you can ever have in fucking financial motherfucking literacy, bitch. Buy the dip. And that doesn't mean buy the dip of stupid shit. That means buy the dip of shit that you know is not going to fucking fail.
Like
they're down.
Walmart or
Buy
oil.
in. The shit's gonna ride back up. They are fucking leveraging their money right now. They are fucking DCA, nigga, dollar cost fucking averaging. That's what the fuck they're doing right now. Selling fucking low, letting this shit drop, and to get lower. We'll buy back in. We're gonna buy more, and we're gonna run off with our motherfucking on our new yacht that we just bought on our motherfucking dividends of selling high and buying fucking low. That's what the fuck they are doing. You better be smart enough to get into that shit. Oh my God, the stock market is crashing. Are you going to cry or are you going to buy, bitch? Because I'm team buy, bitch. Buy, motherfucking buy. Because when this shit goes back the fuck up, I'm going to be riding fucking high. And that's what you should be doing. Use the same fucking system that they created to fuck you over, that they created. I don't know what chapter, either before or after they gave the chapter of being a fucking racial divider. They motherfucking using the same motherfuckers. Why you're divided on your fucking race? You're not catching the fucking money. That's what I say. I don't care. I kick it with all people of all sides. Like, I don't let the fucking racial divide come into my play until it actually like steps across the doorstep. If you step across the doorstep, then I'll deal with you. But you ain't on the doorstep, I don't even care. That ain't even my motherfucking word. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is actually happening? What are they getting over on us on? And that's why I fuck with, Team MAGA. Like, people are like, oh, why are you Republican? Why are you MAGA? Well, because they're the only ones who are voting for me to keep my business, keep my property, and keep my guns. And I'm saying, if there was another place that wasn't them, like, I know they're stealing money. I'm not a fan of Cocaine Mitch. I don't fuck with Lindsey Flam. There's a lot of those motherfuckers who are doing nothing but getting rich off of the stupid shit that they're voting for in fucking Congress. I don't agree with them. I don't like them at all. But they're in the Republican Party, and these are the same people who are voting for this shit. I don't want to be in a party with them. I don't like being associated with them. Y'all won't get rid of them, but you're forcing me to be associated with them because nobody wants to start another situation that says fuck the Republicans and fuck the Democrats. I can take shit from both sides. I'm okay. I don't have to take everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like I said, housing for fucking workers until they can get up on their feet. I am down with that as long as you don't make it a lifelong situation. I'm not putting you there to be there forever. I'm paying you a decent wage. I'm teaching you how to deal with your money, and I got you a place temporarily while you save the money. You're not you're working, so that work that you're putting forth is paying for the rent. You know what I'm saying? But your rent in escrow is being put in an account, or we're teaching you to put in an account so you can fucking buy your own place. Buy your own fucking house, because ownership is key. That's what the American dream is: owning a house, owning a car, owning a grill, having a family, and so forth and so on. Right? That's fucking the fucking American dream, and I think that everybody should have a piece of that. But you got to put into that shit. Like, you got to work. I don't believe in freeloaders. I don't. You know what I'm saying? That's the side of the welfare section that I think needs to be gone. Stop making people mentally dependent on this shit. Oh, well, hey, you can live here, but you only can work a certain amount of hours. You can't get ahead, because if you get ahead, then you're going to lose this. And we're not really going to teach you how to own a place or how to have a place. And like, the job that you do have, you can't make but so much money. You can't make the money that you truly need to get ahead, because if you make that money, then you're not going to have this anymore. But this is the same people who are telling you to go get a house somewhere. Like, if you're trying to rent, and the rent is $3,000, and they're telling you got to make 3 times the rent in order to move here. But they know good and well that you're not getting paid 3 times the rent, because 3 times the rent, it'll be something like, as we were talking about earlier, $30, $35 an hour. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit's not like, that's the shit that I feel like as a community, as a people, that I talk about all the time, that we need to fucking do, right? We need to be digging into these assholes and making sure that that is not happening. And too many of us are not. Like, me, you, and Mike are, but I live in Savannah. You live in Carolina, Jersey area. You're up there, and Mike's in Oklahoma. We're in 3 different fucking states. You know what I'm saying? So we aren't even though we are a higher number, because it's 3 of us, right? That's 3 more to the total of wins. We're in different places. You know what I'm saying? And yes, we do agree and would vote the same fucking way and would speak highly of the same shit. We're not together. So we need more people in our cities and shit that is with us on the same fucking wavelength to make sure that that shit happens. And unfortunately, those motherfuckers, they're not watching us like they should be. I know my numbers are from all over the country. You know what I'm saying? Like, people just like me and you who are living in different places. It's not the people who are right here actually next to us. And those are the ones that we really need to step up. That's the ones that we really need to move. I enjoy talking on this mic and talking to other people across the country who are like, yeah, all right, I agree with this man. But the motherfuckers next to us, they on some other shit. They working. They working overtime because they like living expensively and lavishly. So, you know what I'm saying? They got to put in those extra hours so they can keep that $600 car payment up. You know what I'm saying? So they can keep putting the money in the boat to go fishing, because contrary to belief, people, it costs money to have a fucking boat. Okay, so you got people who are fucking working overtime to take care of that, or they got 4 or 5 kids or 3 kids, and all of those kids is into different things, right? One's in karate, one's in dance, one's in football or basketball or whatever. And that shit that costs, that you got to work extra overtime, you know what I'm saying, to go do. So they're not actually having the fucking time to actually delve into the shit that we know as people we actually have to handle. You know what I'm saying? And that's the shit that's got to change. Like, if we want to attack all of this shit heads on, we gotta goddamn gonna attack employment, education, and community building. Because if we get fucking jobs at home that our people can get into, that is going to be like living wedge in all different industries, right? As long as it's locally grown and they're all tied in, then we can slide in these conversations and get them to move. I think until we like actually tackle that locally and we keep letting these big corporations who really don't give a fuck about the local area move in and open up shop, I think we're going to continue to be fucked. That's just my, you know what I'm saying, just overhead looking at all of it, because, you know, they think they're doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Saying that this kid, you know, these two kids with the bullshit, right? The stabbing. You got this kid who seemingly is taken care of, got good grade, come from a great stock, that just felt like it was just okay to haul off and stab somebody. And then you had this kid, you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason, told this man, hey, look, you don't need to be here under this tent. Get up, make me move. All right, I'm gonna grab you and make like my thing again. My question that I have asked, and again, this is the very first show that I could actually sit down and talk and say this and have dialect with people. Where the fuck was the coach? This is a fucking high school team. Again, you asked earlier, right? Like, we need to be asking what the fuck is going on. Where was this coach? Okay, this kid was under the wrong tent and he wasn't supposed to be there. The coach didn't know that this kid was under his tent. How long was he under the tent? Coach, what the fuck you got going on? Assistant coach is what you got to fuck with. Why did this even, huh?
Where the fuck are the parents?
I mean, there's too many adults again.
Fuck the coach, bro. Like, fuck the coach. Where are the fucking parents with all of these people? This is the thing that's the problem, man. You know, the parents are there after the kid gets killed.
Mm-hmm.
And every one of them, they're out there. Oh, he was such a great kid. He did this and that. Your kid stabbed somebody. What were the factors why he felt the need to do what he did?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because there's a lot of people that would have ran away. Right? When you look at people, when we talk about bullies and we talk about bullying, the majority of kids that are bullied run the fuck away. They avoid. They don't stab first. And they don't bring a weapon to a school if they're not prepared to use it.
Right.
So, when you look at this story, man, there's so much wrong with it. And the problem is it always devolves into the most minuscule bullshit reasoning. And we never get down to the crux of why did an 18-year-old senior feel the need to stab another 17-year-old junior in the chest? I don't give a fuck where they're at. When we get down to the nitty-gritty and go, we have to solve that issue. I don't care race. I don't care anything else. Why are we so violent as a society? We have to figure that out. I think we have to figure that, because we are incredibly violent, man. No matter your race, there's rape, there's murder, there's abuse on every scale, dude. Humans are violent motherfuckers. How can we solve that problem? And if we're not focused on that and we're focused on color or any other horse shit, we're never getting anywhere. We're never going to make any progress.
I do agree. Not to bring it light, but I did want to get your opinion on the stock market currently, because you're a small business owner, you're a blue collar guy. What's cool is you and Pro both are in construction, right? So, just what do you think about buying right now in the market and that kind of thing?
So listen, I'm not a market analyst. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the market it's incredibly rigged for a lot of AI programs. I think AI programs have been buying things for so long, like day trading is almost fucking dead, but you can make a lot of money on it, right? So do I think everyone that's going crazy over the stock market right now, if they're overreacting, I think you're overreacting. Now, I'm not going to be your market analyst, but I will say this, if you just stick it out, you tend to make money. Okay. And the people that are in charge of the market, that are dictating the market, they're counting on you to panic. You can't panic. You have to do what they do. You have to play the long game. And typically speaking, if you play the long game in the market, you're going to succeed. So if you react to small blips in the market, I think there's going to be, listen, anytime you have wholesale change, you're going to have problems. But what business is going to do is they're going to adjust. They want to know the rules to the game. And once they understand the rules to the game, business owners are going to capitalize on the rules to the game. It's the way humans act. So I think this is a small blip. What Trump is doing is what everybody wanted to do, but nobody had the balls to actually carry it out.
Word. I agree. I agree with that too. So
He's lame duck, man. This is he has no more. Well,
he's got no fucks to
maybe.
give. Zero fucks given.
Zero fucks to give, bro.
he's trying.
Yeah, we're gonna.
No, he's
look,
doing. He ain't
I
just
think
trying. He's doing.
He's
No, I mean,
definitely doing, man.
He's trying to not be a lame duck. Is all I'm saying. I don't.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's going for that third term, bro. I think. Listen, bro, this is Kofi on tight, bro. Kofi on real tight. I think that he is preparing. He was already going to do it, and he authorized it, but he didn't at the last end. I think he just felt like, all right, I'm going to do one last roundup of them all because I really got the ass. Like my favorite clip towards the end of his first term was he was like, it's called the swamp, and I caught him. I caught them all. Let's find out. Let's see what happens. But I caught him. I caught them all. Like this is at the end of it. I was like, ooh, this man about to go motherfucking scorched earth. But he's like, nope. I already know I'm gonna win again because I already know the rules of the game. I'm about to do one last snatch up, and then I'm gonna expose the world. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna kick the fucking can wide the fuck over, and whatever fucking happens, right? Like that's what I believe he's about to do, and I think that's what these tariffs are, with showing the world. Like I've gotten so many people, right? My just immediate circle, Facebook friends, whatever the case, talking to, who are upset about the tariffs, right? Oh, how could he do this? How could I was like, how could he what? Show them the chart. Look at the numbers. They're charging us more than Trump is charging them. What did he do? Why are you not saying, damn, why is this country charging us this and we only charging this? What the fuck is going on? And I've had a lot of people say, holy the fuck shit. A lot of people say holy the fuck shit. Not enough, but enough of people saying, wait a minute. So now, and with that happening, because it's being cracked as people actually look at those numbers, which is why I'm glad he gave that infographic out with those numbers being side by side, right? But those other countries, they realized that, oh shit, people about to realize we was fucking whacking them over the head. No, Mr. Trump. No. We'll drop it down to 0, sir. And you ain't got to stop that. We need y'all anyway because y'all consuming. So no. We'll knock it down to 0. Let's not let the rest of the people actually realize that we was hitting y'all over the head like this. That's going to start a fucking problem if we get enough people, again, our next door neighbors, our day-to-day people who are on the left side, because let's just be honest, bro. We all got somebody or a lot of somebodies, depending on where you live at, that actually happen to be on the left side. And it's people that, you know what I'm saying, before now, you truly cared about. Old teachers, old janitors, the grocery person that you've known forever. Like all of these people, at least I know, that's my everyday living. And I'm walking proudly with a fucking MAGA hat. I'm amongst the people who can't stand the motherfucking MAGA brand thanks to what they have done on this great marketing campaign of, you know, Donald Trump and his supporters are evil sycophant Nazis, right? They realize that, well, and I have a lot of people tell me this on the other side, like, I know what they say about them, but that's not you. So maybe it's not because you're really the only day-to-day MAGA Trump supporter that I can see, that I can actually reach out and touch. You're not the evil racist white guy that wants to just kill off anybody who's white. you're actually you're you're a melanated man from Savannah, Georgia that cares about every fucking body. That's a fucking lie. That's the Trump said yay to Nazi Hitler sympathizers in that speech when he said something actually totally different. It's a cut that you tried to make live, but now I actually see the light. Like there are people who actually, like, when they get past what they're pushed every day, who actually see the good in of what it is to be a conservative or what it is to be a Trump supporter.
Heck
Right?
yeah.
They see those type of people existing every day. But,
All day, every day. And speaking of all day, every day, Calder Reese is letting us know he's got to get out of here. Thank
Okay,
you
cool.
so much for stopping by. He gave us 2.5. You know what
I
I'm
have
saying?
I have a pregnant wife that is
Oh yeah, go
calling me
yeah,
out.
go do what your thing, man. Yeah, go do your thing, man. Go do your thing, brothers, man.
So
Appreciate you.
we are 1 week away from so we're scheduled for the 14th. I have a 20-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a newborn on the way. Yeah, same wife. Everyone. It's funny because everyone goes different. Like your third wife. I'm like, no.
It's just sad that that's just dang. So people trying to put you out to be a baby daddy, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So I told you, bro. I'm like Puerto Rican. I'm not Italian. I'm not white. I'm a fucking. I got all the negative
Right.
connotations. I get you. But hey, no. But seriously, guys, listen. It's been a fucking pleasure. I love your show. I do. Like my wife is knocking on the door right now, and I don't think she's going into labor, but she wants she wants this baby out of her, out of her. It's
You
we're
better
at
give
that
her
point.
whatever she wants right now, man. That's all
Whatever,
I'm saying.
whatever. So she's been incredibly fucking nice right now.
That's
She
what's up,
actually
man.
knocked about an hour ago, and because believe it or not, so my studio right inside is our bedroom. So she's hearing me yelling right now. So she's probably trying to go to sleep. But thank you. Listen, guys, hit that fucking like button.
Yes.
Because this is a conversation. The conversation you heard tonight, you're never going to hear on any other place. I don't give a shit. Fresh Mic Protocol, you guys do a great job. I love you guys, man. You're
Thank you,
fucking
brother, man.
awesome.
Love you
Thank you
too,
for
bro.
having me on the show. Thank you for everybody watching. Finger the fuck out of like button. And
Yes,
thank you,
sir.
guys.
Thank
All
you
right, man.
so much, man. Please promise to come back and rap with us more, guys. It's
Man, now that
Tuesday
chair
night.
always open, man. That chair is
I'm here
always
anytime
open.
you
Knock
want.
on the door. Come on,
Yeah,
man. That
man.
chair always open. Knock
And
on the door.
hey, seriously, 2 Mics Live. You guys, we do. You know we do the open mic Friday, and you guys are welcome any Friday nights to come open mic. But you know what I'm saying? If you want to come on and talk about anything, you let me know, bro. Send me a message. We have a big family here. This Rumble family is fucking growing, and dude, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. That's it. Period.
Heck yeah. There's the page right there. 2 Mics Live. They go live Monday, Wednesday,
2
and
mics and
Friday.
Kelly, man.
Yeah, 2 Mics. It is 2
Mics
Mics
and
and
Kelly.
Kelly. So
Yeah.
I got eye candy.
Kelly just is. She's so hot and she's so smart. She had to be a part of the show, bro. You know, and she's Mike's wife, but she
Yes,
is.
She gotta give her respect, man. She always holding it down, man. It's 2 Mics Live, but it's really 2 Mics.
Bro,
Kelly.
and
you
not
know,
for
she
nothing.
saves lives. She's a float nurse.
Yeah,
She's
man.
a fucking
She's a dope individual,
a
man.
nurse
She's-
practitioner now. She's unbelievable. The diversity you get on our show is spectacular. Seriously, it really is.
She's too good for you two on that show. just
Way
saying.
too good.
But
Way too.
and if you guys did cool stuff, if you watched last Friday, his partner was live from Trump's golf course.
Trump
And he was
International.
there, and Trump International, and he was showing some of the stuff that was getting auctioned. They had some Trump shoes and some stuff like that. So, you know, it's a really cool show, and that's what I love, man. You have a doctor dude, a hot nurse chick, and then an everyday blue collar guy, and you come together, and you guys do great too. And absolutely, man, we'll stop in. Thank you so much, and Pro, man, thank you for having this conversation as well, man. I thought this was amazing. Guys, 2 Mics Live. We're going to let Mike get out of here. 2 Mics Live, and that is every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Rumble. Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Have a great
Thank you,
night.
Mike.
man.
We'll talk
Have
to
a
you
great night,
soon.
bro. Rowdy boy.
Later, boys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. Man, I did not know. It's just me. It's finally in the building.
Nah, he been here. He been here. He just been chilling. He been chilling in the cut, but he been here.
Even in the cut. Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
saw him.
up there. Yeah.
Man, these people are way too sensitive. I saw him. Yeah. No, he's back. He's back. I should have said back. Anyway, that was good, man. I thought that was a great conversation. Getting a lot of a lot of feedback. Definitely getting a lot of feedback on this one. You know what I'm saying? And these are the conversations that need to be had within the conservative community, bro. It really does. And unfortunately, man, love it or hate it, you're the guy. You know what I mean? There are a lot of you already know. Yeah, drink to that, man. Cheers to it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just a lot of people out there who they don't either have the patience, the understanding, whatever it is, man. They don't have what you have and the patience you have. Just like Mike himself, you know what I mean? Willing to talk to you about this and go, look, man, this is how I'm seeing it, and this is how most of MAGA sees it, quite honestly. So what are we missing? And I love the fact that you guys were able to break it down and talk about it. That
You just got to be willing to go in and actually talk to the people. Like, I think the biggest problem that comes in on the MAGA side is they have their pre-described notions. So they come in with them instead of just listening.
Yeah.
Gain an understanding. Let them tell you what it is so that you can know what it is. But if you're just on the outside looking, and just because of what, Law and Order Special Victims, Lockdown Savannah, and Cops showed you, on top of, whatever sitcom or thriller show that you watch or movie that you watch, sprinkle a little bit of the news on top, and boom, you thinking what you thinking. And that's just what it is. And
yeah,
the news ain't gonna show you but so much.
Correct. Well, just the fact that it's just how words are interpreted, right? So to me, when I hear what is black, the first thing I think growing up where I grew up, black is beautiful. That's just what that was just what was said, and not a bad thing, right? So, and because I grew up in a community that I feel like is at least very heavily black influenced. If you could just not say a black community, definitely a mixed community, majority black. I just feel like it's like, oh, well, that's folks who just don't have it as good off, quite honestly, because that's just what it is. And they're hardworking folk who take care of their community the best of their ability. They spend a lot more time than the average. Growing up, they spend a lot more time within their community, from your barbecues to your holiday celebrations to your church celebrations to your picnics, more than the white folks I knew. Just more than the white folks. Not saying that, you know what I mean? So it's just what the word means to you and the connotation of that word.
The connotation of what it is you're speaking on. Again, how much time do we have? Like, what are you asking, and what is black? Because as you just gave, we can go down a long list of shit that is black that you don't get other places. But is that what you're asking? Like, what are you asking? Right? Like black, like, bro,
I didn't feel like I had enough to contribute to interrupt and say that, but I'm just like, I think what we need to do is come back to when you say, just like in the same way, you know what I mean? If somebody grew up with a father that said, I love you, and then punched you in the face every time he said, I love you, when somebody says, I love you, you're going to think, I get punched in the face.
I get punched in the face.
You know what I mean? Not what everybody else thinks. You know what I'm saying? But so it depends on, we got to come back to what do you hear when you hear the word black first, right? And then, go just like Italian. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people have negative stereotypes of Italian. So what do you hear when you hear the word Italian first, right? So anyway, that's my thought on that, man.
No, you're spot on with it, bro. You're definitely spot on with it. Like,
but man, trolls have been out heavy. Just want to shout out. It just means we're winning. I kind of love it, man. Like, these trolls are just weak. They can't do shit. They can't get us. They can't. You know what I'm saying? We're just quicker. We're better. And it's their life that they're spending on us, helping us, driving us up in the algorithms.
So, man, it hits the algorithm, man.
Us more views. Yeah, get it.
As long as it hits the algo, I'm happy,
You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing, guys. If you're a troll and you're still hanging around and listening, I know it was an intelligent conversation, so you're probably not here. However, if you are still hanging around, if you want to donate you get to donate. If you ever want to drop a super chat or a Rumble rant, not only will you not get blocked, we'll read it. So, yeah, man, drop those dollars. You know what I'm saying?
Drop 'em.
So, yeah, $5 and we'll say your name, $20 and we'll actually read your comment, trolls. So, there you go. So, drop us $20 if it's that important that you get your troll out. Okay? Wide open. Freedom of speech costs. It costs a
They
lot of
ain't got the money to do it, bro. They
No,
barely
man.
got the money to pay the phone bill to goddamn do the trolling that they doing right now. So
You know good and well their mama paying the internet bill. You know,
you know,
paying phone bill.
mama paying the internet, bro. Sorry ass.
So that was awesome. Man, I had so many topics I wanted to get to. I want to do one thing. I just want to get your
What's up?
opinion on this one thing for fun. I was trying to do it, but, my man got, you guys got deep, and this isn't that deep. I was just like, this is how I was taught to swim. You know what I'm saying? And people are arguing over whether this is, let me bring it back. People are arguing over whether this is child abuse or not. You know what I mean? And I find this
No,
odd.
they're not.
So check this out.
No, they not.
He's just floating for a bit. And she just leaves him floating. She tells him, don't freak out. You got to relax.
Beautiful.
See, and then she brings him. All right, so literally the caption on this is child abuse or smart parenting. And I just, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to get your take on it, man.
Bro, it's smart parenting, bro.
I agree.
She was right there in the water. He never floated away within arm's length. Obviously, she knows how to swim and how to carry somebody within the water, how to keep him from drowning. Like, she's watching him to make sure he doesn't take on too much water. He can still breathe. He's still crying. Okay, cool. Ain't no gargle within this crying that he's doing. Oh, there's gargle. Let me go grab him. Let me get this water out of his system. It's okay. You just got to relax. Just got to calm down. Look, I'm in it. It's not going to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
yeah.
That's a tactic in teaching, bro.
It was actually, you notice he wasn't kicking and thrashing. So she was already teaching him how to not kick and thrash. He was already learning little things, because that's, when you are in the ocean, the first thing they say is do not thrash and kick. You're going to burn your energy up. You're going to panic. You know what I mean? You're going to take in water. So he didn't like it, but that, to me, that's life. Put your kids in controlled, uncomfortable situations. So when they're in uncontrolled, uncomfortable situations, they know how to behave because you parented it.
And be in control. Right. And that's the same situation again when we talk about this kid. That is a bigger question than down there and what happened. Like, what made him, like, there are too many factors with this situation, with this kid down there in that fucking school, like with that track meet, right? Like, what made this kid haul off and stab him? What is going on? First of all, they're at an inter-department, school department track meet, which means they see each other more often than not.
Correct.
It's a track meet. It is an inter-department, inter-county track meet. These kids know each other. These aren't random kids. They both also supposedly played football.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. If they're both involved in multiple sports, they see each other multiple times a year on a field. Several times a year. And then you got the little, banquets and all of that stuff that you go to. With all them other
they know each other.
Yeah, man.
They know each other. So what the fuck is really going on?
Why did he feel the need to bring the knife?
Why did he feel the need to bring did something else happen? What is going on? Oh, this kid just hauled off and stabbed this kid in the chest. Hold on, bro. You're not big braining this. Yes, that is a problem, but what is the problem? Because these kids know each other.
Yep.
They're star athletes at schools across town.
And once again, we didn't even, because we had so much to talk about. Well, we missed so much, but that's cool. And we still are very long for our show. But
yeah, we are.
You know,
yeah,
the fact that the first thing I heard, I'm in the Oklahoma City area, and you know, the first thing I thought of was, oh, well, last week a teenage girl ran down another teenage girl, and a man was taken to a hospital after a nightclub beating. It wasn't even a shooting. He just got into a fight, and they beat him down so bad that he died when he got to the hospital, right? And then there was another situation where the dude showed up and beat another dude. Then the cops showed up. Then the dude who was beat up pulled a gun and shot at the cop. Then the cop shot him. Now, the last one was white folk. The first two were black folk. But you didn't hear any of that in the national news. We heard about it locally, but you didn't hear about any of that in the national news. And why is that, right? So on a
things.
Yeah, on a local. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying no. You're right. Like they were local things. It was a problem. Again, I didn't know about this kid in Texas.
Yep.
Until I saw the right-wing grifters.
Matt Walsh.
They were the ones.
It's true. Matt Walsh was the first one I saw.
They know the right-wing grifters are the ones who brought it to my attention, and then I saw, you know, black people responding to them. That's what I saw.
Yep.
That's what I saw. Everybody else was quiet because we're like, okay, let the facts of this come out. Again, just like I just said, like I'm looking at all of this. I'm somebody who dealt and deals with the local schools. I know the connections of the sports, and I know these kids know each other.
And not only that, you deal with the whitest of white Republican crap heads. Pardon me, man, but the Savannah Republican Party is trash, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. Look, bro, it's really the whole Republican part. They're just a facet of the whole thing in total, bro, on every level. They're just so lost and so disconnected, and they just think about what they think about. And again, they act, you know, you want to act the whole white and black thing. Like, no, it's not just black people who are looking at this shit this way. They are responding to whatever it is they have had portrayed upon them. That's it. That's all they're doing. It's one thing to say something, but when it actually happens, when they actually show, man, the Republican Party don't want black people. They ain't talking to black people. They ain't coming in the hood.
Well, and man, if you watch the fear tactics, that's why it's so easy. You go in through, you infiltrate through the black party. I hate to say that, but I mean, that's
so easy to go through with it.
Yeah.
That makes it easy for them to go through with it.
If there's nobody on the other side going, wait, those people are lying to you and they really don't care about you. It's like, well, but if there's nobody there to even say that to me, then all I can do is believe the lie and think these people care. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Instead of people saying the Republican Party don't go in the hood. Shit, boy, what you talking about? Boy, they be having fish fries with us all the time. But who telling you that lie? Who telling you that lie?
Or even better, the Republican Party is the hood. You know what I mean?
Like,
the Republican Party is paying too much on my taxes and is trying to give me a cheaper tax rate. I wanted to start my own little recording studio, and they told me I had to pay an $80 fee and then another $120. And the Republicans in my town are trying to tell me that should only be $30 or $60. No one's thinking, you know what I'm saying? Or the pothole.
It's that simple.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saving up every bit to keep my car nice so I can get back and forth to work. There's a pothole that blew my tire. And you know what I mean? All the Democrats want to do is fund DEI programs, but the Republicans are like, fix the potholes first. I would vote for that because my stupid Toyota, you know what I'm saying, needs good tires so I can go to work.
Needs good tires. I need good shocks.
So, but if there's nobody there telling them, hey, we're maybe not for this program that says we love black people, and then we give you hot dogs and T-shirts and do nothing for you, so we lock up your vote, but we're for, you know, the potholes in your town getting fixed so your car is good. We're for your small business not being taxed to death. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're for, you know, if you want to open a small food store, we're for that. And we want you to do that because our plan doesn't work if you don't. That's the dirty secret. The Republican plan doesn't work without industrious people of all races, and especially and specifically black folks. Yeah, I said it.
Point blank, period.
So, anyway, blah, blah, blah. Bro, what you got coming up this week, man? We've been missing you. We've been missing you, man. We need more pro in our lives.
Man, we didn't even talk grifties. You know, this is our first show since I went up to Jersey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got so busy.
What I got this week? I'm wrapping up this job. I was supposed to be done Friday, but that's a long story. The weather sucks. You know what the crazy thing is? It's supposed to storm tomorrow. Go figure.
Y'all are getting it because we had the wintry mix we had yesterday. There was full on snow about 2 hours south of us. And what's funny is the biggest part of the storm is north of us, but about 2 hours south of us today, there's like snowmen. People were posting, you know what I mean, in their yards. And I'm in like southernish Oklahoma. I'm south of the midline. And yeah, man, that's some Democratic weather machine shit. If you ask me.
That's some weather machine right there, boy. They going ham.
But that's supposed to hit you tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, they're calling it the first. We had a first alert weather day tomorrow. That shit about to be crazy. What up, Iron Bull? What it is, pimping? Yeah, man. So yeah, that's tomorrow. Let me see what else is this week. Oh, I'm preparing. So Orange Crush got their permit.
Ooh, Tybee Island.
Tybee Island gave them the permit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm prepared. They got their first permit. I'm going out there. I'm interviewing business owners, locals, people partaking in Orange Crush. I'm getting with the promoter team of Orange Crush, man. We gonna talk, man. Pro gonna have some special access, so I'm getting prepared for that. That's on 419. So
let me put a bug in your ear, dog, since I'm kind of getting back into it, and I'm trying to spin this all into our own bigger thing. How about a comedy show? What if you threw together like an early 7 o'clock comedy show? You know what I'm saying? And then about like 9 o'clock, you turned up with the music and the party, but from 7 to 9, you get a comedy show and you work it in with a local bar restaurant. You know what I'm saying? That could benefit from having people seated and in a couple hours early. You know what I'm saying? So you promote it that way to them, so they're going to be there, and hey man, we're going to turn up. There's no reason to leave. Just hang out here all night. You know what I mean? And so instead of getting a couple drinks sold off somebody, you're getting 10 drinks sold off somebody.
Then we'll talk. We'll talk offline.
Well, because I know you got fam that is in the comedy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, look, it's going to take more. There's definitely a mental method. We'll talk offline. It's possible, but there's a particular way.
All right. Well, hey man, like I said, I just want to put a bug in your ear, and if you squash that bug, fair. You know what I mean? I
don't know. Look, that's why I want to lay everything on the table before we squash the bug. We might pick the bug up, or we might squash the bug. You know what I'm saying?
They say, closed mouths don't get fed. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's something worth talking about. Something worth looking at.
So you got that coming up.
So I'm gonna be preparing for that. This weekend, what do I have this weekend? I don't know what I have this weekend. I gotta look. And this week all I'm really focused on is really work. Y'all will catch me Friday on Friday Night Flights, though. I will make sure that I'm on point. We had a little delay and a little issue with the plane on Friday, but we got up and we got out. So we did that. But this Friday, man, we're gonna be full on making it happen, Captain.
Absolutely.
Doing dope shit.
Yeah, man. All day, every day. Excited. Man, Tuesday night I got Power Slap Time. Guys, check that out. Mainly specifically, we have that on Instagram and Rumble, Power Slap Time. That's gonna be fun. We have Vern White, a card artist who makes 3D trading cards on.
Yeah. You was telling me about,
man.
buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm excited about that one because that dude also plays. He's just like an artist, dude. I haven't heard back from him yet on a confirmation. I sent out my confirmations on Sunday for Tuesday. So, but he's in the mix. He's in the mix. Yeah. He's in the mix.
Yeah, he'll reply tomorrow. It's Sunday.
He made his own clips of our show and shared them. Like he's
sweet. Yeah. He's on. He's just, it's Sundays, bro. Some people don't. I ain't doing none of that. I ain't opening no email. I ain't opening no text. I ain't opening none of that. I'm just gonna live on Sunday. That's what I'm gonna do. And I worry about the business and shit on Monday.
Later, yes, exactly.
Yep. So
and yeah, man. So then Thursday is PTPOD. I'm gonna have Miss Trice on. Miss Treese. I'm so sorry. Miss Treese is a very popular comedian. She just got picked up for a tour, and she's glowing up, and I'm gonna be
Okay.
working with her later this month in Tulsa on a show. So, but she's been touring, like hitting it, like regionally, she's blowing up. So, yeah, man. So I'm just we gotta try to feed the fam.
Gotta feed the fam, bro. Gotta feed the fam.
And of course, as you know, with any show I ever do live, if you ever want to jump on, you are more than welcome. If you're available,
If
you know
I'm
what I mean?
available,
So,
I'm down. I've done it before, but
yeah,
man, listen,
I know this week, man.
availability right now is kind of tight. Kind of
As we
tight.
said, for y'all that don't know, Pro has literally been on plane for the last 3 weeks. He has not had a full day off because the days, quote unquote, off are travel days where you're walking 4 miles to get to a plane and off a plane. And, and he live streamed on those days too. So literally we were looking at it, man. My man has not had a day off in 3 weeks. He's not had a day where he hasn't had to set his alarm clock in 3 weeks, dude. I don't know how you're talking to me. I would be murdering folk, man. So,
Hey, bro, listen, this is with great power comes great responsibility. You know what I'm saying? You just think about it, you harness it, and you just keep swimming. Shouts out the Dory. You know what I mean? You know it, you realize it, but if you haul off crazy and hurt somebody, you're probably gonna have some trouble. So you know what? You just keep swimming, you just smile and keep going, and you look at him, and in your mind you say, "You motherfucker, you motherfucker with me." Boy, I oughta, but you just keep swimming.
well, and
You just keep moving.
it feels good because we're winning. The swimming is
Yeah.
winning, bro.
Yeah.
Like the numbers are up all across the board. We're getting people like Calder Reson. We're getting, you know what I mean, grifties. People are loving what we're doing. People are seeing it. You know what I mean? Numbers don't lie. It's that simple, and people are loving what we're doing, man. So it's one of those that even if we feel like we're taking licks, it's a lot easier when you feel like you're winning the rounds. You know what I mean? It's like, of course, I'm gonna get hit a couple times. I still gotta win this. I'm still locked in this cage with this motherfucker trying to knock me out. You know what I mean? So let me bring what I got. Let me John Jones this.
Bring
So
what I
yeah.
got, bro, and whatever I got, I'm gonna use this motherfucker. And goddamn it better win.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for tuning in. Calder Reese, thank you. Two
Appreciate
Mics
you, Mike,
Live.
man.
Yeah,
Two Mics
man.
Live.
We're gonna try to
Two
get
Mics and a
Schwartz-
Kelly.
Two Mics and a Kelly. We're gonna try to get Schwartz his partner on sometime. As well, or maybe Kelly, who knows? And of course,
I want to pick the doctor's brain, man. I want to know what he knows about, that he
yeah,
can
you want to
talk
talk
about.
MAGA? That dude is like inside MAGA. If you look at their Friday night show, he showed this access coin. He's like, I finally got the coin, and I guess there's this special club coin you get, like to show when you go into certain privileges, and he got one. So, yeah, man, screw him. I'm kidding. I'm just jealous. You know what I'm saying? I'm jealous. So, anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you check out Pro's show, Friday Night Flights on Friday night. We've missed it, but it's going to be back, I suspect, in full force on Friday night. So make sure you check that out. We're excited about that. Hell yeah. And then Tuesday night is Power Slap time. Guys, thank you so much once again for tuning in. This has been Rumble on Rumble number 65 with guest Mike Calder, Reason to Mike's Live. Good night.
Oh boy!